Upon awakening, the entire populace found themselves transported to another realm. Selected individuals materialized randomly across the chaotic continent. Starting with but a humble wooden cottage and 5 farmers, survival necessitated the gathering of resources, the construction of territories, the recruitment of troops, and the defense against invasions. As fate would have it, Fang Yuan awakened a remarkable talent for a hundredfold amplification. By opening treasure chests, gathering resources, and completing tasks, he triggered this extraordinary ability. Recruiting swordsmen yielded 10-tier demon sword masters, while enlisting lizardmen produced fearsome flame dragons. He obtained a frostbolt staff, enhanced to the breath of the frost demon, and uncovered blueprints for an arrow tower, transformed into the judgment tower through his amplification. While other lords toiled to collect resources and struggled for survival, Fang Yuan had already established his own burgeoning empire. Chapter 1. The Age of Lords and the Great Transmigration. ****. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a cerulean sky and languid white clouds. Fang Yuan lay on the grass, bewildered. He had simply gone to bed after a night of gaming. Yet here he was, awakened in an entirely different location. There was no time for contemplation. Rising from the ground, he surveyed his surroundings with a look of confusion. He found himself in an expansive, boundless plain, adorned with lush grass and vibrant flowers, where peculiar beasts grazed leisurely in the distance. Nearby stood a rudimentary wooden cottage. That moment, all humans who had traversed the chaotic continent heard a mysterious and authoritative voice resonate in their ears. Welcome to the chaotic continent, esteemed lords. Your future tasks will involve recruiting farmers, gathering resources, enlisting soldiers, and diligently developing your territories to conquer and pillage, ultimately establishing your own empire. However, your immediate concern is to exert every effort and employ your ingenuity to survive. Treat your recruited farmers and soldiers with kindness. Should their loyalty wane, they may resort to negligence or even defection. Your territory is currently under a 7-day protection period, during which you will be shielded from any creature's attack, ensuring absolute safety. Remaining time, 6 days, 23 hours, and 40 minutes. Data has been successfully loaded. Finally, we wish you all the best. After absorbing this cascade of information, Fang Yuan grasped the gravity of his situation. To think I have crossed over and become a lord tasked with developing my own territory. A look of astonishment adorned Fang Yuan's face as he struggled to reconcile the shocking news. The entire scenario appeared almost surreal, yet the vivid landscape and the sudden voice made it undeniable. He had indeed traversed realms. Fang Yuan could not shake the feeling that his present circumstances resembled a war strategy game. Suddenly, a mysterious golden orb materialized before him. Curiosity piqued, he reached out to touch it. As the orb settled onto his palm, the golden light dissipated, revealing an ancient tome. He opened the book, and delicate ink-like characters appeared on its pages. The Book of Lords. This tome, more aptly termed a manual, was slightly larger than a mobile phone, comprising only a few pages. Each page bore the titles: Resources, Buildings, Manufacturing, Recruitment, and Channel. Flipping through the book revealed an interface akin to a tablet, allowing for interactive engagement. Fang Yuan first perused the Resources page, only to find it displayed 0 supplies. The Buildings and Manufacturing sections indicated a lack of blueprints, while the Recruitment page was entirely void. Not wishing to linger, he turned to the Channel page. The channel was divided into world and regional segments, where all lords could post, communicate, and even engage in trade. However, each lord was limited to only 10 posts per day. The world channel was currently inaccessible. The regional channel was abuzz with discussions. Who would have thought that I, Wang Ergo, would actually traverse realms in my lifetime? This is splendid. I can finally bid farewell to my dreary existence and reclaim my destiny as the ruler of this world. I refuse to remain in this desolate place. If anyone can send me home, I shall reward them 10 million. Help. There's a serpent the size of a train in the forest beside me. It's terrifying. Is this real? Could it be some elaborate prank from a television show? My goodness, it's all true. Just moments ago, I attempted to recruit from my nearby cottage, and 3 gaunt farmers emerged, calling me lord and obeying my every command. Alas, if only the recruited farmers were female, then... What rubbish farmers. I sent them a hunt, and they couldn't even handle a sheep. Instead, one of them got its arm broken by the very sheep. Good grief, the creatures in this world are nightmarish. Rabbits can breathe fire. Who would dare to believe this? Some individuals were engulfed in terror at the strangeness of this new world, yearning to return home, while others brimmed with anticipation for the life ahead. Amidst the panicked and the jubilant, many remained lost in uncertainty regarding their futures. Closing the regional channel, Fang Yuan wore a grave expression. From the experiences shared by others, it became evident that the chaotic continent was an entirely different world from Earth. The creatures here bore little resemblance to earthly animals. posing far greater dangers. Fang Yuan speculated that the beings inhabiting the chaotic continent were likely magical beasts. The thought of encountering serpents as large as trains and fire-breathing rabbits sent shivers down his spine. He stood upon a vast, open plain, devoid of any shelter. Should he encounter wolf packs or lions by night, the meager wooden cottage could hardly serve as a refuge. Fortunately, there was a 7-day protection period, during which no threats would arise. However, once that time elapsed, peril would surely follow. Concern etched itself upon Fang Yuan's face at present. The paramount concern is the quest for sustenance and a source of water, as the foremost issue to address is survival. Subsequently, one must contemplate matters of safety. Thereafter, it is essential to amass resources, swiftly acquiring the means for self-preservation. Fang Yuan carefully stowed away the Lord's book, securing it close to his person before making his way toward a nearby wooden cabin. Amidst the vast expanse of the plains, the solitary wooden cabin stood desolately, evoking a sense of isolation. Constructed from a few timber beams and boards, the cabin bore a haphazard layer of thatch atop, serving as a makeshift roof, and overall, it appeared exceedingly rudimentary. As Fang Yuan gazed upon the cabin, a stream of information materialized before him at Level 1 simple wooden cabin, main city. Population 0/5i. Storage 1,000. Recruitable, peasant free. Materials required for upgrade 1,000 wood, 500 stone, 300 thatch, 20 hemp rope. Fang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, exclaiming, "Is this truly my main city? How woefully meager." With a sigh, he stepped inside the cabin to inspect its interior. Not only was the cabin austere, but it was also minuscule. With merely 5 or 6 square meters of space, there was scarcely enough room for even a bed. In the corner of the room, he discovered a dilapidated wooden chest. Upon opening it, he found a collection of tools and a cluster of luminous white orbs. Stone axe *2 flint *1 wooden bucket *1 stone pickaxe *2 level 1 barracks blueprint *1 level 1 cottage blueprint *1 level 1 stone axe blueprint *1 level 1 stone pickaxe blueprint *1 wooden bucket blueprint *1 hemp rope blueprint *1. In total, there were 10 items, the majority of which were blueprints. Chapter 2. The hundredfold amplification system. Those radiant orbs of light represented blueprints for buildings and items. By placing these luminous spheres onto the construction and crafting pages of the Lord's ledger, the blueprints would be directly inscribed within. What remained were merely 2 stone axes, 2 stone pickaxes, a wooden bucket, and a flint. With these items, the initial stages of resource gathering could commence. However, the immediate priority was to recruit farmers. Surviving alone in this world would prove to be an arduous endeavor. With farmers, assistance in resource collection, as well as the search for sustenance and water, would be at hand. This was undoubtedly preferable to toiling alone. From the recent exchanges within the regional channel, Fang Yuan learned that farmers possessed limited combat prowess and stood little chance against the nearby beasts. Should they be sent out to hunt, there was a high likelihood of being turned upon by their quarry. If farmers were injured or fell prey to counterattacks, their loyalty would inevitably wane. According to the mysterious voice earlier, a decline in loyalty could lead to farmers becoming apathetic, or worse, rebelling and fleeing. Many individuals hastily recruited farmers, immediately dispatching them to gather resources, only to have them ambushed by beasts lurking nearby the moment they stepped outside the territory, resulting in the total demise of all farmers. Originally, these individuals intended to swiftly capitalize on the farmers' labor to foster development. Instead, they faced the grim reality of losing all 5 farmers, leaving them to wait until the following day to recruit anew, severely hampering their progress. Fang Yuan perused the recruitment page of the Lord's ledger, which displayed, "Available for recruitment. Farmer, free 0.5, refreshes every 24 hours. Would you like to recruit?" While recruiting farmers bore no cost, it would necessitate providing 3 units of food daily. Failure to satiate their hunger would result in diminished loyalty. Fang Yuan confirmed the recruitment. A chilling, authoritative voice suddenly resonated in his ear. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for awakening the hundredfold amplification system. Certain actions will trigger the hundredfold amplification. Successfully recruited a farmer. Triggering hundredfold amplification to Titan." Fang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, only to be swept into a euphoric expression. Splendid. Not only had he stumbled into another world, but he had also awakened a system. A flash of golden light enveloped him, revealing a robust, towering figure that resembled a small mountain standing before him. Titan, Tier 10. Stamina, 100. Loyalty, 80. Abilities, logging, mining, farming, hunting. Description: Titans are beings crafted by the Earth Goddess herself, endowed with a portion of her divine power, and excel in gathering and cultivation. From an ability standpoint, the Titan could be regarded as a god-tier farmer, clad in simple linen attire. With a bronzed complexion and a yellowish mark upon his forehead, he exuded health and strength. It was noteworthy that other lords recruited farmers appeared gaunt and malnourished. To his astonishment, The farmer he had recruited had transformed into a titan through the hundredfold amplification. According to the information provided, titans were divine creations of the earth goddess. Moreover, they ranked as tier 10 units, the pinnacle of military classifications in this world. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan promptly began the recruitment process again. Successfully recruited a farmer, triggering hundredfold amplification to titan. Successfully recruited a farmer, triggering hundredfold amplification to titan. Successfully recruited a farmer, triggering hundredfold amplification to titan. A total of 5 titans now filled the humble wooden cabin to capacity. The flimsy structure appeared on the verge of collapse under the weight. Fang Yuan quickly ushered them out of the cramped quarters. Greetings, esteemed lord. The 5 titans bowed respectfully to Fang Yuan. He nodded in satisfaction and issued a command. Go forth and gather resources in the vicinity, but do not stray too far from the territory. If danger arises, return swiftly. Although the titans were tier 10 units, Fang Yuan remained uncertain of their true strength. The attributes highlighted their prowess in gathering and cultivation, indicating they were logistical units rather than dedicated combatants. Given his unfamiliarity with this new world, prudence was advisable. To err on the side of caution, he specially instructed the titans to return to the territory if they encountered any threats. Subsequently, Fang Yuan entered the wooden cabin and retrieved tools for the titans, assigning them individual tasks. One titan was to scout for food and water, another was to explore the surrounding environment and report back, while the remaining 3 were to gather resources, focusing primarily on wood and minerals. The titans replied in unison, "As you command, my lord." With that, they armed themselves with tools and departed the territory to commence their labor. Fang Yuan seated himself upon the steps before the cabin, extracting the lord's notes and turning to the construction page. Tier 1 barracks, wood 1000, stone 800, thatch 500, hemp rope 30. Tier 1 farmhouse, wood 500, stone 100, thatch 300. He then flipped to the manufacturing page. Stone axe, wood 1, flint 1, thatch 1. Stone pickaxe, wood 1, flint 1, thatch 1. Hemp rope, thatch 2. Wooden bucket, wood 2, hemp rope 1. The resource page still displayed 0. Yet, Fang Yuan remained unfazed. He had previously observed that the plains were scattered with ample wood and stone resources. Thatch, in particular, was abundant throughout the plains. Before long, Fang Yuan heard the sound of heavy footsteps approaching from the distance. Rising, he turned to investigate, only to witness the titan he had dispatched to find food returning. Hoisting a massive unicorn cow aloft, gasping in astonishment, Fang Yuan realized that his initial concerns had been unfounded. The titan effortlessly placed the unicorn cow before the cabin, reporting, "My lord, I have located food. This unicorn cow will suffice for our needs for 5 or 6 days." Fang Yuan gazed upon the carcass of the unicorn cow, its immense body akin to that of a small truck, and its thick hide spoke volumes of its formidable nature. The titans truly lived up to their tier 10 classification. Even as a production unit, their strength surpassed that of lower-tier combat units. "My lord, please remain seated. I shall now seek out a water source." The titan, having just hunted the unicorn cow, did not pause, but instead prepared to locate water with the wooden bucket. Fang Yuan, concerned, inquired, "Would you not like to rest a moment before proceeding?" He assumed that such a significant exertion to bring down such a large beast would have drained the titan's stamina, prompting him to suggest a brief respite. To his surprise, the titan chuckled warmly and replied, "Thank you for your lordship's kindness. Although our titan clan is not particularly adept in combat, slaying a unicorn bull was merely a matter of stretching my limbs. I do not require rest." Chapter 3, The Divine Titans. Fang Yuan examined the titan's stamina and was astonished to discover that after hunting such a substantial prey, he had only expended a minimal amount of energy, leaving him with a stamina of 99. Indeed, as the titan asserted, hunting a unicorn bull was merely a light exercise for him. Go ahead, but do not wander too far. With a clear understanding of the titan's prowess, Fang Yuan felt reassured. There was no need to worry about the titans being ambushed by beasts after leaving their territory. After the titan departed with a wooden barrel, Fang Yuan found himself at a loss regarding the carcass of the unicorn bull. Suddenly, a message appeared before his eyes. Tier 1 beast, unicorn bull. Do you wish to butcher it? Upon confirming, a radiant white light enveloped the unicorn bull's corpse. When the light dissipated, the bull had been transformed into neatly cut pieces of meat, stacked orderly before Fang Yuan. Butchering complete, triggering a hundredfold amplification, yielding 3,000 units of beef, 300 units of hides, 20 large bones, and 1 soul gem. Due to the partial digitization of this world, butchering the unicorn bull did not necessitate manual dissection. The valuable parts were extracted swiftly, while the inedible remains vanished without a trace. Each unit of beef weighed 1 kilogram, totaling an impressive 3,000 kilograms. Given that Fang Yuan typically consumed about 1 portion a day, this bounty would sustain him for quite some time. For the foreseeable future, he need not worry about his food supply. In addition to the beef, he also acquired 300 units of hides, 20 units of large bones, and a single soul gem. The soul gem appeared as a round, white orb, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball. As Fang Yuan gazed at the gem in his hand, another message materialized: soul gem, consumable, an essential material for recruiting troops. Currently, as Fang Yuan had not constructed any barracks or similar structures, the soul gem served little purpose. After stowing it away, he resolved to check on the progress of resource gathering. The vast plain where he resided stretched endlessly, dotted with a few towering trees. To his delight, the Titans not only possessed extraordinary combat abilities, but their resource-gathering efficiency surpassed that of ordinary farmers by several multiples. Within less than an hour, the 3 Titans dispatched by Fang Yuan had collected 1,000 units of wood, 900 units of stone, and 1,200 units of thatch. From the regional channel, Fang Yuan learned that ordinary farmers could only gather 10 units of wood and 7 units of stone in an hour. Each unit of resource collection consumed a small amount of stamina, and a single farmer could gather a maximum of 80 units in a day. Thus, 5 farmers could amass 400 units daily. The Titans not only excelled in combat, but also demonstrated a resource-gathering capacity that was more than tenfold that of regular farmers. Indeed, one could perceive the Titans as divine farmers. Despite their lack of combat prowess, the Titans, imbued with a portion of the Earth Goddess's divine power, excelled in activities closely related to the Earth, such as logging and mining. Fang Yuan was thoroughly pleased with the Titans' efficiency. With these resources, he could upgrade his main city. The materials required for the upgrade included 1,000 units of wood, 500 units of stone, 300 units of thatch, and 20 units of rope. Fang Yuan first crafted 20 units of rope from the thatch, completing the necessary materials for the city upgrade. He then retrieved the Lord's Book and selected the option to upgrade the main city, consuming 1,000 units of wood, 500 units of stone, 300 units of thatch, and 20 units of rope. A plethora of resources vanished in an instant. The small wooden house was enveloped in a radiant white light. Within 3 minutes, the upgrade was complete. A structure twice the size of the previous one, appearing sturdier, emerged before Fang Yuan. Intermediate level 2 wooden house, main city. Population, 520. Storage, 4481, 5,000. Recruitable, farmers for free. Materials required for upgrade, 5,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, 500 units of thatch, 300 units of hides, 60 units of rope, 50 units of iron. Congratulations, Lord Fang Yuan, for being the first in the world to upgrade to a level 2 main city. You have received a random building blueprint and a random equipment blueprint as a reward. Suddenly, a notification echoed in everyone's ears. All the lords across the world were left in stunned silence. Is this real? It hasn't even been 2 hours since his arrival, and he has already upgraded. Where did he acquire such resources? In just 2 hours of gameplay, they could barely gather 20 units of resources. Was this fellow possibly cheating? Hey, are you out of your mind? This is reality. How could anyone cheat? Please, Great One, show us the way. For most lords, gathering the resources to upgrade their cities in under 2 hours was an impossible task. One must understand that upgrading to a level 2 main city required 1,000 units of wood, 500 units of stone, 300 units of thatch, and 20 units of rope. Given their farmers' gathering speed, it would take at least 4 days to amass these resources. Yet Fang Yuan accomplished this feat in less than 2 hours. In an instant, the lords of the world were left in awe. Many sought to add Fang Yuan as a friend and sent private messages, hoping to glean insight into his rapid upgrade. However, Fang Yuan paid them no heed. After all, someone in the regional channel had already deduced the reason for Fang Yuan's swift advancement. It was quite simple. Fang Yuan was indeed cheating. With the hundredfold amplification system at his disposal, Fang Yuan was essentially akin to a player utilizing cheats. He could not possibly divulge the truth to others. Closing the channel, Fang Yuan's attention was soon captured by the rewards. Received a white quality building blueprint, Arrow Tower. The hundredfold amplification yields a dark gold quality building blueprint, Judgment Tower. Received a white quality equipment blueprint, Iron Spear. The hundredfold amplification yields a dark gold quality equipment blueprint, Godslayer Spear. Upon acquiring the dark gold quality blueprints for the Judgment Tower and Godslayer Spear, Fang Yuan was initially elated. However, upon reviewing the required materials for construction, his joyous expression swiftly morphed into a wry smile. Stone bricks, mithril, magic crystals, judgment stones, fine iron, obsidian, and divine blood. He possessed not a single unit of any of these resources. This left Fang Yuan feeling quite disheartened. Currently, in the expanse where he resides, he can only gather 3 fundamental resources: wood, stone, and thatch. This implies that Fang Yuan is left helplessly gazing at the dark gold blueprints, unable to craft anything. Chapter 4. The Tower of Judgment and the God-Slaying Spear. With a resigned sigh, Fang Yuan recorded both dark gold blueprints into the Lord's Book, deciding to wait until he has the necessary resources to proceed. In the following hours, the Titans fervently extracted resources. Surrounding the small wooden cabin, an abundance of wood, stone, and thatch were meticulously piled together. With such a wealth of resources at hand, Fang Yuan took the opportunity to construct both a barack and a cottage. After selecting appropriate locations, he confirmed the construction in the Lord's Book. Level 1 Barak, 1,000 wood, 800 stone, 500 thatch, 100 beast hides, 30 hemp ropes. Level 1 Cottage, 500 wood, 100 stone, 300 thatch. The heaps of resources surrounding the main city diminished significantly. Two immense orbs of white light appeared in the clearing, and as the brilliance dissipated, the Level 1 Barak and Level 1 Cottage were completed. Fang Yuan was able to inspect the attributes of his buildings from the Lord's Book. He first examined the Barak's attributes. Level 1 Simple Barak. Recruitable Militia. Militia, Food 3, Soul Gem 1. Upgrade, 5,000 wood, 1,500 stone, 1,000 thatch, 100 beast hides. 50 iron blocks, 40 hemp ropes. The Barak's appearance was as rudimentary as the main cities, occupying an area of approximately 10 square meters. Currently, the Level 1 Barak could only recruit militia. Further upgrades would allow for the recruitment of other troop types. Recruiting a single militia requires 3 units of food and 1 soul gem. Food can be acquired through foraging and hunting, while soul gems can only be obtained by defeating magical beasts and monsters. Fang Yuan then turned his attention to the attributes of the cottage. Level 1 Simple Cottage. Increases 5 population. Upgrade 1,000 wood, 500 stone, 500 thatch, 20 hemp ropes. The size of the cottage was comparable to Fang Yuan's small wooden cabin. It appeared simple yet remarkably sturdy, ensuring no concerns of drafts or leaks. The cottage served as residence for both farmers and soldiers. After all, it would be unreasonable to let the Titans sleep in the wilderness. Moreover, each cottage built would raise the total population by 5. Fang Yuan planned to construct several more cottages to elevate the total population of his territory, as he possessed ample resources. Recruiting militia requires soul gems, fortuitously. I currently have 1 soul gem at hand, allowing me to attempt the recruitment of a militia. Fang Yuan flipped to the recruitment page of the Lord's Book. Just beneath the farmers section. Militia, Food 3, Soul Gem 1. Would you like to recruit? Fang Yuan confirmed the recruitment of the militia. Successfully recruited militia. Triggering a 100-fold amplification to become a Death Guardian. A golden light emanated from the Barak, and as it faded, a towering figure emerged, an imposing man, approximately 6 feet tall, exuding an aura of coldness. The Death Guardian bore no weapons, clad merely in black short sleeves, long trousers, and boots. After a brief pause, Fang Yuan opened the attributes panel of the Death Guardian. Death Guardian, Tier 10. Health, 100. Loyalty, 80. Abilities, Combat, Defense. Skills, 1. Slaughter Sword Chi, Tier 10 Martial Skill releases Sword Chi, inflicting damage on struck enemies. 2. Shield Bash, Tier 10 Martial Skill swings the shield to damage and stun foes. 3. Guardian Aura, Tier 10 Aura enhances the basic defense of nearby allies who are Death Guardians. The more Death Guardians present, the stronger the individual defense. It is no wonder this is a Tier 10 unit, possessing 3 skills. Notably, the Aura skill indicates that the more Death Guardians recruited, the stronger their collective defense becomes. This means that as long as Fang Yuan can assemble a legion of Death Guardians, through the stacking of auras, their defense could reach astonishing levels. The Death Guardian approached Fang Yuan respectfully, bowing and addressing him. Greetings, esteemed lord. How may I serve you? Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction and commanded, just stay by my side and protect me diligently. The Death Guardian responded solemnly, as you command, my lord. Subsequently, Fang Yuan turned to the manufacturing page of the Lord's Book and created 2 stone axes. He handed 1 stone axe to the Death Guardian, not for resource gathering, but to serve as a weapon. Regardless of their tier, recruited units do not come equipped with any weapons. It is the Lord's responsibility to provide them. Currently, Fang Yuan only possessed a dark gold quality equipment blueprint, the Godslaying Spear. Regrettably, without resources, he could not forge it. The only items he could craft at present were stone axes and stone picks. Though merely tools, a stone axe could also serve as a weapon, which was certainly preferable to being empty-handed. The Death Guardian accepted the stone axe with utmost reverence, as if receiving a knight's sword of supreme honor from Fang Yuan's hands. Armed with the stone axe, the Death Guardian maintained a serious demeanor, closely following Fang Yuan as he set out. He diligently ensured Fang Yuan's safety. Fang Yuan, undeterred, stepped out of his territory, wielding the stone axe, and joined the Titans in gathering resources. With the Death Guardian acting as his protector, Fang Yuan felt secure enough to leave the confines of his territory. As a modern individual transported to this world, he found his physical strength lacking in comparison to the natives. After an hour of labor, he could only gather 5 units of wood. Fortunately, with the aid of the 100-fold amplification system, although he could not compare to the Titan's efficiency, he still managed to accumulate 500 units of wood in that hour. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. The resources in Fang Yuan's territory once again formed mounds, and the storage compartments of the main city were filled to the brim. As dusk approached, Fang Yuan ordered the Titans to cease their work and return to the territory to rest and dine. At this point, the Titans had only expended half of their stamina. They expressed their willingness to continue working, insisting they did not require rest. However, Fang Yuan ultimately commanded them to halt their labor, emphasizing the importance of rest and nourishment. After all, the Titans were living beings with flesh and blood, and he could not bear to have them toil relentlessly until their last ounce of strength was drained. Besides, the resources were already plentiful, and the storage compartments of the main city were brimming, so there was no need to rush. Furthermore, having toiled for several hours, they were likely already famished. Fang Yuan gently advised, "Please go eat your fill, and then rest well in the cottages. We shall resume work tomorrow." The honest and sincere Titans beamed with joy, grateful to have such a considerate lord. Their loyalty immediately increased by 3 points. Upon returning to the territory, the Titan responsible for locating a water source returned, carrying a wooden bucket filled with clean water. The water source lies several kilometers away from the territory. Although fetching water poses some inconvenience, it ultimately resolves the most pressing issue of water supply. Humans can survive without food for 7 days, but not without water for 3. Chapter 5, Title. Upon returning to his domain, Fang Yuan gathered several appropriately sized pieces of wood and constructed a modest fire, igniting it with a flint. He then retrieved 30 units of beef, preparing to slice it with a stone axe for easier consumption. However, the stone axe, primarily designed for lumberjacking, proved rather awkward for butchering meat. At that moment, the ever-vigilant Reaper soldier who had been closely following him stepped forward and said, "My lord, allow me to handle this trivial task." With the stone axe in hand, the Reaper soldier swiftly dispatched the beef into neatly cut portions. Meanwhile, a Titan used a sharpened branch to skewer the chunks of beef, crafting kebabs that he placed over the flames to roast. Soon, the air was filled with the delectable aroma of grilled meat. With both food and water concerns addressed, Fang Yuan felt a sense of relief. As night fell in the wilderness, the temperature dropped significantly, and the 4 Titans and 1 Reaper soldier huddled around the fire, enjoying the warmth and the roasted meat. Wait, why were there only 4 Titans? What had happened to the 5th? It suddenly dawned on Fang Yuan that he had dispatched 1 Titan to explore the surroundings. After a long day, he had momentarily forgotten about the missing Titan. As darkness enveloped the land, he grew anxious about the Titan's potential misfortunes. He turned to the nearest Titan with a worried expression and inquired. The Titan, sporting a simple smile, replied kindly, "My lord, please be at ease. We Titans are creations of the Earth Goddess. As long as we stand upon the ground, there exists a unique connection among us. Should anything happen to the Titan you dispatched, we would sense it. He is likely delayed by some task, and will return unharmed." Fang Yuan marveled, "Oh, you Titans possess such an ability?" Relieved to learn that the missing Titan was safe, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him. The remaining 4 Titans and the Reaper soldier, witnessing Fang Yuan's concern for their absent companion, felt a warmth in their hearts. Affirming that their leader was indeed a commendable master, their loyalty increased slightly. Suddenly, Fang Yuan seemed to recall something and looked up at the Titans and the Reaper soldier with curiosity. "By the way, do you have names?" Currently, Fang Yuan had 5 Titans and 1 Reaper soldier under his command. In the future, he intended to recruit more troops. Without names, it would not only be inconvenient to address them, but it would also be challenging to distinguish between similar units. Thus, he inquired if they possessed names of their own for ease of reference. The Titan closest to him appeared somewhat perplexed as he responded, "Our memories are a blank slate. Aside from knowing our racial traits and abilities, we cannot recall anything, including our names." The Reaper soldier interjected, "Since it is you, my lord, who summoned us, we would be honored for you to bestow names upon us." Fang Yuan hesitated. "You want me to name you? But I struggle to think of beautiful names." He wished to decline, yet the Titans and the Reaper soldier unanimously expressed their desire for him to name them. This predicament left Fang Yuan in a quandary. Naming a couple was manageable, but with the prospect of recruiting more troops, he would be consumed by the task of naming them daily. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yuan sheepishly suggested, "Then I shall refer to you by numbers. From left to right, Titan 1, Titan 2, Titan 3, Titan 4. And the one yet to return shall be Titan 5. As for the Reaper soldier, since there is only one, he shall be known as Reaper 1. Though these names lacked elegance, they were memorable and practical. Furthermore, this method could be applied sequentially as he recruited more units in the future. Fortunately, despite the unremarkable names, the Titans and the Reaper soldier expressed their approval of the new titles. Once the beef was ready, Fang Yuan eagerly stuffed his mouth with the tender meat, savoring each bite. Upon first tasting the beef, a delightful sweetness enveloped his palate, reminiscent of enjoying jerky back on Earth. Regrettably, the absence of seasoning rendered the flavor somewhat bland. Each unit of beef weighed approximately 1 kilogram. Fang Yuan typically consumed around 3 kilograms of beef daily to feel satiated. Ordinary farmers required merely 3 units of food per day. However, Titans exhibited astonishing appetites. One Titan could easily devour 10 units of beef in a single meal. The Reaper soldier, even more formidable, consumed 15 units before feeling satisfied. Truly, as a tier 10 unit, their prowess in battle was matched only by their incredible veracity. Nevertheless, in light of the benefits provided by the Titans, such amounts of food seemed trivial. As the owner of a hundredfold amplification system, Fang Yuan could easily harvest hundreds of kilograms of meat from a mere rabbit. Would he truly fret over sustaining a few titans and a reaper soldier? He encouraged them to eat freely, assuring them that there would be more than enough. The generous display of his lordship stirred a wave of gratitude within the titans and the reaper soldier, further enhancing their loyalty. As Fang Yuan feasted on the grilled kebabs, he retrieved the Book of Lords and turned to the relevant page, eager to see what conversations were taking place in the regional channel. This not only helped pass the time, but also allowed him to monitor the progress of others. As the day drew to a close, it became evident that Fang Yuan was the only lord to have upgraded his main city to level 2. No one else had achieved such advancement. The regional channel was abuzz with individuals offering basic resources, seeking to trade for food. However, few would part with their precious food supplies. The scarcity of food remained a pressing issue for most lords, many of whom were still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Upon arriving in this world, it became clear that the priority should not be gathering basic resources like wood and stone, but rather addressing the critical needs of food and water. While recruiting farmers was free, doing so meant committing to providing 3 units of food daily. Should the farmers remain unfed, their loyalty would wane. Many failed to grasp this crucial aspect, hastily recruiting 5 farmers at once, thereby necessitating the provision of a total of 15 units of food each day. In this chaotic land, the majority of animals were magical beasts, with ordinary wildlife being a rarity. Chapter 6. The Shock of the Crowd. Ordinary farmers stood no chance against magical beasts, thus few could hunt for meat in the early stages. Their only option was to forage for food. In the forest, there exists an abundance of berry thickets and wild mushrooms, all of which can be considered sustenance. Relying on such provisions can sustain one for a considerable period. However, many unfortunate souls find their territories situated in extreme geographical locations such as deserts and ice fields. In such desolate places, not only is food scarce, but even water sources are non-existent. 10 units of sand for a wooden barrel of water. Damn it, my territory is in the desert, surrounded solely by sand. I am on the brink of dying from thirst. I am so hungry. Is there anyone who can provide me with some food? I would be willing to offer 5 million upon my return to Earth. You up there, are you out of your mind? Given the current circumstances, do you still think you can return to Earth? That is impossible. Is there a kind-hearted gentleman who could spare me some food? If you can provide me with just a morsel upon our next encounter, you may do as you wish with me. Which esteemed individual might bestow upon me some sustenance? I promise to repay you handsomely once I am prosperous. Food is the most sought-after commodity for the majority. It is not merely to satiate one's hunger, but also to sustain the farmers who feed their families. Farmers are essential for resource gathering and development. If farmers are left hungry for too long, their loyalty wanes, and they may even resort to strikes. Those who shamelessly beg for alms find no one willing to assist them. Only through trade can one capture the attention of others. Currently, Fang Yuan possesses a substantial stockpile of 3,000 units of beef. With such an abundance of food, he need not worry about provisions for at least 10 to 15 days. However, fresh beef can only be preserved for about 4 to 5 days. Beyond that, it will spoil. Fang Yuan does not yet possess the blueprints for a drying rack, rendering him unable to dehydrate the fresh beef into jerky for long-term storage. If he does not consume it in time, all the remaining beef will inevitably spoil, resulting in a needless waste. Thus, Fang Yuan resolves to exchange a portion of his food for necessary items and resources. Presently, he is not lacking in basic resources such as wood, stone, and thatch, but he is in dire need of iron ingots. Upgrading to a level 2 main city requires 50 units of iron. Unfortunately, no mines have been discovered in the plains where Fang Yuan's territory is located, making iron extraction impossible. Therefore, he intends to use food to see if he can trade for iron ingots with other lords. After observing quietly for a while, he notes that, during this period, some individuals occasionally trade food in the regional channel, albeit only common items like berries and mushrooms. The quantity of food traded is minimal, rarely exceeding 2 digits. As soon as someone posts a food trading link in the regional channel, it is immediately snatched up. Clearly, everyone is keeping a close eye on the trading area. Whenever food is offered, regardless of the price, it is purchased without hesitation. At this moment, everyone understands that survival must take precedence over resource gathering for strength. After all, people are made of iron, and food is steel. Going without a meal is a dire situation, and the discomfort of hunger is unbearable. Let alone those unfortunate souls whose territories are in deserts and ice fields. Simply staying alive in such inhospitable places, without succumbing to heat or cold, is already a stroke of luck. If they cannot procure food from the regional channel, they are bound to starve. Currently, no one is trading meat in the regional channel. Fang Yuan decides to offer 300 units of beef to test the waters for an iron exchange. Beef at 300 units, each unit redeemable for 1 iron ingot. Fang Yuan posts the trading link for 300 units of unique beef in the regional channel. For every unit of iron ingot, one may exchange it for a unit of beef. Fang Yuan's price is undoubtedly high. The moment this trading information is released, it causes a sensation throughout the regional channel. Which esteemed individual is so audacious as to put forth 300 units of food, especially beef. Even I, alongside my farmers, struggle to catch a mere rabbit. Yet this lord can take down a wild buffalo. How impressive. Sir, could you possibly spare me a bit of meat? I am so pitiful. I have not eaten anything for an entire day. The regional channel where Fang Yuan resides boasts nearly 100,000 individuals. Among them, many have been fortunate enough to have their territories near mining sites, allowing them to dig for iron. In the early stages, numerous lords dispatched farmers to mines, resulting in the acquisition of iron ingots. There are quite a few lords who possess this precious resource. However, iron ingots are indeed rarer than basic resources like stone and wood, and their extraction is considerably more challenging. Ordinary farmers can only mine 2 units of iron per hour. Fang Yuan's demand for 1 unit of iron in exchange for 1 unit of food is quite steep, making it difficult for many to accept. Numerous lords cannot help but voice their complaints. This is outrageous. Is this how you conduct business? Why not resort to robbery instead? I toil all day to gather merely 10 units of iron, and you have the audacity to demand 1 unit of iron for a single unit of food? That is utterly ruthless. Although many are dissatisfied with Fang Yuan's exorbitant pricing, the scarcity of food compels several to grit their teeth and reluctantly exchange iron for beef. Within mere seconds, all 300 units of beef are traded away. Fang Yuan has successfully acquired 300 units of iron ingots from this transaction. This exchange has proven to be exceedingly profitable for Fang Yuan. However, many lament that their reaction time was too slow to secure any beef, and numerous posts flood the channel, pleading for Fang Yuan to offer more beef. Please, esteemed lord, could you provide a bit more beef? Damn, these people are too quick. I simply cannot compete. Lord, I do not possess iron. Can I barter other resources for beef? The requests for additional beef from Fang Yuan are plentiful. However, a greater number desire to exchange basic materials like wood, stone, and thatch for his beef. After all, lords situated near mines are still a minority, while most do not share such fortune. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yuan agrees to allow the exchange of basic resources for food. Wood, stone, and thatch can be stored for extended periods without issue. However, fresh beef, if left too long, will spoil and become inedible. At that point, the beef Fang Yuan has hoarded would go to waste, and rather than seeing it spoil, it would be wiser to trade it for resources. The Titans and Death Knights under his command are all at Tier 10 strength, easily capable of hunting a few Tier 1 magical beasts. Fang Yuan will not need to worry about food in the future. Given this, why not take advantage of the food scarcity to exchange for more resources? 700 units of beef, each unit redeemable for 25 units of wood, 20 units of stone, 25 units of thatch, 30 units of sand, or 1 unit of iron. Fang Yuan promptly lists 1/3 of his unique beef for trade. Chapter 7. The Allure of Beef. Wow, this lord is simply incredible. This time he is offering a staggering 700 kilograms of beef, combined with the previous 300 kilograms, totaling 1,000 kilograms. Where on earth did you procure such an abundance of beef, esteemed lord? Surely, your territory is surrounded by ordinary animals. Alas, what misfortune has befallen me? Why is my territory surrounded by such ferocious beasts? Look, everyone, the esteemed figure's ID is Fang Yuan. Could he be the legendary individual who first upgraded the main city? Indeed, it is true. I never expected that the illustrious Fang Yuan would be in our vicinity. I implore the Great One to assist us. Should he lend a hand, I would gladly serve him as a humble disciple in return. Fang Yuan, dear sir, I seek your patronage. I am but 18 years old this year, a student at a dance academy, and I am amenable to any posture. Fang Yuan's trade message was akin to casting a bomb into a tranquil pond, igniting a frenzy among all in the regional chat. Who would have thought that the world's first main city upgrader was hidden in their midst? And with a single gesture, he produced a staggering 1,000 units of beef. Initially, when Fang Yuan presented 300 units of beef, many believed he had merely experienced a stroke of luck in slaying a wild buffalo. After all, one could find many who stumble upon fortune in this world. A buffalo yields a mere 400 kilograms of edible meat at most, so when Fang Yuan revealed 300 kilograms, it was assumed he could only present an additional 100 units. Yet, much to their astonishment, Fang Yuan unveiled a massive 700 kilograms of beef. Altogether, that amounted to a staggering 1,000 kilograms. Such extravagance. Many speculated that this bounty of beef was likely a reward bestowed upon Fang Yuan for being the first to upgrade the main city. However, the majority had no time for idle conjecture, as they hastily exchanged their resources for beef, fearing that if they hesitated, the meat would vanish before their eyes. In less than 10 seconds, the 700 units of beef Fang Yuan had just listed were snatched up entirely. From this transaction, Fang Yuan acquired 7,500 units of wood, 5,000 units of thatch, 3,000 units of sand, 160 units of stone, and 20 units of iron. The resources obtained were neatly arranged beside his little wooden cabin. Fang Yuan beamed with satisfaction, for he had made a small profit while addressing his surplus beef. At that moment, a private message caught Fang Yuan's attention. Dear sir, may I trade an item blueprint for some beef? I only require 10 units. Item blueprints are indeed valuable. With a blueprint in hand and sufficient resources, one could continuously produce items. Regardless of quality, blueprints are rare and precious in the early stages, and scarcely anyone would trade such a rarity for mere food. Fang Yuan was pleasantly surprised to encounter someone willing to barter an item blueprint. However, since someone dared to sell, Fang Yuan was equally bold in his willingness to purchase. Of course, he replied, but I must first see what the blueprint entails. Without further ado, the individual sent the blueprint via private message. Item blueprint, white quality, simple wooden bed. A wooden bed? Quite splendid. Just what Fang Yuan needed, for his little wooden cabin lacked a bed, and he had been troubled by the thought of sleeping on the hard floor at night. Now, with a bed, he could finally avoid the discomfort of the cold ground. He promptly initiated the trade, exchanging 10 units of beef for the wooden bed blueprint. Simple wooden bed, 10 wood, for rope, 1 beast skin. After the transaction was complete, Fang Yuan glanced at the regional chat, which had erupted into fervent discussion due to his actions. Unfazed, he casually perused the messages before setting aside the Lord's book and focusing on savoring the beef before him. After swallowing the last morsel, Fang Yuan leaned back. His eyes glazed from satisfaction. Once the Titans had finished their meal and relaxed, they began using rudimentary stone axes to carve wood, crafting wooden bowls, cups, and other utensils. Meanwhile, the Death Knights stood vigil beside Fang Yuan, ever watchful for any signs of danger. With 7 days of protection, their territory was shielded from any attacks, resting within an absolute zone of safety. As everyone remained within the confines of the territory, Fang Yuan felt no trepidation regarding potential threats. Therefore, he instructed the Death Knights to sit and take a breather, reminding them to learn to relax and balance work with leisure. The Death Knights dutifully obeyed Fang Yuan's command. As every word from him was regarded as a task to be fulfilled, they settled by the campfire, sitting cross-legged in close proximity to Fang Yuan. Their expressions still filled with vigilance, their stone axes gripped tightly. Even when ordered to rest, their alertness remained unwavering. Fang Yuan surmised that the Death Knights would likely not relinquish their weapons even during sleep. The wooden utensils crafted by the Titans, though simple in design, exuded an ancient and profound aura. As creations of the Earth Goddess, the Titans possessed gentle and sincere natures, cherishing peace. The utensils they fashioned radiated a sense of timeless steadiness. Fang Yuan casually picked up a freshly carved wooden cup, filling it with cool spring water from a nearby barrel, and took a hearty sip. Sated and refreshed, he reclined on the soft grass, lying in a starfish position. Rubbing his round belly, he let out a satisfied belch. There is nothing more gratifying than enjoying a hearty meal after a long day of toil, and then lying down comfortably without a care in the world. After a brief repose, Fang Yuan rose from the ground, wiping away the remnants of meat from the corners of his mouth. Although there were 7 days of protection, during which the territory was entirely safe, Fang Yuan nonetheless arranged for the Titans and Death Knights to take turns keeping watch at night, starting with the Death Knights. Followed by Titan 1 and Titan 2 in succession, each would stand guard for 2 hours before rotating. Next, Fang Yuan opened the Lord's book and turned to the crafting page, promptly creating 6 simple wooden beds. The simple wooden beds were indeed aptly named. Their design was exceedingly basic. In addition to his own bed, Fang Yuan ensured that he crafted sleeping arrangements for the Titans and Death Knights as well. After all, sleeping on a bed was far more pleasant than enduring the cold, hard floor. Fang Yuan was not a miser, given the means. He naturally sought to enhance the living conditions of his subordinates. Returning to the wooden cabin, Fang Yuan lay upon the somewhat rigid wooden bed. Though it lacked the comfort of the plush mattress he had once known on Earth, in this environment, having a windproof shelter and a reasonably comfortable bed was already commendable. After all, most people that night endured hunger and the biting cold, curled up on the unforgiving floors of drafty wooden cabins. Chapter 8. The Return of the Titans. At the break of dawn the next day, Fang Yuan was roused from his slumber by the commotion outside. He blinked his bleary eyes and stretched lazily, then rose from the bed and slipped on his shoes before heading outside. Upon opening the cabin door, he was greeted by the sight of a Titan he had dispatched for exploration returning, looking travel-worn and weary, as if he had journeyed a great distance and appeared somewhat fatigued, clearly lacking proper rest. Upon seeing Fang Yuan, Titan 5 rushed to him without pausing to quench his thirst, respectfully addressing him. Esteemed Lord, I have diligently fulfilled your command by thoroughly surveying the entire expanse of the plains that encompass our domain. Upon uttering these words, Tai Wu produced a rough wooden board from behind him and presented it to Fang Yuan with both hands. As Fang Yuan accepted the board, he beheld a rudimentary map sketched in black charcoal, with several locations marked distinctly. From the simplistic map, crafted by Tai Wu, it was evident that Fang Yuan's territory was situated at the heart of the plains. The vastness of this expanse exceeded Fang Yuan's initial expectations. According to Tai Wu, it took him an entire day and night to explore the entirety of the plains after departing from the territory, thus accomplishing the task assigned by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was both amused and exasperated, for he had merely intended for Tai Wu to explore a radius of 10 miles to ascertain the presence of any superior resource points in the vicinity before returning to report. It was partly his fault for not articulating his instructions clearly, leading Tai Wu to misunderstand his intentions and explore the entire expanse instead. Fortunately, as a Tier 10 warrior, Tai Wu managed to complete such a monumental task while only exhausting 2/3 of his stamina. Had an ordinary peasant attempted this task, they would likely have succumbed to fatigue long before completion. Tai Wu executed the assignment with remarkable success, even exceeding expectations. While Fang Yuan felt a sense of gratification, he was also filled with concern, for Tai Wu had gone an entire day and night without rest or sustenance to fulfill the exploration task. The previous night, there remained a considerable amount of roasted beef and fresh water, which Fang Yuan had intended for his breakfast that day. However, upon seeing that Tai Wu had not yet eaten, he generously offered all the food to him. Tai Wu, having been famished throughout the day, accepted without hesitation, devouring an astonishing 10 kilograms of roasted beef in one sitting. Once Tai Wu had satisfied his hunger, Fang Yuan promptly instructed him to return to the dwelling and rest well, absolving him of any further duties for the day. As Tai Wu returned, he presented Fang Yuan with the spoils he had gathered from his exploration of the area surrounding the territory. Occasionally, one might stumble upon discarded blueprints and broken equipment in the wilderness. It seemed that fortune favored Tai Wu this time, as he had discovered an iron sword and a blueprint. Fang Yuan examined their attributes. Iron sword, white quality, attribute, level 1 sharpness. A white quality iron sword was quite commendable. It was, in fact, the first weapon Fang Yuan possessed. Brandishing the sword with a few simple swings, he nodded in satisfaction before stowing it away. He then turned his attention to the blueprint. Level 1 warehouse blueprint, wood 1000, stone 500, thatch 500, hemp rope 50. With the warehouse blueprint in hand, Fang Yuan could finally address the predicament of having no place to store the resources in his territory. After recording the warehouse blueprint in the Lord's book, he constructed 3 warehouses. Each level 1 warehouse could accommodate 10,000 units of goods, totaling 30,000 units across all 3, ample for current needs. Once the warehouses were established, Fang Yuan, alongside his titans, transported all the scattered resources from around the territory into the newly built warehouses. The haphazardly piled resources not only occupied space, but were also inconvenient. Once these tasks were completed, Fang Yuan reignited the campfire with a flint and retrieved the beef from the warehouse to prepare breakfast. For this meal, the Titans and the Death Guards consumed nearly 30 units of beef, not including the food Tai Wu had just eaten. In total, approximately 100 units of food were required to satiate all the Titans and Death Guards. Fortunately, with the hundredfold amplification system, Fang Yuan was not lacking in provisions. If he were to encounter other lords, they would surely find themselves bankrupt from feeding such high-tier warriors. After breakfast, the Titans resumed their gathering of resources nearby, while Fang Yuan dispatched the Death Guards to hunt. The beef he sold the previous night had yielded a substantial amount of resources from other lords, leading Fang Yuan to believe he had discovered a lucrative path. In the early stages, most lords struggled to secure a steady food supply, whereas Fang Yuan could effortlessly hunt magical beasts for copious amounts of meat. Trading food for various resources from other lords was also a prudent strategy. With a 7-day protection period for the territory, Fang Yuan felt secure remaining within its confines, rendering the protection of the Death Guards unnecessary. Thus, he sent them out to hunt. Before they departed, Fang Yuan entrusted the iron sword Tai Wu had found to the Death Guards. Initially, there were no weapons or equipment in Fang Yuan's territory, and the Death Guards were currently wielding stone axes as weapons, which were merely tools for lumbering and hardly qualified as weapons. Although the Death Guards did not voice their discomfort, Fang Yuan surmised that wielding a stone axe as a weapon must have been quite cumbersome for them. Moreover, based on the skills of the Death Guards, they were likely equipped to use swords and shields. Upon receiving the iron sword from Fang Yuan, the Death Guard's eyes, dark as water, suddenly gleamed with a chilling intensity. Accepting the iron sword, he caressed its blade and nodded in satisfaction. With a profound sense of gratitude, he addressed Fang Yuan. "Thank you, my lord, for bestowing upon me this weapon. For a seasoned warrior, perpetually yearning for the thrill of battle, there exists no greater joy than acquiring a fine weapon." Without a backward glance, the Death Guard departed, and one could only anticipate the bloodshed that awaited the magical beasts across the plains. After the Titans and Death Guards left, Fang Yuan took a deep breath. It was time to attend to serious matters. The previous night, he had exchanged 300 units of beef for 300 units of iron blocks to upgrade the main city and barracks. After the first upgrade of the main city, he received a reward, and he wondered if he would receive another reward for this upgrade. Gazing at his humble wooden dwelling, Fang Yuan murmured to himself as he withdrew the Lord's book and confirmed the upgrade of the main city. Materials required for upgrading main city: wood 5,000, stone 1,000, thatch 500, beast skin 300, hemp ropes 60, iron blocks 50. The main city began its upgrade, enveloped in a radiant white light. Approximately 10 minutes later, as the white light dissipated, a brand new wooden house emerged before Fang Yuan's eyes. The upgraded wooden house appeared significantly sturdier than its predecessor, with a design that was both aesthetically pleasing and refined. Chapter 9, Upgrade. Level 3 Advanced Wooden House, Main City. Population, 6, maximum, 50. Storage, 5,000, maximum, 10,000. Recruitment, farmers are free. Materials required for further upgrades: wood 5,000, stone bricks 5,000, granite 500, leather 300, sand 100, iron blocks 100. The upgrade to the advanced wooden house not only required a greater variety of materials, but also necessitated stone bricks, a resource that needed to be synthesized. Currently, Fang Yuan did not possess the blueprint for stone bricks, thus halting the upgrade of the main city for the time being. He would need to gather the blueprint for stone bricks before embarking on the next upgrade. This upgrade left Fang Yuan feeling somewhat disheartened. He had stood there for an extended period, awaiting the sound of an upgrade reward prompt that never came. Alas, Fang Yuan let out a resigned sigh, acknowledging that he had perhaps overthought the situation. Initially, he had anticipated the possibility of receiving an upgrade reward. However, it seemed that such rewards were only granted upon the first upgrade. The wooden stronghold allowed for the recruitment of 5 farmers each day, refreshing every 24 hours, as long as the total population did not exceed the limit. Yesterday, Fang Yuan had successfully recruited 5 titans, and today he was once again able to recruit farmers. He promptly navigated to the recruitment page in the Lord's Book and confirmed the recruitment of farmers. Successfully recruited farmers, triggering a hundredfold increase for titans. Successfully recruited farmers, triggering a hundredfold increase for titans. Successfully recruited farmers, triggering a hundredfold increase for titans. A cascade of golden light flickered as 5 titans emerged sequentially from the wooden stronghold. They stood in neat formation before Fang Yuan, bowing respectfully as they greeted him. "Greetings, esteemed lord." Fang Yuan nodded, smiling as he welcomed them. "I am delighted to have you join my domain. From this day forth, this shall be your warmest and most comfortable home." To facilitate distinction, Fang Yuan assigned names to the 5 newly recruited titans in order from left to right: Tai 6, Tai 7, and Tai 8. Fortunately, the titans did not disdain their names. Rather, they felt a sense of joy at being bestowed with names by Fang Yuan. At that moment, Tai 1 and the others returned with the resources they had gathered, and Fang Yuan introduced them to one another. He then organized the 10 titans into a small team, appointing Tai 1 as the team leader. This titan team was tasked specifically with resource collection. Subsequently, Fang Yuan upgraded all the buildings within his territory that were eligible for enhancement. Level 3 Warehouse. Storage, 20,000. Upgrade, wood 5,000, stone brick 1,000, sand 500, leather 100, iron block 100, hemp rope 50. Level 2 Barracks. Recruitable, militia, spearman. Militia, food 3, soul gem 1. Spearman, food 5, soul gem 1. Upgrade, wood 5,000, stone brick 5,000, sand 500, leather 100, iron block 200, hemp rope 40. Level 3 Comfortable Residence. Increase, 15 population. Comfort level, 1. Upgrade, wood 1,000, stone brick 1,000, sand 500, iron block 100, leather 100. Having upgraded so many buildings in one go, Fang Yuan depleted the resources in his 3 warehouses. Fortunately, it would not be long before the resources collected by the titans would replenish the warehouses. However, if Fang Yuan wished to continue upgrading, he would require stone bricks as a crafting material. Thus, he had no choice but to pause the upgrades until he procured the blueprint for stone brick. The upgraded warehouse did not exhibit significant changes in appearance or size, except for an increase of 10,000 units of storage space. The barracks, upon upgrading, now allowed for the recruitment of spearmen, a diminished version of gunmen, which could also be considered a lower-tier infantry unit. Eventually, when the barracks were upgraded again, the spearmen would advance to gunmen. Regrettably, Fang Yuan currently possessed not a single soul gem, rendering him unable to recruit spearmen. After the comfortable residences reached level 3, they not only became sturdier and more comfortable, but also gained an additional attribute of comfort level. A higher comfort level would gradually enhance the loyalty of the troops residing within. This meant that if all his troops dwelled in such high comfort residences, the risk of betrayal and loyalty decline would be significantly mitigated. Elevating loyalty was notoriously challenging. Generally, once loyalty reached 85 points, further increases became increasingly difficult. As the residences levels rose, it was likely that the loyalty boosts would also become more substantial. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with the attribute of the level 3 residences. Time passed swiftly. As the sun ascended to its zenith, approaching noon, all members of the Titan team returned, bearing the fruits of their extensive resource gathering. The nearby resources had nearly been exhausted, compelling the Titan team to venture further afield for resource collection, necessitating additional time for transporting the gathered goods. Consequently, today's collection efficiency was not as high as the previous days. Nevertheless, with the addition of 5 new titans, the quantity of resources gathered surpassed that of yesterday. After transferring the resources to the warehouse, several titans began preparing to light a fire for cooking, while 2 others carried 4 wooden buckets to fetch water from a nearby source. Tai 1 approached Fang Yuan directly to report on the day's progress. "Esteemed lord, I bear unfortunate news to share with you. Fang Yuan looked at Taiwan, curious about the nature of the news. What is it? He inquired. Taiwan frowned slightly and replied, at our current collection rate, it won't be long before all the resources in the plains are completely exhausted. To continue gathering resources, we must leave the plains and seek out more distant locations. However, doing so will result in considerable time wasted during transport, diminishing the efficiency of our resource collection. This initial phase is critical for acquiring various foundational resources for rapid development. Slowing our collection speed now will inevitably allow others to surpass us swiftly. Do not underestimate the competition. Several fortunate individuals possess territories in extremely advantageous locations, boasting not only abundant foundational resources, but also several rare materials in their vicinity. If it weren't for the hundredfold increase system at my disposal, I fear that, in no time, they would leverage their resource advantages to flourish rapidly. In light of this situation, Fang Yuan had anticipated such a predicament earlier that morning after reviewing the map drawn by Tai 5. According to Tai 5, aside from a few basic resources, no advanced materials had been discovered in the plains. Although Fang Yuan's territory was situated in a vast and expansive plain, the resources therein were alarmingly scarce. There were no high-tier resources at all, and even the basic resources were in short supply. In just a few days, even the most rudimentary resources would be depleted. The territory itself was immovable, which meant that Fang Yuan would be confined to this barren wilderness for eternity. Chapter 10. The Bloodthirsty Spearman. Fang Yuan was not at all troubled by the scarcity of resources in his territory. As a seasoned player, how could he be daunted by such trivial matters? He calmly reassured his team, do not worry about gathering resources. If the resources in the plains are exhausted, we shall simply venture beyond the plains in search of new resource points. I refuse to believe that there are no resource-rich areas nearby. According to Tai 5's reconnaissance, the northern expanse of the plains led to wastelands. The southern boundary was the ocean, the western side was forested, and the eastern perimeter was mountainous. While it was true that Fang Yuan's territory in the plains was indeed somewhat resource-poor, it was surrounded by either the ocean or lush forests and mountains, areas that clearly promised rich resources. Fang Yuan felt no anxiety regarding future development. After a moment of contemplation, Taiwan added, however, if we leave the plains in search of resource points, the time spent transporting the resources back and forth will be considerable. The efficiency of our resource collection will significantly decline. Taiyi's concerns are not without merit. The Titans embark on a long journey from their territory, traversing the plains to gather resources from remote locations, only to transport everything back to their domain, which consumes an inordinate amount of time. With that time, the Titan teams could have amassed tens of thousands of units of resources in one go. Fang Yuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, no worries. You need not fear wasting time, as long as the resources are safely returned. The speed and quantity of resource gathering by the Titans far exceed that of ordinary farmers. Fang Yuan was utterly unconcerned about the time wasted by the Titans transporting resources, even if they squandered considerable time on the journey between the resource points and their territory. No ordinary farmers from other lords could hope to match the Titans' work pace. Therefore, Fang Yuan was not apprehensive about being surpassed by other lords. Before long, several Titans collaborated efficiently and swiftly prepared lunch. Coincidentally, the Reaper guards who had been hunting returned just then. Upon seeing the substantial haul of game slung over the shoulders of the Reaper guards, Fang Yuan knew his wait had not been in vain. The Reaper guards had successfully hunted a wild boar, 3 wolves, and 5 rabbits throughout the morning, these creatures being first-tier magical beasts, ferocious far beyond ordinary wildlife. The clean and precise sword wounds on them revealed that they had not suffered greatly, as they were effortlessly slain by the Reaper guards. As a 10th-tier unit, hunting was a trivial task for the Reaper guards, presenting no challenge whatsoever. With everyone gathered, it was time to dine. And today's lunch consisted once again of roasted beef. Fang Yuan beckoned the newly recruited Titans to sit by the campfire and share the meal. The newcomers felt somewhat restrained, only daring to sit down and eat after Fang Yuan's invitation. Meanwhile, he took it upon himself to butcher the game hunted by the Reaper guards. They yielded a total of 5,000 units of meat, 800 units of beast hides, 9 soul gems, along with various materials such as wolf claws and wild boar tusks. The presence of soul gems meant that Fang Yuan could once again recruit troops from the barracks. He decided to recruit a spear soldier first. Curious about what form the spear soldier would take after receiving a hundredfold enhancement. Taking out the Lord's book, he selected the spear soldier and confirmed the recruitment. Recruiting spear soldier triggers a hundredfold enhancement, resulting in blood frenzy spearman. A robust young man with crimson hair stepped forth from the barracks. Esteemed Lord, I am your most loyal subordinate, ready to heed your command at any moment. Fang Yuan promptly examined the attributes of the Blood Frenzy Spearman. Blood Frenzy Spearman, 10th tier. Stamina, 100. Loyalty, 80. Abilities, Combat, Attack. Skills, 1. Frenzied Charge. 10th level martial skill launches a Frenzied Charge, inflicting 3 consecutive stab damages on enemies within a designated area. 2. Heart of Slaughter. 10th level passive increases base damage after slaying a certain number of enemies. 3. Bloodthirst, 10th level passive attacking enemies allows the Blood Frenzy Spearman to heal himself. Similar to the Reaper Guards, the Blood Frenzy Spearman possessed 3 skills, of which only one was an offensive skill, while the other 2 were passive abilities. The configuration of skills suggested that the Blood Frenzy Spearman excelled in attacking and sustained combat. Furthermore, his second skill, Heart of Slaughter, was a relatively rare growth skill, capable of enhancing his damage through enemy kills, making it a commendable passive skill. Having recruited a new troop type, the first order of business was to bestow upon him a name for ease of reference. Struggling with naming, Fang Yuan chose to follow the naming conventions he had established for the Titans and Reaper Guards, naming the newly recruited Blood Frenzy Spearman Blood One. A simple and memorable appellation. With 8 soul gems remaining, Fang Yuan proceeded to recruit 4 additional Reaper Guards and 4 Blood Frenzy Spearmen. This time, as a matter of course, he named them from left to right. To facilitate command, Fang Yuan divided these 10 warriors into 2 squads, each led by Death One and Blood One. The addition of these 2 combat groups considerably enhanced the strength of Fang Yuan's territory. Once the 7-day protection period elapsed, he would possess sufficient power to defend his domain against invasion. In the afternoon, the Titan squad continued to gather resources on the plains, while the Reaper and Blood Frenzy squads ventured out to hunt. Fang Yuan pondered the large quantity of goods he had acquired by selling beef the previous night. With so much meat at hand, he could surely exchange it for an abundance of resources. However, he wondered whether selling such a large quantity of meat in the regional channel would lead to a drop in meat prices. After all, scarcity dictates value. If an item becomes too abundant, it loses its worth. Fang Yuan decided to first observe the situation in the regional channel before making a decision. I'm so hungry. I haven't found any food today. I'm close to starving. My farmers are utterly useless. When I sent them out to find food, they returned with merely a few pieces of bark and some sour fruits that barely satisfy my hunger. I long to go home, to my phone, to the delivery guy, to my chilled cola. Damn it, my territory is on an ice plain. There's not even a scrap of food, and I'm nearly frozen into a statue. Is there a kind soul who could send me some clothes? I wonder if the esteemed Fang Yuan will put beef on the market today. I collected a lot of resources to exchange for food. My farmers are not well fed, leading to a drop in loyalty and even a work stoppage. Remaining idle in the territory, I nearly exhausted myself collecting resources. Chapter 11, Stone Spear. It appears that everyone is still in dire need of food. The regional channel is bustling with approximately 10,000 individuals, yet only a select few among them manage to gather enough food. The only edible resources obtainable through foraging are wild berries and white mushrooms, both of which are the easiest to find and are commonplace edible wild plants throughout the chaotic continent. With the sour berries and dry white mushrooms, they 1T starve outright. Initially, very few can acquire meat through hunting magical beasts. Knowing this, Fang Yuan no longer worried about the devaluation of his meat. At least for now, meat remains a valuable commodity. Although the meat he sells is somewhat pricey, at least it provides sustenance and prevents starvation. Rather than futilely attempting to hunt, it is far more prudent to trade resources for food, ensuring both safety and a stable supply chain. With this thought, Fang Yuan promptly listed 5,000 units of meat for sale. As soon as this transaction information emerged, it incited exclamations of astonishment from others in the regional channel. The esteemed Fang Yuan is simply incredible. He has listed another 5,000 units of meat. How outrageous. Can the Great One share where he obtained such an abundance of meat? Haha, I finally managed to grab 2 portions of meat. I can finally eat. The meat Fang Yuan listed was disappearing at an astonishing rate, and soon, all 5,000 units were exchanged, yielding Fang Yuan a veritable treasure trove of basic resources. In the regional channel, there were a staggering 100,000 participants. The 5,000 units of meat that Fang Yuan had put up for sale were utterly insufficient, leaving many unable to seize any due to their slower reflexes. At this moment, someone sent Fang Yuan a private message. Upon opening it, he recognized the sender as the girl with whom he had traded a wooden bed the previous night, named Weninghan. Could it be that she had come across another blueprint to barter today? Fang Yuan mused to himself. As he read Weninghan's message, his initial conjecture was confirmed. She wrote, "Hello, young man. I found another blueprint today. Can I exchange it for some meat?" She promptly attached the item blueprint as well. Weapon blueprint, white quality, stone spear, flint 3, wood 1, hemp rope 1. To his surprise, it was indeed a weapon blueprint. This was quite a valuable find. Fang Yuan responded immediately. "Would you be willing to trade it for 30 units of meat?" "Of course, thank you, young man." Weninghan replied. After completing the transaction, she logged off. Thus, Fang Yuan acquired his second weapon blueprint. This particular blueprint was of white quality, while he already possessed a dark gold quality weapon blueprint. Regrettably, lacking the materials to forge dark gold weapons, he could only gaze at it longingly. With the newly acquired blueprint for the stone spear, Fang Yuan could now equip his combat units with weapons. Currently, aside from the Reaper who wielded a decent iron sword, the other 9 were armed only with stone axes and picks. Seated before his wooden cabin, Fang Yuan crafted 20 stone spears. In addition to the Reaper and the bloodthirsty spearmen, he also took the opportunity to prepare weapons for the Titans. As the Titans would soon venture beyond their territory to gather resources, it was prudent for them to carry weapons for self-defense in case of danger. Upon the return of the Reaper and bloodthirsty teams from their hunt, Fang Yuan distributed the stone spears among them. The bloodthirsty spearmen's eyes lit up at the sight of the stone spears, eagerly accepting them and skillfully wielding them with satisfaction. However, the Reaper, upon picking up a spear and testing its weight, shook his head and remarked, "It's too light." The Reapers preferred heftier, more powerful one-handed weapons. And the advantage of the stone spear lay in its agility and range, which did not appeal to them. For the Reapers, one-handed weapons paired with shields were their forte. With no other weapon blueprints at hand, Fang Yuan had no choice but to allow the Reapers to continue using their stone axes for the time being. He promised to provide them with better weapons as soon as new blueprints became available. That evening, a blood-red moon hung high in the night sky. Fang Yuan then realized that the moon in this chaotic land was indeed crimson. The previous night, thick clouds had obscured it from view. Dinner, predictably, consisted once more of roasted meat. To be frank, having roasted meat 3 times a day was beginning to wear on Fang Yuan. He yearned for some fruit to cleanse his palate. Thus, he sent out a message in the regional channel, inquiring if anyone was selling fruit. His recent extravagant behavior had made him somewhat of a celebrity in the regional channel. As soon as he spoke, the chat erupted into a flurry of activity. What is going on? Did the big shot go bankrupt and run out of meat, hence needing to buy food? Indeed, the big shot must be broke. If he had any meat left, who would want those bland fruits? No. I toiled all day gathering resources hoping to trade for more meat from the esteemed Fang Yuan. Yet it seems he has fallen on hard times. Seeing these messages, Fang Yuan felt a sense of helplessness and subsequently posted again. I've been eating meat for every meal these past few days, and it feels too greasy. I'd like to switch it up for something lighter. I'm willing to trade 1 unit of meat for 5 units of fruit. The revelation that Fang Yuan had not gone bankrupt, but rather was simply tired of meat, sparked a wave of envy. How ostentatious. I genuinely envy you, Fang Yuan. Meanwhile, I can only subsist on berries and gnaw on tree bark. Please, Fang Yuan, take me under your wing and throw me some food. Oh dear. In my territory, there is no shortage of fruit. I've been feasting on fruit daily. My palate is practically withering away. Ultimately, Fang Yuan engaged in a trade with a young man named Lu Xiaohua, exchanging 2 units of meat for 10 units of fruit. In the course of their conversation, he learned that Lu Xiaohua's territory was nestled within a canyon, devoid of peril and signs of monstrous upheaval, rendering it quite safe. Most importantly, the canyon was abundant with fruit trees, offering a variety of fruits, including many unknown to Earth. Living in such a territory, Lu Xiaohua need not worry about food. Despite the bountiful food supply, other resources were exceedingly scarce. Particularly, wood was in short supply, as nearly all the trees in the canyon were fruit-bearing, and Lu Xiaohua was understandably reluctant to fell them. For the past few days, Lu Xiaohua, much like Fang Yuan, had been trading food for other material resources. Naturally, Lu Xiaohua's fruits were not as valuable as Fang Yuan's meat. 1 unit of fruit could only be exchanged for 4 units of wood, 3 units of stone, or 5 units of thatch. Fortunately, fruit was easy to harvest, enabling Lu Xiaohua to scrape by. Chapter 12, Challenge Tasks. However, even an abundance of fruit would eventually dwindle, and it remained uncertain how long Lu Xiaohua's fruit supply could last. 1 unit of fruit was roughly equivalent to 1 kilogram, and Fang Yuan had traded for 10 kilograms in total. He laid all the fruits out beside the campfire, allowing the Titans, Reapers, and bloodthirsty spearmen to help themselves. Among these fruits were varieties that Fang Yuan recognized, such as apples and bananas, although their appearances differed slightly from those he had seen on Earth. Here, apples were purple and tasted somewhat like strawberries, while bananas were pink and had a mildly spicy flavor. There were also many fruits he had never encountered before. The Titans, however, were quite familiar with these fruits and eagerly explained each one to Fang Yuan. One particular fruit resembled sugarcane, with a peel that could be removed to reveal red flesh inside, tasting remarkably akin to jelly from Earth. Soft and tender, it was fragrant and delightful. Fang Yuan could not resist devouring 3 of these sugarcane-like fruits before pausing. Another fruit resembled a watermelon, but upon slicing it open, the flesh had a texture reminiscent of bread. Fang Yuan marveled at the wonders of the species on this chaotic continent. When it came time for night watch, he found that he no longer required the Titan's assistance. The Reaper and bloodthirsty teams were sufficient to take turns on guard duty. The following morning dawned with overcast skies, ominous clouds gathering as if rain were imminent. The arrangements mirrored those of the previous day, with the Titans dispatched to gather resources while the Reaper and bloodthirsty teams set out to hunt. Fang Yuan, feeling somewhat bored, remained in the territory, quietly observing the lively chatter in the regional channel. In this world, so bereft of entertainment, this was the only way to pass the time. In the span of 3 days, most individuals have adapted to the chaotic life on this tumultuous continent, managing to scrape by. Yet as a new day dawns, I find myself utterly overwhelmed. I beseech anyone who can escort me back home. In return, I would gladly relinquish my company and all my worldly possessions as a reward. To those above, it has been 3 days. Do you still cling to the fantasy of returning home? It is time to confront reality. Is there a kind soul willing to lend me a piece of clothing? I am on the frozen plains, nearly suffocating from the cold. I feel as though my very essence is at risk of freezing. Given your pitiable state, I would even offer my personal undergarments to you for free. Get lost. If you were a woman, I might reluctantly accept, but you, a grown man, offering me your undergarments. How revolting. Why is it acceptable for women, but not for men? This is blatant gender discrimination. Observing the antics of the other ludicrous lords, Fang Yuan felt a twinge of amusement amidst the monotony. Thunder rumbled ominously. The sky crackled with lightning, unleashing a cacophony that resonated in the air. Fang Yuan frowned. It appeared a tempest was imminent. As the thunder subsided, torrential rain descended like a cascade of pearls, drenching everything in its path and creating a symphony of splashes akin to a myriad of miniature fountains. At this moment, the Titans, Death's Guardians, and bloodthirsty gunmen were hastily retreating to their territory. Although they had set off at the first hint of thunder, they were ultimately caught in the downpour, returning soaked to the bone. Upon reaching their domain, they sought refuge in their respective shelters to escape the rain. Fortunately, as elite Tier 10 soldiers, their robust physiques were resilient to the rain. A mere soaking would not harm them. Stripping off their wet garments and hanging them to dry, they were soon restored. However, if Fang Yuan were to be caught in the rain, he might very well succumb to a cold, lacking any healing potions by his side. Such a misfortune would be quite troublesome. The fierce winds whipped the torrential rain against the wooden walls like countless lashes. The downpour cascaded from the heavens, the darkened sky seeming to threaten collapse. Wind pursued rain, rain chased wind, as they conspired to engulf the ominous clouds above, immersing the world in a deluge. Peering through the window, Fang Yuan observed the surroundings. The ground was transformed into a swirling river, with countless splashes erupting in a chaotic dance, blurring the landscape into an indistinct haze. The intensity of the rain seemed both bizarre and uncanny. Surely, within this realm, if it rained here, it must rain elsewhere too. Casting a glance at the regional chat, he noticed everyone conversing normally, without a mention of the deluge. Could it be that only his territory was besieged by rain? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, revealing a peculiar figure within his territory. This entity was remarkably robust and hefty, towering over 2 meters, its form appearing translucent, as if composed entirely of water. Thankfully, Fang Yuan's keen eyesight allowed him to discern its presence. The water elemental advanced steadily through the relentless rain. Drawing closer to Fang Yuan's wooden abode, an icy shiver traversed his spine, and his scalp prickled with alarm. A mysterious, unknown creature had intruded upon his domain, and it was evidently approaching him. Isn't there a 7-day grace period for territories? By all accounts, monsters should not be able to enter during this 7-day span. His territory should be in absolute safety. So why was there a mysterious creature within his confines? Without time to ponder further, Fang Yuan reacted swiftly, flinging open the window and shouting desperately, "Enemies! Enemies have infiltrated the territory." His urgent cries captured the attention of the enigmatic figure, allowing him to witness it raise an arm formed from concentrated water, instantly conjuring a water arrow, which shot towards him with lethal speed. At that moment, the Death's Guardians and bloodthirsty gunmen, having heard Fang Yuan's distress call, burst forth from their quarters. They had no time to don their garments, kicking open the door with expressions of fury and determination etched upon their faces as they charged out. The Death's Guardians rushed towards Fang Yuan, one wielding an iron sword, swiftly positioning himself at Fang Yuan's window to shatter the water arrow. The remaining guardians surrounded Fang Yuan's wooden shelter, their vigilance unwavering. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty gunmen, brandishing stone spears, advanced menacingly towards the water elemental. Startled yet resolute, Fang Yuan recalled the resonant, commanding voice that had explained the rules of this chaotic land to all newcomers. Challenge task: Water Elemental Assault. Task details: a torrential downpour. The water elemental has infiltrated your territory through the rain, and your task is to eliminate all invading water elementals and defeat the water elemental king. Task reward: 1 mysterious treasure chest. Chapter 13, Water Elemental. Fang Yuan could not suppress a vehement curse. What a ludicrous task. Had he not sensed something amiss and inadvertently discovered the water elemental's presence in his territory? Alerting the Death's Guardians and bloodthirsty gunmen in time for their assistance, he would have been caught off guard as the water elemental stealthily approached his wooden door, ready to dispatch him effortlessly. Cursed challenge task. Why had they not informed him sooner? Instead of waiting for him to uncover the water elemental's ambush before notifying him of this so-called challenge task, faced with such an unexpected challenge, Fang Yuan was left utterly unprepared, nearly falling victim to the water elemental's assault. Had the Guardians arrived a moment later, he could very well have been struck down by the water arrow. With a flash of anger crossing his face, Fang Yuan suspected that this task might be deliberately designed to ensnare him. Just then, the Titan squad arrived, wielding stone axes and picks, positioning themselves protectively beside Fang Yuan. As production units, the Titans lacked the swift reflexes of the combative Death's Guardians and bloodthirsty gunmen. Observing the failure of its ambush, the water elemental shed its disguise, revealing its true form. Water Elemental Elite, Tier 3. Skill: Water Arrow Technique, Level 3 Magic. With magic-inscribed wristbands as its skeletal structure, arcane constructs as its skin, flowing water as its lifeblood, and summoned water spirits from other planes as its elemental soul, the water elemental primarily utilizes water arrows for offense. Though lacking formidable defenses, its immense attacking power is enough to instill fear in its foes. The torrential rain obscured Fang Yuan's view, compounded by the fact that the water elemental was essentially a mass of flowing liquid, making it difficult to perceive in such conditions. Remaining within his wooden shelter, Fang Yuan peered outside, only to discover that his territory was encircled by more than a dozen water elementals. His main city was surrounded entirely by these creatures, encircling his wooden abode. Thankfully, the water elementals were not particularly powerful, merely Tier 3. The Death's Guardians and Bloodthirsty Gunmen, being Tier 10 soldiers, found dealing with the water elementals to be exceedingly manageable. Any water elemental daring to approach Fang Yuan's wooden shelter was swiftly dispatched by the vigilant Death's Guardians at his side. Holding a stone spear, Shui gazed at the water element before him, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A mere Tier 3 water element dared to invade their territory and attempt to harm their esteemed lord. Such audacity was truly a death wish. Like a ghostly apparition, Shui swiftly approached the water element. Before it could react, his stone spear struck like a venomous snake, piercing the core of its magical essence with deadly precision. The most fatal weakness of elemental creatures lay within their source of power and life, their magical core. This core was crucial for the water element to store its essence, akin to the significance of a human heart. Once the magical core was destroyed, the elemental life could no longer harness energy to sustain its existence, and its soul would dissipate. The unfortunate water element could not even unleash its signature water arrow technique before meeting its demise at Shui Yi's hands. The remaining water elements were swiftly dispatched by the other Blood Frenzy spearmen. Soon, the entire territory was cleared of water elements. The Blood Frenzy spearmen and titans patrolled the area, ensuring that no trace remained. Fang Yuan remained vigilant, as the mission details had explicitly stated that, in addition to these elite water elements, a water element lord had also invaded their domain. However, the water element lord had yet to appear, nor had any trace of it been found. As the torrential rain intensified, the water began to gather along an eerie path, forming a pool of water the size of a lake in front of Fang Yuan's wooden cabin, stagnating in place. This peculiar phenomenon naturally drew the attention of many. Arcane patterns began to emerge on the water's surface. Suddenly, a colossal figure erupted from the depths. It was a water element lord, towering over 3 meters, exuding a brilliant azure glow of magic. The water element lord was enveloped in flowing azure magical currents. Its upper body resembled that of a humanoid, while its lower half swirled like a vortex of water. Unlike the elite water elements, the lordess head bore a vague resemblance to human features. Water element lord, Tier 5. Skills: Freeze, Level 5 Magic. Water Arrow, Level 5 Magic. Upon seeing that the water element lord was a Tier 5 creature, Fang Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. He was not intimidated by the presence of this Tier 5 lord. A single Death Guardian or Blood Frenzy spearman could effortlessly vanquish the water element lord. Instead, he was curious as to why his challenge mission had summoned more than a dozen Tier 3 elite water elements along with a Tier 5 water element lord. Having only traversed this world for 3 days, if the challenge tasks were to maintain such difficulty, what hope would the other lords have? Most lords had yet to construct their barracks or recruit militia. At their current strength, they could barely contend with even ordinary Tier 1 magical beasts, let alone fulfill challenge missions. It was likely that a mere Tier 3 elite beast could easily massacre a multitude of lords. Fang Yuan speculated that this so-called challenge task was likely directed at him. After all, the nature of the task felt exceedingly peculiar. The 7-day protection period had not yet ended, yet a formidable wave of elite water elements had stealthily infiltrated his territory. Was it not said that the territory was absolutely secure? Yet, the water elements had still managed to breach it. Were it not for Fang Yuan's vigilance, he might have already met his demise. This situation seemed to suggest that someone was scheming against him. Could it be that someone had been secretly observing his territory, realizing he was progressing too quickly, and sought to eliminate him through this trial? A heavy sense of urgency settled upon Fang Yuan. This was the first time he felt such pressure in this world. Alas, poor water element lord. It had only just emerged from the water's surface, and before it could make a move, it was met with a flurry of spears from the waiting Blood Frenzy spearmen. As a creature of lordly caliber, its debut should have instilled awe and dread. Yet, the water element lord barely had time to assess its surroundings before being relentlessly pierced by 5 spears, shattering its magical core. Upon the water element lord's demise, the torrential rain ceased instantly, the clouds dissipated, and the weather returned to its usual clear skies. Congratulations, Lord Fang Yuan, on completing the trial mission. Reward: 1 mysterious treasure chest. The water element lord transformed into a radiant white light, ultimately coalescing into a silver treasure chest. Chapter 14, Powerful Magical Energy Potion. In addition to the reward from the mission, numerous spoils were dropped upon the deaths of the elite water elements and the water element lord, an equipment piece, several scrolls, and over a dozen soul gems. Magic Scroll, Level 3 Water Arrow. White quality. Upon use, it allows the casting of a Level 3 Water Arrow spell to attack enemies. Water Element Staff. Green quality. Attributes, Level 5 Magic Enhancement, Level 5 Water Element Affinity. Skill, Freeze, Level 5 Magic. The Water Arrow Magic Scroll was a treasure dropped by the slain elite water elements, totaling 3. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. Magic scrolls were indeed excellent treasures. He carefully stored the 3 delicate scrolls for future use. As a lord, Fang Yuan possessed no combat prowess, if left unprotected. Merely stepping outside his domain would result in being torn to shreds by the ruthless beasts lurking beyond. Ultimately, power was the ultimate truth in this chaotic land. Despite the formidable strength of his troops, Fang Yuan remained woefully weak. Should he encounter another ambush from water elements, he would have no recourse beyond calling for help. However, with the magic scrolls now in his possession, he could unleash spells instantly. Although the level 3 water arrow magic was not particularly potent, it afforded him a modicum of self-defense. The water element staff, a green quality weapon dropped by the water element lord, appeared to be a fine piece of equipment based on its attributes and skills. Regrettably, there were currently no magic type units in his territory, rendering the staff unusable for the time being. Moreover, the water element creatures had collectively dropped 15 soul gems. Fang Yuan stored the water element staff in the warehouse, intending to retrieve it later when he recruited magic type units. He set the soul gems aside to utilize for recruiting troops shortly. The mysterious treasure chest awarded for completing the trial mission, crafted from silver, appeared remarkably valuable. An information prompt appeared before Fang Yuan. The mysterious treasure chest can only be opened by the lord or a hero. Would you like to open it? Without hesitation, Fang Yuan replied, "Open." As the mysterious treasure chest opened, a dazzling light emanated from within. Simultaneously, he heard the system's notification chime in his ear. Acquired green building blueprint, flowing water altar. Triggered a hundredfold amplification to obtain the dark gold building blueprint, elemental temple. Acquired blueprints for green buildings, a mystical pool, triggering a hundredfold amplification into dark golden blueprints. The magical holy spring. Acquired blueprints for white quality equipment, the water arrow staff, triggering a hundredfold amplification into dark golden equipment blueprints, the river stick staff. Acquired a white quality potion, the energy potion, triggering a hundredfold amplification into a dark golden quality potion, the enhanced mana potion. Acquired rare resources, 10 elemental crystals, triggering a hundredfold amplification to 1,000 elemental crystals. Acquired rare resources, 10 green magic stones, triggering a hundredfold amplification to 1,000 green magic stones. Upon witnessing the contents of the treasure chest, Fang Yuan's heart danced between anguish and elation. His joy stemmed from the hundredfold amplification system, which had bestowed upon him an abundance of dark golden blueprints. The pain arose from the exorbitant materials required to construct these dark golden edifices. With the resources currently at his disposal, Fang Yuan found himself unable to amass the diverse materials necessary for the construction of dark golden buildings. Thus, he hastened to inscribe these blueprints into his lord's book, preferring to keep his mind untroubled by their existence. Nevertheless, the bounty within this treasure chest was indeed quite generous. Aside from the blueprints, there was also a potion and 2 varieties of rare resources. After the hundredfold amplification, the white quality energy potion transformed into a dark golden quality enhanced mana potion. The originally modest quantities of elemental crystals and green magic stones, which were merely 10 units each, had multiplied a hundredfold, now totaling 1,000 units. This trial mission could be deemed exceptionally fruitful. Truth be told, Fang Yuan yearned for 2 more attempts. Yet, the thought of the trial's repugnant nature quickly dissuaded him. The trial not only offered no hints, but also featured monsters that would ambush him, leaving him perpetually on edge. Fang Yuan was not keen on living in a state of constant apprehension. The properties of the elemental crystals and green magic stones were limited to their names and the designation of rare resources, with no further descriptions provided. Fang Yuan paid little heed, believing he would eventually come to understand their significance. After instructing Titan to transfer the elemental crystals and green magic stones into storage, Fang Yuan grasped the solitary potion extracted from the mysterious chest. Enhanced mana potion, dark golden quality. Consumption effect, grants energy value. Description: the prerequisite for casting magic is the perception of magical energy. The function of the mana potion is to enable ordinary individuals to acquire magical energy and perceive it, to become a powerful mage. After reading the description, Fang Yuan could no longer maintain his composure. By consuming this potion, he could transform into a mage capable of casting spells. Suppressing his excitement, Fang Yuan meticulously reread the introduction of the enhanced mana potion. He confirmed that this dark golden potion had the potential to turn an ordinary person into a mage. Possessing the enhanced mana potion equated to seizing an opportunity to elevate his own strength. At the very least, enhancing his personal power would significantly benefit his future development and personal safety. Fang Yuan licked his lips, and after a moment of contemplation, he resolved to consume the enhanced mana potion immediately. Having just completed the trial mission that very day, he hoped no further mishaps would occur. To avoid prolonged uncertainty and to swiftly attain his own power, Fang Yuan decided to take the potion right away, summoning the Death God Squad and Blood Frenzy Squad to guard him against any potential dangers. Standing in the center of the small cabin, surrounded by all his subordinates, each of whom gazed intently at Fang Yuan, he twisted open the potion's cap and brought it to his lips, catching a whiff of an odd coffee-like aroma. After a moment's hesitation, Fang Yuan downed the potion in one gulp. Its flavor was a peculiar blend of lemon and spice. Such a distorted taste contorted Fang Yuan's expression as well. Once he finished the potion, he closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the changes within his body. As time ticked by, 1 minute, 10 minutes, half an hour, Fang Yuan opened his eyes in bewilderment, questioning why he felt no change in his physique. Previously, while perusing web novels on Earth, he had read that when the protagonist consumed a potion or a heavenly treasure capable of significantly enhancing their power, a transformative effect akin to cleansing their marrow and refining their bones would surely occur. Chapter 15, Ice Spell. After waiting in vain, Fang Yuan felt none of the effects described in the novels. Could it be that the potion had malfunctioned? A glimmer of doubt flickered in his eyes. Ultimately, it was only after checking his attributes that he realized the potion had not failed. Fang Yuan. Occupation, Lord. Stamina, 70. Energy value, 100. He had forgotten that upon entering this world, a mysterious voice had mentioned that certain aspects of this world were digitized. Thus, Fang Yuan did not experience the transformative effects depicted in web novels. After consuming this potion, he had merely acquired an additional energy value attribute. Regardless, as long as the potion proved effective, that was what mattered. Fang Yuan was eager to cast a spell, yet regrettably, he possessed no magical skills. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that he had obtained a water element staff from slaying the water elemental lord. He promptly dispatched Titan to retrieve the water element staff from the warehouse. The water element staff measured 1 meter in length and weighed no more than a pound. Its overall design resembled flowing water, with a miniature sculpture of the water elemental lord adorning its top. Grasping the staff, Fang Yuan felt an inexplicable power coursing through him from the staff. Just as he pondered how to unleash a skill panel unexpectedly materialized before him, revealing a singular skill associated with the staff. Ice Spell. Fang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, how convenient. Here, one must acknowledge the advantages and conveniences of digitization. For those of them who had traversed into this world, digitization had bestowed exceptionally tangible benefits. Fang Yuan concentrated his mind, selecting the only skill available in the skill panel. A burst of frigid air suddenly materialized, soaring straight towards the wall opposite Fang Yuan. The wooden wall, upon contact with the icy gust, was instantly frozen, encased in a thick layer of ice, while the room's temperature noticeably dropped. The onlooking Titan, Death God soldiers, and Blood Frenzy gunmen erupted into applause and cheers. Lord, you are magnificent. Lord, you are truly powerful. Lord, you are extraordinary. Rather than basking in their praise, Fang Yuan felt a flush of embarrassment. The ice spell, a mere 5th-tier magic, was not as formidable as the 10th-tier skills wielded by his Death God soldiers and Blood Frenzy gunmen. If one were to compare the potency of skills, they far surpassed Fang Yuan's capabilities. However, possessing a 5th-tier magic represented a significant enhancement in Fang Yuan's strength, which in turn bolstered his confidence. Now, Fang Yuan yearned to venture beyond his territory, to explore the world outside. In the past, he had only dared to venture a short distance from his territory under the protection of the Death God soldiers to gather resources. This time, he wished to journey farther, beyond the plains where his territory lay, to witness the world beyond. Before departing, Fang Yuan decided to recruit additional warriors. After vanquishing the water elementals, a total of 15 soul gems were acquired, complemented by the soul gems obtained by the Reaper Squad and Blood Frenzy Squad during their beast hunts yesterday afternoon, bringing the total to 23 soul gems. Fang Yuan recruited 10 Reaper Guards and 13 Blood Frenzy gunmen from the barracks. The Reaper Guards excel in defense, while the Blood Frenzy gunmen are adept in combat. Furthermore, the Blood Frenzy gunmen can enhance their combat prowess during battles. Thus, the combat-oriented Blood Frenzy gunmen are more suited for external hunting missions, while the Reaper Guards are tasked with safeguarding the territory, serving as Fang Yuan as personal guard dedicated to his safety. The Reaper Guards possess formidable defensive capabilities, and with the enhancement of their aura skill, their defensive strength increases with the number of comrades of the same type present. In the future, they can also be equipped with a full set of armor. When facing enemy attacks, if the Reaper Guards form a protective circle around Fang Yuan, their amplified defenses will significantly bolster his safety. The time for recruiting farmers in the main city has refreshed, and Fang Yuan took the opportunity to recruit 5 Titans. After having lunch, Fang Yuan, accompanied by the 10 Reaper Guards, departed the territory to explore the wilderness. Outside the territory lies a relatively flat hilly landscape, punctuated by gentle slopes and low hills, all covered in a blanket of lush green grass, with some of it reaching up to a meter in height. As they traversed the plains, Fang Yuan recorded the characteristics of the nearby beasts and the terrain using specially made thin wooden boards and charcoal pencils. This outing also aimed to locate resource points. The resources on the plains would be exhausted in 2 days. Thus, the Titans would have to leave the plains to gather resources elsewhere. Seizing the opportunity, he planned to venture beyond the plains in hopes of discovering rarer resources like iron ore. Most of the beasts in the plains were weak, first-tier creatures. Upon seeing Fang Yuan and his group, they fled early, leaving Fang Yuan with no chance to practice his skills against them. After walking northward for over 3 hours, Fang Yuan and his companions were nearing the edge of the plains, with the northern wastelands canyon coming into view. At that moment, one of the guards suddenly exclaimed, "My lord, there is a second-tier beast ahead, perfect for practice." Fang Yuan looked up to see a peculiar creature standing about 1,000 meters away. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was a goat-like beast, seemingly lacking in intelligence. The guard was indeed correct. It was suitable for practice. However, just as he prepared to stealthily approach, he caught sight of 5 or 6 agile figures leaping out beside the goat beast. They were robust leopards, each as large as a water buffalo, simultaneously pouncing to attack the goat creature. Unexpectedly, the beasts engaged in a confrontation among themselves. "We must hurry, my lord," urged the guard. "Please wait, my lord." "Something appears amiss," he replied, his expression grave. "Something amiss?" Fang Yuan furrowed his brow, observing the leopards battling the goat beast. He noticed that critical parts of their bodies were adorned with armor, and they wore metallic headgear that exposed their eyes and mouths, with a sharp blade affixed on top. This did not seem characteristic of wild creatures. Fang Yuan's suspicions were confirmed when a peculiar roar echoed, and a large horde of imposing and fearsome figures surged forth. The small hill was almost entirely filled with them, numbering in the hundreds, each clad in worn armor and wielding axes, shrieking as they attacked the goat beast from all directions. These humanoid creatures exhibited remarkable prowess, their speed rivaling that of racing cars. They could leap 2 to 3 meters high, displaying formidable ferocity and combat capabilities. These enigmatic beings differed significantly from any creatures Fang Yuan had encountered before. Not only did they possess considerable strength, but their combat techniques were also quite sophisticated, exhibiting a degree of orderliness in their attacks rather than recklessly charging in. A resilient net ensnared the goat, and they launched a relentless assault, leaving the goat creature utterly defenseless. Chapter 16. The orc tribe. The mysterious beings proceeded to dismember the captured goat beast on the spot, raising its severed limbs in triumphant cheers. One of them retrieved a pile of entrails and tossed them to the ground, prompting the 6 leopards to swiftly gather and feast. These leopards were likely the beasts kept by the humanoid creatures, indicating that they even understood the concept of domestication. Fang Yuan and his group concealed themselves in the nearby grass, evading the gaze of these enigmatic beings. Fang Yuan's expression turned serious. The coordinated hunting and apparent understanding of domestication among these creatures suggested a certain level of intelligence. Possessing intelligence implies the capacity for thought and a degree of civilization. Fang Yuan quietly inquired of the guard beside him, "What are these creatures?" Based on the guard's earlier reaction, Fang Yuan believed he might have insight into the origins of these mysterious beings. After a moment of contemplation, the guard responded, "They are orcs." Fang Yuan, intrigued, asked, "Orcs? Are they formidable?" The guard nodded, replying, "The orc race is an intelligent species on the chaotic continent. Although the intelligence of lower-tier orcs is limited, the higher-tier orcs possess intellect comparable to that of humans. Orcs, also known as half-beasts, exhibit animalistic traits while possessing humanoid forms, capable of upright locomotion and manipulation of objects with their hands. The orc race is known for its brutality, bloodlust, and reverence for strength. Their greatest delight lies in slaughter and the plunder of all weaker beings not of their kind. Numerous structures can be seen in the northern wasteland, likely belonging to the orc tribe in front of them. The orcs who had just hunted the goat beast were presumably a hunting party responsible for sourcing food for their tribe. Most of the orcs in the hunting party are likely low-tier orcs with a strength of around 3 tiers, alongside a mid-tier orc with a strength of 4 tiers serving as the hunting party leader. After hearing the guard's explanation, Fang Yuan's expression grew solemn. The orc tribe was alarmingly close to his territory. Traveling at full speed from the orc tribe would allow them to reach Fang Yuan's territory in less than half a day. Having such a bloodthirsty and ruthless neighbor who revels in slaughter and plunder would surely bring unease. Fang Yuan furrowed his brow and quietly asked, "Do you know approximately how many orcs reside in the Northern Wastelands tribe?" The guard pondered for a moment before answering, based on the scale of the structures. That orc tribe likely has a population of several thousand. Orcs are a naturally warrior-like race, and when it comes to battle, every member becomes a soldier. If they were to discover Fang Yuan's territory, they would undoubtedly come to pillage and kill. Although Fang Yuan's Reaper Guards and Blood Frenzy Gunmen are both 10th-tier units, their numbers are still insufficient. In the face of lower-tier orcs, the Reaper Guards or Blood Frenzy Gunmen could manage to take on 100. However, the advantage of their units lies in their numbers in a legion, not in solitary combat. A singular combat unit would undoubtedly suffer against a horde of orcs. Currently, Fang Yuan's combat units comprised only 15 Reaper Guards and 18 Blood Frenzy Gunmen. Orc warriors could easily overwhelm them, exhausting the Reaper Guards and Blood Frenzy Gunmen's stamina through sheer numbers, ultimately leading to their demise. In the domain of Fang Yuan, The total population barely reached a mere 48, falling short of 50. Confronting tens of thousands of ruthless orcs with such a paltry number would surely spell disaster. Although the combat troops under Fang Yuan's command possessed high levels, their numbers remained woefully insufficient. To engage the orc tribe head-on at this juncture would undoubtedly result in dire consequences for himself. Thus, Fang Yuan resolved to bide his time, patiently awaiting the recruitment of sufficient combat units before addressing the orc tribe entrenched to the north. After slaughtering the goat beast, a hunting party composed of several hundred orcs roamed the wasteland with great fervor. Along their path, some magical beasts, upon sensing their presence, fled at a distance. The orcs, brandishing their weapons, eagerly pursued them, embarking on a new hunt. Once the orcs had departed, Fang Yuan and his companions emerged from the underbrush. Observing the retreating figures of the orcs, Fang Yuan instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, their hunting direction did not lead into his territory. For the time being, the orcs were unlikely to discover his domain, but it was merely a matter of time before they would inevitably scout his lands. When that day arrived, the orc tribe would undoubtedly dispatch raiding parties to pillage and slaughter within Fang Yuan's territory. During this window of opportunity, while his domain remained undetected by the orcs, it was imperative for Fang Yuan to develop rapidly and bolster his forces to prepare for future assaults. He inhaled deeply, casting a pensive gaze towards the direction of the orc tribe. Fortuitously, his outing had led him to inadvertently uncover the orcs' whereabouts. Had they scouted his territory first, a sudden and violent attack would have awaited him. Upon returning to his domain, the sky had begun to dim. The bloodthirsty gunman responsible for the hunt returned triumphantly, laden with a substantial bounty. In Fang Yuan's territory, there were currently 18 bloodthirsty gunmen, all members of the hunting team, with Blood One serving as their captain. Most magical beasts on the plains were of the first tier, with the occasional second-tier beast appearing. For the bloodthirsty gunmen, hunting these low-tier creatures offered no thrill, akin to foraging for mushrooms in a forest. The only distinction being that mushrooms do not flee, whereas beasts on the plains do so with great swiftness. After 2 hours, the hunting team had managed to catch merely 2 rabbits and a wild boar. The plains not only lacked resources, but magical beasts were also a rare sight. The hunting team had to traverse a considerable distance before encountering any beasts. Such inefficiency left Blood One quite dissatisfied. Consequently, he divided the hunting team into groups of 3, deploying a total of 6 groups across the plains, which indeed improved their efficiency significantly. Within 3 hours, the bloodthirsty gunmen successfully hunted 5 unicorn cattle, 10 wild boars, 20 gray wolves, and 30 rabbits. This harvest could be deemed exceptionally fruitful. Upon returning to his domain, Fang Yuan gazed upon the ground strewn with the spoils of their hunt, his expression illuminating with delight. At this moment, it was crucial for Fang Yuan to rapidly enhance his strength to confront the impending threat from the orc tribe. The swiftest method to bolster his territorial combat power was through a surge in military recruitment. Recruiting combat units necessitated soul gems. Fortunately, the bloodthirsty gunmen had returned with a substantial amount of prey, enabling Fang Yuan to acquire a significant number of soul gems. He patted Blood One on the shoulder, commending, "Well done. Your hunting team has truly been a tremendous asset." Blood One, basking in Fang Yuan's praise, could not help but smile with joy. With a sense of pride, he shot a glance at the stoic Death One beside Fang Yuan, flaunting a provocative smile. Death One merely cast a cold glance at Blood One, choosing to remain silent. After Fang Yuan had butchered the entire haul, he collected 30,000 units of meat, 67 soul gems, and a plethora of magical beast materials. With so much meat, it was impossible for Fang Yuan to consume it all. He planned to exchange the surplus for resources. After all, many lords were still struggling with food shortages, with numerous lords enduring a grueling routine of fasting for 3 days and only eating 1 meal. In truth, while lords might endure hunger, they could manage through it. It was merely a matter of eating fewer meals per day, provided they did not starve. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that lords were obligated to supply their farmers with 3 units of food daily. Should they fail to do so, the farmers' loyalty would wane. Once loyalty dipped below 80, farmers would become apathetic, and if it fell below 70, they would cease working altogether. With farmers on strike, resource collection would grind to a halt, stifling the development of the territory. After the 7-day protection period expired, they would be met with the ferocious beasts lurking outside their domain, leading to their gruesome demise at the hands of these creatures. Thus, even if the lords were on the brink of starvation, they were compelled to ensure their farmers were well fed. Consequently, Fang Yuan had no concerns about selling his surplus meat. Shortly thereafter, the Titans returned from gathering resources, and all the inhabitants of Fang Yuan's domain had assembled. He proceeded to inform the Titans about the orc tribe, advising them to remain cautious of the orcs in the northern wasteland, and to refrain from provoking them until they were adequately prepared for battle. With a few Titans tasked with preparing dinner, Fang Yuan sought a quiet spot to open the regional channel. At this hour, the other lords in the regional channel, having labored throughout the day, had settled down and were idly browsing the channel to pass the time. Fang Yuan promptly listed 10,000 units of meat. Meat, 10,000 units, exchange rate, wood, 25, stone, 20, thatch, 25, sand, 30, iron, 1. Goodness. Fang Yuan is becoming increasingly extravagant. This time he has listed a staggering 10,000 units of food, and it's all meat. Where on earth did he procure such a vast quantity of meat? Asking for clarification, I was just reveling in the joy of having hunted a single rabbit today, netting 3 units of rabbit meat, when Fang Yuan's grand display overshadowed my modest achievement. Hee, I had a hunch that Fang Yuan would put up meat for trade today. I toiled all day gathering resources just for this moment. Fang Yuan, dear brother, if resources are scarce, may I barter with you using my worn undergarments? I must discreetly inform you that they are lacy. Great lord, do not fall for her tricks. I exchanged 5 units of food for her lingerie, only to discover that the size was XXXL. Goodness gracious, the previous poster got the short end of the stick. Brother, if you have no use for that XXXL pair of underwear, could you kindly pass it along to me? Hey now, are you really that desperate? Have some standards. Standards? What standards can I afford while I'm freezing to death on this icy plain? I've been asking for 3 days in the regional channel if anyone has clothing for sale, yet no one has bothered to respond. But lace offers no warmth. Does it? Just shut your mouth. Who dares to question the matter shall meet their doom. Observing the unfortunate predicaments of others in the regional channel, Fang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Initially burdened by concerns about the orcs, he found solace in the realization that, compared to the plight of other lords, his circumstances were not as dire. Meanwhile, the listed meat was being rapidly depleted, vanishing entirely within mere minutes. Just then, a message popped up in Fang Yuan's friend list. Upon opening it, he saw it was from Lu Xiaohua, the one from yesterday. After Fang Yuan concluded his previous transaction with Lu Xiaohua, he added him as a friend. Are you there, esteemed one? I have come across a blueprint. Could we possibly trade it for some meat? Blueprint, lumber yard, green quality. Fang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, his expression swiftly morphing into one of bewilderment. He had not anticipated that Lu Xiaohua would be willing to part with such a valuable blueprint. This was a green quality blueprint, a rarity that is typically only acquired as a reward for completing quests in the early stages of the game. If it were anyone else, they would surely refuse to trade such a precious item. Furthermore, Lu Xiaohua's domain was situated in a valley devoid of monsters and surrounded by fruit trees, ensuring an ample food supply. Why then would he choose to exchange such a coveted blueprint for food? Puzzled, Fang Yuan decided to inquire directly. Lu Xiaohua replied with frustration. It's all due to that cursed trial quest. Trial quest? Were you also forced to participate? Fang Yuan exclaimed, astonished. He had thought himself the only one subjected to the trial, only to discover that Lu Xiaohua had also been compelled to partake. Oh, esteemed one, are you too? Lu Xiaohua blurted out. Indeed, I too am a reluctant participant. Fang Yuan responded. How unfortunate. I sent a message in the regional channel, and it seems most people are unaware of the trial quest. Only a handful confirmed they had encountered it as well. Lu Xiaohua sighed. I had been relying on the sale of fruit for resources, but one fateful morning I awoke to a mysterious voice announcing the imminent start of a mandatory trial quest, instructing me to prepare. Before I could comprehend the situation, a fire elemental suddenly appeared in my domain. Fang Yuan inquired curiously, was that fire elemental a tier 3 monster? Certainly not. If it were a tier 3 fire elemental, I would have been doomed. The creature that invaded my domain was merely a tier 1 fire elemental. Lu Xiaohua chuckled bitterly. It wreaked havoc in my orchard, setting nearly all my fruit trees ablaze, ultimately igniting a conflagration that reduced my entire orchard to ashes. Thankfully, my domain had a 7-day protection period, preventing the fire elemental from entering. Otherwise, I would have been reduced to cinders by now. After the trial concluded, the fire elemental mysteriously vanished. Although I failed the quest, I was still rewarded with a wooden chest, which contained only this lumber yard blueprint. Lu Xiaohua had suffered considerable losses due to this trial. Initially, with the fruit trees in the valley, he had no shortage of food and had amassed substantial resources by trading food for materials. Had this momentum continued, he would soon have upgraded his main city and constructed a barracks. Alas, the fire elemental's destructive flames turned everything to ash, severing his most vital food source and rendering future development exceedingly challenging. Chapter 18. Lu Xiaohua had no desire to exchange such a precious blueprint for food. However, with his fruit trees incinerated, his primary food source was irrevocably cut off. If he failed to provide sustenance for his farmers, their loyalty would surely wane. In a desperate situation, he resolved to sell the lumber yard blueprint in exchange for food. As the most formidable figure in the regional channel, Lu Xiaohua's first thought was of Fang Yuan, the only one with sufficient food to trade for the blueprint. I will offer you 100 units of meat in exchange for the lumber yard blueprint, Fang Yuan proposed. Offering 100 units of food for the blueprint was undoubtedly a fair exchange. A green quality blueprint was certainly worth that price. In the early stages, players had low combat power and struggled to hunt monsters, leading to a scarcity of food. Once the barracks were constructed and militia recruited, they would be able to hunt weaker monsters, making food less valuable. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's willingness to trade 100 units of meat for his blueprint, Lu Xiaohua was overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, esteemed one. I shall never forget your immense generosity. Initially, He had valued the blueprint at 50 units of meat. Yet Fang Yuan's offer exceeded his expectations. With the 100 units of food, he and his farmers would be well fed for several days. During this time, he could regroup and focus on upgrading his main city and constructing the barracks. Had he built the barracks sooner, he could have avoided such significant losses. Lu Xiaowa now brimmed with regret and frustration. A Tier 1 fire elemental was not particularly formidable. 2 militia could easily defeat it. After the transaction was completed, Fang Yuan acquired the lumber yard blueprint, while Lu Xiaowa received 100 units of meat, leaving both parties satisfied. From Lu Xiaowa, Fang Yuan learned that a portion of others had also been forcibly assigned to the trial quests, although the difficulty was not as extreme as his own. Lu Xiaowa's trial involved merely a Tier 1 fire elemental, which could not breach his domain, indicating that the 7-day protection period was indeed effective, allowing the elemental to cause destruction only from the outside. In contrast, Fang Yuan's trial was not only challenging, but also exceedingly vexing. Water elementals had stealthily infiltrated his domain. How could that not be irritating? After recording the lumber yard blueprint in the Lord's book, Fang Yuan rose and made his way to the campfire. The Titans had prepared food, and as before, it was roasted meat. While the roasted meat was delectable, consuming it daily could become monotonous. Lacking cooking utensils and diverse ingredients, there were no alternative dishes to enjoy besides roasted meat. However, this time, the Titans had introduced a slight variation. They procured a thin stone slab and placed it over the campfire, allowing it to heat up before slicing the meat into thin strips and grilling it on the slab. During their resource-gathering expeditions, the Titans stumbled upon a deep red fruit resembling a dragon fruit. As the most devoted followers of the Earth Goddess, the Titans possessed a remarkable ability to recognize the names and uses of any fruit plant in the chaotic continent. After removing the fruit's skin and flesh, revealing the hard seed inside, they crushed the seed into a powder. This fruit was known as the warm fruit. While the flesh tasted exceedingly sour and unpalatable, its seed was edible. The seed produced an intensely spicy flavor that was difficult for most to handle, generating heat within the body, hence its name, warm fruit. When ground into a powder, the seed could serve as a substitute for chili powder. Fang Yuan picked up a piece of roasted meat with chopsticks fashioned from twigs and dipped it into the chili powder, served in a clean leaf. The succulent roasted meat paired with the spicy seasoning was an exhilarating delight. After taking a bite, he found it impossible to stop, consuming an impressive 3 pounds of roasted meat in one sitting. The Grim Reaper's guards and the blood-crazed gunmen also praised the chili powder profusely. If only there were some wine to accompany this. Blood, he lamented. At that moment, Fang Yuan too yearned for a chilled cola. Drinking plain water was simply lacking in flavor. Buzz, buzz. The Lord's book vibrated inexplicably, an indication that a friend had sent Fang Yuan a message. Fang Yuan casually retrieved the Lord's book and, upon opening it, discovered a familiar face, the girl with whom he had traded on 2 previous occasions, named Weninghan. In their earlier transactions, Weninghan had exchanged blueprints for Fang Yuan's provisions. Could it be that she had come once more with blueprints to barter? Fang Yuan pondered, a sense of anticipation brewing within him. Weninghan, hello, is the handsome brother there? I have blueprints I wish to trade for meat. Fang Yuan's suspicions were confirmed. She had indeed returned to negotiate once more. What blueprint did she possess this time? Blueprint item, stone shield, white quality. Fang Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight at this treasure. Acquiring the stone shield would allow him to equip his death guards en masse, and the death guard skill, Shield Smash, could only be unleashed with a shield in hand. Without hesitation, he expended 30 units of meat to procure it, and the transaction was swiftly completed. As he was about to close the private chat, Weninghan sent another message. Brother, I have another blueprint. Could I exchange it for meat? Fang Yuan was taken aback, his expression a canvas of confusion. Where did she acquire such an abundance of blueprints? It seemed she could trade blueprints for meat daily. A rational individual would undoubtedly cherish such rare items, preserving them with care. Yet she appeared unfazed, routinely exchanging blueprints for sustenance. Did she lack awareness of their value, or did she simply not care? Perhaps she possessed a plethora of blueprints, making her indifferent to trading them for food. Though curiosity gnawed at him, Fang Yuan refrained from directly inquiring about her seemingly endless supply of blueprints. After all, everyone harbors their secrets, and even if he were to ask, it was unlikely she would divulge her reasons. Item blueprint, cooking pot, green quality. Another green quality blueprint. What was happening today? In a single evening, 2 individuals had approached him to trade blueprints, both of which were of green quality. Brother, how much meat can I exchange for this blueprint? Fang Yuan replied in a measured tone, 100 units of meat, if that suits you. Weninghan quickly responded, that sounds good. Subsequently, they promptly completed the transaction. You participated in the trial task as well, did you not? After the trade was finalized, Weninghan was about to exit the chat when she suddenly noticed Fang Yuan's message, exclaiming, how did you know I was part of the trial task? Weninghan had not disclosed this information to anyone, yet Fang Yuan had deduced it instantly. Chapter 19, The Onslaught of Monsters. Earlier that morning, Weninghan had been compelled to partake in the trial task. A mysterious voice had suddenly echoed in her ear, announcing that the trial task was about to commence and that monsters would soon assault her territory. she was advised to prepare herself. The unexpected trial task, coupled with news of a monster attack, left Wen Han in a state of panic. At that moment, she had dispatched all her farmers to gather resources around the territory, leaving her alone within its confines. Once she regained her composure, she hurriedly attempted to summon the farmers back, but alas, it was too late. A first-tier earth elemental emerged from the soil near her territory, blocking the returning farmers' path. The frail farmers stood no chance against the earth elemental, even though it was merely a first-tier creature, lacking any combat units. They were utterly incapable of overcoming the earth elemental with only a handful of the most basic production units. The farmers were easily defeated by the earth elemental's stone arrow skill, suffering heavy casualties. Wen Han could do nothing but anxiously watch from the safety of her territory as her farmers faced the relentless onslaught. In a desperate struggle, her farmers managed to escape with their lives, returning to the territory just in time. All the farmers took refuge within the territory, and due to the 7-day protection period, the earth elemental was unable to attack Wen Han and her farmers while they remained inside. The earth elemental merely stood idly outside, observing the few individuals within. When the time for the trial task elapsed, the earth elemental vanished without a trace. Although the task had not been completed, Wen Han received a wooden treasure chest as a reward. Upon opening it, she discovered the green blueprint for a cooking pot. Originally, she had no intention of trading such a valuable item. However, the earth elemental's brutal assault had left her farmers with profound psychological scars. Not only had their loyalty significantly diminished, but they also became too fearful to venture even a step outside the territory, terrified of encountering danger again. Due to their plummeting loyalty, the farmers who had once shown her utmost respect now dared to defy her orders. With no farmers available to gather resources, Wen Han's territorial development came to a standstill. Left without options, she resolved to sell the green quality blueprint in exchange for a substantial amount of meat. Providing the farmers with meat could gradually restore their loyalty. Although this method was slow, Wen Han found herself devoid of alternatives. Once their loyalty was restored, the farmers would no longer dare to disobey her commands. As for how Fang Yuan had guessed that Wen Han had also been forced to participate in the trial task, it was because Lu Xiaohua had just traded a green quality blueprint with him as well. With a bit of deduction, Fang Yuan quickly connected the dots. The ability to sell such rare green quality blueprints indicated that something unforeseen had transpired, resulting in a shortage of food in their territories. Recognizing the urgency, he had inquired to see if Wen Han had also been compelled to undertake the trial task. Wen Han, taken aback, confirmed the situation and recounted her harrowing experience during the trial task to Fang Yuan. After listening to her ordeal, a contemplative expression crossed Fang Yuan's face. It appeared that the trial tasks were intricately linked to the development of their territories. Both Lu Xiaohua and Wen Han had managed to cultivate their lands quite well. Lu Xiaohua's territory, nestled within a secluded canyon, boasted an abundance of fruit trees, ensuring a steady food supply. Meanwhile, Wen Han seemed to have discovered some method to acquire blueprints daily, trading them with Fang Yuan for sustenance, thus achieving commendable progress. Fang Yuan speculated that territories experiencing rapid development would inevitably be selected for trial tasks. The difficulty of these tasks was likely determined by the territorial strength. Hence, others faced trial tasks featuring only a single first-tier monster, which posed no threat to the lord hiding within their territory. In contrast, Fang Yuan's trial task involved over a dozen third-tier elite water elementals and a fifth-tier water elemental lord, who had stealthily infiltrated his territory to launch a surprise attack. Fortunately, Fang Yuan's death guards and blood-crazed gunmen proved to be formidable allies, enabling him to vanquish the water elementals with ease. Thus, it seemed that there was no personal vendetta against Fang Yuan. The heightened difficulty of his trial task stemmed from the rapid development of his territory, necessitating a corresponding increase in challenge. With the truth of the trial tasks unveiled, Fang Yuan opted to cease further conversation with Wen Han and withdrew from the private chat. Now aware of the nature of the trial tasks, he aimed to prevent any sudden recurrence of such trials. Fang Yuan commanded the Death Guardians to take turns patrolling the territory at night, ensuring that monsters could not infiltrate and launch an attack. This afternoon, after he had butchered and disassembled the magical beasts hunted by the blood-frenzy gunmen, he acquired a total of 67 soul gems. With these precious gems in hand, Fang Yuan was poised to recruit a new wave of soldiers. However, he first needed to construct dwellings to increase the population of his territory before enlisting more troops. He ventured to an open area within his domain and erected an entire row of houses, each capable of accommodating 5 inhabitants. In one breath, he built 30 dwellings, causing the total population of his territory to skyrocket. With these soul gems, Fang Yuan recruited 35 Death Guardians and 32 Blood Frenzy gunmen. Alongside the 15 Death Guardians and 18 Blood Frenzy gunmen he had previously enlisted, he now had exactly 50 of each. Fang Yuan established 2 squads, the guard team and the hunting team. The members of the guard team were all Death Guardians, with CE appointed as their captain, responsible for the safety of the territory, patrolling, and keeping watch at night. The hunting team consisted entirely of Blood Frenzy gunmen, led by Shui Yi, tasked specifically with hunting. All 50 Blood Frenzy gunmen were assigned to the hunting team. Given the number and level of magical beasts in the plains, it was anticipated that within 3 days, the entire population of beasts would meet a grisly end at the hands of the Blood Frenzy gunmen's stone spears. To withstand the impending onslaught from the orc tribes, Fang Yuan needed a substantial number of soul gems to recruit more soldiers. Thus, during this period, the hunting team was tasked with hunting as many magical beasts as possible to gather soul gems. Only by recruiting a sufficient number of soldiers could Fang Yuan's territory hope to withstand the attack of tens of thousands of orc warriors. After completing all these tasks, it was already late into the night. With the hour growing late, Fang Yuan, having given his final instructions, returned to his wooden cabin to rest. The others also retreated to their own dwellings to recuperate, leaving only 10 Death Guardians encircling the campfire, on watch for the night. Chapter 20. The Goblin Tribe. The following morning, Fang Yuan set out with 20 Death Guardians, equipped with copious amounts of jerky and fresh water, marching resolutely towards the forest to the west of his territory. Yesterday, he had acquired the blueprints for a lumber mill from Lu Xiaobo, which needed to be constructed in a wooded area to maximize its utility. The only suitable location around Fang Yuan's territory was indeed the forest to the west. Thus, after a breakfast of jerky that morning, he led his 20 Death Guardians into the forest, seeking a suitable site for the lumber mill while also exploring the woods in hopes of stumbling upon treasure chests. This morning, having traded for the stone shield blueprints from Wening Han, Fang Yuan crafted 50 stone shields, equipping all the Death Guardians with them. With the stone shields, the combat prowess of the Death Guardians surged to a new level. Armed with these shields, they became formidable, not only bolstering their defense, but also enabling them to unleash the powerful skill Shield Bash. This skill not only inflicted significant damage, but could also stun opponents, proving to be an exceptional control ability. As Fang Yuan and his entourage traversed the vast wilderness, the morning sun cast its warm glow upon them, while a gentle breeze caressed his cheek. In the distance, the expansive forest shimmered under the sunlight, cloaked in a golden hue, presenting a breathtaking sight. The Death Guardians, wielding stone axes in one hand and stone shields in the other, formed a protective circle around Fang Yuan, ready to shield him from any threats. The journey from the territory to the western forest was remarkably tranquil, with no magical beasts or monsters encountered along the way. They arrived at the edge of the forest unscathed. Before them lay a woodland filled with towering ancient trees, lush and verdant, creating an unbroken canopy of shade. Fang Yuan, with Ce leading the way, ventured deeper into the forest, searching for an appropriate location to establish the lumber mill. The dangers of the forest far exceeded those of the plains, and it was uncertain how many magical beasts lurked within its depths. To be safe, Fang Yuan was fully armed, wielding a water elemental staff, and carrying 3 water arrow magic scrolls at his waist, cautiously following Ce. The air was alive with the roars of magical beasts and the chirping of birds, sounds echoing around them, though the creatures themselves remained unseen. As they navigated through a dense thicket, a shallow stream appeared before them. The water was clear and shallow, only reaching up to their knees, bedecked with colorful, sparkling pebbles that were quite lovely. Approaching the stream, suddenly several water arrows shot up from the water's surface. Ce raised his shield to block. The arrows struck the stone shield with a dull thud, leaving small indentations, a testament to their formidable power. Before Fang Yuan could react, 2 Death Guardians surged forward, swinging their stone axes down into the water. A chilling scream erupted from the stream, and in an instant, the once clear water turned crimson with blood. 2 grotesque lizard-like creatures emerged from the depths. Fang Yuan observed their lifeless forms, and shortly thereafter, their attributes appeared before him. Lizardman, level 2. Ability, natural camouflage. Skill, water arrow. These 2 lizardmen had ambushed Fang Yuan and his company from the stream. Upon their demise, they dropped 2 soul gems, a lizard tail, and 2 lizard teeth. Since Fang Yuan had not personally dispatched them, the hundredfold critical hit did not activate. One of the Death Guardians nearby collected the soul gems and materials. Crossing the stream, Fang Yuan and his group continued deeper into the forest, encountering several magical beasts and monsters along the way, though none posed significant trouble. The creatures within the forest were indeed stronger than those on the plains, but ultimately, they were not overwhelmingly powerful. The mightiest beast they encountered did not exceed the 3rd tier, easily vanquished by the Death Guardians. As they delved further into the forest, the number of magical beasts and monsters suddenly diminished significantly. Venturing deeper, they saw no signs of any creatures at all. Rather than relaxing, Fang Yuan remained ever vigilant, aware that the monsters likely lingered at the forest's periphery, too fearful to venture into its depths, where more dangerous entities might reside. Suddenly, rustling sounds erupted from both sides of the dense foliage, and small figures appeared in the trees. With a whoosh, dozens of wooden arrows rained down upon Fang Yuan and his companions. The Death Guardians remained calm, as if they had rehearsed this countless times. In an instant, they formed an impenetrable wall of flesh and stone shields around Fang Yuan. The wooden arrows either struck the stone shields or were deflected by the Death Guardians' axes. After the barrage of arrows, Fang Yuan and his party emerged unscathed. Concealed amidst the lush foliage of the trees, a diminutive figure drew back a bowstring, eager to unleash another volley of arrows. However, the Death Guard was not to be trifled with. With a powerful swing of his iron sword, a torrent of bloodlust surged forth, and a crimson sword aura, stretching several dozen meters, cleaved toward the enemy. The hidden figure in the trees had no time to evade and was utterly obliterated by the lethal sword energy of the Death Guard. Such is the might of a 10th-tier warrior. With but a single strike, he could vanquish scores of lesser monsters. The creatures that had earlier rained arrows upon Fang Yuan now plummeted from the trees, crashing to the ground. Fang Yuan approached to examine their attributes. Goblin Archer, Tier 2. Ability, Marksmanship. Skill, Iron Arrow Technique. The goblins stood approximately 1.2 meters tall, with green skin, pointed ears, and grotesque features, clad in rudimentary garments fashioned from animal hides. The ambushing goblin archers numbered over 20, all of Tier 2 strength, successfully contributing nearly 20 soul gems to Fang Yuan, along with an assortment of wooden arrows. Regrettably, the bows and arrows wielded by the goblins were far too diminutive for normal-sized individuals like Fang Yuan and his companions to utilize. At that moment, a cacophony arose from the depths of the forest as a multitude of green-skinned goblins surged forth from the underbrush. A dense throng, numbering no fewer than 100 goblins, emerged, brandishing an array of stone weapons, wooden clubs, and shields. Several goblin archers remained hidden deeper within, poised to unleash surprise attacks. Some goblins even rode coyotes, resembling cavalry. Goblin Warrior, Tier 2. Ability, Combat. Skill, None. Goblin Cavalry, Tier 2. Ability, Beast Taming. Skill, None. Chapter 21, The Explosive Magic Ring. The goblins emitted spine-chilling cries, their crimson eyes fixated upon Fang Yuan and his companions, as they relentlessly waved their weapons and clanged their shields, creating a tumultuous din. Fang Yuan regarded the goblins before him with keen interest. These creatures possessed a modicum of intelligence, yet it was evident that their cognitive abilities were limited. Most of them were of Tier 2 strength. The only redeeming quality of the goblins lay in their sheer numbers. There were at least 300 or 400 goblins in this immediate area, with countless more lurking in the dense forest beyond. It was no wonder that the magical beasts on the forest's periphery dared not venture deeper. The overwhelming goblin numbers were enough to instill fear. A goblin, evidently a leader, emerged from the throng, mounted atop a towering coyote, adorned with a battered iron helmet. It uttered an eerie incantation, causing the goblin horde to erupt into a frenzy. They shrieked and surged forward, charging at Fang Yuan and his companions. The goblin cavalry, seemingly of higher status than the goblin warriors, refrained from charging into battle. They remained in the rear, ready to lash out with their whips at any goblin warrior who faltered. Meanwhile, the goblin archers took aim at Fang Yuan and his party. Faced with such low-tier monsters, Fang Yuan felt no trepidation. Among them, not a single goblin of Tier 3 strength could be found. They were merely lesser creatures. The Death Guard wielded his iron sword, unleashing a series of blood-red sword energies towards the goblin warriors. It was as effortless as slicing through tofu. A single strike could decimate a multitude of goblins. The deaths of their companions caused the goblins' limited intelligence to dawn upon them. The realization that Fang Yuan and his group were not to be trifled with. Panic ensued among the goblin warriors, their faces betraying fear as they turned to flee. The goblin cavalry and archers, sensing the tide had turned, had already begun their retreat. A nearby Death Guard explained to Fang Yuan, such creatures are inherently savage and bloodthirsty, with low intelligence. They bully the weak while cowering before the strong. When confronted by a formidable foe, they will flee, yet against weaker adversaries, they summon their allies to swarm. They do not kill for sustenance, but rather torment their prey until it is utterly vanquished, a truly vile species. If we eliminate just a few goblins, they will promptly flee, never daring to approach us again. Before he could finish, the previously panicked goblins returned with renewed bravado, hurling stones at Fang Yuan and his companions in a show of defiance, as if emboldened by newfound courage. Out of the thicket emerged 7 or 8 robust goblins, hoisting a rudimentary throne upon which sat a red-skinned goblin, slowly advancing from the depths of the forest. Fire Goblin, Tier 3. Ability, Fire Element Affinity. Skill, Fireball, Tier 3 Magic. The Fire Goblin donned a relatively intact robe, wielded a massive wooden staff, and wore a crown woven from branches. The Fire Goblin rose from its throne, prompting the surrounding goblins to hastily prostrate themselves, silencing their voices in reverence. It bore an arrogant expression, its gaze filled with disdain as it regarded Fang Yuan. Before it could enact any plans, Fang Yuan swiftly employed his water arrow magic scroll, a water arrow piercing through the Fire Goblin's skull. The goblins, witnessing the demise of their tribe's strongest member, were instantly gripped by terror. Their pallid faces turned ashen as they fled in a panicked stampede. In the blink of an eye, the horde of goblins had vanished, and the previously chaotic scene fell silent. Of course, Fang Yuan had no intention of allowing the fleeing goblins to escape unscathed. When the Titans returned to hunt in the forest, the goblins would undoubtedly return to harass them. Moreover, Goblins were notorious for their rapid reproduction, akin to cockroaches. Neglecting even a couple would soon result in a resurgence of their numbers. They were an incessant nuisance. Each goblin represented a potential soul gem. Fang Yuan immediately commanded the Death Guard to take 9 men and eradicate every last fleeing goblin, ensuring the retrieval of all soul gems. "At once, my lord," replied the Death Guard, before leading his men into the depths of the thicket. Simultaneously, Fang Yuan received a system notification. Killing the fire goblin has yielded a white equipment drop, the fireball ring, triggering a 100-fold amplification into a dark gold equipment. The explosive magic ring. Explosive magic ring. Dark gold quality. Attributes: level 9 fire enhancement, level 9 dark empowerment, level 9 magic amplification. Skills: explosive fireball, level 9 magic. Magical flame shield, level 9 magic. Eye of darkness, level 9 magic. By the heavens, I never expected to receive a dark gold magic ring so readily. Fang Yuan's eyes sparkled, a smile breaking forth as he could hardly contain his delight. With this singular dark gold ring, his journey today had been worth every moment. Donning the dark gold magic ring, Fang Yuan instantly felt a surge of formidable power coursing through his entire being. He could hardly contain his excitement as he experimented with the 3 skills bestowed upon the explosive magic ring. Selecting the fireball skill from the skill bar, a molten sphere the size of a human head materialized in Fang Yuan's hand, radiating an alarming heat. With a flick of his mental energy, he directed the fireball toward the ground nearby. The molten sphere unleashed its terrifying destructive power, instantly creating a crater approximately 10 meters in diameter. The fiery shield was a level 9 defensive spell capable of withstanding any magical damage below level 9. Should the enemy engage in close combat, the fiery shield could even scorch any foe that dared to approach. The Eye of Darkness was a level 9 reconnaissance spell that allowed the summoning of an Eye of Darkness for surveillance within a radius of 1 kilometer, sharing its vision freely. Fang Yuan was exceedingly pleased with this piece of dark gold equipment. D.E., whom Fang Yuan had dispatched to eliminate the goblins, returned after roughly 10 minutes, brandishing a beast-hide pouch filled to the brim with soul gems, numbering at least 100. "My lord, every last goblin that fled has been slain, and we have acquired a total of 231 soul gems." Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Well done, you have worked hard, esteemed lord." While we were tracking the goblins, we inadvertently stumbled upon their tribe and discovered several wooden treasure chests. Fang Yuan exclaimed with delight, "Treasure chests, you say? Lead me to them at once." Chapter 22. The construction of the lumber mill is complete. The goblin tribe was nestled deep within the forest, encircled by a fence and several watchtowers exceeding 3 meters in height, erected to defend against the onslaught of magical beasts. They had constructed dozens of rudimentary straw huts for habitation using wood and thatch, in addition to a structure resembling a beast cage that once housed several coyotes. However, with the goblins exterminated by the Death Knights, the coyotes seized the opportunity to escape and wreak havoc on their enclosure. Coyotes were not magical beasts, but rather ordinary creatures. The timid goblins relished capturing coyotes to tame them as mounts. In the clearings surrounding the goblin tribe, the Death Knights had gathered resources and items pillaged from the goblin settlement: 78 units of wood, 14 units of stone, 3 units of iron, and 85 units of thatch. Besides these common resources, there were also some crude stone weapons and various materials such as the pelts, bones, and claws of magical beasts. Within the largest straw hut at the heart of the goblin tribe, the Death Knights discovered 3 wooden chests, all of white quality. Eagerly, Fang Yuan opened the 3 white chests, successfully triggering the hundredfold amplification system. Acquired white building blueprint. Watchtower. Hundredfold amplification yields dark gold building blueprint. Tower of Omniscience. Acquired white special item. Mount Rains. Hundredfold amplification yields dark gold special item. Mount Rains. Acquired rare resource. Nature Gem X1. Hundredfold amplification yields rare resource. Nature Gem X100. In total, 3 white chests yielded 1 item each. Tower of Omniscience. 500 stone bricks, 100 iron blocks, 50 green magic stones. Dark gold building blueprint. Skill: Eye of Omniscience. Allows you to see all activity within a certain area on the map and can reveal invisible units. Special item: Mount Rains. Dark gold quality. Ability: can tame any magical beast of level 10, including level 10 or below as a mount. Rare resource: Nature Gem. Function: an essential resource for constructing farms. Fang Yuan first examined the attributes of the Tower of Omniscience blueprint. He possessed the materials required for its construction, namely iron blocks and green magic stones. Only the stone bricks were lacking. He mused, "It seems I must find a way to acquire the blueprint for stone bricks. There are numerous buildings within my territory that could upgrade, if only I had the necessary stone brick blueprints." Without the blueprint, even if he had an abundance of stone, he could not synthesize stone bricks. Fang Yuan's main city was stunted at level 3 and could not progress further due to the absence of the stone brick blueprint, thus hindering its upgrade. After recording the Tower of Omniscience blueprint into the Lord's Book, Fang Yuan turned his attention to the Mount Rains. The rains appeared no different from ordinary ones, save for a subtle dark golden glow that enveloped them. According to the description of the rain's abilities, if they were placed around the neck of any magical beast of level 9, it could be tamed as a mount. Magical beasts were common, yet level 9 beasts were rare. Although Fang Yuan was currently situated in a forest teeming with magical creatures, they were predominantly low-level beasts, with the highest rank being merely level 3. The dark gold quality mount reins, however, could tame level 9 beasts. To squander such a valuable item on a low-level beast would indeed be a waste. He carefully stored the mount reins, intending to await a suitable magical beast before employing them. When that moment arrived, he would surely select the most magnificent mount. In addition to the building blueprints and mount reins, Fang Yuan also uncovered a rare resource, the nature gem. This hexagonal gem resembled emerald and imparted a refreshing sensation when held. According to the nature gem's description, it was one of the essential materials for constructing farms. Although Fang Yuan currently lacked the building blueprint for a farm, once he obtained it, he would no longer need to scour for nature gems. This expedition into the western forest had proven immensely fruitful. Not only had he acquired the dark gold quality ring, the explosive magic ring, the Tower of Omniscience blueprint, the mount reins, and a considerable number of soul gems, but he also looked forward to utilizing these soul gems to summon more troops upon his return to the territory. Next, it was time to seek an appropriate location for constructing the lumber mill. The primary objective of this journey had not been forgotten. The resources in the plains were soon to be entirely depleted. For the future development of his territory, Fang Yuan was determined to expand his domain and seek out resource points. Although the western forest was rife with magical beasts, they were all low-level creatures. And Fang Yuan's production units consisted of level 10 titans. Low-level beasts stood no chance against titans. Where would be the most suitable site for the lumber mill? Fang Yuan pondered deeply. The lumber mill required a substantial area, and finding a flat, wide location within the forest was no simple task. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He lifted his gaze and scanned his surroundings, realizing that the goblin tribe was indeed a commendable location. The terrain was level, and the visibility was excellent. Once the obstructive straw huts were demolished, a vast expanse of open land would be available, perfectly suited for the construction of a lumber mill. After sharing his thoughts with DE, he promptly commanded the Death Knights to level all the goblin straw huts, clearing a substantial area. Fang Yuan retrieved the Lord's book he always carried and flipped to the building section. Constructing the lumber mill required 5,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone, 500 iron blocks, and 100 ropes. After confirming the site for the lumber mill, he clicked to finalize the construction. A soft green light enveloped the open space, and approximately 5 minutes later, as the light dissipated, a brand new lumber mill materialized before Fang Yuan and his companions. Lumber mill. Green quality. Storage capacity, 50,000 units of wood. Ability. Logging. Wood production, 5. The establishment of the lumberyard not only enhances the yield of timber, but also provides storage for up to 50,000 units of wood. However, it is limited to storing only this singular resource. The storage capacity of the lumberyard is interconnected with the warehouse on Fang Yuan's territory. This means that as the Titans engage in logging, they can conveniently deposit the harvested wood into the lumberyard storage space. Subsequently, Fang Yuan can utilize the Lord's book to transfer the wood from the lumberyard to his territory's warehouse. This process is remarkably efficient. With the lumberyard in place, the Titans will no longer need to expend time and effort transporting wood back to their territory after collection. The lumberyard is constructed deep within the forest, necessitating vigilant guardianship. To prevent any nocturnal beasts from damaging the lumberyard, Fang Yuan stationed 5 Death Guard soldiers there, along with ample provisions of meat and fresh water. To ensure their vigil throughout the night, they would be replaced by others on the following day. Chapter 23, The Underground Tomb. After completing the task of building the lumberyard and leaving 5 Death Guard soldiers to safeguard it, Fang Yuan and his companions retraced their steps, departing the forest and heading back towards their territory. As dusk approached, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft crimson hue upon the clouds above. By the time Fang Yuan's group returned to the territory, twilight had set in. Coincidentally, the hunting team also returned, albeit with disappointing results. Having spent the entire day to hunt merely over 80 magical beasts, the number of beasts on the plains had dwindled significantly, as Shui had led the hunting team to nearly eradicate them in recent days. Now, it was becoming increasingly rare to spot any magical beasts in the plains. Esteemed Lord, during our hunt today on the plains, we stumbled upon a dilapidated underground tomb and discovered several items, Shui reported, extending a beast skin pouch towards Fang Yuan. Inside the pouch lay a map, 3 peculiar black crystal coins, and an oddly shaped flute. Holy light altar, 10 light stones, 10 mithril, 500 stone bricks. Black crystal coin, the universal currency of the Chaos continent. Merchant's flute, blow the flute, and traveling merchants will arrive at your territory. Fang Yuan toyed with the 3 black crystal coins in his hand and turned to Shui with curiosity. You say these were found within the underground tomb on the plains? Shui nodded, explaining, indeed, while we were pursuing a rabbit beast, it took refuge in a burrow. Upon entering to capture it, we inadvertently discovered that the burrow was actually an underground tomb. Inside, we found a massive stone coffin, and it was there we uncovered these items. A puzzled expression crossed Fang Yuan's face. Why would there be an underground tomb on the plains? And to whom might it belong? How far is this tomb from our territory? In a solemn tone, Shui replied. It lies just a few kilometers east of the territory, near the eastern mountains. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Yuan resolved to explore the site the following day, hoping to uncover further secrets. Meanwhile, the Titans who had been gathering resources returned to the territory, where several bonfires flickered in the central clearing. The Titans rolled up their sleeves, preparing dinner for the evening. Upon returning, Fang Yuan and his companions found stone pots emitting a faint green glow resting over each bonfire. Within these pots simmered fragrant beef, the aroma wafting through the air, detectable even from several hundred meters away. The pots, crafted from the green quality materials exchanged by Fang Yuan with Wen Inghan for 100 units of meat, were known as cooking pots. Cooking pot, 100 stones, 10 iron blocks. Ability, food prepared using the cooking pot enhances flavor and aroma. Having grown weary of the monotonous grilled meat, Fang Yuan was eager for a change in culinary experience. No longer content with dry, flavorless fare, he poured fresh water into the cooking pot, diced the unicorn beef into small pieces, and simmered it with the powdered cores of warm fruit. Once the meat was tender, it would be ready to enjoy. The flesh of magical beasts is succulent, and the warm fruit's core powder lends a spicy zest, further elevated by the cooking pot's enhancement of flavor. After tasting a mouthful, Fang Yuan couldn't help but nod in approval, exclaiming, "Delicious. This is exquisite." He quickly beckoned the others to sit and share the meat soup. Every 10 individuals gathered around a bonfire, each featuring a cooking pot. The population of the territory had surpassed 3 figures, leading to an astonishing daily consumption of food. Fortunately, with Fang Yuan's hundredfold amplification system, sustaining such a multitude of high-level soldiers was feasible. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge. In contrast, other lords merely managing to feed themselves without succumbing to starvation were already seen as quite remarkable. Speaking of which, he had not yet listed any food for sale today. Fang Yuan opened the regional channel and promptly listed 10,000 units of meat. His consistent daily offering had become a staple for other lords, who had grown accustomed to Fang Yuan's generosity. Each lord is limited to only 10 postings per day, and many would waste a post simply to proclaim, "Fang Yuan is amazing." This phrase had taken over the entire regional channel. Simultaneously, the 10,000 units of beef he had posted began to dwindle at a rapid pace. Within 3 minutes, the beef was completely sold out. An abundance of resources filled an entire warehouse belonging to Fang Yuan. After savoring a sip of beef soup, he nodded in satisfaction, realizing that beef remained in high demand. After a hearty meal, Fang Yuan settled by the bonfire, contemplating the merchant's flute in his hands. According to its description, blowing the flute would summon traveling merchants. Although Fang Yuan had never encountered a traveling merchant, he surmised they would offer various goods for sale. What exactly they would sell remained uncertain, but he hoped they might possess items he required. Anticipation stirred within him. After a moment of reflection, Fang Yuan decided to blow the merchant's flute. The melodious notes resonated through the entire territory. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed in his ear. "You have blown the merchant's flute. Traveling merchants will arrive at your territory within 3 days." Fang Yuan murmured, 3 days? It seems the merchants won't arrive immediately. After dinner, Fang Yuan retreated to his small wooden cabin to rest, leaving a few Death Guard soldiers to keep watch while the others returned to their quarters for the night. The long night stretched ahead, filled with solitude. After a day of arduous labor, lying in bed, the only means to pass the time was through chatting in the regional channel. Today marked the 4th day since his arrival in this world. Most individuals had adjusted to life here, relinquishing any hope of returning home. Now, the primary aspiration of many lords was simply to find enough food and warmth. Even such a simplistic existence was beyond the reach of numerous individuals. My farmer displayed remarkable resourcefulness today, unexpectedly discovering a plethora of red mushrooms in the forest. Good heavens! This marks the first time since my arrival in this world that I have had my fill. Ah, the red mushrooms you mentioned, are they the ones adorned with white spots? The colorful variety? Indeed. When roasted, they are quite delectable. Have you tasted them? I have not, but my farmer has, and after consuming that mushroom, he met his demise. What? Could it be that the mushrooms are poisonous? Damn it. What am I to do? You upstairs, perhaps you could try inducing vomiting to see if you can expel it. But I cannot bring myself to vomit. What should I do? I do not wish to perish. Woe is me. Just eat something repulsive, like feces, or the like. Very well. Damn it. I shall give it my all. Ugh, ugh, ugh. I have expelled all the toxic mushrooms. I have survived against all odds. Ha ha ha. Poisonous mushrooms? That mushroom is harmless. I have eaten several myself. Harmless? How did your farmer die then? He ventured out to gather resources and was inadvertently slain by a beast beyond our territory. Damn it. You better not let me cross paths with you again. Chapter 24, The Hidden Passage. The next day, dawn broke. The morning was eerily silent, with a faint glimmer of light emerging from the horizon in the east. carefully saturating the pale blue sky, heralding the gradual arrival of a new day. Fang Yuan rose from his bed, stretching lazily, rubbing his bleary eyes. He made his way outside. Titan had risen early, kindling a campfire in preparation for breakfast. Approaching Fang Yuan, Titan respectfully inquired, "Esteemed lord, what would you like for breakfast this morning?" Fang Yuan waved his hand dismissively, replying softly, "Anything will do. I am not particular, feel free to prepare what you like." "Very well, esteemed lord," Titan responded before stepping back to busy himself with the meal. The supplies within the territory were still woefully scant, aside from meat. There was little else to eat. Fang Yuan struggled to think of any other edible items. It was unfortunate that Lu Xiao's fruit trees had been burned down, otherwise, he could have traded for some fruit to vary his diet. The few pounds of fruit he had previously traded were long gone. The plains of Fang Yuan's territory boasted no edible fruits. During his excursion to the western forest yesterday, he had kept an eye out for fruit trees but found only 2 berry bushes, which were both sour and unpalatable. With over 100 inhabitants, the territory felt somewhat crowded and chaotic. Fang Yuan thoughtfully surveyed the buildings within the territory, realizing that he would need to reorganize it when time permitted. The current disorder would hinder effective management. The task for the morning was to investigate the underground tomb that Blood E had mentioned the previous day. After breakfast, Fang Yuan began assigning tasks. A few of the Death Guard soldiers who had visited the Western Forest lumberyard the day before were designated as guides, while the hunting team and Titan squad were to accompany them to the Western Forest. Titan would handle the logging, while the hunting team would hunt the beasts within the woods. The beasts on the plains surrounding Fang Yuan's territory were nearly eradicated by the hunting team, but fortunately, the forest was teeming with monsters, so Fang Yuan did not need to worry about depleting their numbers anytime soon. Currently, Fang Yuan's territory had 20 Titans, 50 Death Guard soldiers, and 50 Blood Frenzy gunmen. He possessed over 300 soul gems, all acquired from the goblins and beasts slain by the hunting team yesterday. He did not intend to recruit soldiers just yet, primarily due to the food situation, if he were to recruit too many at once. The food reserves in Fang Yuan's territory might be insufficient, risking starvation. At present, the combined food consumption of all military units in Fang Yuan's territory exceeded 5,000 units daily, with the warehouse containing 70,000 units of food, enough for only 2 weeks. Fang Yuan planned to stockpile more food before recruiting any soldiers. After assigning the tasks, Titan squad and the hunting team, accompanied by a few Death Guard soldiers, marched towards the Western Forest. Fang Yuan, under the protection of over a dozen Death Guard soldiers, proceeded to the underground tomb discovered the previous day. In addition to Fang Yuan and the Death Guard soldiers, there was also a Blood Frenzy gunman named Blood Air, who was aware of the tomb's location. Fang Yuan specifically brought him along to serve as a guide. After approximately an hour's journey, they arrived at the entrance of the underground tomb. It appeared as an unremarkable small pit, surrounded by lush green grass, easily overlooked if one did not examine it closely. The pit's diameter was roughly 1 meter, just enough for a person to crawl in and out. To ensure safety, the most defensively adept Death E led 3 Death Guard soldiers into the tomb, first to assess for any threats. Only after confirming it was safe would Fang Yuan enter. After a while, Death E emerged from the tomb and reported to Fang Yuan, "My lord, I have surveyed the area. There are no threats in the underground tomb." Fang Yuan nodded and said, "Then let us proceed. Leave a few individuals above to keep watch while the rest accompany me into the tomb." "As you command, my lord." The group responded in unison. Bending low, Fang Yuan crawled into the pit, traversing a dark passage until he could faintly perceive a glimmer of light. Upon exiting the tunnel, he found himself in a spacious and brightly lit underground chamber. The ceiling of the tomb was adorned with dozens of glowing night stones, illuminating the area. The underground tomb was considerably larger than Fang Yuan had anticipated, resembling a small palace. Bathed in the glow of the night stones, exquisite murals adorned the walls, vividly depicting various fantastical races. Fang Yuan could only recognize a few of the names among them, while the majority remained unknown to him. The steps and columns were intricately carved, featuring a stunning sculpture of a winged woman, reminiscent of an angel. In the central part of the underground tomb lay a massive stone coffin. The coffin was crafted from a white jade-like stone, feeling pleasantly cool to the touch. Fang Yuan approached the coffin and peered inside, only to find it empty. Beside the coffin lay a thick stone slab, shattered in 2. Yesterday, Blood E had informed him that the 3 items had been discovered within the coffin. Fang Yuan circled the coffin once more, yet found no additional clues. Confusion filled his mind. Why would there be an underground tomb on the plains? And why was this tomb empty? Had there never been a body within the coffin? Or had it vanished? Fang Yuan could not shake the feeling that this situation was far more complex than it appeared. Determined to uncover the truth, Fang Yuan meticulously searched the underground tomb for clues. Finally, he made a discovery. The coffin was not fixed in place but could be moved. Fang Yuan had unintentionally noticed the scuff marks on the floor, leading him to deduce that the coffin was mobile. 2 Death Guard soldiers stepped forward and pushed against the coffin with all their might. A concealed passage manifested before the gathering crowd. The passage was shrouded in darkness, leaving its destination a mystery. Di retrieved a pre-prepared torch and ignited it. The subterranean tomb, illuminated by luminous stones, rendered the torch unnecessary. However, to err on the side of caution, it was prudent to light it nonetheless. This time, Fang Yuan did not permit the death god soldiers to enter first. Instead, he resolved to accompany them into the depths. Di spoke solemnly, "My lord, for your safety, I implore you to wait outside for a moment while we investigate the interior and ascertain its safety before your entrance." After some contemplation, Fang Yuan acquiesced. It was sensible for Di and his men to precede him in eliminating any potential dangers. After all, they were in an otherworldly realm, and exercising caution was undoubtedly wise. The barren expanse in which they found themselves was devoid of resources and life, and the sudden emergence of a mysterious underground tomb, coupled with an unknown secret passage, raised numerous concerns. Given these factors, Fang Yuan naturally chose the more prudent approach to explore the subterranean tomb. He would allow the robust and formidable death god soldiers to scout ahead, and only after confirming the absence of danger would he venture forth himself. This was not an act of cowardice, but rather a demonstration of prudence. As Di and his companions descended into the subterranean tomb, Fang Yuan took the opportunity to examine the murals adorning the walls. These frescoes had evidently withstood the test of time, remaining remarkably well preserved. After an extensive study, Fang Yuan could discern little beyond the implication of conflict between two distinct factions. Having traversed into this world merely 5 days prior, his understanding of its complexities remained rudimentary. Among the myriad races depicted in the murals, he could only identify a couple, notably the orc and goblin tribes he had previously encountered, as well as what appeared to be a colossal lizard with wings and claws, presumably the legendary dragon. At that moment, Di returned from the secret passage, standing before Fang Yuan. "My lord, we have discovered another tomb below, and within it lurked a first-tier monster, which I have slain." Intrigued, Fang Yuan inquired, "Another tomb?" He had speculated about the potential destinations of the secret passage beneath the stone sarcophagus, but he had not anticipated it would lead to yet another subterranean chamber. Di nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, the newly discovered tomb mirrors our current one in every aspect." Identical? Fang Yuan's face betrayed his confusion as he followed Di down the steps of the secret passage. Upon reaching the end, he found Di's assertion to be accurate. It was yet another underground tomb. The overhead luminous stones cast a gentle glow over the chamber, which resembled a palace. The same murals, stone columns, and statues adorned this tomb as well. At its center lay another stone sarcophagus, rendering the two tombs virtually indistinguishable. Who, he wondered, would invest the effort to construct two identical secret chambers in such a desolate wilderness? With lingering curiosity, Fang Yuan turned his gaze to a corner of the tomb, where a creature lay severed in two, encased in armor, engraved with numerous magical runes, and wielding an iron spear. Its bisected form revealed not flesh and bone, but intricate gears and resilient steel within. Closed Combat Guardian, first tier. Ability, Combat, Skill, Thrust, Level 1 Martial Technique. This entity was a first-tier magical puppet. Upon their entry into the tomb, the Guardian had abruptly activated and launched an assault on Di and his comrades, only to be effortlessly dispatched by Di's sword. As the Guardian was a magical construct devoid of true life or soul, it did not drop a soul gem, but rather yielded a puppet core. According to the core's description, once Fang Yuan acquired the appropriate infrastructure, he could utilize the puppet core to produce magical puppets as a new unit. Additionally, the iron spear wielded by the Guardian was genuinely a white-grade weapon, far superior to the stone spears used by the Blood Frenzy spearmen. Although the stone spear was also a white-grade weapon blueprint, the quality of equipment was categorized, and the stone spear was merely considered a low-tier white-grade weapon, while the iron spear was classified as a high-tier white-grade weapon. Fang Yuan, without hesitation, claimed it for himself, promptly equipping it to Blood 2. With the acquisition of superior weaponry, Blood 2 expressed gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your generous gift, my lord." Consequently, Blood 2's loyalty increased slightly. Fang Yuan approached the stone sarcophagus at the center of the tomb. This sarcophagus bore the same material and design as the one in the upper tomb, with identical engravings. He wondered if the contents within were also alike. Just yesterday, Di had discovered a blueprint, 3 black crystal coins, and a merchant's flute within the sarcophagus. He was eager to see if this sarcophagus might yield something equally valuable. The sarcophagus was covered by a heavy stone slab, which Fang Yuan could not move with his own strength. Although he could unleash a level 9 attack spell from the explosive magic ring, he feared that its overwhelming power might obliterate the sarcophagus and the treasures within. Thus, prudence prevailed. Fang Yuan instructed 2 death god soldiers to step forward and shift the stone slab while he retreated a few paces, positioning himself behind Di to guard against any unexpected creatures that might emerge upon its removal. Once the slab was lifted, no strange entities leaped forth as Fang Yuan had anticipated. Instead, a soft, pale light radiated from within the sarcophagus. Approaching closer, Fang Yuan beheld only 3 items inside. Equipment blueprint, iron sword, 5 black crystal coins, 1 low-level healing potion. Upon discovering the blueprint for crafting an iron sword, Fang Yuan could not suppress a look of delight. It was noteworthy that none of the Death God soldiers possessed a proper weapon, among 50 of them. Only Di wielded the sole iron sword available in the territory. The rest were left to rely on crude stone axes used for lumbering, which were clumsy, poorly crafted, and lacked effectiveness. The Death God soldiers were not fond of these weapons, yet had no alternative but to make do. Although Fang Yuan's territory lacked iron mines, he was not short on iron blocks. Over recent days, through trading meat with other lords, he had amassed a considerable stockpile of resources, including nearly 2,000 units of iron blocks. Regrettably, Fang Yuan did not possess the blueprints for iron weaponry, although he had an abundance of iron blocks. They could only languish in the warehouse gathering dust. Now that he had acquired the blueprints for iron swords, he could fabricate a plethora of weapons to equip the Grim Reaper soldiers, thereby significantly enhancing their overall combat prowess. Upon obtaining the blueprints, Fang Yuan promptly recorded the iron sword specifications in the Lord's book. Iron sword, white quality 3 iron blocks, 1 wood. Eagerly, he crafted 10 iron swords on the spot, outfitting all the Grim Reaper soldiers present with their new armaments. Chapter 26, Nesting Dolls. Having received new weaponry, the expressions of the Grim Reaper soldiers remained unchanged, their countenance still stern. However, Fang Yuan could discern their satisfaction through their steadily increasing loyalty. In addition to the iron sword blueprints, the stone coffin contained 5 black crystal coins and a vial of low-grade healing potion. Fang Yuan recognized that black crystal coins were the universal currency of the chaotic continent. As currency, they were undoubtedly intended for trade or purchase. Although Fang Yuan had no immediate use for the black crystal coins, he knew that opportunities would arise in the future. After securing the black crystal coins, Fang Yuan picked up the vial of low-grade healing potion. The transparent glass bottle, the length of a finger and as thick as a thumb, was filled with a light red liquid. Low-grade healing potion. Consuming it heals minor physical injuries. Fang Yuan tucked the healing potion close, aware that this world lacked doctors and hospitals. In the event of an injury or illness, the absence of medicinal remedies could lead to dire consequences, potentially resulting in a slow and painful demise. The acquisition of the healing potion thus provided Fang Yuan with a measure of assurance in this world. Should he inadvertently sustain an injury or fall ill in the future, the healing potion would prevent him from suffering a dreadful fate. The first and second layers shared identical tombs, identical stone coffins, and identical rewards. Might there also be a corresponding hidden passage? Upon moving the stone coffin in the first layer of the underground tomb, a passage leading to the second layer was revealed. Would the stone coffin in the second layer, once pushed aside, also unveil a secret passage? With a spirit of experimentation, Fang Yuan instructed the Grim Reaper soldiers to shift the stone coffin, and to his astonishment, another secret passage emerged. Fang Yuan found himself perplexed as to the intentions of the architect behind this underground tomb. Was it akin to nesting dolls? Or was there something more? Would the secret passage in the second layer lead to a different destination? With Dai guiding 2 Grim Reaper soldiers, the trio ventured into the hidden passage first to eliminate any dangers before Fang Yuan followed. After a brief wait in the second layer of the underground tomb, Dai returned with an unusual expression and reported to Fang Yuan. "My lord, the third layer is yet another tomb." Fang Yuan inquired, "Is its layout and decor identical to the second layer? Is there a stone coffin?" Dai confirmed, "It mirrors the second layer's arrangement, complete with a similar stone coffin. However, the number of monsters has increased, and 2 second-tier guardians appeared. I have already dispatched them. In addition to 1 melee-type guardian, there was now a ranged guardian, resembling the melee guardian but more slender in form, wielding a bow and arrow." Fang Yuan nodded thoughtfully, beginning to grasp the purpose behind the construction of this underground tomb. Upon entering the third layer, he opened the stone coffin to find 3 items once more: equipment blueprint, iron bow, equipment blueprint, iron arrow, and 10 black crystal coins. After collecting all the blueprints and items, Fang Yuan commanded the stone coffin to be opened again. Beneath it, yet another secret passage materialized. This time, without further prompting from Fang Yuan, Dai immediately led his companions into the passage. In the 4th layer of the underground tomb, they encountered 3 third-tier guardians, 2 melee and 1 ranged, all of 3rd-tier strength. The contents of the stone coffin remained consistent: building blueprint, green quality blacksmith shop, 15 black crystal coins, and 2 low-grade healing potions. After securing the blueprints, black crystal coins, and potions, the Grim Reaper soldiers once more pushed aside the stone coffin, revealing yet another hidden passage. Fang Yuan was now certain this underground tomb served as a trial ground. Those who could vanquish the guardians would be rewarded with treasures from the stone coffins on each layer. Correspondingly, with each descent, the number and strength of the guardians would escalate. If his deductions were correct, the 5th layer would house 4 guardians, each of 4th-tier strength. Upon entering the passage, Dai returned shortly thereafter with news. As Fang Yuan had surmised, the 5th layer indeed contained 4 guardians, all of 4th-tier strength, and an additional type known as the defensive guardian. This guardian bore a form similar to the others, but was significantly larger, wielding no weapon but a massive steel shield. From the stone coffin in the 5th layer, Fang Yuan acquired. Item Blueprint, Steel Shield, 20 black crystal coins, and 4th level magic scroll, Petrification. The 6th layer of the underground tomb harbored 5 5th-tier guardians, 2 melee guardians, 2 defensive guardians, and 1 ranged guardian. The stone coffin contained, item Blueprint, Mining Site, 25 black crystal coins, and 1 intermediate healing potion. As they progressed to the 7th layer, the 8th, and finally the 9th, a tremendous explosion resonated. A 9th level magic spell, Explosive Fireball. A molten sphere the size of a human head struck a defensive guardian of 9th tier strength, its searing heat instantly melting the steel shield into liquid iron. The upper half of the guardian was obliterated by the fireball's catastrophic force. Dai, using his left hand to block an incoming cold arrow with his iron sword, then raised his shield, which radiated a dark glow. Stepping forward to deliver a powerful blow with his shield. 10th level martial skill, Shield Bash. This strike deformed the nearby melee guardian. Blood 2's iron spear, akin to a serpent unleashed, accurately pierced through the skull of a ranged guardian. In the blink of an eye, all 9 9th-tier guardians in the 10th layer of the underground tomb had been vanquished. On this expedition, Fang Yuan had brought along 10 Grim Reaper soldiers and a Blood Frenzy gunner. 2 Grim Reaper soldiers were stationed at the entrance of the underground tomb, while the remaining 8 soldiers and the Blood Frenzy gunner accompanied Fang Yuan deeper into the tomb. The earlier layers had been easily traversed thanks to the formidable prowess of the 10th-tier troops. However, upon reaching the 10th layer, the guardians had increased to 9, all of 9th-tier strength. To err on the side of caution, Fang Yuan too entered the tomb. As they stepped into the 10th level of the crypt, the guardians that had been in slumber were instantly awakened. 3 melee guardians, 3 defensive guardians, and 3 ranged guardians. Fang Yuan and his companions were already prepared, launching themselves into the fray. In the blink of an eye, the battle was concluded. Next came the exhilarating moment. Upon opening the sarcophagus, the contents remained unchanged. 3 types of items. Blueprint, black quality ranger's cabin. 50 black crystal coins. Special item, teleportation scroll, X1. Chapter 27, mage type guardian. Ranger's cabin, 500 stone bricks, 500 wood, 100 iron blocks, 100 sand, 10 natural gems. Recruitable, half-elf ranger, tier 3. Teleportation scroll, low-level teleports the lord or hero and up to 10 nearby units to any territory within the realm of the lord or allied forces. Indeed, the rewards of the 10th level were exceptional. Whether it was the ranger's cabin or the teleportation scroll, both items were quite advantageous. As for the ranger's cabin, Fang Yuan only needed stone bricks to complete the requirements. The natural gems, which he had previously acquired in abundance from the goblin tribe's treasure chest, amounted to 100. Initially, he believed that the natural gems could only be used for constructing farms, but unexpectedly, they could also be utilized to build a ranger's cabin. This was a delightful surprise. As for the teleportation scroll, it was a remarkable item. If he were to venture beyond his territory in the future, having the teleportation scroll would enable him to return instantly. After recording the blueprint for the ranger's cabin, Fang Yuan was preparing to stow the teleportation scroll safely when he realized that his pockets were already stuffed with treasures obtained from the crypt. There was no space left to accommodate the teleportation scroll. With no other option, he reluctantly entrusted a few less important items to the nearby Death Guardian, asking for assistance in carrying them. Fang Yuan's hesitation did not stem from a lack of trust in his soldiers, but rather from the fact that the Death Guardians were responsible for combat, inevitably encountering skirmishes. Should they inadvertently damage the treasures entrusted to them, it would be a significant loss for Fang Yuan. After pushing aside the sarcophagus of the 10th level, a secret passage appeared before him. At that moment, Fang Yuan pondered whether to enter. According to the patterns, the 11th level of the crypt would feature 10 tier 10 guardians. Currently, he had a total of 9 tier 10 units by his side, with 2 Death Guardians stationed to guard the entrance of the crypt. Fang Yuan contemplated whether to send someone up to call down the 2 Death Guardians, thereby amassing 11 tier 10 units before entering the 11th level of the crypt together, effortlessly dispatching the monsters inside. Seeing Fang Yuan's concern, the Death Guardian, CE, smiled calmly and declared, "My lord, rest assured, with just a few numbers, we can easily defeat the guardians of the 11th level. As proud Death Guardians, we have this confidence." CE's unwavering confidence inspired Fang Yuan. Even if the 11th level indeed housed 10 tier 10 guardians, what of it? The Death Guardian's Death Aura skill could stack armor, with 8 Death Guardians combining their strengths. Their defensive capabilities reached an astonishing level. From the 2nd level to the 10th level, the Death Guardians had stood resolutely at the forefront, silently enduring the assaults of the Guardians. Remarkably, CE and his companions bore not a single scar. The defensive prowess of the Death Guardians was indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, Fang Yuan boasted dark gold quality equipment, capable of instantaneously casting level 9 spells. It was evident that Fang Yuan's team was formidable. With that in mind, what was there to wait for? Fang Yuan and his companions ventured into the secret passage beneath the sarcophagus, heading directly toward the underground crypt of the 11th level. The 11th level was significantly larger than the preceding ones, exuding an air of spaciousness. The crypt was adorned with lavish decorations, The walls were embedded with exquisite jewels, and the floors were laid with beautiful crystal tiles. This place could hardly be deemed a crypt. It was akin to a grand palace. Upon entering the 11th level, the guardians awakened in response. A total of 10 guardians emerged, 3 Tier 9 melee guardians, 3 Tier 9 defensive guardians, 3 Tier 9 ranged guardians, and a new type of guardian, the mage-type guardian. Mage-type guardian, Tier 10. Ability, magic. Skills, 1. Energy ray, level 10 magic, 2. Golem aura, level 10 aura. The mage-type guardian resembled the other guardians, save for one distinguishing feature. It wielded an enormous mechanical staff. The staff stood approximately 6 feet tall and was as thick as a child's arm, with a gigantic gear embedded at its apex. Fang Yuan couldn't help but marvel, noting that even if the staff were not used for casting spells, it would undoubtedly pack a considerable punch when used as a bludgeon. In this subterranean realm, there were 10 guardians, yet only one was Tier 10, the others were Tier 9. Fang Yuan instinctively let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were not all Tier 10 guardians, otherwise, a fierce battle would have been unavoidable. With his 9 Tier 10 units, Fang Yuan could effortlessly trample the opposition. As the intruders were detected, the melee and defensive guardians advanced with mechanical strides, wielding weapons and shields, steadily approaching Fang Yuan and his group. Behind them, the ranged guardians and the mage-type guardian raised their bows and staffs, preparing to unleash ranged attacks. A white energy beam, the width of a water bottle, shot forth from the mage-type guardian's staff, radiating a powerful destructive aura as it hurtled toward Fang Yuan and his companions. This was the mage-type guardian's level 10 magic, energy ray. In addition to the energy ray, the mage-type guardian possessed another level 10 aura skill, golem aura. Golem aura enhances all attributes of magic constructs within range by 10. Within the radius of its aura, the guardians experienced significant boosts to their defense, attack, and movement speed. CE, equipped with a steel shield in his left hand and an iron sword in his right, had commendable gear. However, faced with level 10 magic, his white-quality equipment felt as flimsy as paper. If CE attempted to withstand the energy ray, not only would his equipment be destroyed, but he could also sustain injuries. Thus, CE chose not to confront the energy ray head-on, instead evading the magic with remarkable agility. The energy ray missed its target, soaring straight toward the wall. Upon impact, it carved a clean hole with precision, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. A perfectly edged hole appeared before Fang Yuan. The damage inflicted by the mage-type guardian's energy ray far surpassed that of Fang Yuan's exploding fireball. The only drawback was the relatively slow speed of the spell, allowing the agile death guardians to evade it effortlessly. Just as the mage-type guardian prepared to unleash the energy ray once more, CE swiftly dashed toward the mage-type guardian. The remaining death god soldiers exhibited remarkable synergy as they swiftly dispatched their adversaries before converging on the mage-type guardian. Among them, the blood frenzy spearman was the fastest. Beneath the 10th tier units, none could withstand the force of his spear. Chapter 28, Hall of Heroes. Blood 2 advanced rapidly to confront the mage-type guardian, his steel lance sweeping out with alacrity. A thunderous crack echoed through the air as his lance collided with the guardian's iron staff. Bang! Sparks flew. Truly, the mage-type guardian lived up to its reputation as a 10th tier magical puppet, its body remarkably resilient. In the next instant, the magical runes on the guardian's body illuminated, and a dangerous red glow emanated from its eyes. Its right hand began to gather magical energy, preparing to unleash an energy ray at close range towards Blood 2. Given such proximity, it would be exceedingly difficult for Blood 2 to predict the trajectory of the skill and evade. This meant that there was a significant likelihood he would be unable to avoid the energy ray, and the probability of being struck was alarmingly high. The blood frenzy spearman lacked the formidable defensive capabilities of the death god soldiers. The energy ray was a 10th level spell. If struck, he could very well suffer severe injuries. Unfazed, Blood 2 transformed his sweeping lance into a thrust, and with a resounding chime, he thrust forward. However, the mage-type guardian deftly evaded, its figure shifting instantaneously from its original position. It issued commands in a language only guardians could comprehend, summoning other guardians to hasten to its aid. As a ranged spellcaster, engaging in close combat with the blood frenzy spearman was a decidedly unfavorable choice, prompting it to urgently call for reinforcements. Unfortunately, the other 9th tier guardians had either been slain by the death god soldiers or were still struggling, on the brink of collapse. The golem aura could enhance the all attributes of surrounding guardians by 10. Even with this enhancement, the 9th tier guardians could not prevail against Fang Yuan's 10th tier units. At this juncture, Death 1 joined the fray, assisting Blood 2 in besieging the 10th tier guardian. After several exchanges, every time the mage-type guardian attempted to cast a spell, it was interrupted by Death 1's skill, Shield Bash. The guardian's iron-like form was on the verge of destruction. Suddenly, Blood 2 seized an opening and unleashed a 10th level martial skill, Rampant Stab. His lance shot forth, creating a powerful shockwave through the air. With a piercing sound, Blood 2's steel lance penetrated the guardian's head, utterly destroying its magical core. The red glow in the eyes of the 10th tier guardian flickered a few times before extinguishing completely. With the magical core destroyed, the guardian's body could no longer maintain its balance and crashed heavily to the ground, its iron staff clattering away, landing at Fang Yuan's feet. Curiosity piqued, Fang Yuan examined the attributes of the iron staff, speculating that the weapon wielded by this 10th tier guardian might be of dark gold quality. After all, as the final boss of the last stage, the weapon of a 10th tier guardian should not be too shabby, even if it wasn't dark gold quality. It ought to at least be of black quality. Yet, to Fang Yuan's dismay, the outcome was far from his expectations. Iron staff. White quality. Attributes. Level 2 magic enhancement. Skills. None. The iron artifact wielded by the 10th tier guardian was merely an ordinary white quality piece of equipment. It bore no accompanying skills, and its only attribute was a low-level magic enhancement. While Fang Yuan was aware that the guardians in the underground tomb wielded low-quality weapons, primarily white-quality steel, he had hoped the 10th tier guardian's equipment would be of a higher standard. To his surprise, it was still a white-quality piece. However, Fang Yuan was not overly disappointed. After all, the true value within the underground tomb did not lie with the guardians, but rather with the stone sarcophagus that housed the treasures. Speaking of the sarcophagus, Fang Yuan looked around in confusion, wondering where it had gone. The 11th level of the underground tomb was far larger than the preceding 10 levels combined. It resembled a grand palace, appearing desolate save for the remnants of the fallen guardians strewn about. Fang Yuan surveyed the area, but found no trace of the sarcophagus. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly noticed what seemed to be an operable stone door behind the 10th tier guardian. The stone door blended almost seamlessly with the color of the tomb's walls, adorned with intricate murals. Had Fang Yuan not paid close attention, he might have missed it entirely. Fortunately, his keen eyesight allowed him to discern the subtle differences between the door and the wall. He approached the stone door, gazing up at its imposing height, approximately 3 stories tall and 2 stories wide. Fang Yuan inhaled sharply. He estimated that the door weighed several tons. With 10 people, Fang Yuan was concerned that they might not be able to push it open. He swallowed hard and turned to Death One beside him, asking, "Do you think we can push this door open?" Death One replied confidently, "Do not worry, my lord. It will take only 3 or 4 of us to move this stone door." As predicted, for Death God soldiers exerted their strength in unison, and the massive stone door began to creak open. Fang Yuan instructed them not to open it fully, merely enough to create a passageway. Behind the door lay a silent, expansive avenue, flanked by 2 rows of towering statues reaching several meters high. These statues had stood for countless years and, despite the ravages of time, remained solemn and resplendent. Fang Yuan stood on the ground, gazing up in awe at the vividly detailed sculptures, filled with admiration for the unknown architects who had constructed such grand edifices deep underground. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled heavily as the group proceeded forward. The avenue, barely 100 meters long, soon came to an end where another heavy stone door awaited. Upon pushing this door open, Fang Yuan finally arrived at the deepest recesses of the 11th level of the underground tomb. This chamber was a smaller palace, decorated in a style reminiscent of the previous tomb hall, yet even more opulent. The ceiling was embedded with luminous stones of uniform size, and the walls were adorned with murals, this time crafted with strands of gold, while the floor was laid with various colored gemstones. As Fang Yuan and his companions entered, they were nearly blinded by the dazzling decorations. After a moment, Fang Yuan adjusted to the brilliance of the palace's interior, only to find 3 lavish treasure chests emanating a golden glow upon a raised platform at the center of the chamber. 3 magnificent golden chests. Chapter 29, The Elven Woman. Fang Yuan's hands trembled slightly. He arrived in this world and opened the most exquisite treasure chests, yet all he achieved was the completion of trial tasks, rewarded with a silver chest. Little did he expect that the reward for the 11th layer of the tomb would be a golden chest, and not just 1, but 3. 3 golden chests. As the possessor of a hundredfold amplification system, Fang Yuan could trigger this amplification simply by opening the chests. This meant that the quality or quantity of the items within the golden chests would be enhanced 100-fold. How could Fang Yuan contain his excitement? While the rewards from the stone coffins in the underground tomb were commendable, it was unfortunate that opening them did not activate the hundredfold amplification. Initially, Fang Yuan felt a tinge of regret for not triggering the system. However, he was astonished to discover that the final reward for conquering the underground tomb was indeed 3 golden chests. After the initial thrill, Fang Yuan struggled to maintain his smile. Had it not been for the presence of his companions, Ce and Shui Air, he would undoubtedly have danced with joy. To preserve the image of a lord before his subordinates, he dismissed the thought of exuberant celebration. He strode purposefully towards the high platform in the center of the palace, preparing to climb up and open the chests when, suddenly, a figure materialized before him. The Grim Reaper guards and bloodthirsty gunmen rushed forward, encircling Fang Yuan protectively, weapons drawn, their gazes fixed warily on the apparition that had appeared so suddenly. At that moment, Fang Yuan and the others realized that this apparition was merely a phantasmal projection, posing no threat whatsoever. The projection had manifested as Fang Yuan approached the chests, triggering a magical mechanism. The projection depicted a stunningly beautiful woman, her figure alluring, adorned in an opulent dark green robe. What piqued Fang Yuan's curiosity was the fact that this woman possessed pointed ears, reminiscent of the elves depicted in films and animations from Earth. The elven woman spoke in a language foreign to Fang Yuan. Unable to comprehend her words, he turned to Ce and inquired, "Do you understand what she is saying?" Ce shook his head, replying, "I only know she is speaking the elven tongue, but I do not grasp the meaning." "Elf language? So she truly is an elf?" Fang Yuan asked, intrigued. Ce nodded gravely, stating, "Indeed. She belongs to the elven race, and according to my fragmented memories, this elven woman seems to be a figure of great significance among her people." The troops that Fang Yuan had recruited retained fragments of their past memories, albeit in a chaotic and vague manner. They could not recall these memories voluntarily. They only resurfaced upon encountering relevant objects. Just days prior, Ce had not recognized the orc species, but upon seeing one, he immediately recalled information about the orc clan. Fang Yuan pondered, if that is the case, this underground tomb was likely constructed by the elven race. The guardians and the treasures within the stone coffins must also have been placed there by elves. But why would the elven race construct such a magnificent complex in this location? He found himself unable to fathom the motives behind the elves' actions. Unfortunately, as he did not understand elven, he could not decipher the elven woman's dialogue. The projection had been pre-recorded. Once the elven woman finished her speech, she began again from the beginning. Had Fang Yuan understood elven, he would have gleaned the entire context from her words. Since he could not comprehend her speech, Fang Yuan shifted his focus back to the chests. Approaching the golden chests, he placed his hand upon them. The chest can only be opened by a hero or a lord. "Do you wish to proceed?" Fang Yuan declared, "Open." Opening the chest grants 1 hero emblem, triggering a 100-fold amplification to 100 hero emblems. Opening the chest grants a special building blueprint, hero altar, normal, triggering a 100-fold amplification to the special building blueprint. Hero altar, legendary. Opening the chest grants a special equipment, storage ring, triggering a 100-fold amplification to special equipment, arcane ring. Each of the 3 golden chests contained a single item, resulting in 3 distinct treasures. Fang Yuan examined the attributes of these treasures in turn. Hero emblem, an essential credential for the promotion of ordinary troops to heroes. Hero altar, legendary 500 stone bricks, 100 gold, 100 silver, 100 iron blocks, 1 glory talisman. Arcane ring, capable of storing 10,000 units of items. After a brief study of these 3 treasures, Fang Yuan grasped their significance. The hero altar would enable ordinary troops to be promoted to heroes. The hero emblem was a requisite for this transformation. This meant that as long as Fang Yuan could construct the hero altar, he could allow his troops to use the hero emblems to be promoted to heroes through the altar. According to the description, heroes possessed formidable combat prowess and various extraordinary abilities, standing at the pinnacle of all ordinary troops. The arcane ring could store any lifeless objects, accommodating up to 10,000 units, akin to a portable warehouse. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this haul. With the blueprint for constructing the hero altar and 100 hero emblems in his possession, it meant that he could potentially assemble an entire army of heroes in the future. Moreover, the timely arrival of the arcane ring resolved the dilemma of having too many spoils to carry. Fang Yuan promptly stowed all the loot acquired from the underground tomb into the arcane ring, alleviating the burden on him and his companions. After a thorough check to ensure nothing was left behind, they exited the opulent palace. Before departing, Fang Yuan cast a lingering glance at the extravagant decorations within. Tomorrow, he would undoubtedly send the Titans to retrieve all the precious adornments within this palace. To think they adorned the place with gold and gems. Such extravagance was truly wasteful. Passing through the corridor of statues, they arrived at the tomb's hall. Fang Yuan did not forget to collect the equipment from the guardians. Even the smallest morsel is still a piece of meat. With the arcane ring, a storage item of great capacity, he could carry away any amount of loot. Glancing at the remnants of the guardians strewn upon the ground, Fang Yuan contemplated whether he should take them back, as they might be reparable in the future. Although their strength was mediocre, once restored, they would serve well as guards. Ce interjected a warning, stating that once magical puppets were damaged, the resources required for their repair often exceeded those needed to create new ones from scratch. Chapter 30. The Arrival of the Traveling Merchant. As Fang Yuan and his companions emerged from the underground tomb, the time had already reached around 3 in the afternoon. The 2 Grim Reaper guards left behind to stand watch strictly enforced Fang Yuan's orders, showing no mercy to anyone daring to approach the entrance of the underground tomb. Upon his arrival, Fang Yuan observed the unwavering dedication of the 2 individuals and offered them commendations. Their loyalty incrementally rose in response to the Lord's praise. Raising his gaze, Fang Yuan beheld the azure expanse of the sky adorned with languid white clouds. In contrast to the somewhat oppressive atmosphere of the subterranean crypts, he found himself far more enamored with the world beyond. His spirits were exceptionally high today. Initially, He had ventured into the underground tomb solely with the intent of exploration. To his astonishment, he unearthed the secrets hidden within the crypt. Furthermore, he was rewarded with a plethora of bountiful treasures. Gazing at the array of artifacts within the arcane ring, a smile graced Fang Yuan's face that was almost too broad to contain. From the sarcophagus, he procured blueprints for a steel longsword, a steel shield, a steel spear, and a steel longbow, among other armaments. With these blueprints, the combat units of his fief could elevate their gear to a superior echelon. In addition to the armament blueprints, Fang Yuan also acquired several architectural designs, including those for a blacksmith's forge, a mining facility, and a tailor's shop, among others. He additionally received healing potions, energy elixirs, and mana potions. These acquisitions significantly bolstered the overall strength of Fang Yuan's domain. The peril posed by the orc tribes diminished sharply in his mind. Despite currently possessing only 100 combat units, his warehouse was stocked with over 400 soul gems. Should Fang Yuan so desire, he could instantaneously recruit more than 400 Tier 10 combat units. The sole concern remained the issue of sustenance and resources. The appetite of Tier 10 combat units far exceeded that of their lower-tier counterparts. A single meal for a Death Guardian requires 15 units of food, and they demand 3 meals a day. Meeting the daily food needs of over 500 individuals would necessitate an estimated 12,000 units of sustenance. The magical beasts in the plains surrounding the fief had been thoroughly hunted by the bloodthirsty lancers. It remained uncertain how long the beasts in the western forest could endure. Even with Fang Yuan's hundredfold amplification system, such a considerable consumption of food was unsustainable. He resolved to expand his military only after establishing a ranch and a breeding facility, thereby securing a stable food source. Currently, he harbored no fears regarding an orc incursion. The Death Guardians of the patrol teams consistently monitored the perimeter of his territory, ready to respond at any signs of orc invasion. Fang Yuan could swiftly mobilize and recruit hundreds of combat units to repel any orc threats. During this interim, he needed to expedite the search for blueprints for farms or ranches. Once a steady food supply was established, he could confidently augment his forces. Another pressing matter was Fang Yuan's urgent need to locate iron or resources. He had merely 2,000 units of iron blocks available for trade with other lords. His territory lacked any mines or resources, thus preventing the extraction of various metallic ores. Consequently, in addition to the imperative of constructing a ranch, Fang Yuan must also seek out iron blocks, mines, and other resource points. Time was of the essence, and the burden of tasks weighed heavily. Upon returning to his fief, he found the Titan squad and the hunting team had yet to return. Only a little over 20 Death Guardians were stationed, taking turns patrolling the vicinity. Fang Yuan settled in front of a small wooden cabin, munching on a piece of beef jerky while idly perusing the regional channel. In recent days, many individuals had upgraded their main cities or constructed barracks. With barracks established, they could train the most basic infantry unit, the militia. The militia's strength was not formidable, barely reaching Tier 1. However, training 2 militia members to cooperate would enable them to hunt the most rudimentary magical beasts. Today, numerous individuals successfully hunted magical beasts using their militias. They jubilantly shared images in the regional channel, showcasing their hard-won trophies. It was no small feat. I can finally defeat that rabbit beast that once trounced me. Tonight, I shall roast you for dinner, as a means to quench my resentment. Haha. I too have hunted a wild chicken beast. Tonight's dinner is secured. My territory lies in the desert, where only scorpions exist. Although I constructed a barack, it feels rather futile. I envy those above. My barack is yet unfinished, and I can only trade resources with Lord Fang Yuan for meat. Most of the magical beasts they hunted were Tier 1 rabbit beasts and mountain chicken beasts. Only a few managed to capture larger creatures like elk. Of course, some overly confident lords, believing their militias would render them invincible, ventured to challenge the wild boar beasts and unicorn bulls. The outcomes were tragically disastrous, with the hunters becoming prey themselves. I can't believe the wild boar was so fierce. After scrimping and saving to build my barack and recruit 3 militia members, within just 10 minutes, they were all trampled by the wild boar. I'm furious. These militia are utterly useless. I sent them out to hunt, and instead of bringing back prey, they all returned injured. My militia is even worse. When I slightly reprimanded them, they sulked and retorted, "If you think you're so capable, why don't you go instead? The wild boars and unicorn bulls are so formidable. I wonder how Lord Fang Yuan managed to defeat them initially? I too am curious and share the same question. Don't be foolish. He wouldn't reveal such secrets to us." Scanning the regional channel, Fang Yuan noted that only a small fraction of lords had mastered the art of hunting and sustaining themselves. The majority, sending their militias out to hunt, not only failed but returned with all their militia members injured. It seemed that tonight would yield another wave of meat sales. In a few days, Fang Yuan's meat would lose its value. Currently, most lords were unable to grasp hunting techniques, and thus could not procure food. Fang Yuan's meat could still be traded for a few more days. He intended to exchange as many resources as possible during this time. Once other lords mastered hunting techniques and secured stable food sources, the value of food would plummet. At this juncture, A Death Guardian approached Fang Yuan to report, "My lord, a few individuals claiming to be traveling merchants have arrived outside, stating that someone in the territory has sounded a merchant's flute to summon them. Should we allow them entry?" Fang Yuan promptly replied, "Let them in." After sounding the merchant's flute, Fang Yuan received a notification stating that the traveling merchants would arrive at his territory within 3 days. Originally, he had anticipated their arrival would occur tomorrow or the day after, but he was taken aback by their swiftness. Chapter 31. The Unscrupulous Merchant. A gargantuan wagon ambled forward at a leisurely pace. The vehicle moved slowly, accompanied by a man draped in a gray cloak, completely shrouded in its fabric, including his head. The wagon's compartment towered 4 meters high, constructed of wood and showing significant wear. A flag fluttered atop the wagon, and as a gentle breeze blew, it waved proudly, emblazoned with the image of a merchant's flute. The design on the flag bore a striking resemblance to the merchant's flute in Fang Yuan's possession. Thus, it could be inferred that this was indeed the so-called traveling merchant. Upon receiving Fang Yuan's consent, the Death Guardian granted them passage. The traveling merchant's cart came to a halt in a slightly spacious area within the territory. Fang Yuan approached the merchant's cart, and before he could utter a word, the merchant swiftly moved to Fang Yuan's side, exclaiming with great enthusiasm, "My dear friend, is it your enchanting flute that beckoned me here?" Fang Yuan nodded and replied, "Indeed. It was my flute that summoned you. My good friend, how fortunate you are to encounter me." The merchant laughed heartily. "Our goods are of exceptional quality and remarkably affordable. I assure you, you shall be thoroughly satisfied. We merchants specialize in selling unique items from various lands, and you are free to select whatever pleases you. Moreover, if you possess any trifles you no longer need, we shall offer you generous compensation in return." Fang Yuan inquired, "May I first see what you have to offer?" The merchant turned around and kicked the cart's side, calling out, "Hey, you inside, we have business." The cart was opened, revealing a lengthy shelf adorned with over 20 distinct items, each one different from the last. Regional map, Forgotten Lands. A map detailing the terrain of the Forgotten Lands. Price, 3 black crystal coins. Remaining, 2. Blank map. A map to record explored areas. Price, 1 black crystal coin. Remaining, 5. White weapon, steel scimitar. Price, 7 black crystal coins. Remaining, 3. White weapon, beastbone hammer. Price, 9 black crystal coins. Remaining, 1. Level 1 spellbook, Fireball. Price, 15 black crystal coins. Remaining, 1. Level 1 combat technique book, Whirlwind Slash. Price, 10 black crystal coins. Remaining, 1. Minor healing potion. Price, 5 black crystal coins. Remaining, 6. Armor blueprint, beast skin armor. Price, 5 black crystal coins. Remaining, 2. Item blueprint, refining furnace. Price, 10 black crystal coins. Remaining, 1. Could this be a skill book? Fang Yuan stepped closer to the shelf, curiosity illuminating his face. Level 1 spellbook, Fireball. Restriction. Only lords or heroes may learn it. It consumes a small amount of magic points to cast a fireball at enemies. The higher the level, the greater the power. This implies that ordinary troops cannot utilize skill books. Only heroes or lords may learn them to acquire new skills. Fang Yuan was surprised to discover that even a lord could learn skills. Regrettably, both skill books on display were of the lowest level. With the dark golden equipment adorning his left index finger, the explosive magic ring, which was imbued with 3 level 9 spells. Level 1 skill books held little significance for Fang Yuan. Had the skill books been of level 9 or 10, he might have considered purchasing them. Among the 20+ items, there were goods, equipment, skill books, and blueprints, all priced below 20 black crystal coins. Having explored the underground tombs, Fang Yuan had amassed over 200 black crystal coins. Even if he were to purchase the entire shelf's contents, he would find himself well within his means. Fang Yuan meticulously examined the items before him. Meanwhile, the traveling merchant was not idle. He lowered his head, subtly scanning the surroundings of Fang Yuan's territory. His gaze swept over the various structures within the territory before finally settling on the 2 rings adorning Fang Yuan's left hand. Based on his extensive experience of smuggling and trading across the continent, he could ascertain that those rings were anything but ordinary. The radiance emanating from them indicated they were high-quality magical items, at the very least, of black quality. The merchant scrutinized Fang Yuan's somewhat youthful and innocent visage, deducing that he was quite young. Youth suggested a lack of worldly experience, which in turn implied that Fang Yuan would be easily deceived. From the scale of the buildings and the population within Fang Yuan's territory, it was evident that he was merely a penniless little lord. The fact that such a minor lord possessed 2 high-grade magical rings was utterly preposterous. Among their ranks, young lords like Fang Yuan were often referred to as fat sheep. To miss the opportunity to fleece Fang Yuan would be a disservice to himself, having journeyed all the way from the Orc Empire to this desolate wasteland. With this thought in mind, a knowing smile crept upon the merchant's lips. He cleared his throat softly and addressed Fang Yuan, "My dear brother, my goods are indeed of exceptional quality and fair pricing, a guarantee to all. Might you have any items of interest?" After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yuan responded, "I would like to purchase a regional map, a blank map, the beast skin armor blueprint, the refining furnace blueprint, and the beast skin boots blueprint. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's request for such a multitude of items, the merchant's smile widened even further. The total for your desired items amounts to 24 black crystal coins. As Fang Yuan prepared to retrieve the black crystal coins from the arcane ring, the merchant, with a gleam in his eye, remarked, "My dear friend, should you find yourself short on funds, you could sell us some trifles you no longer require. For instance, those 2 splendid rings adorning your left hand would be quite appealing. I would be willing to purchase them for 100 black crystal coins. What do you say?" Fang Yuan was taken aback, quickly realizing the merchant's intent to exploit him. Although he was uncertain of the precise value of a black crystal coin, he knew that even a common white-quality item on the merchant's shelf was priced at 9 black crystal coins. The 2 rings he possessed were certainly not of ordinary quality. The explosive magic ring was a dark golden-grade magical item, complete with 3 level 9 spells. The arcane ring, a rare storage ring capable of holding 10,000 units of items, was akin to a portable warehouse. To offer merely 100 black crystal coins for such exquisite treasures was an egregious insult. Fang Yuan could not help but curse silently. Damn it. It was shocking that this man, who feigned camaraderie, could be so unscrupulous when it came to swindling. Chapter 32, The Treasure Chest Game. Fang Yuan resolutely declined, showing no mercy to this unscrupulous merchant. Were it not for his need for this merchant's services, he would have already summoned his deathly guardians to deliver a sound thrashing, stripping the merchant of his garments and leaving him exposed under the sun for 3 days and nights. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's refusal, the merchant was taken aback. This was not the response he had anticipated. To him, a lord like Fang Yuan, presiding over a territory in the resource-scarce Forgotten Lands, should have been a naive bumpkin, likely to be overjoyed at the prospect of 100 black crystal coins, and would have readily handed over his rings with heartfelt gratitude. Previously, during his ventures in the Abyssal Empire, he had exchanged 2 bottles of the cheapest, most inferior dwarven spirits for 300 pieces of abyssal demon gold or from a foolish demon lord. Abyssal demon gold was a resource extraordinarily difficult to mine, found only in the magma rivers of the Abyssal Empire. To collect such ore, miners must venture into the Abyssal Lava River to have a chance of obtaining this rare ore. The process of extraction is perilous, and a moment's lapse in caution could lead to immediate death. A single piece of Abyssal Mithril ore commands a price of 200 black crystal coins. In stark contrast, a barrel of inferior dwarven liquor can be purchased for a mere coin. This lucrative transaction allowed the traveling merchant to reap substantial profits. Consequently, he developed a keen fondness for exploring the remote corners of the continent, hoping to unearth further treasures. His fortune seemed to favor him, for he managed to acquire several fine artifacts from local lords in distant regions at remarkably low prices. On this occasion, when Fang Yuan sounded the merchant's flute, several traders sensed the call. However, upon learning that the destination was the Land of Forgotten, they all shook their heads in refusal. No one was willing to venture to the Land of Forgotten, the most desolate and impoverished area of the chaotic continent. The destitute inhabitants of the Land of Forgotten were hardly likely to possess black crystal coins to purchase goods. Yet, the traveling merchant was different. He relished the thrill of discovering hidden gems. Although resources were scarce in the Land of Forgotten, he reasoned that he might still stumble upon valuable treasures. Moreover, the individuals from such backward regions likely lacked experience, making them easy to deceive. Initially, the merchant intended to employ the same strategy, hoping to trade for Fang Yuan's 2 exquisite rings at a meager price. However, he was taken aback when Fang Yuan refused to be duped. Undeterred, the merchant forced a chuckle and exclaimed, "My dear friend, offering you 100 black crystal coins for your 2 rings is already a generous price. Why are you still unsatisfied?" Before Fang Yuan could respond, the merchant continued, I see now. As your most cherished friend and brother, how could I not offer a discount? It's truly remiss of me." The merchant feigned a pained expression and remarked, "If you agree to sell those rings, I will grant you a 10% discount on all the merchandise available today. This is indeed a remarkable offer. Just think, a 10% discount. In all my years of business, I have only extended such a concession to you. Others do not receive such privileges." Haha, Fang Yuan merely scoffed. Choosing not to engage further, he retrieved a leather pouch filled with black crystal coins from the arcane ring and tossed 24 gleaming coins at the merchant. The radiant coins struck the merchant's face, abruptly halting his incessant chatter. Being struck in the face by thrown objects is a decidedly impolite act, and Fang Yuan's actions were undeniably insulting. The merchant was momentarily stunned. He had not clearly seen what had struck him. However, in light of this blatant provocation, he, as a merchant of considerable standing, could not allow such disrespect to go unpunished. As a member of one of the continent's largest trade guilds, the Flute Merchants Association, he possessed the power and confidence to ensure that anyone who dared to belittle him would pay dearly for their arrogance. Frowning, the merchant's face darkened with anger as he prepared to make Fang Yuan face the consequences of his insolence. Yet, upon realizing that the object of his ire was a collection of shimmering black crystal coins, all his fury dissipated instantly. With a greasy smile, he remarked, Oh, come now. Why throw small coins at someone? To the merchant, black crystal coins held greater significance than mere dignity. Suppressing a wave of nausea, Fang Yuan retorted sharply, shut your mouth. Those black crystal coins are payment for your goods. Now leave with your wares. The merchant, keenly observant, noticed that Fang Yuan's leather pouch contained at least 100 black crystal coins. At that moment, he comprehended that Fang Yuan was not merely a naive provincial lord. The accumulation of such wealth indicated that Fang Yuan possessed some acumen. This realization meant that Fang Yuan was aware of the merchant's attempt to exploit him, which was likely the source of his irritation. With a forced grin, the merchant said, "My friend, nightfall approaches. May I stay on your land for one night? I shall depart at dawn. The grasslands at night can be perilous, especially with the nearby orc tribe. Those brutish, lowly orcs nearly robbed me, but thankfully, I managed to escape their clutches. I cannot fathom why such unintelligent orcs seem to abound in their tribe." Fang Yuan remained silent, his icy gaze fixed upon the merchant. There was no need to extend kindness to one who sought to deceive him. The merchant, recognizing that he would need to pay some price to avoid Fang Yuan's wrath, forced a smile and said, "Of course, I would never take advantage of my good friend." He gestured for Fang Yuan to follow. "I have something wonderful to show you." Curiosity piqued, Fang Yuan accompanied him to the rear of the wagon, where several weathered chests lay stacked. Rubbing his hands together, the merchant exclaimed, "Friend, allow me to introduce you to an intriguing new game. All these chests are mysterious treasures I have collected from various locales, none of which have ever been opened. Some were unearthed from ruins, others found in the wild, and some procured from abandoned temples. No one knows what lies within these chests. However, I can assure you that there are undoubtedly valuable items inside. Just the other day, in the Goblin Empire, a blood goblin purchased one of my mysterious chests for a black crystal coin. Upon opening it, he discovered a piece of dark gold equipment. That equipment is worth a fortune, easily exceeding 10,000 black crystal coins." Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan's heart surged with rage. The merchant had the audacity to propose acquiring an item valued at tens of thousands of black crystal coins for a mere 100 coins. How brazen. Fang Yuan doubted whether the merchant's very insides had not turned black with greed. Suppressing his fury, Fang Yuan continued to listen to the merchant's pitch. Unbeknownst to the merchant, he had danced precariously close to the edge of danger multiple times. In essence, the game the merchant described was a gamble on the contents of the chests. These mysterious treasures, regardless of size, material, or color, were each priced at 1 black crystal coin. Before opening, no one could ascertain the value of the contents. It could be a dark gold piece worth thousands, or a worthless trinket. However, given the merchant's willingness to sell the chests at such a low price, it was evident that their worth was likely far below his profit margin. The chances of unveiling a valuable item were exceedingly slim. Otherwise, the merchant would have kept the chests for himself, as the reward for uncovering a piece of dark gold equipment would be immensely profitable. In truth, the game of opening treasure chests has been a long-standing tradition in the chaotic realm. According to the tales spun by traveling merchants, there exists a certain blood goblin who once unearthed dark gold equipment from such chests. Indeed, such a figure did exist, but that was a millennium ago. Since that time, no one has ever opened a chest to reveal dark gold equipment. Not to mention dark gold, even white equipment has become a rare find. Most adventurers who attempt to open chests find only broken weapons or utterly useless blueprints for items like cups, coffee tables, and benches. 1,000 years have passed, and the once popular treasure chest game has gradually fallen into obscurity. Even the dim-witted ogres are aware that only fools would indulge in the folly of treasure chest games, deeming it a mere trickery. The chests stored in the merchant's cart are remnants from a decade past. Over the years, no one has shown interest in this game. The mysterious chests that the merchant acquired at wholesale prices now languish in the dusty corners of his cart. Several times, he has contemplated the idea of opening these chests himself, merely to free up space. Yet, he hesitates, reluctant to part with the possibility of selling them, which could yield a modest profit. At last, an opportunity arises. In the secluded and backward land of the Forgotten Territory, it is likely that no one has ever encountered such a game. The merchant, feeling quite disgruntled for failing to deceive Fang Yuan earlier, is eager to promote the treasure chest game to him. If he can persuade Fang Yuan to open a few worthless chests, it would not only serve as a personal triumph, but also net him a few black crystal coins. Just as the merchant is eloquently recounting tales of fortunate souls who have become overnight millionaires through treasure chests, Fang Yuan impatiently interrupts him. The sudden interruption sends a jolt of anxiety through the merchant. Has Fang Yuan uncovered his scheme? The merchant's heart races with apprehension. If Fang Yuan becomes angry and expels him from the territory, he would be forced to brave the wilderness for the night. Should he encounter a raiding party from an orc tribe while resting, it would spell disaster. Other races, powers, and lords regard the merchant alliance with a sense of awe, fearing its strength. Anyone who dares harm or rob a member of the alliance is deemed an enemy and can forget about acquiring any resources in the future, as no merchant would dare trade with foes of the alliance. However, the orcs care little for such matters, particularly the smaller tribes. who are indifferent to whether one belongs to the alliance. For them, every problem can be solved through combat and plunder. If food is scarce, they will raid. If resources dwindle, they will raid. If labor is lacking, they will raid. Nearly every merchant in the chaotic realm avoids trading with those lowly orc tribes. Should he find himself forced to spend the night outdoors, the merchant would undoubtedly be on edge throughout the night. With a hint of nervousness, the merchant inquires, "What troubles you, my friend? Do you not fancy this game?" Fang Yuan replies with indifference, "I want all the chests here." "What? You want them all?" The merchant is taken aback. Fang Yuan, puzzled, asks, "Is there a problem?" The merchant quickly waves his hands. "No problem at all. Just 5 black crystal coins for all 5 chests." He hurriedly retrieves the 5 chests from his cart and places them at Fang Yuan's feet. Fearful that any delay might provoke a change of heart in him, Fang Yuan produces 5 black crystal coins from his leather pouch and hands them to the merchant. Upon receiving them, the merchant's face breaks into a cunning smile, his mind brimming with self-satisfaction. As expected, a lord from a small place lacks experience, a little persuasion, and he falls for it. Though he harbors mockery in his heart for Fang Yuan, the merchant maintains a facade of enthusiasm, saying, "My friend, will you open the chests now, or shall we wait?" Fang Yuan calmly responds, "Let us open them now." The merchant chuckles, My good brother. There are a few things we must clarify beforehand. If you open the chests and do not receive anything worthwhile, do not take your frustrations out on me. After all, luck can be fickle. You must promise me that you will allow me to stay in your territory tonight. I assure you, you are welcome to stay in my territory tonight, and I shall also provide your dinner. Fang Yuan replies with a gentle laugh. Rest assured, my luck has always been exceptional. The merchant, dismissive, responds, "Is that so? Then I shall eagerly witness your good fortune, having been in the trade for over 30 years. The merchant has witnessed countless individuals from various races open treasure chests. Yet, the luckiest among them merely uncovered a white-quality weapon. He cannot fathom that Fang Yuan could possibly unveil anything of value. The merchant crosses his arms, leaning against the cart with a bemused smile, eagerly anticipating the moment when Fang Yuan discovers that all 5 chests yield nothing of worth. The ancient chests, cloaked in a thick layer of dust, have remained untouched for an unknown duration. Fang Yuan blows forcefully, sending a cloud of dust cascading from the chests. He then places his hand upon one and confirms. "Shall I open the chest?" "Yes," Fang Yuan declares. As he opens the chest, a brilliant dark gold light emanates from its dilapidated interior. The merchant, who had been wearing a mocking smile, finds his expression frozen in disbelief upon witnessing the dark gold light. This is a dark gold blueprint. His eyes widen, and his mouth slightly agape. He stands dumbfounded. He never imagined that Fang Yuan could truly unveil a dark gold treasure. For 1,000 years, aside from that exceptionally fortunate blood goblin, no one in the chaotic realm has managed to uncover dark gold treasures. Most adventurers merely find a plethora of unwanted, worthless equipment and blueprints. Indeed, many have speculated that the tale of the lucky blood goblin was a fabricated story concocted by the major merchant alliances to offload their surplus of worthless chests at exorbitant prices. Gradually, the once thriving treasure chest game has fallen into utter disrepute. The merchant could never have anticipated that the worthless chests he sold would yield a dark gold blueprint. The shock is so profound that it leaves him standing motionless, as if his mind has short-circuited. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan remains composed, calmly examining the attributes of the Life Cup blueprint. The Cup of Life, 10 life gems, 1 leaf of the world tree. Effect: pouring pure water into the cup transforms it into a high-grade healing potion, with a daily usage limit of 10. In other words, once Fang Yuan acquires the necessary materials, he will be able to create the Cup of Life, allowing him to procure 10 bottles of high-grade healing potions each day. Previously, among the rewards obtained from the underground tomb, he had already collected several low-grade healing potions and 1 mid-grade healing potion. High-grade healing potions were entirely unfamiliar to Fang Yuan. This was indeed a remarkable treasure. With a satisfied nod, Fang Yuan promptly stored the blueprint of the Cup of Life into his arcane ring. Upon witnessing the radiant dark gold blueprint vanish from sight, the traveling merchant finally regained his senses, emitting a peculiar cry. In a fit of frenzy, he lunged towards Fang Yuan, evidently intent on seizing the blueprint from his hands. The Death God Guardian instantaneously appeared before Fang Yuan, blocking the merchant's path, and with a swift kick, sent him flying several dozen meters away. The merchant, propelled through the air, let out a piercing scream, clutching his abdomen and emitting strange whimpers. Hearing his agonized cries, a commotion arose from within the merchant's cart. A diminutive yet robust figure, a peculiar race endowed with bulging muscles, emerged from the cart. Black Iron Dwarf Bodyguard, 4th tier. Ability, Guardian. Skill, Hammer of the Storm, 4th level martial skill. This Black Iron Dwarf was a bodyguard hired by the traveling merchant. Having traversed the continent for many years, the merchant found that mere reputation was inadequate to navigate all perils. Should he inadvertently encounter dangers such as wild beasts, it was time for the bodyguard to step in. The black iron dwarf stood approximately 1.5 meters tall, sporting a bushy black beard, clad in black armor, wielding a one-handed warhammer. The dwarf race is one of the many exalted races of the chaotic continent, characterized by their short stature, rugged appearance, formidable strength, and volatile temperament. Upon hearing his employer's wails, the black iron dwarf immediately burst from the cart. The moment he emerged, he beheld his employer cast aside, writhing in agony on the ground. "You ruffians dare to strike!" The irascible black iron dwarf, in a fit of rage, raised his warhammer and bellowed as he charged toward the death god guardian. However, the guardian, sword in hand, radiated a chilling aura of death. Upon sensing this malevolent presence, the black iron dwarf felt a shiver run down his spine. He abruptly halted his charge, fearfully gazing at the guardian, his face betraying his trepidation. The lethal aura emanating from the death god guardian nearly took his breath away. He had previously experienced a similar terror from a vicious and powerful dragon. Should the black iron dwarf dare to advance another step, he would surely meet a grim fate. Swallowing hard, he managed to muster a sheepish grin. Complying, he discarded his weapon, raised his hands in surrender, and squatted obediently beside the cart, refraining from further movement. As a bodyguard, such compliance seemed rather dishonorable. Yet, the black iron dwarf had his own grievances. The merchant paid him a monthly salary of 150 black crystal coins, but frequently concocted excuses to withhold payment, be it for not washing his feet, overeating, snoring at night, or grinding his teeth. The merchant could always find a myriad of reasons to reduce the dwarf's wages. Bound by a 10-year contract, the black iron dwarf was unable to terminate the agreement and seek a new employer. Thus, he was forced to endure the merchant's exploitation in silence. After all the deductions, the dwarf received a mere 90 black crystal coins each month, a pittance hardly worth risking his life for the merchant. Consequently, when faced with danger, the black iron dwarf chose to cower in the corner, hoping to avoid any misfortune. The traveling merchant, having been sent sprawling, gradually regained consciousness amidst his agony. He realized that his earlier greed had clouded his judgment, leading him to act irrationally. Now fully aware, he was consumed by regret at the thought of Fang Yuan opening a treasure chest and uncovering a dark gold blueprint. The merchant lamented not having opened those few worthless treasure chests himself, which had only served to occupy space. Yet, he ultimately refrained, convinced that selling them would still yield a few black crystal coins. For the sake of those coins, he had allowed the chests to languish in his cart's corner for 10 years. Had he only opened them back then, that dark gold blueprint would have been his. Alas, it was too late for regrets now. The dark gold blueprint now belonged entirely to Fang Yuan. As a member of the Merchant Alliance, one could be greedy, cunning, and deceitful. However, the one unbreakable tenet was the sanctity of trade contracts. Each transaction and sale was deemed sacred and inviolable. The merchant's earlier actions were strictly prohibited within the alliance. Should Fang Yuan report this incident to the Mu-Di Merchant Association, the merchant's trading privileges could very well be revoked. Despite understanding that regret was futile, the merchant could not dispel the remorse in his heart. Chapter 35. Jealousy clouds my judgment. Once, a treasure of immeasurable worth lay before him, yet he failed to cherish it properly, only to be filled with regret after its loss. No amount of remorse could offer him solace. At present, the priority was to maximize his profits. Although the merchant had not seen the name or attributes of the dark gold blueprint, he accurately deduced, through years of experience, that the blueprint Fang Yuan had acquired from the treasure chest was likely one of the pivotal artifacts of the Elven Empire, the blueprint for the Cup of Life. Thousands of years ago, during a war, the capital of the Elven Empire had been besieged by enemy forces. Enormous hordes of adversaries stormed the Elven Palace, wreaking havoc and pillaging treasures. Many artifacts within the palace's treasury were lost to the chaos of conflict, including the blueprint for the Cup of Life. Without this blueprint, no amount of materials could recreate the Cup of Life. Currently, only 6 cups of life remained within the Elven Empire, having miraculously survived that catastrophic turmoil. If he could sell the blueprint for the Cup of Life to the Elven Empire, he was certain they would offer a princely sum in exchange. The merchant quickly regained his composure. If he could obtain the dark gold blueprint from Fang Yuan and sell it to the Elven race, the profits would be substantial. For a shrewd merchant, business was paramount. Though he still harbored deep regret within his heart, the demands of commerce eclipsed all else. The sole dilemma now lay in how to procure that dark gold blueprint from Fang Yuan's possession. He was a merchant, not a brigand. Naturally eschewing robbery and thievery, such despicable and sordid methods were beneath him. Thus, the traveling merchant opted for what he deemed the most prudent course of action to resolve this quandary, to negotiate the acquisition of the Life Cup blueprint from Fang Yuan. In this world, there exists no problem that cannot be resolved with wealth. If a solution eludes one, it simply indicates that one lacks sufficient funds. With this thought in mind, the traveling merchant suppressed his anguish and rose from the ground. He forced a smile onto his face and staggered towards Fang Yuan. "My dear friend, I must admit my earlier rashness led me to inadvertently offend you. I hope you can forgive my impetuosity. I am prepared to offer several exquisite gifts to nurture the bond of our friendship." Might you be willing to part with that dark gold blueprint obtained from your treasure chest? I shall offer you 100,000 black crystal coins. Before the traveling merchant could complete his proposition, he stood dumbfounded, his expression one of sheer astonishment, as if he had beheld a deity descending from the heavens. Fang Yuan proceeded to open the remaining 4 treasure chests in succession. Each chest emitted a radiant dark gold glow. Instantly, the small area surrounding them was enveloped in this luminous aura. Open treasure chest and obtained white item. Ogre's underwear, triggering a 100-fold amplification to dark gold equipment. Black abyss armor. Open treasure chest and obtained white item. Shell necklace, triggering a 100-fold amplification to dark gold equipment. Blessing of the tides. Open treasure chest and obtained white architectural blueprint. Banner, triggering a 100-fold amplification to dark gold architectural blueprint. Tower of glory. Open treasure chest and obtained level 1 spellbook. Farsight, triggering a 100-fold amplification to level 9 spell, Eye of Death. In total, 4 treasures were unveiled, each one of dark gold quality. The traveling merchant had already regretted his earlier decision upon witnessing Fang Yuan unveil a single dark gold treasure. Now, Fang Yuan had effortlessly revealed 4. The traveling merchant found himself at a loss as to how to confront this reality. After all, he had personally sold these 5 chests to Fang Yuan, never anticipating that Fang Yuan would be so fortunate as to open 5 dark gold treasures in one go. It equated to him having sold a dark gold treasure to Fang Yuan for the mere price of a single black crystal coin. As a competent merchant, he had unwittingly sold his goods at an exceedingly low price. The foundations of the traveling merchant's beliefs crumbled in an instant. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and then darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. When the traveling merchant next regained consciousness, night had fully descended. He found himself lying near a campfire, beside his bodyguard, the black iron dwarf, who was voraciously devouring a roasted leg of lamb. Utterly oblivious to the merchant's awakening. Suddenly, the black iron dwarf set down the lamb leg, sighed heavily, his face etched with worry, as if troubled by some weighty concern. This only served to deepen the traveling merchant's sense of gratitude, though he often commanded the black iron dwarf and even withheld his wages. Their years of companionship had forged a profound friendship between them. Surely, the black iron dwarf was now worried about his well-being. Yet to his surprise, the black iron dwarf lamented, "Alas, this roasted leg of lamb is a bit bland. It would be even better with a hint of cumin." With that, he resumed his hearty feast, savoring the meat with delight. The traveling merchant, feeling a sense of melancholy, rose from the grass. Upon turning, the black iron dwarf, seeing the merchant awake, exclaimed, "Ah, you're not dead after all. What a pity. I thought you had passed, and I would finally be free." Hearing this, the traveling merchant nearly choked, almost succumbing to unconsciousness once more. He struggled to contain his fury and inquired, "What transpired? Where are we now?" The black iron dwarf, chewing on the leg of lamb, replied, "You were trading with the Lord here, and then, for some unknown reason, you suddenly fainted." Upon hearing this, the traveling merchant's expression shifted to one of contemplation. Could it be that everything that had transpired was merely a dream? Was all that lingered in his memory but a figment of his imagination? It was certainly plausible. How could anyone possibly open treasure chests to yield 5 dark gold treasures? Even the offspring of Lady Luck would not possess such extraordinary fortune. With this thought, the traveling merchant inexplicably felt a sense of relief wash over him. "By the way, the Lord instructed me to inform you that if you awaken, you should seek him out." The black iron dwarf suddenly recalled something and said to the merchant. Nodding in acknowledgement, the traveling merchant rose and made his way towards the largest campfire at the heart of the territory. Fang Yuan was sipping from a wooden bowl of beef soup, thoroughly satisfied with having opened 5 dark gold items from the treasure chests. Alas, the traveling merchant had no more treasure chests to offer him. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would have relished the opportunity to open several hundred chests in one go. What a thrill it would be! To acquire a treasure chest for the price of a single black crystal coin was an astonishing bargain. Noticing the traveling merchant approach, Fang Yuan set down his wooden bowl and softly addressed him, "Please, take a seat. I promised you that tonight you could stay in my territory, and I shall cover your meals." Chapter 36. Material list. The traveling merchant offered a subtle smile and graciously took a seat to Fang Yuan's left. "Then I shall humbly accept your hospitality." With that, he reached for the roasted meat on the campfire rack. The tender, juicy morsel was an unspoken delight with each bite. Savoring the food, he turned to Fang Yuan and said with a smile, "My dear friend, while I was in slumber, I dreamed of you playing the treasure chest game and astonishingly opening 5 dark gold items. Is that not amusing?" Fang Yuan regarded him with curiosity, a hint of surprise in his gaze. "You were not dreaming. I indeed opened 5 dark gold items just now." "What?" The merchant's smile faltered, disbelief etched across his face. As Fang Yuan observed his incredulity, he retrieved the 5 dark gold treasures to display before him. Upon seeing the tangible proof, the traveling merchant's vision darkened, and he fainted once again. This time, Fang Yuan instructed Titan to douse the traveling merchant's head with a bucket of cold water to rouse him from his stupor. The icy water splashed against the merchant's face, akin to the harsh reality of his predicament, delivering a stinging wake-up call. Upon regaining consciousness, the traveling merchant stared in disbelief at Fang Yuan. He found it utterly incomprehensible that this seemingly ordinary youth, so unremarkable in appearance, could have consecutively unveiled 5 dark gold treasures. With this realization, the merchant's vision dimmed once more, and he felt the onset of another fainting spell. He simply could not reconcile himself to this reality. Fang Yuan hastily interjected, "I have a trade proposition I wish to discuss with you." "What? A trade?" The mention of a transaction instantly piqued the traveling merchant's interest. His eyes gleaming with excitement, he leaned closer to Fang Yuan and inquired, "Esteemed lord, do you intend to sell those few dark gold treasures?" "Rest assured, as one of the top 10 gold-tier salesmen of the Shepherd Flute Merchant Alliance, I am fully capable of securing a handsome price for your dark gold artifacts." Fang Yuan shook his head. "I shall not part with those dark gold treasures. You might as well abandon that hope. As long as I possess the dark gold blueprints, I can manufacture an endless supply of dark gold equipment or structures. Such vital items are not for sale." The traveling merchant, undeterred, pressed on, "Then, esteemed lord, what do you wish to trade with me?" At present, with 5 pieces of dark gold equipment, Fang Yuan had become the traveling merchant's most valued customer. For any request made by Fang Yuan, the merchant would exert every effort to fulfill it. "Do you have paper and a pen?" "Of course, please wait a moment." The traveling merchant rose and called out to the blacksmith dwarf, who was savoring a roasted leg of lamb, instructing him to fetch paper and a pen from the wagon. Reluctantly setting aside his meal, the dwarf trudged towards the wagon. After a while, he returned, holding the paper and pen, his short legs moving with effort as he approached Fang Yuan and the others. The traveling merchant accepted the items from the dwarf's hands and impatiently dismissed him. With a cordial demeanor, he settled back into his seat beside Fang Yuan. Then, Fang Yuan recited an extensive list of rare resources and materials. The traveling merchant quickly lowered his head to jot down the items Fang Yuan requested. The paper he used was a yellowed parchment, and his pen was a quill dipped in ink. The sharp quill scratched against the parchment, producing a soft rustling sound as he wrote. Upon completing the list, the traveling merchant could not help but exclaim in astonishment at the sheer number of materials Fang Yuan required. Over 100 different types. Some resources were relatively common and accessible to him, while others were exceedingly rare, only encountered at major merchant alliance auctions. The traveling merchant hesitated, saying, "Esteemed lord, to be frank, I can only assist you in locating a portion of these resources. The remainder is exceedingly scarce, only occasionally available at auctions." Fang Yuan responded nonchalantly, "That is of no concern. For any materials on the list that you can procure, I shall compensate you handsomely, ensuring you do not suffer any loss." Hearing this, the traveling merchant's lips twitched slightly, as if he wished to say something, but ultimately refrained. He could not shake the memory of the 5 dark gold treasures he had relinquished so willingly. The materials Fang Yuan had requested were precisely those needed to create dark gold items based on the blueprints he had collected. Without the requisite resources, even an abundance of dark gold blueprints would amount to nothing more than worthless scraps of paper. Only with sufficient resources could the blueprints be transformed into tangible power for his territory. The traveling merchant solemnly tucked away the materials list and stated earnestly, "Rest assured, I will do my utmost to gather the resources and materials on your list. I shall visit your territory every 8th day of the week." "Wait a moment. A week only has 7 days. Where does the 8th day come from?" Fang Yuan voiced his confusion. The traveling merchant clarified, "The chaotic continent has 13 months per year, each month comprising 5 weeks, with each week consisting of 8 days, and each day encompassing 25 magical hours." Fang Yuan, momentarily bewildered, nodded in acknowledgement. During his brief time on the chaotic continent, this was the first he had heard of its unique system of timekeeping. He proceeded to ask many questions about the chaotic continent, all of which the traveling merchant patiently answered. Fang Yuan also learned that upon their arrival in this world, the languages they spoke, be it Chinese, English, Spanish, Russian, or Japanese, had all transformed into a so-called universal language. This was likely the handiwork of the mysterious voice that had initially facilitated their transition. The universal language served as the official tongue of the chaotic continent, spoken by nearly every high-ranking race. In addition to the universal language, dialects such as Elvish, Orcish, and Goblin were also quite prevalent. As a competent merchant, the traveling merchant had mastered several languages. Moreover, Fang Yuan gleaned from him that his territory was located on the southwestern coast of the chaotic continent, in the most resource-poor region known as the Land of Oblivion. The very plains where Fang Yuan's territory lay were referred to as the Forgotten Plains or the Forgotten Wilderness. Unfortunately, the Forgotten Plains were the most barren area within the Land of Oblivion. It could be said that the location of Fang Yuan's territory was exceedingly desolate. Were it not for Fang Yuan's hundredfold amplification system, his rate of development would undoubtedly lag far behind others. Once the 7-day protection period elapsed, ferocious beasts would swarm into Fang Yuan's territory, tearing him to shreds and devouring him. Such was the fate that awaited him. Chapter 37. constructing a farm the following day. At dawn, as the sky began to lighten and a pale hue emerged, the traveling merchant, lying before the campfire, groggily opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, a clear indication of his restless night. The events of the previous day had been utterly astonishing. Fang Yuan had opened a treasure chest and managed to unveil 5 dark gold artifacts consecutively. Had the traveling merchant not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed it. Even under duress, that night, as he lay on the grass, his mind racing with thoughts, he tossed and turned, unable to find a moment's respite. It was only as dawn approached that fatigue finally overtook him, allowing him to briefly doze off. Upon waking, he found himself sporting a significant pair of dark circles under his eyes as he rose from the ground. With a forceful kick, he nudged the blacksmith dwarf awake from his dreams. The dwarf grumbled as he climbed to his feet, and together, they packed their belongings and drove their cart away from Fang Yuan's territory, their emotions a mix of regret and joy. Regretful for having sold those 5 treasure chests to Fang Yuan, yet elated at having secured a transaction worth hundreds of thousands of black crystal coins. If he could gather all the resources on Fang Yuan's list, the promised commission would be no small sum. As they departed, the traveling merchant's feelings were tumultuous as he touched the materials list in his pocket, his expression fluctuating between regret and delight. Meanwhile, the blacksmith dwarf cast a lingering glance back at Fang Yuan's territory. For many years, he had accompanied the traveling merchant across the continent, enduring hardships and hunger. Last night marked the first time in years that he had truly eaten his fill. Moreover, it was a feast of meat. The thought of Fang Yuan's territory, where not only was there an abundance of meat, but also comfortable homes for everyone to dwell in, left the dwarf filled with envy. He silently vowed that once his contract with the traveling merchant expired, he would seek out a master akin to Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan awoke, he discovered that the traveling merchant had already departed. He paid little heed to the merchant's absence, as long as the merchant could visit every 8th day to deliver the resources and materials he required. After freshening up, Fang Yuan settled beside the campfire, chewing on a piece of beef jerky. In his hands was the Book of Lords. He turned to the page on channels and quietly browsed the messages from the regional channel. Many lords had found blueprints for farms and ranches near their territories yesterday, and Fang Yuan was no exception. Under Blood's leadership, the hunting party had stumbled upon a farm blueprint on their return journey. Level 1 farm, 500 wood, 200 stone. 1 natural gem. Plantable, 20. Natural gems could appear in areas such as grasslands, rivers, and forests, with a certain probability. Occasionally, when sending farmers into the wild for exploration, they might come across natural gems. Most lords had managed to construct their level 1 farms by yesterday. However, possessing a farm alone was not sufficient. They also required seeds for crops. The regional channel was now filled with posts trading crop seeds. Wheat seeds were available in 56 units, with each unit exchangeable for 5 wood, 3 stone, 6 thatch, or 5 sand. Black mushroom seeds were listed at 72 units, with each unit redeemable for 4 wood, 2 stone, 5 thatch, or 4 sand. Breadfruit seeds were offered in 13 units, exchangeable for 7 wood, 5 stone, 9 thatch, or 7 sand per unit. Lastly, ram fruit seeds were available in 24 units, with each unit convertible for 6 wood, 4 stone, 8 thatch, or 6 sand. Fang Yuan planned to construct a farm soon. Hence, he preemptively procured a substantial quantity of crop seeds. Most lords possessed only 1 or 2 natural gems, limiting the number of farms they could establish to a mere 2 at most. A level 1 farm could only plant 20 seeds. Most individuals purchased only a handful of seeds, sufficient for their own territories. A few days prior, Fang Yuan had acquired 100 natural gems from a treasure chest in the goblin tribe. With such an abundance of natural gems, he was determined to construct several farms. With a growing population in his territory, he needed to plan for the future. Furthermore, having consumed meat daily, he had long grown weary of it. With farms in place, he could cultivate some grains and enjoy a lighter diet, a welcome change in flavor. Rising to his feet, Fang Yuan made his way to an empty plot adjacent to the territory. As his territory was already filled with buildings, there was insufficient space to construct a farm within. Moreover, given the number of farms he intended to build, placing them within the territory would lead to overcrowding. Thus, Fang Yuan opted to establish the farms in the vacant area right next to his territory. Being so close, he could easily have his death guard patrol the area for any lurking beasts that might cause havoc. Having selected the site, Fang Yuan constructed 10 farms in one go. 10 beams of white light appeared on the vacant land, and as the light faded, the farms were completed in succession. Each farm was encircled by a ring of stones and fences, all featuring freshly tilled soil. Fang Yuan entered the farm and retrieved the black mushroom seeds he had just purchased. A prompt sounded in his ear. Would you like to plant black mushrooms in the farm? Yes. Upon confirming, the mushroom seeds in his hand were lifted by an invisible force and evenly scattered across the farm's fields. As the mushroom seeds landed in the dark soil, they immediately released a profusion of mycelium. The mycelium began as exceedingly fine strands, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, yet grew at an astonishing rate, soon blanketing the field in a layer of white, resembling a light dusting of snow. As he focused on the fungal growth, its attributes automatically materialized. Black mushroom, growing, 99 hours, 59 minutes, and 28 seconds until maturity. It would take 4 days for the black mushrooms to mature, yielding approximately 50 units upon harvest. Soon, he would be able to indulge in delicious mushroom barbecue. Subsequently, Fang Yuan planted other crop seeds in the remaining 9 farms. Each type of crop had varying growth times and yields. Among them, wheat had the highest yield, but Fang Yuan did not possess the blueprint for a mill. Even if he planted wheat, he would be unable to process it into flour upon maturity. Consequently, he opted to plant a large quantity of breadfruit trees instead to serve as a staple food. The breadfruit was a type of fruit he had purchased from Lu Xiaowa last time. Its exterior resembled a watermelon, and once cut open, the flesh bore a unique taste and texture reminiscent of bread. Chapter 38, The Tower of Glory. Currently, there were 30 titans in the territory. Fang Yuan assigned 5 titans to tend to the crops in the farms. As followers of the earth goddess, titans excelled in planting and gathering. To Fang Yuan's surprise, the titans' care for the crops significantly reduced the maturation time by 50. This meant that any crop's growth time was halved. For instance, the black mushrooms that originally required 4 days to mature now only needed 2. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. With the completion of the farms, Fang Yuan returned to the territory and opened the Book of Lords. He had obtained a dark gold-level building blueprint, the Tower of Glory, from a treasure chest yesterday. Tower of Glory, 100 wood, 100 stone, 100 green magic stones, 100 light element crystals. Effect significantly boosts the loyalty of all units and heroes within the vicinity. Conveniently, Fang Yuan had all the required materials. The green magic stones and elemental crystals were rewards from the mysterious chest received upon completing the trial task. Elemental crystals came in various attributes, including lightning, earth, water, wind, light, and darkness. Fortunately, he had enough light element crystals, 100 in total. Fang Yuan surveyed the territory and decided to construct the Tower of Glory in the central position of his domain. He confirmed the construction. A beam of dark golden light emerged at the center of the territory. 10 minutes later, the dark golden light dissipated, revealing a resplendent crystal tower before Fang Yuan. The Tower of Glory stood 5 meters tall and had a radius of 1 meter, its exterior exhibiting a crystalline texture that emanated a sacred and magnificent aura. All units within the territory were affected by the Tower of Glory. Their loyalty surged dramatically, with every individual reaching a loyalty score of 100. Over the past few days, Fang Yuan had already raised the loyalty of everyone in the territory to 89 points. Just a fraction more would have elevated it to 90 points. Crossing the threshold from 80 to 90 loyalty was a significant milestone. Achieving loyalty above 90 points was exceedingly difficult. To Fang Yuan's astonishment, under the influence of the Tower of Glory, the loyalty of all units surged to 100 points in one fell swoop. Their expressions were solemn, and their gazes fervent as they looked upon Fang Yuan. Now, even if he commanded them to march to their deaths, they would not hesitate for a moment. Loyalty at 100. The reverence that Fang Yuan holds in their hearts surpasses even that of their biological parents. It can be said that, to them, Fang Yuan is akin to a deity, an unwavering belief. Every utterance from Fang Yuan is met with their earnest attention, and every command he issues is executed with fervent dedication. The effects of the Glory Tower are even more exaggerated than Fang Yuan had anticipated. Being watched with such fervent gazes makes him somewhat uncomfortable. Thankfully, at his behest, everyone soon returned to their usual demeanor. The other lords in the region have constructed farms and livestock enclosures, establishing a stable food source. Food scarcity is no longer an issue, and the urgency for sustenance among the populace has significantly diminished. Previously, the meat he offered would sell out in less than 10 minutes, but now it takes over 2 hours to be fully purchased. However, Fang Yuan does not harbor excessive disappointment. From the outset, he understood that trading food for substantial resources could only be a temporary measure. As the people become capable of procuring their own sustenance, selling his meat at a premium will become increasingly challenging. Fortunately, he has established a lumberyard in the western forest, ensuring a bountiful supply of timber. His next task is to seek out iron mines and other resources. The scant iron he has stored will soon be depleted with just a few pieces of equipment. The plains lack mining pits, and aside from iron, his stockpile of stone is also dwindling. The foremost priority now is to locate a mine. The area surrounding Fang Yuan's territory most likely to harbor a mine lies in the mountains to the east. Today's mission is to venture into the eastern mountains to seek out a mine and establish a quarry. Before departing, Fang Yuan needs to upgrade the gear of the Death God Guards, in addition to equipping them with steel longswords and steel shields. He also bestows upon them the leather armor and leather boots he purchased from a traveling merchant yesterday. Leather armor, leather 10. Leather armor, white quality. Attributes, level 1 physical defense. Leather boots, leather 2. Leather boots, white quality. Attributes, level 1 speed enhancement. Dressed in leather armor and boots, wielding steel longswords and shields, the Death God Guards exude a significantly elevated presence. No longer clad in simple black linen garments and armed with mere stone axes. They now bear a semblance of a formal military force, which instills a sense of intimidation. The Death God guards and bloodthirsty gunners have acquired basic armor and respectable weapons, lending them a more disciplined air. As for Fang Yuan, his own equipment has become even more extravagant. Yesterday, he uncovered 2 pieces of dark gold gear and a level 9 spellbook from a treasure chest. Black Abyss armor, dark gold quality. Attributes, level 9 defense enhancement, level 9 physical defense, level 9 magic defense. Attached skills, 1. Sacrificial aura, level 9 aura ignites a circle of demonic fire around the body, inflicting significant damage to nearby enemies every second. 2. Fearful howl, level 9 magic causes enemies to flee in extreme terror, lasting up to 20 seconds. 3. Dark descent, level 9 martial skill transforms into a dark demon, greatly enhancing personal attributes and skills. Tide's blessing, dark gold quality. Attributes, immunity to water element damage. Skills, 1. Tidal devastation technique, level 9 magic unleashes a powerful tidal wave of destruction upon enemies. The formidable defense of the Black Abyss armor is precisely what Fang Yuan requires. Despite possessing a hundredfold amplification system that recruits increasingly formidable troops, he remains an ordinary human, frail in physique. While venturing forth into the unknown, he can only proceed once the Death God guards have thoroughly eliminated any dangers. A single low-level spell could spell his demise if he were not cautious. The Death God guards cannot perpetually shield him. Upon donning the Black Abyss armor, Fang Yuan feels as though he could take on 10 foes. Tide's blessing, a necklace, grants him a single but remarkable attribute and skill, immunity to water element damage. This means that no water-based magic or martial techniques can harm him in the slightest. Clad in the Black Abyss armor and adorned with Tide's blessing, Fang Yuan and his entourage set forth towards the mountains in the east. Chapter 39, The Mine. The journey proceeds smoothly, and once again, Fang Yuan brings along 20 Death God guards and 3 titans as they head towards the eastern mountains. Locating a mine is not a simple task. Aside from some open pits and abandoned mines, most require thorough exploration to uncover. During a conversation with the traveling merchant last night, Fang Yuan learned that there are 2 methods to detect a mine. The first method involves purchasing a low-level ore detector for 10 black crystal coins. This device can detect coal and iron within a 10-meter radius. When ore resources are found, the detector emits an alarm. The more coal and iron detected, the louder the alarm sounds. However, the drawback is that ores beyond 10 meters cannot be sensed. The second method is to enlist the help of a mining-savvy race, such as goblins, dwarves, or stone golems. These races not only excel in mining but possess their own unique methodologies for detecting mines. With their assistance, locating a mine becomes considerably easier. Although Fang Yuan does not have any of these races at his disposal, he has something far superior. The Titans carry a portion of the Earth Goddess's divine power, making them ideally suited to assist in the search for mines. Thus, he has brought along 3 Titans for this mission. On the way to the eastern mountains, they pass by the entrance to an underground tomb. Prior to their departure, Fang Yuan had dispatched individuals to seal the entrance with stones. In a few days, he plans to send the Titans down to extract the valuable gems, gold, and luminous stones for decoration from the tomb. The extravagance of adorning an underground tomb with such precious resources is utterly wasteful. As a frugal and diligent young man, how could Fang Yuan stand idly by in the face of such lavishness? Continuing onward, after approximately an hour of travel, Fang Yuan and his group arrive at a small grove near the eastern mountains. From this vantage point, one can behold the majestic and towering peaks that stretch for miles. A continuous range of hills. Following the guidance of the Titans, they head southeast into the depths of the mountains. Along the way, they encounter no magical beasts or monsters. The journey remains tranquil, which greatly displeases Fang Yuan. He had hoped to thoroughly test the might of the Black Abyss armor on this expedition. Yet, they encountered not a single creature. Fang Yuan let out a silent sigh. Upon reaching the mouth of a canyon, the Titans halted. Curiosity piqued, Fang Yuan inquired, "What is it?" Titan 23 furrowed his brow, stating, "I sense a presence of gold and silver emanating from the canyon ahead." "Really?" Fang Yuan exclaimed with excitement. "That's splendid. What are we waiting for? I shall construct a mining site right here." "My lord, please hold on a moment. Something feels amiss." Titan 23 cautioned. "What seems to be wrong? Have you sensed something?" Fang Yuan asked, puzzled. He firmly believed that the Titans would never speak falsely, nor would they deceive him. Thus, if Titan 23 sensed something amiss, it undoubtedly warranted concern. Titan 23 replied seriously. "Typically, rare mineral resources like gold and silver are accompanied by other associated ores. One would not find solely gold and silver in isolation. Moreover, it is rare for a gold mine to coincide with a silver mine. I can also sense that the gold and silver veins in the canyon are alarmingly close together. This should not be a gold or silver mine. Rather, it suggests that a significant amount of gold and silver has been purposely buried within the canyon." Fang Yuan quickly grasped the implication and asked, "Are you suggesting that there is treasure within this canyon?" "Precisely. Titan 23 nodded in affirmation. In that case, why delay? Let us summon the other Titans immediately and excavate this treasure. Titan 23, scratching his head innocently, replied, however, my lord, we cannot ascertain whether this treasure is unclaimed. The chaotic continent is home to numerous powerful races that construct vaults to store their accumulated wealth. What if the rightful owner discovers their gold and silver missing and comes seeking it? Fang Yuan felt a twinge of shame. He had not anticipated that his Titans would possess a greater sense of morality than he. You are correct. We must first verify whether this treasure belongs to someone else. Titan 23 inquired curiously. How shall we confirm that? Fang Yuan cleared his throat and shouted loudly into the surroundings. Whose treasure is buried in this canyon? Is there anyone who still desires it? If no one claims it, I shall take it. He repeated this 3 times. The desolate mountains echoed only with his voice, devoid of any other sound. Since no one claims it, it is mine. The Reaper soldiers and Titans present were taken aback by Fang Yuan's audacious declaration. Nonetheless, Fang Yuan was their revered lord, and they accepted whatever he said as truth. I shall construct the quarry at once. You too, return and summon the rest of the Titans. We aim to excavate all the buried gold and silver by nightfall. After delegating the tasks, 2 Reaper soldiers retraced their steps to notify the other Titans, while Fang Yuan ventured into the canyon, followed by the Reaper soldiers and Titans. Clad in his abyssal armor, Fang Yuan felt emboldened to explore alone. The canyon appeared unremarkable, surrounded by dark stones. After a brief survey, he located a relatively flat area to establish the quarry. The quarry blueprint was one of the rewards Fang Yuan had obtained from the stone sarcophagus in the underground tomb. Quarry, wood 500, stone 1000, iron 100, sand 200. Effect, increases mining efficiency by 10. Once the quarry was constructed, Fang Yuan and his companions patiently awaited the arrival of the Titans. Approximately 2 hours later, all the Titans from his territory assembled. Armed with stone picks, they instinctively began to dig in the direction of the gold and silver's aura, without needing further instruction. The ground of the canyon was composed of an exceptionally hard and peculiar mineral. The Titans labored for about 10 minutes before breaking through the surface. Chapter 40, Treasure. The canyon floor was pierced by the Titans, revealing dark red rocks beneath. These rocks were extraordinarily hard, even more so than the peculiar minerals on the surface, and frustratingly, they offered no special resources. Regardless of how much they mined, it yielded nothing of value. With the aid of the quarry, the Titans expended nearly 6 hours clearing away the layer of dark red rock above the treasure. The afternoon had arrived. The Titans vigorously wielded their stone picks, finally breaking through the stubborn dark red rock. Below the canyon lay a vast cavern. Fang Yuan stood at the edge of the cavern, peering down into the darkness. Unable to discern anything, one of the Reapers produced a torch, igniting it before tossing it into the cavern. The flaming torch arced gracefully before crashing into the depths. The faint glow illuminated glimpses of the cavern's interior, revealing heaps of gold and silver, resembling small mountains. Besides the gold and silver, the cave housed many other precious resources. Yet gold and silver predominated, their brilliance overshadowing the lesser treasures. Witnessing this sight, Fang Yuan's eyes widened, fixated on the treasure within the cavern. There was no doubt that the cave contained at least tens of thousands of units of gold and silver. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yuan suppressed his excitement. He opened the Lord's book and crafted 20 ropes. Each rope measured 2 meters in length, and he tied 10 together to create 2 ropes of 20 meters each. One end of the rope was secured at the cavern's mouth, while the other was cast into the depths. Currently, Fang Yuan lacked the ability to fly, and none of his subordinates possessed flying capabilities either. Thus, they had no choice but to utilize the ropes to descend into the cavern. Climbing down the ropes, Fang Yuan and his companions easily reached the treasure-laden cavern. The bottom of the cave was approximately 10 meters from the surface and measured around 100 square meters. Not particularly spacious. Gold, silver, and a plethora of jewels filled the cavern to its brim, leaving no room to stand. Consequently, Fang Yuan and his companions could only position themselves atop scattered piles of gold. Gazing at the shimmering, mountainous treasure before him, Fang Yuan exhaled heavily. Although he had no knowledge of which benevolent soul had buried such a fortune near his territory, now that it had been discovered by Fang Yuan, he would not hesitate to claim it. Fang Yuan began to meticulously assign tasks to the Titans and Reaper soldiers behind him, striving to clear the entire cavern of treasure and transport it back to the territory before nightfall. With the aid of his arcane ring, capable of storing 10,000 units of items, their efficiency in transporting the treasure increased significantly. Soon, the treasures from the cavern were moved outside, then transported back to the territory in batches. Within the span of an hour, every last treasure from the cavern was successfully relocated. During this treasure excavation, Fang Yuan amassed over 30,000 units of gold, more than 40,000 units of silver, 1,000 units of mithril, 50 units of dark stone, 30 units of luminous stone, 57 elemental gems, 625 emeralds, 45 agates, and 41 pearls. It could be said that he had struck a veritable bonanza. Fang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim about his recent streak of fortuitous luck. Originally, their task for the day was merely to locate a mine. Yet they unexpectedly stumbled upon a hidden treasure trove, a remarkable windfall indeed. As dusk settled, it was clear that the search for the mine would have to be postponed until the morrow, bearing a substantial haul of rare resources. Fang Yuan and his companions retraced their steps back to their territory, approaching a small grove near the eastern mountains. Just as they were about to exit the range, a soldier named Ce abruptly halted Fang Yuan, his expression grave. "My lord, there are enemies ahead." "Oh, are they magical beasts?" Fang Yuan replied, invigorated. Ever since acquiring new equipment and skills, he had longed for an opportunity to test their might. The mention of foes ahead sent a thrill through him. It would be ideal if a few formidable magical beasts appeared. If they were too weak, it would not showcase the true extent of his power. Upon exiting the grove, Fang Yuan caught sight of hundreds of orcs, a hunting party from an orc tribe, besieging a dozen or so unicorn bulls from a distance of 100 meters. The orc hunting party, in pursuit of the unicorn bulls, had ventured deep into the plains from the northern wasteland, arriving at this area, close to the eastern mountains. If they advanced a few more kilometers, they would inevitably discover Fang Yuan's territory. It was only a matter of time before his domain was uncovered. Likely within the next few days. Once the orcs discovered his land, their raiding forces would soon mobilize to plunder it. In recent days, Fang Yuan had been diligently developing his territory and amassing military strength. The annihilation of the goblin tribe had granted him over 200 soul gems. And with the additional resources brought back daily by the hunting teams led by Shui Yi, he now had more than 500 soul gems stored in his warehouse, ready to unleash an army at any moment. The strength of his territory was no longer as feeble as it once was. In the face of tens of thousands of orcs, Fang Yuan felt confident in his ability to vanquish them. Given this, why not take the initiative and eliminate their hunting party, thereby depleting their combat capabilities in advance? He had also come to this conclusion. Before Fang Yuan could issue a command, he and the other 19 Death Knights had already readied themselves for battle. The orc hunting party consisted of nearly 150 members, predominantly of third-tier strength, with a few intermediate orc warriors of the fourth tier among them. With only 20 Death Knights, supplemented by over 30 Titans bearing substantial resources, defeating those low-tier and intermediate orcs would be a simple task for the Titans of 10th-tier strength. However, Fang Yuan did not wish for the Titans to engage in combat, as they were essentially production units. They had already expended considerable stamina assisting him in unearthing the buried treasure and transporting resources back and forth. Fang Yuan was not the type of lord to disregard the well-being of his subordinates. Naturally, the responsibility for battle fell to the combat units. Just 100 low-tier orcs were no match for 20 Death Knights. Armed with swords and shields, the Death Knights advanced directly towards the horde of orcs. No tactics were necessary to deal with these lowly foes. A straightforward slaughter would suffice. After slaying the unicorn bulls, the orcs began to butcher the carcasses, hoisting severed limbs in celebration, their guttural roars echoing the primal language of the orcs. Chapter 41, The Eye of Death. The Death Knights, brandishing swords and shields, approached the orcs without a hint of concealment. The distant orcs quickly noticed the advancing Death Knights, unleashing furious roars while brandishing their battle axes and shields, rallying with fervor. The bloodthirsty orcs charged towards the Death Knights without a second thought, and soon, the two sides clashed, confronted by the orc warriors. Ce's eyes gleamed with cold determination as he swung his longsword in a deadly arc, striking at an orc warrior. The orc warrior raised his shield just in time, attempting to block the attack. Yet, against such overwhelming force, any defense proved futile. The iron sword cleaved through the orc warrior's shield as if it were mere straw, splitting it in two. Ce's blade did not falter. In a flash, the orc warrior was decapitated before he could comprehend the danger. The ordinary low-tier orc warriors were utterly outmatched by the Death Knights. In a mere exchange, over 20 orc warriors fell victim to the blades of the Death Knights. The deaths of their comrades only fueled the remaining orc warriors' bloodlust, driving them into a frenzy. The orcs let out furious roars, charging at the Death Knights with reckless abandon. The slaughtering sword aura manifested as a crimson glow upon the Death Knights' iron swords. The killing intent surged, permeating the air. The 5 or 6 orcs before Ce were instantly cleaved in half by the murderous energy. With the enhancement of the aura, the defense of the 20 Death Knights was significantly bolstered. The orc warriors' attacks could inflict no harm upon them. One intermediate orc warrior of the 4th tier, wielding dual battle axes, let out a roar. With a mighty leap of over 3 meters, he brought down his axes upon the Death Knights. 4th tier martial skill, frenzied execution. The Death Knight gripped his shield tightly, channeling his energy for a counterattack. 10th tier martial skill, shield bash. The heavy iron shield, slicing through the air with a whistling sound, sent the leaping orc warrior hurtling through the air, landing several dozen meters away on the plain. The Death Knights operated like merciless machines of slaughter. Any who dared approach them met a swift demise. Despite the orc warriors' bloodthirst and fury, faced with the stark threat of death, their hearts filled with dread. The frenzied state dissipated, and they turned to flee towards the northern wasteland. At this moment, it was finally Fang Yuan's turn to make his entrance. He had stealthily maneuvered around the battlefield while the orc warriors clashed with the Death Knights, positioning himself behind the orc warriors to block their retreat. One orc warrior, spotting Fang Yuan obstructing their path, coldly drew a crossbow from his back and loosed a bolt towards him. Clang! The arrowhead, crafted from beast bone, struck Fang Yuan's armor, leaving not even a mark. Clad in the abyssal armor, Fang Yuan was undeterred by the prospect of direct confrontation with the orcs. The meager attack power of the low-tier orcs was utterly insufficient to harm him. Instead, as they drew near, they were scorched by the sacrificial aura bestowed by the abyssal armor. In addition to the abyssal armor and the blessing of tides, Fang Yuan had also obtained a level 9 spellbook from the treasure chests, the Eye of Death. Before him, Fang Yuan's eyes manifested a mesmerizing duality of purple and black, intertwining to create a complex and enigmatic sigil. Any creature beneath the 9th tier that dared to gaze upon the death magic I would find its life extinguished in an instant, succumbing to immediate demise. The orc warriors who beheld Fang Yuan's eyes experienced a rapid aging, appearing as though they had withered away several years in mere moments. Their bodies decayed swiftly, transforming into desiccated corpses in the blink of an eye. With the gentle caress of the wind, they crumbled to ashes. The death magic eye could indeed be described as an extraordinarily formidable skill. Anyone below the 9th tier who dared to meet its gaze would perish. Alas, the use of the death magic eye came at a considerable cost. Currently, Fang Yuan could only invoke it once a day. Overuse would take a toll on his own body. The orc warriors attempting to flee all met their end at Fang Yuan's hands. In a mere span of 10 minutes, the battle concluded, with over 100 orc warriors vanquished. They dropped more than 100 soul gems, along with countless orc battle axes, shields, bows, and crossbows. After a brief tidying of the battlefield, Fang Yuan and his companions returned laden with spoils. Upon returning to his domain, Fang Yuan constructed a warehouse to store the treasures he had unearthed. Presently, the basic resources within his territory amounted to 220,000 units of wood, 170,000 units of stone, 230,000 units of thatch, 798 units of iron, 6,000 units of sand, and 70,000 units of meat. While other lords possessed only a few hundred resources, Fang Yuan's total had already surpassed 6 figures, placing him far ahead of his peers in the realm. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the plains were bathed in golden hues, the distant hills donned the vibrant colors of dusk, and the once white clouds in the sky transformed into fiery reds. Within the territory, dozens of bonfires blazed, each adorned with a cooking pot simmering with the enticing aroma of beef. Tonight's dinner featured a delectable beef hot pot. As Fang Yuan savored the tender meat, he perused the chat records in the regional channel. Today marked the 6th day since the universal transition. Tomorrow would herald the 7th day, the day when the protection period concluded. Most of the lords in the regional channel had managed to procure food through their own efforts, sustaining themselves and their farmers. Some lords even managed to acquire additional food and were selling it within the channel. The items they offered for sale consisted mainly of fish, berries, and black mushrooms. While these foods might not have been palatable, they were significantly cheaper than Fang Yuan's meat. Since Fang Yuan sold beast meat, it naturally commanded a higher price. In times of scarcity, individuals had little choice but to purchase his costly offerings. However, now that more affordable options were available, they were naturally inclined to forego Fang Yuan's meat. Despite its exquisite taste, the high price rendered it unaffordable for daily consumption. Occasionally indulging in a few pounds of meat could satisfy a craving, but who could afford to eat meat every day? Typically, one could suffice with simple rations of dry food, berries, or mushrooms, as long as they were not left starving. Given the current circumstances, who truly cared about the quality of their meals? As long as there was something to eat, survival was paramount. Daily meat consumption was a luxury beyond reach. Consequently, it had become increasingly difficult for Fang Yuan to sell his meat at a premium price. Fortunately, he refrained from listing meat in the channel today. Chapter 42, The Universal Challenge Task. How peculiar. Why hasn't Lord Fang Yuan listed any meat today? Someone remarked. He was always prompt with his meat offerings at this hour. Indeed, I finally upgraded the main city and intended to reward myself with a pound of meat, but after 5 or 6 days of consuming berries, I feel nauseous. And yet, Lord Fang Yuan hasn't listed any meat today. Another lamented. I'm going to lose my mind. Could it be that an accident befell Lord Fang Yuan while hunting? Surely not. Lord Fang Yuan is formidable. That fool is not all that impressive. He merely relies on his meat supply. What's so grand about that? Exactly. That shrewd trader has the audacity to charge exorbitantly for his meat. He deserves whatever fate befalls him. I've long found that little brat intolerable. If he truly met his end, it would be cause for celebration. Hey, you lot up there. You lack all sense of decency. In the early days of food scarcity, if it weren't for Lord Fang Yuan's meat, thousands of us would have perished in this channel, picking up a bowl to eat and then putting it down to curse. This is exactly what you heartless individuals do. At that time, no one forced you to trade with Lord Fang Yuan. Why didn't you voice your grievances then? Now you prance about like clowns, mocking him. Huh. It's hilarious to see you all feign loyalty to Fang Yuan. My criticisms of him have nothing to do with you. Perhaps that young man has already perished. And you loyalists are here to mourn him? Huh. Fang Yuan calmly observed the torrent of insults flooding the regional channel. He had anticipated this reaction. For human hearts are often inscrutable. In this world, there are many ingrate souls who would burn the bridge once crossed. Just days prior, when food was scarce, Fang Yuan was the sole provider of sustenance in the entire regional channel. At that time, no one dared to offend him. Even those who harbored dissatisfaction kept it to themselves, showering him with flattery instead. Now, with most lords having constructed barracks, farms, and ranches, establishing stable food sources, their dependence on Fang Yuan's meat had diminished. Their true natures were revealed, turning against him with alarming swiftness, even openly deriding him. Fortunately, this allowed Fang Yuan to discern their true colors. As for their insults and slanders, he chose to remain silent, simply adding those who insulted him to his blacklist, ensuring he would never trade with them again. Just as the channel erupted into chaos, a mysterious and authoritative voice resonated in the ears of all. The 7-day protection period will conclude promptly at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. All individuals will be compelled to undertake a challenge task, with substantial rewards for completion. Warning: the difficulty of the challenge task is correlated with the scale of the territory. Best of luck to all lords. Subsequently, Fang Yuan received specific details regarding the challenge task. Challenge task: the Orc Tribe's Revenge. Task content: defeat the Orc elite forces. Task details: due to your annihilation of the Orc Tribe's hunting party, the chieftain of the Orc Tribe is exceedingly enraged and is determined to exact revenge. The chieftain has decided to dispatch the tribe's elite forces to eliminate you. Please prepare accordingly. Composition of the Orc elite forces: 1 Orc Commander, Tier 6, 3. 500 Orc Infantry, Tier 3. 550 Orc Archers, Tier 3. 500 Orc Berserkers, Tier 4. 400 Wolf Riders, Tier 4. And 50 Orc Shamans, Tier 5. Upon reviewing the task details, Fang Yuan felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that his challenge task would involve the Orc Tribe. Moreover, the Orc Tribe was sending an entire contingent of 5,000 combat units for revenge. Was it truly necessary to mobilize such a force over the loss of a mere hunting party of 100? Fang Yuan could not help but wonder, was this level of vengeance truly warranted? With merely the combat units currently under Fang Yuan's command, it is unequivocal that he cannot withstand the onslaught of the Orc elite forces. In order to fulfill the challenge mission, it seems that he must resort to a recruitment blitz. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. Upon his return to the territory today, he casually dispatched a hunting party from an Orc tribe, acquiring over 100 soul gems. Additionally, Blood led another hunting team that returned with over 100 more soul gems that evening. Altogether, Fang Yuan now possesses more than 700 soul gems, sufficient to recruit 700 Tier 10 troops, coupled with the 50 death guards and 50 bloodthirsty gunmen currently in his domain. Fang Yuan commands a total of 800 combat units. However, facing the Orc's 5,000 elite combat units, it is glaringly apparent that his 800 troops are woefully inadequate. Yet, if all 800 warriors are indeed Tier 10 troops, the scenario would be entirely different. Fang Yuan is confident that he can emerge victorious in this battle. What challenges do the others face, he wonders. Promptly, he turns to the regional channel. Oh no, this is disastrous. By tomorrow morning at 8, when the 7 days of protection expire, I will be besieged by 3 ravenous wolves. What am I to do? Why must my challenge involve fending off an onslaught of over 20 starving wolves? Is it due to my upgrading the main city that the difficulty has escalated? Fortunately, his task does not seem overly daunting. A single merman will assault his territory, and he believes his militia should be capable of handling it. Had he known there would be a challenge mission, he would have refrained from upgrading the city. Does anyone have surplus food for sale? I must swiftly recruit militia. Alas, he initially intended to stockpile food, but now he must expend it all to enlist militia. Let him first navigate through the immediate crisis. The lords in the regional channel have constructed farms and breeding grounds that will require several days before they yield any harvest. The food obtained from hunting is only sufficient for today, leaving no surplus for recruiting troops. The food offers listed in the channel have swiftly been taken down. At this juncture, the only method to bolster his territory's combat strength is through recruiting militia, which requires a substantial amount of food. Besides the food allocated for recruitment, he must also ensure the militia are well fed before battle. One cannot send soldiers into combat on empty stomachs. Such a situation would not only diminish morale, but also significantly impair combat effectiveness. What was once deemed ample food has suddenly become scarce. In the blink of an eye, the channel is flooded with posts pleading for food trades. Yet at such a critical moment, few would part with their precious sustenance. In life and death circumstances, everyone understands priorities. Resources may be replenished, but once life is lost, everything is irrevocably gone. Chapter 43, Regret. At this moment, Fang Yuan realizes an opportunity has presented itself. As others scramble for food, he still possesses a bountiful supply. Seizing the moment, Fang Yuan can profit from the war. He promptly lists 10,000 units of meat in the regional channel. Meat, 10,000 units. Exchange rate, 40 wood, 30 stone, 40 thatch, 50 sand, 2 iron per unit. As soon as this trade link is established, the regional channel erupts in astonishment. Wow, Fang Yuan is incredible, releasing another 10,000 units of beef. I knew it. How could someone as formidable as Fang Yuan encounter difficulties? Fang Yuan, did you miscalculate the price? Why is the meat so exorbitantly priced this time? Previously, 1 unit of meat could be exchanged for only 25 units of wood. Why now 40? Indeed, why has the price of meat surged? This is nothing short of price gouging. Can you lower the price, Fang Yuan? I just upgraded my territory and have no surplus resources. Great one, could you extend credit? I promise to repay you after I survive the challenge. In response to the multitude of inquiries, Fang Yuan directly states, I have seen the disparaging comments directed at me in the regional channel, and I have blacklisted those individuals, ensuring I will never engage in any trade with them again. However, I also noticed the few who spoke in my defense. I thank you for your loyalty. For this batch of food, they may redeem 50 units of meat free of charge. This announcement sends the regional channel into a frenzy. Just moments ago, many had publicly criticized Fang Yuan, numbering in the dozens. In contrast, only a couple had come to his defense. The majority of onlookers in the channel remained silent, secretly reveling in the unfolding drama. Fang Yuan's rapid territorial development and abundant food supplies naturally incited jealousy among many. Those who openly berated him believed they would no longer require his meat, hence their betrayal. Such sentiments were not uncommon. One acts with kindness and expects gratitude. Yet Fang Yuan has nurtured a host of ingrates. Given the circumstances, he no longer feels obliged to be courteous. With food in short supply, and only he possessing a substantial stock, the pricing power lies within Fang Yuan's grasp. It is entirely his prerogative to set whatever price he desires. Previously, while his meat was expensive, it was still deemed reasonable. For he offered not ordinary meat, but rather that of magical beasts. 1 unit of magical beast meat could be exchanged for 25 units of wood, a fair price indeed. He could have raised the price further, yet he chose not to. Even if Fang Yuan doubled his prices, others would have no choice but to comply, as they understood that sustenance was essential for recruiting militia to fend off the encroaching monsters and magical beasts. Otherwise, death would await them by dawn. Fang Yuan, I too intended to speak up for you earlier, but I was preoccupied with other matters and missed the opportunity. Could you possibly grant me 50 units of meat? Fang Yuan, great one. I meant no offense earlier. It was all in jest. Could you find it in your heart to forgive me? Great one. I genuinely wish to support you, but I have exhausted my posting opportunities today, hence my silence. You do realize that if you have exhausted your posting opportunities, how can you still be posting now? My apologies. I was in the wrong. Could you ever so kindly forgive me? I shan't err again. Enough already. Why do you persist in provoking Fang Yuan? Originally, you complained about the meat being too expensive. Now that the price has risen, no one can afford it. In this tumultuous atmosphere, those who had supported Fang Yuan are filled with delight. Their initial motivation was merely to counter those ungrateful individuals who sought to undermine him. Little did they expect Fang Yuan's generosity to manifest in such a manner, as he distributed 100 pounds of meat to each of them for free. Meanwhile, others are consumed with regret. A mere kind word in Fang Yuan's favor could have earned them 50 units of meat, equivalent to 100 pounds. If only they had spoken up earlier. Those who had criticized Fang Yuan now find themselves steeped in remorse. Originally, it was believed that with the establishment of farms and ranches, the need for Fang Yuan's meat supply would diminish. Consequently, their attitude towards him took a sharp downturn, leading to reckless slander and defamation. They indulged in their malicious glee. However, to their astonishment, after their tirades, a compulsory challenge task emerged. Now they were doomed, without food. They could not recruit militia, and by the next day, they would have to send famished farmers into battle. Fang Yuan had already placed them on his blacklist, rendering any future transactions with him impossible. The only viable option now was to venture out immediately to gather food. The night had fully descended, and the wilderness would become even more perilous and foreign after dark. Many formidable magical beasts ventured out at night to hunt. Leaving the territory now meant certain death. They had come to a profound realization. A fleeting moment of bravado could lead to their family's funeral pyre. The challenge task loomed ominously. With no other recourse, they grit their teeth and exchanged resources for meat. Since resources could not be utilized immediately to enhance their combat strength, it was far wiser to exchange everything for meat, recruit militia, and bolster their power to complete the challenge task. This time, no one dared voice any complaints, obediently trading their resources for meat. Despite the frequent lamentations of lords in the regional channel about their poverty, only they truly understood the depths of their fortunes. The challenge task was a matter of life and death, thus ensuring absolute certainty was paramount. 10,000 units of food were woefully insufficient and were quickly depleted. Observing this, Fang Yuan promptly listed another 30,000 units of beef. Some individuals, having just upgraded their main city, faced significantly increased task difficulties and found their resources depleted. Reluctantly, they had to offer their treasured blueprints for trade. Fang Yuan, I have no resources. Can I exchange blueprints instead? Blueprints? Of course. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan became intrigued and inquired, what blueprint do you have? Please share it for my consideration, and I will decide how much meat I will trade. The individual promptly presented the blueprint. White item blueprint, quilt. Fang Yuan was always receptive to blueprints and traded 10 units of food for the quilt blueprint. Witnessing someone successfully exchange a blueprint for food, others also produced their cherished blueprints to trade with Fang Yuan. Chapter 44. Altar of Holy Light and Ranger's Cabin. In a fleeting moment, Fang Yuan's gains were abundant. White item blueprint, wooden crate. Green item blueprint, magic stone lamp. White item blueprint, wooden plank. White armor blueprint. Beast skin coat. Level 1 ranch building blueprint. In total, he acquired over 20 blueprints, most of which were of white quality, with only 2 being green. The majority of these blueprints pertained to ordinary living items, with not a single weapon blueprint among them. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that among those trading blueprints, someone possessed a brick blueprint. The main city and other buildings in Fang Yuan's territory could not be upgraded due to the absence of this essential crafting material, which had hindered the expansion of his domain. He had previously inquired in the regional channel about anyone possessing a brick blueprint, offering a handsome price. Yet he received no responses. Bricks would frequently be required in the future, as most buildings relied on them. Even though Fang Yuan had offered an enticing price, no one was willing to trade the brick blueprint. If it weren't for the sudden challenge task posing a threat to several weaker lords, Fang Yuan might not have been able to procure the brick blueprint in the near future. Upon acquiring the brick blueprint, Fang Yuan eagerly recorded all the blueprints into the Lord's book and flipped to the building page. Level 4 main city, wood 5,000, brick 5,000, granite 500, leather 300, sand 100, iron block 100. Fang Yuan now only needed granite to upgrade his main city. Granite was not a precious material and could typically be found in various mines. In the regional channel, several lords' territories were situated near open mines, suggesting they likely possessed granite resources. Fang Yuan posted a trade link in the channel, offering meat in exchange for granite at a rate of 1 unit of meat for 20 units of granite. Instantly, he acquired 2,000 units of granite. With these materials, Fang Yuan could finally upgrade his main city. He first synthesized 5,000 units of bricks, requiring 2 units of stone to create 1 unit of brick. With all building materials gathered, Fang Yuan clicked to confirm construction in the Lord's book. A radiant light enveloped Fang Yuan's humble abode. After approximately 30 minutes, the light gradually dissipated, revealing a brand new, sturdy stone fortress before him. Level 4 simple stone house, main city. Population, 130, 400. Storage, 10, 000, 50, 000. Recruitable, farmers for free. Farmers, daily recruitable quantity, 10, 10. Upgrade requirements, wood 5,000, hardwood plank 1,000, brick 10, 000, granite 1,000, magic stone 100, leather 100, sand 500, iron block 500, glass 500. The upgraded main city was significantly larger, with all wooden structures replaced by stone ones. The simple stone house was exquisitely crafted and robust, resembling a nascent castle. Inside, one room was divided into 5. Upon entering, the largest room served as the living room, with the kitchen and dining room on the left and a bathroom on the right. Deeper within lay a slightly larger bedroom. To further upgrade the main city, he would need hardwood planks and glass as crafting resources. Unfortunately, while he had acquired a blueprint for wooden planks in his recent trade with Fang Yuan, he lacked a blueprint for hardwood planks. Moreover, he had never even heard of glass as a crafting material. He would need to locate both the hardwood plank and glass blueprints in the future to upgrade the main city. Following the upgrade, Fang Yuan's territory expanded considerably. Besides the main city, there were many other buildings he aimed to upgrade. Level 4 warehouse, wood 5,000, brick 1,000, sand 500, leather 100, iron block 100, hemp rope 50. Level 3 barracks, wood 5,000, brick 5,000, sand 500, leather 100, iron block 200, hemp rope 40. Level 4 residence, wood 1,000, brick 1,000, sand 500, iron block 100, leather 100. Fang Yuan promptly upgraded all the buildings he could. Level 4 warehouse. Storage, 50, 000. Upgrade, wood 5,000, hardwood plank, brick 5,000, sand 1,000, leather 500, iron block 200. Level 3 barracks. Recruitable, militia, spearmen, archers. Militia, food 3, soul gem 1. Spearmen, food 5, soul gem 1. Archers, food 4, soul gem 1. Upgrade, wood 5,000, hardwood planks 1,000, stone bricks 10,000, sand 500, leather 500, iron blocks 500. Level 4 comfortable residence. Increase, 5 population. Comfort level, 3. Upgrade, wood 1,000. Hardwood planks 1,000, stone bricks 5,000, sand 500, iron blocks 500, leather 100. The upgraded buildings have transformed from wooden structures to stone edifices, resembling the main city. They appear considerably more robust and aesthetically pleasing. The Level 4 warehouse's capacity for storing resources and materials has been elevated to 50,000. While the Level 3 barracks can now recruit archers, a ranged unit, and the Level 4 residence has become increasingly comfortable. In addition to the upgrades, Fang Yuan also needs to construct additional residences to enhance the total population. Once he has upgraded everything in his territory, Fang Yuan proceeded to establish both a blacksmith shop and a tailor shop. Blacksmith shop, wood 1,000, stone bricks 1,000, iron blocks 1,000, leather 500, sand 500. The blacksmith shop allows for the recruitment of blacksmiths to repair and forge equipment. Tailor shop, wood 1,000, stone bricks 1,000, iron blocks 500, leather 1,000, sand 500. The tailor shop allows for the recruitment of tailors to craft garments and create armor. Both of these buildings were acquired from the underground tomb, and aside from them, he possesses 2 special building blueprints for construction. Holy Light Altar, Lightstone 10, Mithril 10, Stone Bricks 500. Can recruit, Priest, Tier 2. Ranger Lodge, Stone Bricks 500. Wood 500, Iron Blocks 100, Sand 100, Natural Gemstones 10. Can recruit, Half-Elf Ranger, Tier 3. These 2 blueprints were also obtained from the underground tomb. Among them, Fang Yuan has all the materials needed for the Ranger Lodge, having 90 gemstones left after using 10 for the farm. As for the materials for the Holy Light Altar, the Vital Light Stones and Mithril were obtained from treasures buried in the Eastern Mountain Ranges Gorge. Once he gathered all the materials for the 2 special buildings, Fang Yuan constructed them adjacent to the barracks. Upgrading and building these structures consumed resources equivalent to 5 full warehouses, each brimming to capacity. Fortunately, he still has resources from 15 additional warehouses, otherwise he would face dire poverty. For future management convenience, Fang Yuan divided his entire territory into 4 sections: the living area, military camp, residential area, and manufacturing zone. Chapter 45, Blackrock Archer, Fallen Angel, Shadow Walker. Furthermore, the Tower of Omniscience, which Fang Yuan previously acquired from the Goblin Camp, is now ready for construction. Tower of Omniscience, Stone Bricks 500, Iron Blocks 100, Green Magic Stone 50. Dark Gold Building Blueprint. Skill, Eye of Omniscience, allows you to see all activities within a certain area on the map and can reveal invisible units. Initially lacking the blueprint for stone bricks, this surveillance building blueprint has been gathering dust in Fang Yuan's Lord's book. Finally, it can be of use today. Fang Yuan possesses numerous dark gold building blueprints, but they have remained unconstructed due to a lack of materials. He built 4 towers of omniscience, each positioned at the corners of his territory, enabling complete surveillance of any movements within. With the towers of omniscience in place, no one shall dare infiltrate his territory. As long as any non-allied units approach Fang Yuan's domain, he will be promptly alerted. Next, Fang Yuan ventured into the military camp area. Tomorrow morning, the elite forces of the Orc tribe will mobilize. Therefore, Fang Yuan must amass troops tonight to withstand the oncoming Orc forces. He currently possesses 800 soul gems, sufficient to recruit a formidable army. The military camp comprises the barracks, Holy Light Altar, and Ranger Lodge. The Level 3 barracks can now recruit not only spearmen and militia, but also archers, a ranged unit. He wonders what type of unit the archers will become after triggering the hundredfold enhancement. Let us recruit one and find out. Fang Yuan mused as he confirmed the recruitment. Recruiting archer triggered hundredfold enhancement to become Blackrock Archer. 10 minutes later, a slender young girl appeared. She wore a strapless top and shorts, revealing a pair of exquisitely long legs, as white as ivory. Her features were remarkably delicate, with striking blue eyes, a dainty nose, and rosy lips, crowned by black twin tails of varying lengths. After emerging from the barracks, the girl walked directly towards Fang Yuan, standing before him with a lively demeanor, and said, "Greetings, my lord. I am at your service." Aside from her exquisite appearance, her voice was melodious, reminiscent of a crystal-clear spring thawing in early spring. The Blackrock Archer stood approximately 1.70 meters tall, just a head shorter than Fang Yuan, with a perfectly proportioned figure, particularly her stunning legs. Having spent the entire day amidst a group of females, Fang Yuan nearly forgot that the opposite sex existed in this world. Blackrock Archer, Tier 10. Stamina, 100. Loyalty, 100. Blessing from the Tower of Glory. Abilities, Combat, Shooting. Skills, 1. Machine Gun Mode. Level 10 passive increases attack speed, gains piercing effects, and extends range. 2. Blue Feather Arrow. Level 10 magic charges for 15 seconds before firing a magical arrow in the target direction, dealing substantial magical damage to struck units. 3. Azure Shadow. Level 10 martial skill enhances agility to the extreme, making her untargetable by enemies and increasing movement speed. The skills and attributes of the Blackrock Archer are quite impressive. With the addition of this ranged unit, Fang Yuan feels more confident about winning tomorrow's battle. As per tradition, he named the Blackrock Archer Hei. However, the striking girl before him was not as easily impressed as the Death Guard or Bloodthirsty Gunner. Upon hearing her assigned name, she pouted slightly and said with reluctance, "My lord, I do not wish to be called Hei. It sounds so unpleasant. This was the first time Fang Yuan had been openly rejected in naming someone. His expression turned slightly awkward as he cleared his throat and said, "Be obedient." Everyone has names like this. Though the Blackrock archer felt some dissatisfaction, she had no choice but to accept the rather unrefined name of He in the face of her supreme lord. Subsequently, Fang Yuan recruited a total of 200 Blackrock archers. Gazing at the cold, exquisite faces and elegantly long, fair legs of the Blackrock archers before him, Fang Yuan suddenly felt a surge of heat rise within him. Under the influence of the Tower of Glory, the loyalty of all troops within the territory had reached its maximum value. If he were to entertain any wicked thoughts towards the Blackrock archers, he wondered if they would resist. Taking a deep breath, he quelled his wandering thoughts and began to focus on naming the Blackrock archers from left to right. The naming conventions of Black 2, Black 3, Black 4, and Black 5, which are strikingly simplistic and lack any semblance of creativity, naturally provoked a strong discontent among the Blackrock archers. However, under the oppressive influence of Fang Yuan, they had no choice but to comply. Fang Yuan first instructed the Blackrock archers to head to the living quarters for a meal, advising them to eat their fill before retiring to the newly constructed residences for a good night's sleep. They needed to rejuvenate and prepare for the battle scheduled for the following morning. In addition to the Blackrock archers, Fang Yuan also possessed the Light of Salvation altar and the Ranger's Lodge as recruitment structures. The Light of Salvation altar could summon priests, while the Ranger's Lodge could recruit half-elf rangers. Similar to the Blackrock archers, Fang Yuan decided to recruit one of each unit to evaluate their capabilities. Recruiting priest triggers a hundredfold amplification, resulting in a fallen angel. Recruiting half-elf ranger triggers a hundredfold amplification, resulting in a shadow walker. Two prompts resonated in Fang Yuan's ears. A gray light emanated from the Light of Salvation altar, accompanied by the haunting melody of the fallen anthem. The gray light coalesced into a magnificent orb, from which a figure gradually transitioned from an ethereal form into corporeality. With feathers of gray cascading, the fallen descended. A tall, handsome young man materialized before Fang Yuan. He was clad in linen trousers, his torso bare, revealing a chiseled six-pack. His athletic physique seemed to have been sculpted by the hands of a master from ancient Greece. As the fallen angel unfurled his wings, he gracefully descended to the ground. "Esteemed Lord, I pledge my allegiance to your command." He knelt on one knee, his right fist pressed to his heart in a gesture of fealty. Meanwhile, a shadow suddenly emerged from the ground of the Ranger's Lodge, approaching Fang Yuan. The shadow, resembling liquid, coalesced into a gaunt man entirely enveloped in a black robe, leaving only his eyes, which glimmered softly with a red hue, visible. "Greetings, esteemed Lord. I pledge my allegiance to your command." Observing the two newly recruited units, both exuding an air of grandeur, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Regardless, the manner in which these new units emerged was indeed distinctive. Fallen Angel, 10th tier. Health, 100. Loyalty, 100, blessed by the Tower of Glory. Abilities, Combat, Resurrection. Skills, 1. Shadow Clone, 10th level martial technique creates 2 clones with 85 of the original S strength, absorbing 150 damage. 2. Fallen Swordsmanship, 10th level martial technique, a powerful martial art mastered by the fallen angel lineage. 3. Resurrection, 10th level divine art revives a recently deceased ally, effective only if the body is intact, with a cooldown of 1 day. Chapter 46, Weninghan's plea for help. Gasp. The revelation that the fallen angel possessed the resurrection skill left Fang Yuan astonished. This was indeed a divine level ability. With the resurrection skill, should any of his units inadvertently fall in battle, the fallen angel could immediately restore them to life. The cooldown for the fallen angel's resurrection skill is a day, meaning a single fallen angel can only use it once within a 24-hour period. If he were to perish, would the fallen angel's resurrection skill be able to bring him back? Merely pondering this, Fang Yuan quickly shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. He would not succumb to death. Next, he examined the attributes of the Shadow Walker. Shadow Walker, 10th tier. Health, 100. Loyalty, 100, blessed by the Tower of Glory. Abilities, Combat, Stealth, Assassination. Skills, 1. Devastating Shadow. 10th level magic manipulates shadows to unleash shadow energy in a designated area, inflicting damage on enemies within that zone. 2. Shadow Binding. 10th level magic restrains the target enemy's shadow, immobilizing them for 10 seconds. 3. Shadow Trick. 10th level magic allows the user to meld into and hide within shadows. The Shadow Walker possesses skills for invisibility, control, and damage, an archetypal assassination unit. They could be utilized for intelligence gathering, executing decapitation tactics, and eliminating enemy leaders. If employed judiciously, they could yield unexpected advantages. Upon recruiting these units, the first order of business was, of course, to bestow upon them names. The Fallen Angel would be named Fallen One, and the Shadow Walker would be called Shadow One. Both were quite content with their new appellations. As entities of the 10th tier, they had undoubtedly emerged from the crucible of battle. Thus, They regarded names as mere designations rather than significant identifiers. It was only the Black Rock archers, who appeared to be mere adolescents of 16 or 17, that would concern themselves with such trivialities. Previously, when recruiting the Black Rock archers, Fang Yuan had expended 200 soul gems, leaving him with 600. Currently, his territory boasted 50 units each of Death Knight guards and Blood Frenzy gunmen. Fang Yuan planned to utilize 300 soul gems to recruit 150 more Death Knight guards and 150 Blood Frenzy gunmen, expanding their ranks to 200 each. Afterward, he would recruit 200 Fallen Angels and 100 Shadow Walkers with the remaining 300 soul gems. As the barracks, Light of Salvation Altar, and Ranger S Lodge continuously radiated light, one after another, 10th tier units emerged. The population of Fang Yuan's territory rapidly surged beyond 800. The current combat units included 200 Death Knight guards, 200 Blood Frenzy gunmen, 200 Black Rock archers, 200 Fallen Angels, and 100 Shadow Walkers. The production units comprised 30 titans. Due to the main city's level restrictions, a level 4 main city could only recruit 5 farmers daily, resulting in a somewhat limited number of production units. Only 30 titans were available. Were it not for the imminent threat posed by the orc tribes, Fang Yuan would not have considered amassing troops. With such a sizable population, the sheer volume of food required daily was staggering. Presently, the fastest means of procuring food remained the hunting of magical beasts. The crops in the farms required another day to mature. To alleviate the food shortage within his territory, Fang Yuan constructed 20 additional farms today. He also acquired blueprints for breeding facilities from other sources. However, constructing a level 1 breeding facility necessitated 500 stones, 500 woods, 500 sands, 10 irons, and 1 beast nest fragment. Lacking the beast nest fragment, the breeding facility could not yet be built. The newly recruited units had yet to dine. And with tomorrow's battle approaching, they could not fight on empty stomachs. With a grand gesture, Fang Yuan ordered the titans to ignite numerous bonfires and retrieve ample meat from the storerooms, hosting a barbecue feast that evening to ensure everyone was well fed. The Death Knight guards could consume 15 units of meat in one sitting, while the appetite of the Blood Frenzy gunmen was comparable. In contrast, the Fallen Angels and Shadow Walkers had relatively smaller appetites, each consuming a maximum of 10 units of food per meal. What surprised Fang Yuan the most was the Black Rock archers. Each Black Rock archer could devour an astonishing 20 units of food in one sitting. Fang Yuan did not lament the food wastage, but rather felt a pang of sympathy for their stomachs. 20 units of meat equated to a hefty 40 pounds of beef. After consuming a full 40 pounds, the Black Rock archers' bellies merely swelled slightly. The Black Rock shooter donned a sleek black strapless top, complemented by matching hot pants, revealing her flat and smooth abdomen. Allow me to clarify. My gaze lingering upon their long, elegant legs and exposed midriff is not born out of lewdness. As a responsible lord, I am merely concerned for their well-being. My unwavering focus stems from my naturally attentive disposition. I assure you, I am no lecher. Buzz, buzz. Just as Fang Yuan found himself captivated, the Lord's book vibrated unexpectedly, indicating a private message. Upon inspection, he discovered it was from Wenning, the young lady with whom he had previously exchanged blueprints multiple times. Today, while a group of ingrate peers criticized Fang Yuan in the regional channel, Wenning had also come to his defense. Initially, Fang Yuan assumed she was reaching out to collect the 50 units of meat, but to his surprise, her first words were a plea for help. Wenning, brother Fang Yuan, could you possibly save me? Fang Yuan, what has transpired? Wenning, it concerns a challenge mission. My task is to defeat an invading Tier 3 skeleton warrior. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow, taken aback. Among the lords in their regional channel, apart from himself, the most arduous challenge was merely to fend off 20 Tier 1 hungry wolves. Although 20 wolves might appear formidable, it is crucial to note that hungry wolves are Tier 1 beasts of low intelligence. Dealing with them is relatively straightforward, requiring only the preparation of traps and the construction of simple mechanisms. With the advantages of terrain and shelter, along with the cooperation of militia and farmers, one could effectively repel the wolves' assaults with due caution. However, Wenning task required her to vanquish a Tier 3 skeleton warrior. The disparity between Tier 3 monsters and Tier 1 beasts is not to be underestimated. When Tier 1 militia confront Tier 2 monsters, despite the level gap, the difference is not insurmountable. With a stroke of luck, a counterattack could even occur. Yet, should Tier 1 militia face a Tier 3 monster, victory is utterly implausible. A mere strike from a Tier 3 creature could severely injure a militia member. Although Fang Yuan was unaware of how Wenning's territory was developing, based on the average pace of ordinary individuals, her main city should only be at level 2, having constructed a barracks with militia units, and a total population not exceeding 10. Chapter 47, The Treasure Map. Given the meager strength of Wenning's territory, it was inconceivable that it could withstand a Tier 3 skeleton warrior. Consequently, Fang Yuan found himself perplexed as to what she had done to warrant such a daunting challenge. The difficulty of challenge missions correlates with the scale of the territory. If Wenning's development had not accelerated significantly, Then she must have undertaken some action that elevated the difficulty of her challenge. Fang Yuan articulated his curiosity. After a moment of silence, when Inghan recounted the entire affair. Her territory was situated near a mountainous region, surrounded by scattered stones, with a forest nearby, through which a small stream flowed. Wood, stone, and water sources were plentiful. While her territory lacked any rare resources, it was rich in basic materials. Overall, Weninghan's territory was quite favorably located, at least more so than those in extreme terrains, such as desolate deserts or frozen wastelands. In fact, it was even better situated than Fang Yuan's own territory, which was truly barren, devoid of any high-level resources and severely lacking in basic necessities. To the north lay the wilds, where marauding orc tribes resided. The western forests were rife with magical beasts and goblin tribes. The eastern mountains had yet to reveal any threats, while the southern seas posed no dangers either. Were it not for Fang Yuan's hundredfold amplification system, he might have faced dire consequences once his 7-day protection period elapsed. Weninghan, by diligently gathering basic resources daily, could trade surplus materials in the channel, thereby facilitating her territory's development. However, inadvertently, Weninghan's farmers stumbled upon a long-abandoned ruin hidden within the nearby forest. Most of the structures had collapsed due to the passage of time, with only a few remaining intact. The architecture bore resemblance to a temple, housing many fallen statues. The ruins were expansive, divided into above-ground and subterranean sections. The above-ground ruins spanned nearly the size of 2 football fields, while Weninghan had never ventured into the underground ruins, thus unaware of their extent. Within the debris of the above-ground ruins, various blueprints could often be discovered. Almost daily, farmers retrieved 3 or 4 blueprints from the ruins. Weninghan retained those of use and sold the rest, which explained how she was able to trade a blueprint with Fang Yuan each day. Thanks to these blueprint exchanges, Weninghan's territory flourished at an accelerated pace. Fang Yuan vividly recalled that a few days prior, when he was ambushed by the water elementals, she too had been compelled to undertake a trial mission due to her territory's rapid development, resulting in several of her farmers sustaining severe injuries. In a stroke of desperation, she exchanged 2 relatively rare blueprints with Fang Yuan. This incident remained fresh in Fang Yuan's memory. Now, her farmers had discovered a hidden chamber beneath the ruins, containing only a black treasure chest. Upon bringing this chest back to her territory, Weninghan assumed it resembled an ordinary chest and opened it without hesitation. Inside, she found merely a fragment of a map, the purpose of which was unclear. It was this very map fragment that transformed her initial trial mission, originally requiring her to defeat a Tier 1 skeleton, into an impossible task of vanquishing a Tier 3 skeleton warrior. Such a challenge was far beyond her current capabilities. Once the 7-day protection period expired tomorrow, her territory would undoubtedly be unable to withstand a Tier 3 skeleton warrior. In a state of panic, Weninghan instructed her farmers to return the black treasure chest and the map to their original location. Unfortunately, even returning the black chest proved futile. Despite her best efforts to devise a solution, Weninghan found herself at a loss. Ultimately, she turned to Fang Yuan for assistance, hoping he might possess a means to aid her. As the undisputed powerhouse of the regional channel, if Fang Yuan could not help, then no one else could. Brother, if you can save me, I would be willing to gift you all my treasured blueprints. Weninghan exclaimed. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. I do not require all your blueprints. I only asked for the map fragment you retrieved from the black chest as a condition for providing assistance. Is that agreeable? Weninghan's eyes sparkled with joy. Brother, do you truly have a way to save me? Fang Yuan replied nonchalantly, of course. However, you did return the map fragment to its original place, did you not? No, I discovered that returning the map fragment did not cancel the task. So I retrieved it once more. Weninghan quickly clarified. That is fortunate. Fang Yuan continued. I possess 2 Tier 3 water arrow magic scrolls, which, when utilized, can unleash Tier 3 water arrow magic. Using these scrolls should enable you to defeat the skeleton warrior. Weninghan exclaimed, that's wonderful. Thank you, brother Fang Yuan. With that, she hurriedly sent over the trade link for the map fragment obtained from the black chest. Fang Yuan swiftly completed the transaction as well. In addition, he sent her 50 units of meat. With this generous provision, she could recruit 2 additional militia members and enjoy a hearty meal that evening, ensuring she would be well rested and invigorated to tackle the challenge the following morning. Deeply touched, Weninghan expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much, brother Fang Yuan. You are truly a good person. Fang Yuan felt a tinge of annoyance. He hadn't done much, yet found himself branded a good Samaritan. Upon receiving the magical scroll, Weninghan quickly logged off. Confronting a 3rd-tier monster armed only with 2 3rd-tier magical scrolls felt rather precarious. She planned to stay up late that night, digging several deep pits around the territory to serve as traps. After the trade was complete, Fang Yuan too received his share of the map fragment. Map fragment 110. Description: assemble the map fragments to acquire a treasure map. A treasure map. This was indeed a fragment of a treasure map. What could the treasure be? Fang Yuan meticulously examined the map fragment in his possession, hoping to uncover some clues. Unfortunately, The expanse of the chaotic continent was several times larger than the total land area of Earth. With just this solitary map fragment, it was virtually impossible for Fang Yuan to discern any valuable leads. After studying it for a while, he ultimately gave up, rising to attend to other matters. Merely possessing combat units was insufficient. He also needed to equip them with weapons and a complete set of armor. The territory's armory could only equip around 100 individuals, and Fang Yuan needed to swiftly forge weapons and armor for the newly recruited soldiers. Chapter 48. The Lava Smith and the Spirit Seamstress. Utilizing the Lord's book, Fang Yuan discovered that crafting an iron sword required 5 minutes, while creating a leather armor took 7 minutes, and he could not produce items in bulk. He had to confirm each creation individually. To equip the remaining 700 soldiers with weapons and armor, Fang Yuan would need to dedicate nearly a dozen hours. Fortunately, he had constructed both a blacksmith and a tailor shop, enabling him to recruit these two essential support units. Blacksmith shop. Recruitable. Blacksmith 0, 5. Blacksmith. Food 10. Soul Gem 1. Tailor shop. Recruitable. Seamstress 0, 5. Seamstress. Food 10. Soul Gem 1. The blacksmith could forge and repair equipment, while the seamstress could create armor and sew clothing. As long as Fang Yuan inputted the blueprints for equipment and armor into the Lord's book, both the seamstress and blacksmith could produce them. With fewer than 100 soul gems remaining for recruiting combat units, there were just enough to enlist a few blacksmiths and seamstresses. Fang Yuan gathered all special buildings like the manufacturing area, tailor shop, blacksmith shop, and smelting furnace in one location. Recruitable blacksmith. Food 10. Soul Gem 1. Would you like to recruit? Recruitable seamstress. Food 10. Soul Gem 1. Would you like to recruit? On the recruitment page of the Lord's book, Fang Yuan confirmed his choice. Recruiting blacksmith triggers a hundredfold amplification to become a lava smith. Recruiting seamstress triggers a hundredfold amplification to become a spirit seamstress. A golden light flashed, and a towering man, 2 meters in height with a muscular physique, emerged from the blacksmith shop. The lava smith donned a black linen garment, his muscles bulging impressively, exuding an aura of intimidation. Lava smith, 10th tier. Health points, 100. Loyalty, 100, blessed by the Tower of Honor. Ability, forging. Description, equipment crafted by the lava smith has a certain chance of enhancing the quality or imparting special attributes. Simultaneously, another golden light illuminated the tailor shop, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman with a graceful figure. Although she too wore a black linen outfit, hers appeared tailored and stylish. Transformed by a few simple cuts. Spirit seamstress, 10th tier. Health points, 100. Loyalty, 100. Ability, sewing. Description, clothing crafted by the spirit seamstress has a certain chance of enhancing quality or imparting special attributes. The lava smith and spirit seamstress approached Fang Yuan, bowing respectfully. In unison, they declared, "Greetings, esteemed lord. We are at your service." Fang Yuan nodded, smiling. "Welcome to my territory. From now on, this will be your warmest home." There was no time for pleasantries. Fang Yuan knew the tasks ahead were pressing. They were set to battle the orcs the very next morning. Building rapport could wait for another time. He proceeded to recruit several dozen lava smiths and spirit seamstresses, instructing them to first join the living quarters and dine with the others before preparing for work. With the addition of the lava smiths and spirit seamstresses, the speed of equipment production indeed saw a significant increase. Remarkably, among every 5 pieces of equipment they crafted, one would either improve in quality or gain special attributes. Within just over an hour, Fang Yuan accomplished what would have otherwise taken him an exhaustive 10 hours. Weapons, armor, warriors, everything was ready. Fang Yuan assigned 10 death guards to stand watch through the night, while the others returned to their lodgings to rest, recharging for the battle ahead. As Fang Yuan prepared to retire for the night, Ini approached him, saying, "My lord, we, the Shadow Walkers, volunteer to infiltrate the orc tribe tonight and eliminate all their high-ranking members." Ini's proposal piqued Fang Yuan's interest. If the Shadow Walkers could indeed eradicate the orc tribe's leadership tonight, the elite forces of the orcs would find themselves in a state of disarray come morning. Devoid of command, Fang Yuan contemplated for a moment. While the idea is enticing, should you inadvertently expose yourselves, it could spell trouble. There are nearly 30,000 orcs in that tribe. Your lives could be at stake. Ini smiled reassuringly. "Esteemed lord, rest assured, we are the Shadow Walkers, the most formidable assassins in the entire chaotic continent. A mere small orc tribe cannot possibly detect our infiltration and assassination." Given Ini's confidence, Fang Yuan acquiesced, permitting the Shadow Walkers to proceed with their covert mission against the orc tribe. Before they left, Fang Yuan cautioned them once more to exercise utmost caution. Ini nodded and subsequently led 99 Shadow Walkers away from the territory to the orc tribe in the northern wasteland. The night was the Shadow Walkers' favorite time. Utilizing their shadow manipulation skills, they seamlessly melded into the darkness, vanishing from sight. Fang Yuan gazed at the direction in which the Shadow Walker had vanished, a hint of astonishment evident on his face. It appeared that Ini's assertions were indeed accurate. Those who concealed themselves within the shadows were exceedingly difficult to detect. Upon returning to the stone dwelling, Fang Yuan reclined on his bed, closed his eyes, and swiftly succumbed to slumber. The following morning, as soon as Fang Yuan opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of Yi standing at the head of his bed. The shadow walker was swathed entirely in a black cloak, with only two eyes emanating a faint crimson glow, quietly observing him. Startled, Fang Yuan felt a shiver run through him. Fortunately, he promptly recognized that the figure before him was the new recruit he had enlisted the previous night, or else he might have cried out in fright. With a hint of irritation, Fang Yuan remarked, in the future, if you need something, please knock first or awaken me rather than suddenly appearing at my bedside. I would not dare disturb my lord's rest. Yi replied respectfully. Disturb my rest? Yet dare to frighten me, is it? Fang Yuan exhaled deeply, then slowly released his breath, inquiring, have you all returned? How did the mission fare? Yi answered with deference, reporting to my lord. The mission was successfully accomplished. Every leader within the orc tribe has been assassinated without exception. A total of 3,219 individuals, including 1 7th-tier orc chieftain, 12 6th-tier tribal elders, 3 5th-tier orc high priests, and 4-tier orcs, among others. Fang Yuan hastily interrupted Yi, bewildered. Why does the orc tribe possess so many high-ranking individuals? Over 3,000 leaders? This cannot possibly be the size of a small tribe. Chapter 49, A Proactive Assault. Through Yi's explanation, Fang Yuan learned that the Shadow Walkers had, in a frenzied display of ruthlessness, exterminated every orc who held a position within the tribe, from the chieftains and elders to the high priests, down to the captains and even the subservient guards of the beast cages. None were spared from the assassination. Fang Yuan gasped at the revelation before him. Initially, he had thought himself satisfied with Yi's ability to eliminate the chieftain, but he had not anticipated the Shadow Walker's merciless efficiency. The entire orc tribe comprised merely over 30,000 orcs, yet in a single night, Yi and his comrades had managed to slay more than 3,000 of their important leaders. This was no mere assassination, it was an outright massacre. His curiosity piqued. Fang Yuan wondered how the Shadow Walkers had managed to eliminate so many orcs within the tribe without detection and return unscathed. He regarded Yi with newfound respect, realizing that he had previously underestimated the prowess of the Shadow Walkers. As a 10th-tier combat unit, they might far surpass his expectations. Now that all high-ranking members of the orc tribe had been assassinated, the orcs must be in utter disarray. Fang Yuan decisively donned his trousers, rose from his bed, and strode outside. He intended to assemble his forces and take the initiative in the attack. With unwavering resolve, Fang Yuan aimed to eradicate the entire orc tribe in the northern wasteland, leaving not a single soul behind. Upon stepping outside, he found the Death God guards, blood-frenzied gunmen, Black Rock archers, fallen angels, and shadow walkers all assembled and ready, lining up to receive their equipment. The primary armaments of his territory included steel long swords, steel shields, steel pikes, steel longbows, and steel arrows. The protective gear comprised leather armor and leather boots. Every soldier under his command was clad in a full set of leather armor and wielding iron weapons, crafted by the lava forgers and spirit weavers. Many weapons and armors had seen enhancements in quality or possessed additional attributes. Gazing at the fully armed warriors before him, Fang Yuan inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "Let us set forth. Our target is the orc tribe in the northern wasteland." On this expedition, Fang Yuan retained only 50 Death God guards to defend the territory, just in case. After all, the orc tribe was not too far away, and should the territory come under assault, he could swiftly return with reinforcements. Fang Yuan's forces marched resolutely across the plains, advancing towards the orc tribe. At 8 in the morning, the prompt notification echoed in his ears. Please note, the 7-day protection period for all lords has expired. The territory is no longer under protection. Had it not been for the Shadow Walker's successful elimination of the orc tribe's leadership the previous day, the orc tribe would have surely mobilized their forces to march upon his territory. Fang Yuan exhaled heavily. To be honest, this was his first time commanding such a large number of troops for battle. To claim he was unperturbed would be a lie. He hoped fervently that this engagement would unfold smoothly. He murmured to himself. He opened the Lord's book and flipped to the map page. A few days prior, Fang Yuan had purchased numerous items from a traveling merchant, including a regional map of the Forgotten Lands and several blank maps. The usage of the maps was straightforward. Akin to blueprints, they could be absorbed by placing them upon the Lord's book. Consequently, a new page labeled Map had been added to Fang Yuan's Lord's book. Upon opening the map, he discovered that the region of the Forgotten Lands was now fully unlocked, while the areas beyond remained shrouded in darkness. The map served another crucial purpose. It displayed the locations of his units, allowing Fang Yuan to clearly see where each of his forces was positioned. Currently, there was still some distance to the orc tribe in the northern wasteland. Fang Yuan commanded his troops to quicken their pace, aiming to reach the orc tribe within 3 hours. As a 10th-tier combat unit, merely enhancing marching speed consumed little stamina. To expedite their arrival at the orc tribe, all units hastened their pace, and Fang Yuan joined in, running alongside them. However, Fang Yuan was merely an ordinary man, lacking the formidable physique of a 10th-tier combat unit. At this moment, he yearned for a mount. As a lord, it was rather pitiful to rely solely on his own 2 legs for travel. Once he had annihilated the orc tribe, Fang Yuan was determined to seek out a 9th-tier magical beast to serve as his steed that would truly befit his status. After a brisk march of less than 3 hours, Fang Yuan's forces exited the plains and arrived in the wasteland. Not far ahead lay the orc tribe. Prior to departure, Fang Yuan had dispatched the Shadow Walkers to infiltrate the orc tribe and sow further chaos. It appeared that they had executed their mission with remarkable success. From a distance, Fang Yuan could see the black smoke rising from the orc tribe, accompanied by the sound of anguished screams. The entire tribe was engulfed in turmoil. Now was the time to strike. Fang Yuan's forces surged forward towards the orc tribe. Leading the charge were the Death God guards, wielding their swords and shields, followed by the blood-frenzied gunmen with their pikes, and finally, the Black Rock archers responsible for ranged attacks. The fallen angels, with their wings unfurled, soared above, primarily tasked with supporting combat and reviving allied units. In the chaotic orc tribe, the presence of Fang Yuan's forces was soon discovered. However, the upper echelons of the orc tribe had been entirely annihilated, leaving even the squad leaders and other ranks utterly decimated. In this vast orc stronghold, not a single individual capable of organizing a counterattack could be found. Moreover, shadow walkers lurked within the tribe, mercilessly striking down their foes. Countless orcs scurried about like headless flies, unable to comprehend why. Upon awakening that fateful morning, they found their chieftain, elder, shaman, squad leaders, captain, and lieutenant all slain. And no one had witnessed the assailant. Even now, the tribe continued to suffer casualties, oblivious to the whereabouts of the killer. The orcs were filled with rage. They would rather face a powerful enemy than perish in such a bewildering manner. At that moment, sensing the approach of foes, the orcs let out furious roars and brandished their weapons, charging forth. Long haunted by the dread of unknown deaths, these orcs had reached their breaking point. Upon seeing Fang Yuan's formidable army advancing, they surged forward as if finding a means to vent their fury. Tens of thousands of orcs erupted from the tribe in a frenzied rush. In an instant, the desolate landscape was teeming with orcish figures. Although the orc numbers appeared overwhelming, without a commander, these lowly creatures were but a disorganized mob, easily scattered by the slightest breeze. Chapter 50, Total Annihilation. Fang Yuan's troops were of a significantly higher caliber than these inferior orcs. Even though the orc forces outnumbered them by dozens, Fang Yuan remained unfazed. The orc tribe was indeed a formidable warrior race. They could stand and walk upon birth, possess first-tier strength by the age of 5, reach second-tier by 12, and attain third-tier maturity by 15. When it came to battle, every orc was a soldier. This time, nearly 30,000 orcs charged at Fang Yuan's forces, while he commanded merely around 800 combat troops. 30,000 versus 800. Although the odds seemed unfavorable, it was crucial to remember that a single high-tier warrior could easily dispatch hundreds of low-tier foes. Orc infantry, archers, wolf riders, shamans, berserkers, and assault troops surged forward. Completely devoid of any semblance of teamwork, they rushed headlong into battle. Some orc archers, disregarding the safety of their comrades, fired bolts straight ahead. Several orc infantrymen at the forefront were struck down by arrows from behind. The Death Guard stood resolute, forming a shield wall to withstand the initial onslaught of the orcs. Empowered by the Death Goddess aura, their defenses were significantly bolstered. The massive axe of an orc berserker crashed against the Death Guard's shield, yet they stood firm, retaliating with a swift sword strike that cleaved the berserker in two. Faced with the chaotic onslaught of the orcs, the Death Guard effortlessly held the line. Following them were the bloodthirsty lancers, their pikes eager for blood. The lancers did not even need to unleash their skills. A mere strike was sufficient to claim the life of an orc. Coupled with their two formidable passives, bloodthirst, allowing them to heal upon striking an enemy, and killing intent, enhancing their damage after a certain number of kills, these lancers became relentless engines of destruction. Further back, the Blackrock archers had formed a ranged assault formation. As the orcs approached their firing range, the archers drew their bows, unleashing steel-tipped arrows imbued with magical power upon the orcs. The ethereal blue arrows, akin to colossal siege bolts, wreaked havoc, piercing through dozens of orcs before their strength waned. Fang Yuan's forces operated like a massive meat grinder. Any orc that dared approach met a swift demise. At the rear of the orc line stood 100 shamans draped in animal pelts, wielding staffs adorned with goat skulls. They were the most knowledgeable and mysterious beings of the orc tribe. Yet, before they could unleash any of their potent spells against the merciless foe, the Shadow Walker, concealed in their shadows, struck with the swiftness of lightning. Binding spell. Before the shamans could react, their shadows were ensnared by the Shadow Walker, rendering them immobile. In an instant, with a surge of destructive shadow energy, the shamans were obliterated. After dispatching the shamans, the Shadow Walker retreated once more into the shadows, awaiting the next target. As time ticked away, the once mighty orc tribe dwindled to merely 1 or 2,000 survivors. The remaining orcs were filled with dread. They had launched a full-scale assault, nearly 30,000 strong, against 800 foes. Yet, they suffered over 20,000 casualties while their enemies had not a single loss, nor even a scratch. This left the surviving orcs with nothing but despair. In the face of such an insurmountable disparity in strength, anyone would succumb to despair. The remnant orcs, devoid of the will to fight, discarded their weapons and fled in disarray. However, they had scarcely made their escape when they were struck down by a descending fallen angel, its blade piercing their hearts. Throughout this battle, Fang Yuan had remained at the rear, employing the explosive magic from his magic ring for long-range bombardment. Covered in blood, the Death Guard approached and reported, "My lord, all enemy forces have been eradicated. Please give further orders." Fang Yuan nodded, instructing, "Let us commence the cleanup of the battlefield. Ensure not a single soul gem is overlooked." At that moment, Yi emerged from a nearby shadow, declaring, "My lord, all enemies within the orc tribe have been cleared." Fang Yuan praised, "Well done. Thanks to you, Shadow Walkers. This swift extermination of the orc tribe's foes would not have been possible otherwise. Were it not for your assassinations of the orc leadership and all commanders, this battle would have dragged on for much longer." The disparity between a disorganized mob and a cohesive army is starkly evident. If an orc commander had been present, the synergy of their diverse units, combined with their overwhelming numbers, would have posed significant challenges. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Shadow Walkers, today's victory was achieved with remarkable ease. With the orcs annihilated, it was time to inspect the spoils of war. Fang Yuan leisurely made his way, accompanied by dozens of his subordinates, toward the orc stronghold. The orc tribe was vastly larger than Fang Yuan's domain, approximately several times its size. Located on a small hillside amidst the wasteland, the orc tribe was encircled by a low stone wall, within which lay numerous structures. Most of the houses are constructed from stone, with only a few wooden structures present. This perplexed Fang Yuan. He had heard from traveling merchants that orcs are averse to labor and production. Their sole expertise and passion lie in pillaging. They seize whatever they can with little regard for ownership. This is the ideology and education ingrained in an orc from childhood. Generally, orc tribes, apart from special structures like ancestral altars, spiritual abodes, and colossal beast totems, opt for simple and lightweight wooden houses or animal skin tents. While such dwellings are prone to igniting and causing fires, orcs do not fear territorial blazes or enemies employing fire tactics. For orcs, the only possessions of value are their weapons. If a tribe's dwelling catches fire, they merely relocate and establish a new encampment. Upon settling in a new area, orcs can once again plunder the surroundings. Constructing houses from abundant stone resources is typically a practice reserved for medium and large tribes. These tribes thrive because their territories are firmly established. In contrast, smaller orc tribes usually exhaust all nearby resources before relocating to a more resource-rich area, repeating the cycle of plundering. Essentially, orc tribes are not dissimilar to brigands and marauders. The rationale behind medium and large tribes choosing to settle in a particular location is straightforward. They remain due to the abundance of rare resource points surrounding their territory. "My lord, the building ahead is the residence of the orc chieftain," reported Yi. Fang Yuan's eyes gleamed. A place like the chieftain's abode must surely contain treasure. He had a penchant for treasure chests. Fang Yuan instructed the others to scour the tribe's warehouses and treasury, commanding, "Take all valuables. Leave no precious item behind." Bloodthirsty gunmen and fallen angels were tasked with clearing the battlefield and collecting soul gems, while the Reaper Guards, Shadow Walkers, and Blackstone Archers were responsible for looting the tribe. Meanwhile, he and several Reaper Guards made their way directly to the orc chieftain's residence. The chieftain's abode lay at the heart of the orc tribe, a uniquely designed structure built from stone, wood, and animal skins, featuring wild interior decor. The walls of the orc hall were adorned with the heads of magical beasts, while the floor was covered with thick animal skin carpets, yielding a soft touch as Fang Yuan and his companions stepped upon it. At the rear center of the hall stood a massive throne. The wall behind the throne was lined with various weapons and equipment. Upon inspection, Fang Yuan discovered that although these weapons bore stains and scars from countless battles, they were merely of the lowest white quality. To the side of the orc hall was a small door. Upon pushing it open, Fang Yuan found that it led to the chieftain's bedroom, which contained only a large bed in the center, no other furnishings. After searching thoroughly, Fang Yuan found nothing. It's impossible. How could a tribal chieftain not have a single treasure chest? He pondered, unwilling to accept defeat. He split from the Reaper Guards and began to search the entire orc hall, leaving no corner unchecked. Ultimately, Fang Yuan discovered a hidden underground door beneath the throne's carpet. Just as I thought. How could the orc chieftain not possess any treasures? There must be a concealed little vault. Fang Yuan exclaimed. He pushed against the underground door with all his might, but it would not budge. Frustrated, he called out, "Death One, come here." "As you command, my lord." Fang Yuan, being merely an ordinary man, lacked the strength of a level 10 warrior. His inability to open the door did not imply that Death One could not. With a single hand on the doorknob, Death One gently pulled, effortlessly swinging the underground door open to reveal a hidden dark passageway. What treasures could the orc chieftain possibly have that warranted the construction of a secret vault? Eagerly, Fang Yuan stepped inside, clad in his abyssal armor. He was untroubled by any potential ambush in the tunnel. Upon entering, they found a secret chamber devoid of magical traps, containing merely 7 treasure chests. 4 were bronze chests, 2 were silver chests, and 1 was a golden chest. Fang Yuan, unable to contain his excitement, approached one of the bronze chests to open it. Open chest and obtained white equipment, Orc Warrior Armor 100. Triggered a hundredfold amplification to obtain dark gold equipment. Celestial Armor 100. Celestial Armor. Dark gold quality. Attributes. Level 9 Defense Enhancement. Skill. 1. Divine Blessing. Level 10 Magic Invulnerability for 10 seconds. Increases all attributes by 50 for 3 minutes. His luck was extraordinary. He hadn't anticipated that the first chest would yield 100 pieces of dark gold equipment. Fang Yuan then proceeded to open the remaining 3 bronze chests in one go. Open chest and obtained white equipment. Orc Warrior Gloves 100. Triggered a hundredfold amplification to obtain dark gold equipment. Celestial Gauntlets 100. Open chest and obtained white equipment. Orc Warrior Boots 100. Triggered a hundredfold amplification to obtain dark gold equipment. Celestial Boots 100. Open chest and obtained white equipment. Orc Warrior Helmet 100. Triggered a hundredfold amplification to obtain dark gold equipment. Celestial Helmet 100. Obtained dark gold equipment set. Celestial set. Celestial Armor set. Armor, gauntlets, boots, helmet. Dark gold quality. Attributes. Level 9 Defense Enhancement. Level 9 Damage Enhancement. Level 9 Speed Boost. Level 9 Magic Resistance Boost. Set effect. Descent of the Celestial. Level 10 Magic Invulnerability for 1 minute. Increases all attributes by 100 for 10 minutes. Skills 1. Divine Redemption. Level 9 Magic instantly restores full health. 2. Hammer of Judgment. Level 9 Martial Skill triggers a holy light explosion on the target, dealing massive holy damage to one enemy. 3. Wrath of Vengeance. Level 9 Magic infuses the body with vengeful light, increasing damage dealt by 50 for 3 minutes. This was the first time he had encountered an equipment set. Upon seeing the attributes of the celestial set, Fang Yuan couldn't help but gasp in awe. It was remarkably powerful, especially the set effect, Descent of the Celestial, which granted invincibility for 1 minute and a boost of 100 to all attributes. Such a phenomenal piece of equipment was astonishingly available in a full set of 100. Fang Yuan sincerely thanked the unseen orc chieftain. Had he not concealed 100 sets of orc warrior gear in the underground vault, Fang Yuan would never have obtained 100 sets of celestial armor. Without delay, Fang Yuan placed the 100 sets of celestial armor into the arcane ring for later consideration. There remained 2 silver chests and 1 golden chest. Fang Yuan decided to open the 2 silver chests first, reserving the golden chest for last. Upon opening the treasure chest, one acquires 1,000 black crystal coins, triggering a hundredfold amplification, resulting in a total of 100,000 black crystal coins. Upon opening the treasure chest, one obtains a glory talisman, triggering a hundredfold amplification, yielding 100 glory talismans. Upon seeing the glory talisman, Fang Yuan's face lit up with surprise. He had not anticipated discovering a crucial material for constructing the hero altar in this place. With the glory talisman in hand, Fang Yuan could finally build the hero altar and promote heroes. This was indeed a remarkable find. Eagerly, Fang Yuan stowed both the black crystal coins and the glory talismans into the arcane ring. Now, the main event awaited. Fang Yuan turned his gaze toward the final golden chest, which he had deliberately reserved for last, hoping that its contents would not disappoint him. Chapter 52, The War Bastion. Upon opening the treasure chest, one acquires construction blueprints for a watchtower, triggering a hundredfold amplification, resulting in special construction blueprints for the War Bastion. War Bastion, 5,000 stone bricks, 5,000 wood, 1,000 timber, 1,000 iron blocks, 1,000 sand, 1 castle heart. Description: a defensive castle structure, suitable for garrisoning troops and installing siege weaponry, serving as the first line of defense against external threats. Fang Yuan had most of the materials required for constructing the War Bastion, but he was puzzled by the last item, the castle heart. He had never heard of it, let alone seen one. He carefully stored the blueprints for the War Bastion, intending to inquire about it from the traveling merchant in a few days. Fang Yuan had opened all 7 treasure chests in the underground vault. Overall, the haul was quite substantial. Not only did he acquire the divine armor, but he also secured the pivotal material for constructing the hero altar, the glory talisman. This expedition was undoubtedly fruitful. A radiant smile adorned Fang Yuan's face. He wondered how others fared in their scavenging endeavors. As Fang Yuan and his companions exited the underground passage, Yi emerged from a shadowy corner to report the resources and items they had pillaged from the orc tribe. Resources: 200,000 units of stone, 60,000 units of fire copper stone, 30,000 units of secret copper stone, 90,000 units of iron blocks, 900 units of wood. 1. 200 units of straw. 50. 000 units of food. Weapons. 12. 20 orc battle axes. 22. 200 orc shields. 3. 000 stone spears. 5. 000 orc sabers. 2. 000 berserker axes. 5. 000 orc crossbows. Numerous arrows. 3 small siege crossbows. 2 small catapults. And 300 firebombs. Blueprints. Soul Rest Construction Blueprint. Beast Pen Construction Blueprint. Ancestor Altar Construction Blueprint. Stone Wall Construction Blueprint. Quarry Construction Blueprint. Watchtower Construction Blueprint. After listening to Yi's report, Fang Yuan furrowed his brow, not out of dissatisfaction with their haul, but because he found the abundance of or resources from the orc tribe exceedingly perplexing. The orcs were a race that revered violence and plunder. Persuading them to cultivate the land and mine was akin to asking ogres to adopt a vegetarian diet. How could these ruffians possibly be inclined to mine? Upon entering the orc tribe, Fang Yuan felt a sense of unease. Where had the orcs procured such an abundance of stones for constructing their dwellings? It was well known that orcs from smaller tribes preferred to raid and flee rather than engage in the laborious task of building stone houses. They would rather seize opportunities for pillaging than squander time on mining. At this moment, Yi approached, holding a thick cowhide scroll in her delicate hands. She softly said, "My lord, this appears to be a map of the nearby area, which I found in the dwelling of an orc elder. A map of the vicinity? Hand it over for me to inspect." Fang Yuan took the map from Yi and unfurled it. The map, crafted from a large piece of brown animal hide, measured approximately 1 meter in length and half a meter in width, adorned with intricate lines in black, green, red, yellow, and blue, depicting a complex topographical layout. It was also inscribed with numerous strange characters, presumably Orcish script, which Fang Yuan could not decipher. However, in the eastern mountain range, a red cross marked a specific location, capturing Fang Yuan's interest. He was aware that the eastern mountain range concealed rich mineral resources. However, to mine, one would first need to carve out a tunnel to access the various ores beneath the mountains. The endeavor of excavating a mine was monumental, labor-intensive, and fraught with the risk of collapse. Most individuals sought natural caverns before commencing mining operations. The last time Fang Yuan ventured to the eastern mountain range, he had hoped to find a natural cavern, but instead stumbled upon buried treasure. A fortunate surprise. The myriad of anomalies discovered within the orc tribe suggested a strong possibility that the orcs had indeed uncovered a natural mine. It was no wonder that this tribe chose to establish their stronghold in such a desolate location as the Forgotten Lands, lacking in resources. Evidently, they had discovered a natural mine. It appeared that this orc tribe harbored grand ambitions. With ample resources at their disposal, they could swiftly evolve into a mid-sized tribe. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yuan resolved to personally investigate the location marked by the red cross on the map, accompanied by a select few. His earlier thoughts were merely conjecture. The true circumstances could only be comprehended through first-hand observation. He set forth with 20 Death Guard soldiers, 10 Fallen Angels, 10 Blackrock Archers, and 10 Shadow Walkers, totaling 50 individuals. Before departing, he specifically instructed Yi to ensure that all valuable items within the orc tribe were thoroughly confiscated. Not even the orc buildings should be spared. Everything should be demolished, and usable resources should be transported back to their territory. Understood, my lord. We shall fulfill the task as commanded. After giving his instructions, Fang Yuan and his team embarked toward the location marked with a red cross on the animal hide map. The designated spot was conveniently located to the north of the eastern mountain range. The last time Fang Yuan sought a mine, he had explored the southern side of the eastern mountain range, which lay on the opposite side, to the north of the eastern mountain range. The vegetation was lush and abundant. 5 Death Guard soldiers led the way, cleaving through trees and vines with their swords to forge a path. Before setting out, Fang Yuan had recorded the massive animal hide map into the Lord's book. In such a densely wooded environment, utilizing the cumbersome animal hide map was an unwise choice. The more compact and convenient Lord's book would serve better. The map page in the Lord's book displayed Fang Yuan's current location and the distance to the Red Cross destination. It would take approximately another hour to reach their goal. With some time to spare, Fang Yuan flipped to the regional channel page, perusing the chat logs as they journeyed. From 8 in the morning until Fang Yuan annihilated the orc tribe, it had taken less than 4 hours. Most of that time was spent traveling back and forth. During this interval, the majority of lords in the regional channel had completed their challenge quests. Of course, there were many unfortunate lords who perished in this challenge due to their territories being too weak or the tasks being overly formidable. Help! A bear has appeared outside my territory, and I cannot defeat it. What should I do? Can anyone come to my rescue? Oh heavens! What have I done to deserve such punishment? Woe is me! Who can come to my rescue? I do not wish to perish. Huh! Bring forth as many of you beasts as you desire. I shall slay them all. If only I could. Alas, I have finally completed the challenge task. Yet my farmers are devastated, and one of my militia has fallen in battle. The situation is dire indeed. Chapter 53, The Foxwoman. A monstrous creature has invaded my territory, and in my fear, I fled with my farmers and militia. Now, That creature lingers on my land, leaving me with nowhere to return. Can anyone guide me on what to do? Hee, you would never guess, but upon completing the task, I was rewarded with a treasure chest, from which I miraculously drew a piece of green equipment. By the heavens, the luck upstairs is extraordinary. How could one procure green gear? Surely, they are blessed by the goddess of fortune. Why, then, did my own chest yield only a mundane item? Where is the fairness in that? Such envied insights. Fang Yuan observed the flood of envy within the chat channel directed at a mere piece of green quality equipment. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly. How lacking in ambition, to be envious over such a triviality. When if they knew he had just unwrapped 100 sets of dark gold gear, they would surely go mad. Though this challenge was indeed formidable, most managed to complete it. Only a small handful did not succeed, their names forever shrouded in gray within the channel. Perhaps they were never meant for this harsh game. In the future, survival will only grow more arduous, and the challenges will become increasingly daunting. Fang Yuan glanced at his friend list. Lu Xiaohua and Wen Yinghan had all received the 50 units of meat he generously donated, and they had managed to survive. They had even sent him several private messages inquiring whether he had completed the challenge. Fang Yuan replied to each one. Lu Xiaohua messaged him, Fang Yuan, have you completed the challenge? I have acquired a few items I wish to trade. Since Fang Yuan was currently outside and unable to trade, he responded to Lu Xiaohua, suggesting they discuss the trade later in the evening. Wen Yinghan also messaged Fang Yuan, detailing her arduous battle against a third-tier skeletal warrior. If not for the character limit, she would have undoubtedly penned tens of thousands of words on her encounter. Fang Yuan couldn't help but frown, thinking, is she perhaps a web novelist in her previous life on Earth? After all that, she had yet to arrive at the crux of her tale. Patiently, Fang Yuan read through her lengthy account, finally reaching the end. The crux of her narrative was encapsulated in the last 2 lines. Wen Yinghan informed him that after slaying the skeletal warrior, she had obtained a key that could unlock underground ruins. Though she possessed the key, she dared not venture into the ruins, fearing the monsters that might dwell within. Thus, she sought Fang Yuan's counsel on what to do. Fang Yuan, unafraid of the monsters within the ruins, was nonetheless uncertain of the distance between his territory and Wen Yinghan's. Although he possessed a teleportation scroll, it could only be used on allied units, namely, his allies or territories under his dominion. Currently, the alliance feature had yet to be unlocked. Hence, he could only advise Wen Yinghan that without sufficient strength, she should refrain from attempting to unlock the underground ruins. After sending the message, he logged off without waiting to see if she had read it. For he had arrived at his destination. Not far ahead lay a place marked by a red X on the beast's skin map. Fang Yuan could hear the cacophony of orcs ahead. By the sound, there were quite a number of them. He moved cautiously forward, hiding among the underbrush, peering towards the direction of the orc voices. Before him, the forest had been cleared into a vast expanse, now home to a quarry. Several watchtowers surrounded it, manned by orc archers vigilant against potential monster attacks. Beside the quarry, hundreds of orc warriors were clamoring about, their shouts incomprehensible. Some were slaughtering monsters to prepare food, while others, under the watchful eyes of their comrades, engaged in combat, their surroundings alive with cheers. Evidently, they remained blissfully unaware that their tribe had been decimated. Fang Yuan noticed several cages constructed of wood and vines near the quarry, containing dozens of alluring young women with delicate figures, fair skin, and foxtails and ears. Upon examining their attributes, he learned they were members of a race known as the Foxskin. He had once heard a traveling merchant speak of them. The Foxskin were a subset of the orc race, the weakest among them, without exception. An adult Foxskin possessed only first-tier strength, and only a select few with exceptional talents managed to ascend to second tier. As for third-tier Foxskin, they had never been seen. In such a brutal, strength-dominated orc tribe, these fragile beings were the most susceptible to bullying and oppression. Many orcs even denied that the Foxskin, being so weak, could be considered part of the orc race. Of course, the Foxskin had their merits. Contrary to their frail power, they possessed an extraordinary capacity for learning. The Foxskin were intelligent, surpassing even the most erudite goblins of the chaotic continent. Regrettably, such intelligence is only advantageous when coupled with strength. The goblins had become a formidable force in the chaotic continent not merely through cleverness, but through their advanced alchemy and technology. At present, it was unclear why the orcs had imprisoned so many Foxskin. However, the fear and tear-streaked faces of the Foxskin revealed that they were likely facing a dire threat of death. The Foxskin wept pitifully, their sorrowful pleas directed at the brutish orcs. Unfortunately, the orcs showed no mercy, raising their axes and striking forcefully against the wooden bars of the cages. Instantly, the Foxskin within were thrown into a panic, huddling together in the corners of their cage, trembling and weeping softly. It was not that the Foxskin lacked beauty. Rather, the orcs held a singular aesthetic, a belief that the most alluring orc women were those whose physiques could crush boulders, with limbs capable of bearing horses. Their bodies adorned with fur, the rough features, yellowed teeth, and the scent of musk wafting from such women were considered the epitome of allure. In contrast, the slender, delicate Foxskin, with their smooth skin and faint fruity fragrance, possessed none of the qualities the orcs deemed desirable. Chapter 54, Annihilation. The quarry housed over 100 orcs. The majority at 3rd-tier strength, along with over 10 4th-tier berserkers and a 5th-tier shaman. Clearly, the orc tribe placed significant importance on this mine, for it was unlikely they would station such a formidable guard otherwise. However, with only a handful of orc warriors, the prospect of defending this mine is nothing short of a fool's errand. The entire orc tribe of 30,000 had been utterly annihilated by Fang Yuan, making this mere band of several hundred utterly insignificant in comparison. With this thought in mind, Fang Yuan chose to cease his concealment. He strode forward, confident that he alone could handle these orcs. As Fang Yuan emerged from the thicket, he was immediately spotted by the orc crossbowmen stationed in the watchtower. They raised their crossbows, aiming at Fang Yuan, just as he lifted a hand and conjured a 9th-level explosive fireball, emanating a terrifying force of destruction that struck the orc marksman. The explosive fireball's immense destructive power obliterated both the watchtower and its occupants in an instant. The unfortunate orc did not even have the chance to utter a cry of despair. The tremendous commotion instantly drew the attention of the other orcs. They stared blankly at Fang Yuan before turning their gaze towards the ruined watchtower. After a brief pause, the orcs regained their senses and charged towards Fang Yuan, weapons in hand. The remaining orc crossbowmen atop the tower quickly aimed their weapons at him, preparing to fire just as Fang Yuan summoned another explosive fireball, which accurately struck the orc marksman. Almost immediately, another explosive fireball followed, easily dispatching the remaining crossbowmen. At that moment, orc infantry and berserkers surged forward, their battle axes raised high, ready to cleave down upon Fang Yuan. With a flash, Fang Yuan's eyes transformed into a mesmerizing mix of black and purple, a mysterious and ominous mark materializing within his gaze. The dozens of orc infantry and berserkers at the forefront, intent on encircling him, inadvertently caught sight of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, their life force was stripped away, their once vibrant forms withering into the appearance of aged and dying beings, collapsing heavily to the ground. Reduced to a pile of ashes, the death magic eye skill was exceedingly potent. Any creature below the 9th tier that dared to meet its gaze would find their life force swiftly claimed, ushering them towards death. However, Fang Yuan found himself still too weak. He could only employ the death magic eye once per day. His physical constitution could not withstand a second use. Drawing an iron sword from the arcane ring, Fang Yuan activated the sacrificial halo of the abyssal armor and the descent of darkness skills, charging forth with his long sword in hand. Upon invoking the descent of darkness, Fang Yuan's form expanded, radiating a terrifying aura. This skill enhanced his attributes and abilities, amplifying his damage. Surrounding him was a ring of demonic flames, dealing significant damage to the nearby orcs each second. In this moment, Fang Yuan resembled a god of war, a celestial being manifesting upon the battlefield, cutting through the orcs as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. No orc could withstand the might of his sword. This was also due to the fact that any orc approaching Fang Yuan was met with the continuous magical damage inflicted by the sacrificial halo of the abyssal armor. It was not so much that they were slain by Fang Yuan's iron sword, but rather that they were scalded to death by the halo's effects. Within the radius of the sacrificial halo, the lower-tier orcs could hardly endure even 10 seconds. The orcs soon recognized the abnormality. Although they were brutish and bloodthirsty, it did not mean they lacked intelligence entirely. Realizing that melee attacks were ineffective, the orcs collectively retreated, preparing to unleash ranged assaults. A dozen archers emerged from among the orc ranks, aiming their crossbows at Fang Yuan. Many others brandished battle axes and throwing spears, readying themselves for ranged attacks. The sole 5th-tier unit in this orc battalion, the orc shaman, stepped forth, chanting incantations as a totem pole materialized from thin air, driven into the ground. A faint blue barrier enveloped the orcs, providing them protection. The shaman had refrained from engaging earlier in order to prepare this 5th-level totem spell, the Tidal Totem. Tidal Totem summons the power of tides, forming a magical shield to deflect damage. The orc shaman naively believed that sheltering behind the Tidal Totem would shield them from the explosive fireballs Fang Yuan unleashed. Moreover, the orcs could launch ranged attacks from within the protective barrier. However, before they could strike, a lava ball radiating a horrific force of destruction collided with the magical shield conjured by the Tidal Totem, penetrating it as effortlessly as a burning coal through a sheet of paper. The orc chieftain was struck by Fang Yuan's explosive fireball, the searing heat and overwhelming destructive force consuming him in an instant. The orcs, who had once exuded ferocity and bravado, were now stripped of their courage upon witnessing their powerful shaman obliterated in a single blow. In a state of panic, the remaining orcs scattered in all directions. Fang Yuan, disinclined to pursue each one, waved his hand dismissively. The Blackrock archers drew their bows, aiming at the fleeing orcs and unleashing their arrows. None of the orcs escaped. All fell beneath the rain of arrows. The rest of Fang Yuan's forces gathered around the slain orc bodies to collect soul gems, clearing the battlefield. In the chaotic continent, once orcs perished, their bodies vanished after a while, provided that their soul gems were taken. The orcs slain by the Blackrock archers required arrow recovery. Crafting iron arrows necessitated 1 unit of iron and 2 units of wood, yielding 20 arrows at once. These iron arrows were durable and could be reused. Currently, Fang Yuan's domain lacked iron ore, and he had acquired his iron blocks through trade with other lords. Until he discovered iron ore, it was prudent to conserve such resources. Your efforts are commendable, my lord, reported C.E., approaching Fang Yuan. You have slain a total of 132 orcs, collecting 132 soul gems. After a brief pause, C.E. continued, additionally, there are 30 fox women. Shall we eliminate them as well? Fang Yuan glanced at the cowering fox women curled up within their cage, trembling. It must be said that the fox folk were a race renowned for their beauty. Any one of these fox women, if placed on earth, would surely be considered a stunning enchantress. The fox women possessed sweet and adorable features. Their skin so delicate it seemed one could squeeze water from it, and their alluring figures, generally ranging from 1.6 to 1.7 meters in height, showcased long, fair legs that dazzled the eyes. Chapter 55, The Cursed Mine. Fang Yuan walked slowly to the cage containing the imprisoned fox women. He gently inquired, "Is there anyone among you who understands the common tongue?" Since the advent of the universal migration, all spoken languages from Earth had been forcibly altered into what was deemed the common tongue of this world. The common tongue was the most widely used language across the chaotic continent, understood by nearly all high-tier races for communication. Fang Yuan had heard from traveling merchants that the fox folk were an exceptionally intelligent race, capable of effortlessly learning multiple languages. Thus, he attempted to inquire if any of the fox women spoke the common tongue. In the confines of their cage, the fox maidens huddled together, trembling with fear. Their large, expressive eyes shimmered with tears, casting a pitiable gaze upon Fang Yuan. They were all proficient in the common tongue and had naturally overheard the ominous words he had spoken moments earlier regarding their potential demise. A palpable silence enveloped the space. As none dared to utter a word, Fang Yuan discerned the palpable dread reflected in the eyes of the fox maidens. "Fear not, I shall not bring harm upon you. Is there anyone among you who speaks the common tongue?" He inquired once more, his tone considerably gentler than before. Upon hearing his softened voice, the fox maidens exchanged glances. This time, one of them rose hesitantly and spoke timidly, "Esteemed and formidable master, we all comprehend the common tongue. Please do not slay us. We are willing to become your slaves, to serve you eternally. We shall never betray you, and you may command us as you wish." Fang Yuan could not suppress a bemused expression at her words. It was no wonder that traveling merchants had once remarked upon the fox people as a particularly timid and cowardly race. They were among the most easily subjugated, often going to great lengths to appease their masters. Due to their inherent weakness, they had no choice but to adopt such a means of survival. No race is born with the desire to be enslaved. Such circumstances are thrust upon them by the harsh realities of life. Fang Yuan had not intended to claim these fox maidens as his slaves, yet their willingness to submit was unexpected. "Do not be afraid, I mean you no harm. I merely wish to pose a few questions, and once they are answered, I shall release you," he reassured them softly. The fox maidens hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement, promising, "If it is within our knowledge, we shall divulge everything without concealment." Fang Yuan proceeded, "Are you aware of where you are?" "Yes, this is the orc mining site." "The cursed mine," one of the fox maidens replied in a hushed tone. "The cursed mine?" Fang Yuan's brow furrowed in confusion. "Could you elaborate?" "What do you mean by a cursed mine?" "This mine has been cursed. Any creature that enters it is doomed to succumb to a mysterious curse and perish. We originally resided in a nearby fox tribe, and long ago, some of our kin inadvertently ventured into the mine, only to meet a tragic end the following morning. Since that day, the elder declared it a forbidden place, forbidding anyone from entering. Subsequently, the orc patrol discovered the mine and seized control of it. The elder even warned the orcs of the mysterious curse, but they dismissed his warnings and brutally killed him. Then, the orcs sent numerous laborers into the cursed mine to extract its ores, but every single one of them met the same cursed fate the very next day. In their desperation to mine the resources, the orcs attacked our tribe and captured us to serve as laborers. Under duress, our kin were forced to mine in the cursed depths, risking death. Many perished under the mine's curse, leaving only a scant 20 of us alive. At this point, the fox maiden could no longer suppress her sorrow and began to weep quietly. Had Fang Yuan not arrived in time, they too would have been driven into the cursed mine by the orcs. The orcs had promised that if they could extract 100 units of ore, they would be set free. Yet, no creature that entered the cursed mine ever lived to see the dawn of the next day. The foxes understood that entering the mine meant certain death, and remaining outside offered no safety either. They found themselves powerless, at the mercy of their captors. Upon hearing the plight of the fox maidens, Fang Yuan felt a surge of pity. Such is the nature of this world. It is a realm governed by the survival of the fittest, where any race or being unable to adapt to the laws of existence has vanished without a trace. To thrive in this world, one must possess formidable strength. Otherwise, one becomes a victim, like the foxes, susceptible to oppression, even if they possess extraordinary intellect. To survive in this chaotic land, one must adhere to the principle that might makes right. Having learned the full story, Fang Yuan honored his promise, unlocking the cage and allowing the fox maidens to escape. As they emerged, they gazed around in bewilderment. Their tribe had been decimated by the orcs, and aside from a few who had managed to flee, the majority had perished under the mine's malevolent curse. At that moment, they found themselves adrift, uncertain of where to seek refuge. Among them was a petite and strikingly beautiful fox maiden, whose allure far surpassed that of her companions. She had been the first to address Fang Yuan. Her name was Sakura, bestowed upon her by her kin for her fondness for cherries. Yet, her true passion lay in meat. From the earliest moments of her memory, her diet consisted solely of tart berries and bitter white mushrooms, with cherries being a rare and cherished delicacy. To savor the sweet and tangy flavor of cherries, she had to venture far from her tribe, risking danger to gather them. In her lifetime, she had only tasted meat once, during the fox tribe's annual festival, a grand occasion dedicated to honoring the fox deity. Despite its grandeur, the impoverished fox tribe could scarcely offer suitable offerings, presenting only berries and mushrooms each year. On that particular festival day, the tribe's hunters miraculously captured a severely injured unicorn buffalo, providing a bounty of beef. It was during this celebration that Sakura experienced what she deemed the most delectable food of her life. Although the morsel she received was no larger than her pinky finger, it was enough to fill her with joy. Her greatest wish was to find a safe haven, abundant with berries and mushrooms, where she would never again have to fear monsters or hide in fear. Alternatively, she dreamed of marrying a capable hunter among her kin, indifferent to how many wives he had, as long as she would not go hungry. This was a shared dream among all the young fox maidens. Chapter 56. Entering the Cursed Mine. Since the destruction of the fox tribe, countless foxes had been captured and enslaved by the orcs, forced to labor in the cursed mine. Once a thriving community of over 500, only a mere 20 foxes remained alive. Each day, Sakura witnessed her friends and kin being coerced by the orcs into the cursed mine to extract its treasures. Any creature that entered the cursed mine was doomed to succumb to a mysterious curse, leading to a tragic end. Sakura could vividly recall the harrowing scenes, reminiscent of a nightmare. Her dear friend had entered the cursed mine, only to emerge the next day, bloodied and lifeless. It felt as if she were trapped in a waking nightmare. Even now, the memories of despair and helplessness flooded back. As her companions disappeared one by one or perished before her eyes, she could do nothing but watch in anguish. In those moments, she yearned for a powerful and brave counterpart to rescue her from the clutches of the brutal orcs. And Fang Yuan was the hero who had delivered her from peril. Marrying a formidable counterpart of the opposite gender has long been the cherished aspiration of Sakura. Gazing upon Fang Yuan's handsome visage, the fox girl Sakura found herself reluctant to part ways. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved upon a course of action. With her long, graceful legs, Sakura swiftly approached Fang Yuan, squatting before him and gently rubbing her exquisite, delicate face against his thigh. This unexpected display left Fang Yuan utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the intentions of the fox maiden. This was a tradition among the fox folk. When a young fox woman has feelings for a suitor, she performs such an act to signify her submission. However, as Fang Yuan was not of the fox tribe, he remained oblivious to the meaning behind Sakura's alluring gestures. She lifted her gaze, her large, sparkling eyes locking onto his face, and blushed slightly as she shyly explained, "My lord, our tribe has been ravaged by wicked beasts, leaving us homeless. Might you consider taking us in? Fear not, for we consume little and are exceedingly obedient. You may command us as you wish, and we shall never resist." Upon hearing her words, not only did Fang Yuan stand in stunned silence, but the other fox maidens were equally taken aback. Although they were elated to regain their freedom, the devastation wrought upon their tribe rendered them homeless. Even if they were to flee now, the frail strength of the fox clan would make survival in the wilderness exceedingly difficult. Thus, it was far preferable to seek a powerful master, as Sakura had, rather than risk being slain by ferocious beasts in the wild. Realizing this, the other fox maidens understood the path they must take. In no time, Fang Yuan's lap was adorned with numerous beautiful fox maidens, all gazing at him with their large, pitiful eyes. Over 20 of them encircled Fang Yuan, pleading with sweet, melodious voices. He was not one to share the twisted aesthetic of the beasts. Faced with such a scene, Fang Yuan pondered for a moment before acquiescing to their request. After all, he could certainly afford to care for 20 fox maidens. Each of the fox girls was enchanting, pure, and delightful. Nurturing a few of them would undoubtedly bring joy to his heart. Moreover, the fox maidens were remarkably intelligent. In time, the scale and population of Fang Yuan's domain would expand significantly. Managing such a territory alone would surely become overwhelming. But if he were to cultivate the fox maidens properly, they might even evolve into capable administrators for his realm. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's affirmative response to their plea, the fox maidens beamed with charming smiles, clustering around him as if wishing to remain by his side forever. Clad in garments woven from plant fibers, their attire scarcely concealed their anime-like voluptuous figures, leaving ample soft skin exposed to the air. Especially now, as they pressed closely against him, they seemed unbothered by the risk of exposure. Feeling somewhat awkward, Fang Yuan cleared his throat to halt the increasingly audacious actions of the fox maidens. As the traveling merchant had indeed stated, fox maidens were a remarkably obedient race. Merely suggesting that they behave was sufficient for them to comply, as they moved to a respectful distance, no longer clinging to him. The next order of business was to unravel the mysterious curse of the cursed mine. After enduring the arduous search for a mine, Fang Yuan had no intention of relinquishing it so easily. The eerie atmosphere surrounding the cursed mine suggested that secrets lay within. The foremost task was to devise a method to dispel the mine's enigmatic curse. To excavate the ores and investigate the mine, the curse would first need to be addressed. Unlike the brutal beasts who would sacrifice lives to extract ore, Fang Yuan approached the mine's entrance, sensing nothing amiss. "D.E., do you sense anything unusual?" he inquired of his companion. D.E. shook his head, his expression grave as he replied, "I regret to inform you, my lord, that I have not detected anything out of the ordinary." Fang Yuan found himself in a quandary. From outside the cursed mine, it appeared merely to be an ordinary cavern, devoid of any apparent anomaly. Remaining outside the cursed mine rendered it impossible to discern any issues. Did he truly need to venture inside to uncover the mystery of the curse? According to the fox maidens, any creature that had entered the cursed mine met with an untimely demise. Within a single night, those cursed would bleed profusely and perish in a state of rigidity. This mysterious curse had even stumped the beastman's high priest. Yet, the high priest's inability to grasp the curse did not preclude Fang Yuan from finding a solution. The Shadow Walker's skill, Shadow Trick, allowed him to meld into shadows and conceal himself. As the Shadow Walker explained, merging with shadows was akin to entering another realm, the Shadow World. This realm was intricately linked to their current world, and the Shadow Walker could traverse into it through any shadow. Thus, upon employing this skill, he would transcend his current existence, entering the Shadow World. Within the pitch-black confines of the cursed mine, where not a glimmer of light dared to penetrate, the Shadow Walker's abilities would flourish. Most crucially, by utilizing Shadow Trick to enter the Shadow World, the mysterious curse of the mine could not affect him. Chapter 57, The Shadow World. Before embarking to the cursed mine, Fang Yuan had prudently brought along 20 death guards, 10 Blackrock archers, 10 fallen angels, and 10 Shadow Walkers to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Should a Shadow Walker inadvertently succumb to the curse within the mine, Fang Yuan could rely on the resurrection magic of the fallen angels to restore them. Thus, he harbored little concern for their safety. As 10 Shadow Walkers transformed into shadows, merging with the mine's darkness, they delved into the cursed depths. Prior to their departure, Fang Yuan had carefully advised them to prioritize their safety, urging them to return immediately should they encounter any peril. De nodded and led the Shadow Walkers into the mine without a backward glance. Fang Yuan inhaled deeply, despite the double layer of assurance. Concern lingered that an accident might befall the Shadow Walkers. What followed was a period of tedium as Fang Yuan and his companions awaited the return of the Shadow Walkers from the cursed mine. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was midday. Yet, the cursed mine remained eerily silent, with no sign of the Shadow Walkers emerging. Fang Yuan absent-mindedly rubbed his stomach, feeling hunger pangs. This morning, he and his subordinates had skipped breakfast in their haste to depart for battle against the beastmen. Fortunately, his arcane ring contained ample supplies of jerky and fresh water. Although he was somewhat weary of the jerky by now, he knew it would suffice. However, in the desolate wilderness, there were no other food options available. The only opportunity to savor a warm meal would arise upon returning to the territory. Dried meat and clear water were just sufficient for the urgent need at hand. Fang Yuan directly retrieved nearly 800 units of dried meat from the arcane ring, alongside a substantial amount of fresh water stored in wooden barrels. A Tier 10 soldier could consume quite a significant amount of food in one sitting, especially with the presence of the fox girl. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to extract 1/10 of his supplies from the arcane ring. Although 800 units of food might appear abundant, it was merely enough for a single meal for a Tier 10 soldier. Fang Yuan first laid out a large beast hide on the empty ground. He arranged a mound of dried meat in the center, accompanied by copious amounts of fresh water beside it. Then, he beckoned everyone to commence their meal. The Death Reapers and others had long grown accustomed to Fang Yuan's generosity, quietly sitting aside, relishing the savory beef jerky and sipping the sweet water. In contrast, the fox girl appeared somewhat constrained. The sight of such an abundance of food left her momentarily stunned. It is worth noting that an ordinary foxwoman might only have the chance to eat meat once a year, with only a few days allowing for any morsel of flesh. Typically, their most delectable meals consisted merely of berries and white mushrooms. Now, confronted with a veritable mountain of food, particularly the most precious of meats, all the foxwomen were left speechless, their eyes fixated on the enticing aroma of the jerky, with saliva betraying their excitement. Yet, without Fang Yuan's command, none dared to make a move, fearing that their impolite actions might provoke him. Observing the beautiful foxwomen, who drooled over a few pieces of jerky, a smile involuntarily crept across Fang Yuan's lips. He gently urged, "Do not hesitate. I trust you must be hungry. Come eat." Upon hearing his command, the foxwomen cautiously approached the food, each taking a piece of jerky no larger than their palms before swiftly returning to their spots. Unable to contain their eagerness, they began to savor the meat in their hands. The jerky, roasted from beastly flesh, exuded a sweet aroma and was tender and savory to the taste. Although Fang Yuan and his subordinates had grown weary of such fare after days of consuming it thrice daily, for the foxwomen, who only indulged in meat once a year, this jerky was akin to a culinary delight. After finishing their pieces, the foxwomen did not forget to lick their delicate tongues over their fingers, cleaning off the grease and remnants of meat. Since being captured by the orcs, they had been confined in cages for several days, surviving on the meager leftovers of the orcs, barely staving off starvation. These past few days had been endured in hunger. Finally escaping the clutches of the orcs and being able to eat food, especially the most coveted meat, was a blessing. Many foxwomen closed their eyes, relishing the flavors of the jerky. Despite the considerable amounts still piled on the beast hide, they dared not take a second piece. Grateful to Fang Yuan for providing them with such precious meat, they were content with having had a single taste, unwilling to hope for more. Fang Yuan, noticing that each foxwoman had only taken a piece the size of a palm, felt puzzled. Did they not enjoy meat? Yet, he soon perceived the longing in their eyes, realizing their predicament was not a lack of desire to eat, but rather their fear of indulging without his permission. With a resigned tone, he reassured them, "Fear not. Eat as much as you wish. My territory may lack many things, but we have an abundance of jerky to ensure the meat's longevity and prevent spoilage." Fang Yuan commanded the Titans daily to prepare vast quantities of jerky for storage. When they wished to indulge, they could tear the jerky into pieces and use it to make soup or consume it directly. Only then did the foxwomen feel reassured enough to approach the pile of jerky, allowing their appetites to flourish. Witnessing their obedience brought satisfaction to Fang Yuan. In time, as he trained the foxwomen to become administrators of his territory, he would no longer fear disobedience or defiance of his commands. Sakura, with her cherubic mouth stuffed with jerky, radiated happiness, reveling in what she considered the happiest day of her life. Her previous greatest ambition had merely been to feast on endless berries and white mushrooms daily, with the hope of tasting meat at least once a year. Her dreams had now been far exceeded. She had never imagined that she could feel so full from meat. Gently caressing her plump little belly, she lay blissfully on the grass, her large, glistening eyes gazing lovingly and adoringly at Fang Yuan. Once his subordinates had satisfied their hunger, Fang Yuan leisurely consumed the remaining jerky. After his meal, he let out a contented burp. The daily consumption of meat was becoming tiresome. He found himself yearning for the diverse array of delectable foods from Earth: grilled gluten, cold noodles, milk tea, crayfish, fried chicken, spicy hot pot, and various specialties such as fish-flavored shredded pork, fried pork with potato slices, shredded pork with green peppers, and snail noodles. Chapter 58, The Monster Hero. The monotony of eating jerky day in and day out was wearing thin. Fortunately, with the Titans around, the growth time for crops in the farms could be reduced by half. At this pace, the variety of food in Fang Yuan's territory would soon expand, allowing him and his people to enjoy a change of flavors. As time trickled by, the clock struck 3 in the afternoon. Several dark figures emerged from the cursed mine. It was the Shadow Walkers. They had finally returned from the cursed depths. Fang Yuan did not inquire about any anomalies they encountered in the mine, but hurriedly asked if they had been afflicted by the mysterious curse. He replied solemnly, "Rest assured, my lord, this expedition was quite smooth. Not only did we avoid the curse, but we also successfully uncovered the truth behind it." Fang Yuan's eyes brightened as he inquired, "Have you discerned the origins of the mysterious curse? What caused it?" "We ventured deep into the cursed mine, moving steadily forward. Even while hiding in the shadows, we could sense the pervasive aura of death permeating the mine. Following this ominous presence, we arrived at the very depths of the mine. There, we encountered a monster, a skeletal warrior wielding a sword, draped in a cloak, and crowned with a diadem. The pervasive aura of death throughout the mine emanated from this skeletal creature. Any being below tier 10 would be eroded by this deathly aura, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Only beings of tier 10 or above can resist its corrosion." Upon hearing Yi's account, Fang Yuan furrowed his brow and asked, "So, you mean to say that the skeletal monster deep within the cursed mine is quite formidable?" Yi hesitated before responding. "That skeletal creature's strength is likely only tier 10, but it may very well be a hero." "A hero? And a skeletal hero at that?" This peculiar combination piqued Fang Yuan's curiosity, prompting him to inquire, "What level of combat power is necessary to vanquish that skeletal hero?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi replied, "It would require approximately 100 tier 10 units to have a chance of defeating him." Fang Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. "So many?" At this juncture, Ce interjected, "My lord, you must understand that heroes are not mere combat units. They possess remarkable potential for growth, far exceeding that of ordinary soldiers. A tier 10 hero could effortlessly defeat 100 units of the same tier in a single encounter." Fang Yuan was taken aback, as he had not anticipated the formidable nature of heroes. He had always assumed that a hero was merely a super soldier equipped with a few additional skills. The realization that a Tier 10 hero could single-handedly contend with 100 units of equal rank was astonishing, far beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. In the underground tomb, he had acquired a hero altar and 100 hero badges, while the Orc Hall's treasure chest yielded another 100 honor tokens. With these acquisitions, Fang Yuan could return and construct a hero altar, enabling his troops to transition into heroes. He continued, moreover, I sensed an immense power emanating from that skeletal warrior hero. It is likely that he possesses a formidable artifact. The mention of treasures, particularly powerful ones, ignited a spark of excitement in Fang Yuan. A Tier 10 hero, he pondered whether defeating him would yield a treasure chest. Not to mention the powerful artifact he had just mentioned. Fang Yuan cast a commanding glance at the cursed mine, already imagining the treasures the skeletal hero would drop. Despite not yet having triumphed over the skeletal creatures within, currently, Fang Yuan's contingent was somewhat limited, and as he had indicated, defeating the skeletal hero necessitated 100 Tier 10 units. Fang Yuan had immense faith in his subordinates. Thus, he resolved to gather 100 Tier 10 units before returning to the cursed mine to encircle the hero. Fortunately, the death aura exuded by the skeletal hero only affected units of Tier 10 and below, posing no threat to the Tier 10 units. Fang Yuan marked the location of the cursed mine in the Lord's book, planning to return the next day with a larger force. The cursed mine not only housed powerful monster heroes, but was also a resource-rich site abundant in ores. Regardless of how many individuals he brought, Fang Yuan was determined to claim this resource point as his own. After a brief rest, the group prepared to depart for the Forgotten Plains, heading back to their territory. The Fox-girl maidens followed closely behind Fang Yuan, cautiously making their way to their new home. Most of these fox maidens were barefoot, their delicate, fair feet padding softly against the ground. Fang Yuan worried that as they traversed the northern wastes on their return journey, they might inadvertently injure their feet on the stones. As a thoughtful gesture, he crafted numerous pairs of leather boots for them using the Lord's book. With their new footwear, the fox maidens were elated. Surrounding Fang Yuan and playfully vying for his attention, their alluring figures pressed against him. Their fox ears perked up with excitement, and their fluffy tails swayed animatedly. In that moment, Fang Yuan finally understood the joy of being adored by such captivating and charming beings. Surrounded by these enchanting creatures, it was indeed a challenge for any ordinary man to remain composed. Upon returning to his territory, Fang Yuan instructed Tai Yi to arrange accommodations for the fox maidens, finding them several empty houses and having the seamstress craft suitable garments for them. Next, it was time to sort through the spoils obtained from the Orc tribe. The bounty from the annihilation of the Orc tribe was substantial, amounting to over 30,000 soul gems. This meant that as long as Fang Yuan had sufficient food and adequate housing, he could recruit up to 30,000 Tier 10 combat units. However, this was merely a thought experiment. With the northern Orc tribe completely eradicated, there was currently no imminent threat to his existence from the Forgotten Lands. Recruiting 30,000 Tier 10 combat units in one go would pose a significant logistical challenge, especially when it came to feeding them. Even with the hundredfold amplification system, relying solely on hunting to provide sustenance for over 30,000 individuals would fall short. Fang Yuan's system was best utilized for opening treasure chests, recruiting units, and extracting rare resources. If he were to waste it solely on dissecting magical beasts, it would be an utter misallocation of resources. Under normal circumstances, he preferred to maintain his military force at around 800 troops. Once his farms and livestock could sufficiently support the entirety of his forces, he would gradually recruit more units to expand his army. Should a powerful enemy invade, Fang Yuan could swiftly recruit over 1,000 Tier 10 combat units with his stockpiled provisions. Chapter 59, The Bounty. In addition to the soul gems, there was a plethora of various resources, special materials, weapons, equipment, and blueprints. Shui strictly adhered to Fang Yuan's orders, leading the others to thoroughly pillage the Orc tribe. Every structure was razed to the ground, and anything transportable was taken. Upon returning to their territory and passing by what was once a formidable Orc tribe, they found only the remnants of foundations and a heap of useless debris. Such efficiency left Fang Yuan astounded. It was more devastating than the initial locust swarm. This campaign yielded nearly 1 million units of various resources, the majority consisting of ores extracted from the cursed mine. The Orc tribe's labor units were referred to as Orc laborers, a class of Orc whose status was akin to that of slaves. In their conflict with the Orc tribe, the prisoners of war and criminals captured from the tribe were a source of these laborers. Orc laborers held the lowest status within the Orc tribe and were valued at a mere 10 laborers for a single black crystal coin in the Orc Empire. To extract ores, the Orcs not only dispatched all their laborers into the cursed mine, but also raided the Fox tribe, capturing all foxes to serve as slaves for the Orc tribe. Each ore mined from the cursed mine was stained with the blood and lives of the Orc laborers and slaves. Beyond stones, wood, iron, and copper, what truly piqued Fang Yuan's interest was the discovery of a small number of rare resources within the Orc tribe. These precious materials were unfamiliar even to Fang Yuan. He speculated that upon discovering the cursed mine, The orc tribe aimed to dominate the entire northern wastes, aspiring to elevate their status from a minor tribe to a medium-sized one. To this end, the orc chieftain had gone to great lengths to acquire the blueprints and materials necessary for constructing a medium-sized tribe. It appeared that this orc chieftain was not entirely foolish. He possessed considerable ambition. However, the rare resources and blueprints painstakingly gathered by the orc tribe ultimately fell into Fang Yuan's hands. To accommodate the spoils obtained from the orc tribe, Fang Yuan constructed 10 new warehouses and upgraded them to store the abundant resources. In addition to resources and blueprints, the weapons and equipment seized from the orc tribe constitute a significant haul. The orcs are indeed a warlike race on the chaotic continent, naturally inclined towards combat. Their greatest passion throughout life is the thrill of battle. Every adult orc is a competent warrior, with the instinct for fighting deeply etched in the very blood of their lineage. The most abundant spoils from the orc tribe are not food or everyday items, but rather weapons. A total of over 100,000 items, including arms, armor, and gear, has been amassed. Despite the tribe's population being nearly 10,000, their arsenal far exceeds their numbers. However, what troubles Fang Yuan is that most of the orc weaponry has been damaged during the skirmishes with his own soldiers. After all, the destructive power of Tier 10 units is no laughing matter. A mere strike can effortlessly pierce Orcish armor, and a single sword swing can easily shatter their weapons. Fang Yuan finds himself in a quandary regarding how to deal with these damaged items. Discarding them seems a waste, yet keeping them serves no purpose and occupies valuable storage space. He wonders if the lava blacksmiths might possess the means to repair this equipment. I shall consult the lava smiths later. It would be splendid if they could restore them, he muses. Subsequently, Fang Yuan catalogs all the blueprints obtained from the orc tribe into the Lord's book. Among these blueprints are several valuable designs, including stone walls, beast pens, and soul resting places. After a meal, he plans to meticulously strategize the construction of his territory. Not only has he completely annihilated the orc tribe, but he has also discovered a resource-rich mining site. Fang Yuan's spirits are high. He gestures grandly for the titans to light an abundance of bonfires, each adorned with a cooking pot. Tonight, we shall indulge in hot pot, a celebratory feast for all. He then opens the regional channel, preparing to procure some food. After all, his territory currently boasts only meat. Eating hot pot with solely meat would be rather monotonous. Thus, Fang Yuan aims to acquire some additional food items to enhance their meals. However, most individuals have just endured a challenging task, suffering considerable losses, and the channel is rife with desolation. Everyone has sacrificed their provisions to recruit troops, leaving no surplus for trade. Fang Yuan wishes to purchase some berries and white mushrooms to ameliorate their meals, but finds himself at a loss. With a resigned sigh, he is soon approached by Tai, who brings him good news. The various crops planted in the ranch 2 days prior have matured and are ready for harvest. Fang Yuan has constructed 10 ranches, all brimming with fruits and vegetables. This harvest yields a total of 400 units of food, primarily consisting of breadfruit, alongside smaller quantities of black mushrooms, cherries, strawberries, and gum fruits. The breadfruit possesses a texture and taste reminiscent of bread, and when roasted, its flavor becomes uniquely delightful, an unforgettable experience. The night sky is adorned with twinkling stars, while the bonfires in Fang Yuan's domain illuminate the surroundings splendidly. Each fire boasts a cooking pot simmering with tender, succulent slices of meat, alongside a grill bearing roasted breadfruit and skewers of mushrooms. Fang Yuan deftly uses chopsticks to retrieve a slice of meat from the pot, dipping it in a hint of chili powder before savoring it. The tender meat paired with the spicy warmth of fruit powder is an exquisite indulgence. If only there were a bottle of cola or Sprite to accompany it. Even iced tea would be quite delightful, he muses with a hint of regret. At that moment, Sakura, attending to Fang Yuan, gracefully scoops a cup of fresh water from a nearby barrel and presents it before him. Please, sir, have some water, she gently offers. Fang Yuan nods appreciatively as he accepts the cup from her hands. Though this world lacks beverages, the presence of enchanting individuals like Sakura serving him more than compensates. Elated from their recent victory, he feels compelled to share his joy with others. He retrieves the Lord's book, capturing a photograph of the delectable spread before him, which he shares in the regional channel, accompanied by a caption. Experts recommend dining to 70% fullness, leaving 30% for a midnight snack. At this moment, the regional channel, still reeling from the recent challenge, is filled with discussions of the severe losses endured, with a predominant focus on lamentation. Amid this atmosphere of despair, Fang Yuan's hot pot image suddenly captures widespread attention. What? Why does Fang Yuan seem entirely unfazed? Isn't the difficulty of the challenge supposed to increase with the growth of the territory? Some had assumed Fang Yuan had been silent all day due to the significant losses, only to discover he was enjoying hot pot. Fang Yuan, could you possibly spare some meat? My territory has suffered greatly, and our farmers and militia are injured with no food remaining. If we don't provide them sustenance, their loyalty will surely plummet. Look, it seems there's a woman beside Fang Yuan. Speculation arises about the presence of a female in Fang Yuan's territory. Could she be a newly recruited troop? Envy surges as they lament their own territories filled solely with men, recalling how long it has been since they laid eyes on a woman. Goodness. Fang Yuan's life appears far too blissful. Not only does he have a companion, but also hot pot. They gawk at the exquisite legs visible in the photograph. Exclaiming over their allure, Fang Yuan, reminded by the comments in the channel, realizes he inadvertently captured a glimpse of the fox girl beside him in the photo. Although only her legs are visible, the channel's denizens, with their vivid imaginations, begin to speculate wildly about the enchanting presence accompanying Fang Yuan. In an instant, a wave of envy and jealousy envelopes all the males in the channel. It is as if Fang Yuan has not merely come to this world to survive, but to revel in its delights. Of course, many express their jealousy towards Fang Yuan's lifestyle, bitterly remarking, "Humph, we didn't even see her face. What are they fussing about? A girl with beautiful legs might not necessarily possess a lovely face." Exactly. What if her face is utterly ghastly, despite her stunning legs? Who needs a pretty face with such exquisite legs? Isn't the pleasure enough? Yet, such dismissals are met with skepticism, with the rise of cross-dressing. Who knows what strange beings might exist in this world? Indeed, imagine the surprise when the night falls, and one discovers something larger than one's own. The conversation swiftly veers towards Sakura, with many concluding that she is a rather unfortunate-looking cross-dressing creature. This notion serves only to soothe their own envy. In the face of such skepticism, Fang Yuan raises an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. He abruptly seized Sakura beside him, drawing her into his embrace, and then glanced at the Lord's book, capturing another photograph to share in the regional channel. The moment the image emerged, the previously vibrant discussion within the channel fell into an instant hush. All eyes were incredulously fixed upon the photograph, showcasing Fang Yuan and Sakura. In the image, Sakura had been unexpectedly drawn into Fang Yuan's arms, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, exuding a hint of charm, while her captivating big eyes gazed tenderly at him. Her pure and adorable visage, coupled with a figure that seemed to leap from the pages of a comic, boasted long, fair legs and exquisitely delicate feet. It was evident that Sakura was an unequivocal paragon of beauty. Although the Lord's book allowed for photographs, it lacked any beautifying features. Many internet celebrities and stars on Earth spend hours retouching their images before sharing them online. In contrast, a naturally enchanting fox girl like Sakura would undoubtedly be deemed a goddess on Earth. In an instant, all the men in the channel were spellbound. As for the women, they too were momentarily stupefied, not due to Sakura, but because of Fang Yuan. This marked Fang Yuan's first time sharing his photograph in the regional channel. Prior to this, many had imagined him to be a portly middle-aged man. After all, no young individual could rapidly upgrade their territory while amassing a significant amount of meat. Gazing upon Fang Yuan's handsome and sunny countenance, all the female lords were entranced. Yet, Fang Yuan felt a yearning for more. He called over Hei, pulling her into his embrace as well, instructing her to hold the Lord's book for another photograph. Within the dominion of the Glory Tower, the loyalty of any creature was significantly heightened. Thus, the loyalty of the Black Rock Archer reached its maximum of 100 points. Now, even if Fang Yuan made more extravagant demands, Hei would never refuse. Thus, with one beauty on his left, a pale-skinned, exquisitely stunning cold beauty, Hei, and the other on his right, a pure and adorable fox girl, Sakura, he captured another photograph. As soon as it was shared, the entire regional channel erupted. Oh my! How unfair. Why does Fang Yuan get to embrace two beauties while I stand alone? I never imagined Fang Yuan to be so handsome. How I long to be held by him. Goodness, the beauty on Fang Yuan's left possesses fox ears and a tail. She's a beast-eared girl. To be honest, I'm envious. The agony of witnessing Fang Yuan flaunting his affection. Seeing the impact of his two photographs on the regional channel, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he desired. The greatest pleasure in life lies in showing off, and then making a swift exit. Just as he was about to close the Lord's book, Lu Xiao was suddenly sent him a message. "Are you there, Fang Yuan? I need to speak with you." Fang Yuan replied, "I'm here. What is the matter?" Lu Xiao continued, "I've completed my task and obtained 2 blueprints. I would like to trade with you." "What blueprints?" Fang Yuan inquired. Without further ado, Lu Xiao was sent over the 2 blueprints. Brewing barrel can turn fruits or grains placed inside into fine wine. Honey box can harvest honey after a certain period. I offer 200 units of meat for the trade, Lu Xiao proposed. "I'm not looking to exchange for meat," he added. "Do you have any natural gems? I wish to trade for them." Fang Yuan frowned slightly, surprised that Lu Xiao was sought to trade for natural gems. He still possessed over 80 natural gems, more than sufficient for trading. "How many natural gems do you wish to trade?" Fang Yuan asked. If the price was reasonable, he had no objections to trading with natural gems. Chapter 61, Natural Scroll. Storm Altar. Clearly, Lu Xiao had already determined a price. He quickly responded, "Fang Yuan, I would like to trade these 2 blueprints for 10 natural gems. Is that acceptable?" After a moment's contemplation, Fang Yuan agreed to the transaction. Thank you, Fang Yuan." Lu Xiao expressed his gratitude profusely. Fang Yuan casually inquired, What do you need 10 natural gems for? Are you planning to build a farm? To be honest, he found it difficult to comprehend Lu Xiao's actions. While natural gems were rare, they occasionally formed naturally in the wild. With a bit of luck, one could find natural gems while exploring outdoors. A few days of wandering near grasslands, rivers, or forests would likely yield a few gems. Lu Xiao could easily venture into the wilderness to search for gems. It would merely take him an extra 10 days, making it unnecessary to trade precious blueprints. Hence, Fang Yuan questioned Lu Xiao's reasoning, for he could not believe Lu Xiao would part with two relatively valuable blueprints without cause. Lu Xiao was candid, revealing the entire story to Fang Yuan. For this challenge task, Lu Xiao had successfully completed it by recruiting militia with the 50 units of meat that Fang Yuan had generously gifted, thus securing a treasure chest as a reward. Upon opening the chest, he discovered a magic scroll inside. Natural scroll. Activation condition. Sacrifice 10 natural gems to initiate. Effect. Revives vitality in a designated area. With this magic scroll, Lu Xiao could restore the orchard that had been ravaged by the fire element previously. His territory was ideally situated within a hidden canyon abundant with fruit trees. There were no monsters to disturb him, and the fruit trees flourished. Had it not been for the sudden challenge task, Lu Xiao's territory would have developed far more rapidly. The fire from the elemental had incinerated all the trees in the canyon. Lu Xiao's greatest asset had been lost. And had it not been for his trade with Fang Yuan for meat during that time, he might have starved. Now, with the chance to restore the vitality of the orchard in the canyon, Lu Xiao could not let this opportunity slip away. Materials like natural gems were not particularly rare resources. Given 10 days, he was confident he could gather 10 natural gems. However, what disgusted him was that if Lu Xiao did not use the natural scroll within a day, it would be reclaimed after the challenge task was completed. After recently enduring the trials of the challenge task, everyone had traded away any temporarily useless supplies, leaving their warehouses emptier than their faces, with no one having any remaining natural gems. In this urgent moment, Lu Xiao recalled the most extravagant man in the regional channel. He hurriedly contacted Fang Yuan. But at that moment, Fang Yuan was occupied with matters concerning the orc tribe and had no time to chat with Lu Xiao. Reluctantly, Lu Xiao could only wait until evening. In truth, Lu Xiao was also uncertain whether Fang Yuan had any natural gems. After all, such treasures cannot be mass-produced. One can only encounter a natural gem in each region. The quest for these natural gems hinges not solely on fortune, but also on experience. The formation of natural gems requires time. Thus, if one has just discovered a natural gem from a particular locale, it is unlikely that another gem will appear in that vicinity in the near future. Although 10 natural gems may seem modest, few can gather them in a short span. Fortunately, Fang Yuan possesses an abundance of surplus natural gems. Lu Xiao exhaled in relief, feeling a surge of admiration for Fang Yuan. She had also seen the images he posted in the regional channel, which sparked a twinge of envy within her. How fortunate it must be to be close to such exquisite beauties. After completing her transaction, Lu Xiao expressed a long string of gratitude before logging off. Tonight would be a sleepless night. Many male lords in the regional channel could hardly find rest at the thought of Fang Yuan, that beast, sharing a bed with two stunning beauties. Instantly, they were all plagued by insomnia. Part of their unrest stemmed from jealousy, another from envy, and a portion from resentment, lamenting their inability to experience the joy that Fang Yuan enjoyed. Indeed, Fang Yuan himself also found no solace in sleep that night. Alone in his bed, he pondered a perplexing question. Despite having annihilated the entire orc tribe, why had he not received a notification of task completion? Completing such a challenging task surely warranted a reward of a golden treasure chest. Initially, Fang Yuan had been so immersed in the euphoria of exterminating the orc tribe that he completely forgot about the task reward. It was only thanks to Lu Xiao's reminder that he recalled this matter. Why had he eradicated the orc tribe without receiving a task reward? Could there be a survivor he missed? 1,000 meters away from the orc tribe, in the northern wasteland, lay a fissured canyon. At the canyon's deepest recess, an ancient, rugged structure emanated a dim glow. As the light from the structure faded, a towering orc materialized atop the edifice. This structure was the Storm Altar, a place where the orc clan's heroes could undergo class change and be reborn. Heroes transformed through the Storm Altar could, with substantial resources and time, be resurrected again. The orc chieftain, possessing foresight, had wisely chosen not to construct the Storm Altar within the tribe, but rather in this secluded canyon. The orc chieftain was a 6th-tier hero, a status that classified him among the higher echelons of the orc empire. Unlike their lesser counterparts, high-tier orcs possessed intellect comparable to that of humans and wielded formidable strength. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the orc clan to establish itself as one of the 8 major powers of the chaotic continent. The events of the previous night were etched vividly in the orc chieftain's memory. He had been resting, preparing to rejuvenate for a day of pillaging Fang Yuan's territory. Yet, before he could react, Yi had stealthily approached his bedside, effortlessly severing the orc chieftain's neck with a single stroke. The ambitious orc chieftain met an untimely demise. Oblivious in his slumber. Fortunately, After constructing the storm altar, he had prepared the materials necessary for his resurrection. As soon as he perished, the storm altar activated autonomously, consuming the pre-prepared materials to revive the orc chieftain. Bewildered, the orc chieftain emerged from the canyon, perplexed as to how he had met his end. Could there have been a coup within the tribe? If it were true that someone within the orc tribe had plotted against him, it seemed implausible, for he was a 6th-tier orc hero. There were no orcs within the tribe capable of dispatching him in a heartbeat. Could it have been an enemy incursion? Yet, within the Forgotten Land, it was unlikely anyone possessed greater strength than him. Could it be that forces from other regions had come to seize territory? This thought tightened the orc chieftain's chest. His small tribe had initially intended to rest in the Forgotten Land for a few days before venturing elsewhere to raid again. However, it had come to his attention that his patrolling warriors had inadvertently discovered a mine abundant in resources. Although the mine bore a mysterious curse that ensured no creature entering would survive until the next day, the chieftain was unconcerned, dismissing the matter entirely. After all, the ones who would venture into the cursed mine to extract or were the lowest-ranking orc laborers. Their lives were expendable. The loss of a few meant little to the orc chieftain. Once the laborers perished, he could always procure more from slave traders or raid other tribes to acquire more slaves. The Forgotten Land was sparse in resources and devoid of any specialties, rarely attracting visitors to this desolate region. The orc chieftain had initially planned to leverage the vast mineral resources of the cursed mine to elevate his small tribe into a mid-tier one. If all went smoothly, it would not be long before his tribe could develop into a large one. However, now he found himself assassinated in his sleep, with his tribe's condition still unclear. Only powerful forces from other regions could orchestrate such a coup. Had someone discovered the secrets of the cursed mine, leading them to target him? The orc chieftain had issued a strict edict forbidding any member of the tribe from revealing information about the cursed mine. Violation of this command would result in immediate demotion to the status of orc laborer. With uncertainty clouding his thoughts, the orc chieftain cautiously made his way back towards the tribe. If he, as chieftain, had been eliminated, it was highly likely that his orc tribe had been overrun by enemies. While he anticipated the dire fate of his tribe, he had not foreseen the cruelty of his adversaries. They had not only slaughtered all his soldiers, but had nearly stripped his long-cultivated tribe bare. The level of plundering exhibited was astonishingly more proficient than that of the orcs themselves. At least orcs typically focused on seizing population, resources, and supplies. Little did he expect these unidentified foes to leave no stone unturned, demolishing every building and carrying off every valuable item. Witnessing the devastation of his years of toil, the orc chieftain suppressed his fury and began to survey the ruins of his tribe. He proceeded directly to the former location of the orc hall, only to discover that his secret treasury had been uncovered. The orc chieftain's expression shifted dramatically. The underground vault contained treasures, wealth, and resources he had amassed over the years. Fully aware that his secret vault had been breached, he anticipated it had been emptied long ago. Yet, the orc chieftain remained undeterred, stubbornly venturing into the underground passage. After some time, he emerged from the vault, his face ashen. It was all gone. The orc chieftain's expression darkened. Damn it, who could it be? He was consumed with a desire for vengeance against the hidden puppet master. However, the orc chieftain was no mindless low-tier orc. He possessed the capacity for rational thought. He understood that even if he were to identify the assailants who had attacked the orc tribe, he lacked the strength to retaliate. The entire tribe's warriors had been ruthlessly slain. The enemy's capacity to annihilate them once indicated their ability to do so again. The orc chieftain inhaled deeply, realizing that the immediate priority was to locate the assailants who had attacked the tribe. Only upon confirming the identity of the enemy could he seek vengeance. When Blood and his companions departed, they left no trace of their passage. Through the marks left upon the ground, the orc chieftain discerned that the foes had emerged from the Forgotten Plains. In the chieftain's memory, the Forgotten Plains represented a desolate and barren expanse, devoid of life. It suddenly occurred to him that a hunting party from the tribe had been eradicated by a mysterious force from the Forgotten Plains just 2 days prior. Today, he had initially intended to dispatch troops to raid the newly emerged territory, capturing slaves to serve as miners in the cursed mines. Could it be that the new territory in the Forgotten Plains was responsible for this calamity? The orc chieftain pondered. In a land as resource-poor as the Forgotten Plains, the emergence of a significant power seemed impossible. Yet, the only suspicious entity within the entire Forgotten Land was indeed that new territory. The orc chieftain found it impossible to dismiss his suspicions. A myriad of evidence suggested that the annihilation of his tribe was inextricably linked to that territory in the Forgotten Plains. After a moment of contemplation, the orc chieftain resolutely departed from the ruins of his tribe, heading northward. Having resolved that the perpetrators of his tribe's destruction were from the territory in the Forgotten Plains, he planned to seek the strength of the Orc Empire for retribution. He believed that many chieftains within the Orc Empire would be intrigued by the cursed mines of the Forgotten Land, as a resource-rich site would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. Just wait. One day, I shall return to impart the true meaning of cruelty upon you. Before departing, The orc chieftain cast a fierce glance in the direction of Fang Yuan's territory, then turned away without looking back, making his way toward the northern orc empire. The following morning, as dawn broke, Fang Yuan stretched languidly and slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Why did he feel a certain heaviness upon him? He glanced down and discovered that Sakura had unknowingly made her way onto his bed. Her soft form resembled that of a small animal, curled up and resting atop him. The movement as Fang Yuan rose startled Sakura, who slowly opened her eyes and emitted a sound akin to a fox's whimper. She sat up, straddling Fang Yuan. A gentle smile gracing her lips as she sweetly said, "Good morning, master." Sakura was still clad in the simple garment of plant fibers she had worn the previous day. Thin and rudimentary, hardly concealing much. Most notably, the foxfolk had no custom of wearing undergarments. Thus, aside from a modest wrap covering her chest, she was left with only a short skirt that barely reached her hips. From Fang Yuan's vantage point, everything was laid bare before him. What a surprising sight to behold first thing in the morning. Fang Yuan stammered, Sakura, why are you on my bed? Please, get down. Sakura flashed a sweet smile and replied softly, Master, do you not remember? Last night you promised me that I could be your personal maid. I came this morning to wake you. Upon Sakura's reminder, Fang Yuan recalled indeed having made such an agreement. As it stood, he could manage the territory alone without the need for a steward. He decided to have the fox girl serve as his personal maid for the time being, allowing her to learn the ropes of territory management alongside him. But how did you end up on my bed? He inquired further. Sakura playfully stuck out her tongue and softly explained, I saw that you were sleeping so soundly that I couldn't bear to disturb you. So I thought I would let you sleep a bit longer. Then, I accidentally fell asleep too. You won't be angry with me, will you? Fang Yuan, feeling helpless, reassured her. Don't worry, I won't be upset. Just get up now. At his words, Sakura obediently climbed off him. It must be said, having a foxfolk maid was indeed quite delightful. Not only was she pleasing to the eye, but she was also competent. After Fang Yuan washed up and got dressed, he found that Sakura had already prepared breakfast for him. Today's meal consisted of roasted fruit, a hearty piece of steak, and a dish of strawberries. Fang Yuan picked up the steak with chopsticks and took a generous bite, savoring the rich flavor of the meat. He found today's roasted delicacies far superior to those he typically enjoyed. Learning that Sakura had risen early to prepare breakfast, he generously praised her efforts. Her face lit up with a radiant smile at his commendation. Once satisfied, Fang Yuan and Sakura exited the lord's residence and ventured outside. The other foxfolk maidens were waiting, and as soon as they spotted Fang Yuan, they rushed forward, surrounding him and playfully rubbing their cherubic faces against him. This was a customary gesture among the foxfolk to express their affection, akin to how a puppy might nuzzle against its owner. Faced with the enthusiastic displays of affection from the fox maidens, Fang Yuan begrudgingly accepted their warmth. How could such a delightful experience be kept to himself? He produced the Lord's book, lifting it high, and captured a photograph of himself surrounded by the foxfolk maidens, which he then shared in the regional channel. As others awoke, dragging themselves from slumber with dark circles under their eyes and fretting over the day's provisions, they were suddenly greeted with Fang Yuan's latest post. Curiosity piqued. They clicked to view it, nearly choking with envy upon seeing the image. Is this even humanly possible? Who would casually share a photo with a horde of beast-eared maidens first thing in the morning? This was beyond enviable. In the regional channel, many lamented, shedding tears of anguish. They silently cursed Fang Yuan, wishing for his swift downfall. A splendid day commenced with a display of arrogance. By now, it was around 9 in the morning, and the inhabitants of the territory had risen, gathering in the living area for breakfast. It was a new day, and Fang Yuan was poised to recruit 10 new farmers. Since upgrading the main city, his recruitment capacity had doubled from 5 to 10 farmers per day. With an increase in combat units, the demand for production units had significantly risen. A golden light flashed as 10 titans emerged from the main city in succession. Greetings, esteemed lord. The titans stand ready to serve you. Fang Yuan instructed Tai to take charge of the newly recruited titans, placing them under his management. Having completed this task, Fang Yuan turned his attention to other matters. He had acquired numerous useful blueprints from the orc tribe for the territory and planned to utilize the morning hours to construct these buildings. After all, once his combat units finished their meals, there would be additional tasks awaiting completion. Initially, Fang Yuan planned to construct several breeding farms in proximity to the estate. The establishment of these farms necessitated a crucial material known as beast nest fragments. Fortunately, the orc tribe possessed breeding farms, which Blood One promptly obliterated, resulting in the acquisition of 7 beast nest fragments. With these 7 fragments in hand, Fang Yuan was now able to erect his breeding farms. Upon confirming his selection in the Lord's book, 7 beams of white light illuminated the area, and the breeding farm materialized in a vacant lot not far from the estate. The farm spanned approximately the size of a basketball court and had the capacity to rear 20 young magical beasts. However, Fang Yuan's territory only boasted meat and jerky, lacking any living magical beast offspring. Thus, he instructed Blood One to venture out today and capture a few magical beast cubs to nurture within the breeding farm. Having established the breeding farm, Fang Yuan next intended to construct stone walls. With the addition of these walls, his territory would finally be regarded as a legitimate city. To build a 1-meter-high stone wall, 10 units of stone were required. Fang Yuan proceeded to encircle his entire territory with stone walls, encompassing both the farm and the newly constructed breeding facility. The walls rose to a height of 1.5 meters, with a thickness of approximately 30 centimeters. This was merely a level 1 wall. By consuming double the stone resources, he could further enhance its capabilities. Unperturbed by the resources needed for upgrades, Fang Yuan escalated the walls to level 5 in one go. To advance beyond this level, a mineral known as obsidian would be necessary. The level 5 walls stood 3 meters high, with a thickness of 2 meters, their color a deep gray, bestowing an imposing grandeur upon Fang Yuan's territory when viewed from afar. Now, his domain could rightfully be designated as a city. With these walls in place, the defensive capabilities of the territory were significantly bolstered. The walls were not only tall and robust, but also provided a platform for stationed troops. At each of the 4 corners, there stood an omniscient tower, tasked with surveillance, capable of detecting all invisible units both within and beyond the territory. No assassin or infiltrator would dare to breach Fang Yuan's domain. Furthermore, ordinary magical beasts and monsters would find it utterly impossible to launch an assault on his territory. The level 5 walls could withstand any attack from units of level 5 or below. As his territory expanded in the future, Fang Yuan could, at any time, reposition the walls through the Lord's Book, alleviating any concerns that the walls might impede the growth of his domain. At that moment, the inhabitants of the territory had just finished their breakfast. Fang Yuan summoned a kitsune made to gather everyone in front of the Lord's mansion, as he had an announcement to make. Within a mere 3 minutes, all were assembled: titans, death guards, blood frenzy gunmen, black rock archers, fallen angels, lava forgers, seamstresses of spirit, and the kitsune maid. After everyone had arrived, Fang Yuan disclosed the reason for their gathering. Following the complete annihilation of the orc tribe yesterday, not only had they achieved a resounding victory, but they had also secured a substantial amount of resources, most notably discovering a cursed mine abundant in mineral wealth. Therefore, Fang Yuan resolved to hold a reward ceremony during the morning hours. Naturally, all present were Fang Yuan's most loyal subordinates. Even the kitsune maidens who had just formally joined the territory the previous day found their loyalty instantly maximized to a full 100. Due to their proximity to the Tower of Glory, Fang Yuan eschewed lengthy speeches and promptly addressed the core of the reward ceremony. The Shadow Walker unit had distinguished itself during the Orc campaign, executing their assassination missions with remarkable efficiency, eliminating all high-ranking officials and commanders of the Orc tribe. This led to the Orcs being left leaderless and disorganized, allowing Fang Yuan's forces to swiftly conclude the battle. Had they faced a well-coordinated Orc command, they would have still emerged victorious, albeit with a greater expenditure of time. Furthermore, the Shadow Walkers were the first to delve into the cursed mine to ascertain the source of the curse. Consequently, Fang Yuan called forth 10 Shadow Walkers who had excelled in the campaign: Shadow 1, Shadow 5, Shadow 6, Shadow 18, Shadow 32, Shadow 34, Shadow 50, Shadow 61, Shadow 62, and Shadow 95. Each of these individuals had demonstrated outstanding performance during the conflict. Fang Yuan personally bestowed upon them their rewards, which consisted of the Dark Gold level set, the Celestial Armor set, retrieved from the secret treasury of the Orc chieftain. The Celestial Armor set includes the Celestial Armor, Celestial Helmet, Celestial Boots, and Celestial Gauntlets. This set boasts exceptional defense and possesses a set skill that grants invincibility for a limited time, an incredibly formidable effect. The recipients of such rare and esteemed equipment, personally awarded by their respected lord, left the assembled crowd in awe, engendering feelings of envy towards the 10 Shadow Walkers. This equipment represented the pinnacle of honor within Fang Yuan's territory. Following this, Fang Yuan proceeded to award additional Celestial Armor sets to other deserving warriors based on their performance. Death Guards, including Death 1, Death 19, and Death 103. Blood Frenzy Gunmen, including Blood 1 and Blood 81. Black Rock Archers, including Black 1 and Black 13. And Fallen Angels, represented by Fallen 1. In total, Fang Yuan personally conferred Celestial Armor sets upon 19 warriors. From the Orc chieftain's underground treasury, he had acquired a total of 100 Celestial sets. This quantity was insufficient for his 800-strong force. The dilemma arose as to how to equitably distribute the 100 sets among 800 individuals, considering that as their lord, he could not show favoritism. Thus, Fang Yuan resolved to use the Celestial Armor sets as rewards for the most outstanding warriors. The Shadow Walkers, having displayed exemplary performance in this campaign, naturally received a greater share of the rewards. While other units also performed admirably, their contributions were more conventional, making it difficult for Fang Yuan to assess their merit. In addition to the equipment rewards, there was another matter to address: the heroic altar. From the underground passages of the Orc tribe, Fang Yuan had unearthed 100 glory charms from the treasure chests. With these glory charms, The most critical material needed to construct the heroic altar was finally gathered. Now, he could build the heroic altar and promote the ordinary units of his territory into powerful hero units. The skeletal creature discovered deep within the cursed mine was a hero of tier 10 strength. What astonished Fang Yuan the most was that to defeat the tier 10 skeletal hero, one would require 100 tier 10 units to prevail. This led to the realization that with his territory's 800 tier 10 combat units, merely 8 tier 10 heroes would suffice to achieve victory. The combat prowess of heroes surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations by a considerable margin. Given that he possessed all the materials required to construct the heroic altar, it was only prudent for Fang Yuan to create several of these formidable hero units. Heroic altar, legendary level 500 stone bricks, 100 gold, 100 silver, 100 iron blocks. 1 glory token. He resolved to first construct a heroic altar to observe its effects, contemplating whether its creation might yield any adverse consequences or if there were prerequisites for class changing into a hero. A radiant golden light materialized upon the vacant ground before Fang Yuan, lingering for nearly half an hour before gradually dissipating, revealing an edifice both ancient and majestic. The exterior of the heroic altar resembled a diminutive palace combined with a throne, the throne embellished with a life-sized sculpture. Fang Yuan summoned the attribute panel of the heroic altar. Heroic altar, legendary level. Uncontracted hero. Requires a heroic badge to class change into a hero. Effect 1. Allows ordinary troops to enter the heroic space, where they can undertake challenges to ascend to hero status. Note, there is a certain probability of death upon entering the heroic space, so proceed with caution. Effect 2. Requires specific materials to resurrect contracted heroes. Upon reviewing the attributes of the heroic altar, Fang Yuan's expression turned grave. Indeed, transitioning into a hero was not a trivial matter. He pondered the mortality rate of ordinary troops entering the heroic altar. In the event of a threat, would they be able to withdraw safely? Fang Yuan had 99 glory tokens remaining, and with the newly constructed heroic altar, he could potentially class change 100 hero units. However, the difficulty of the challenges within the heroic space remained an enigma. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yuan shared the news of the heroic altar with the inhabitants of the territory. Class changing into a hero promised formidable power, yet carried a risk of death. He harbored no fear of death, for he commanded fallen angel troops capable of casting resurrection spells once a day, restoring the bodies of fallen allies. Should the challenge at the heroic altar result in failure, he wondered if their bodies would be returned. Fang Yuan inquired among the crowd who would wish to be the first to transition into a hero, anticipating unforeseen incidents during the initial attempt. He refrained from designating anyone specifically, allowing each individual to volunteer freely. To his astonishment, every member of his territory appeared eager to participate. Chapter 65, Bloodthirsty Maniac. A loyalty of 100 not only indicated the unwavering obedience of his subjects to Fang Yuan's commands, but also signified their readiness to lay down their lives for him. Though the risks associated with class changing into hero units were acknowledged, they remained undaunted. As long as they could fulfill Fang Yuan's orders, they would have no regrets in death. After a brief contemplation, Fang Yuan ultimately decided to send Shui to be the first to attempt the hero class change. His choice of Shui was well-founded. The Death God guards possessed astounding defensive capabilities, and their most potent skill, the Death God Halo, grew stronger with greater numbers. Allowing Shui to enter the heroic space alone would not fully exploit the advantages of the Death God Halo. As for the others, the Blackrock Sharpshooter, a ranged unit, had high attack power and long range, but was severely lacking in close combat. Should she encounter melee adversaries in the challenge space, she would be at a significant disadvantage. The Fallen Angels, while capable of flight and casting resurrection spells, displayed average abilities across the board, excelling neither in solo combat nor in unique prowess. The Shadowstalker, an assassin unit, thrived in stealth, ambush, and assassination, yet was ill-suited for one-on-one duels. After much deliberation, Fang Yuan concluded that the Bloodthirsty Gunner, known for his formidable single-target strength, should be the first to transition into a hero. The Bloodthirsty Gunner not only possessed high melee damage, but also had the ability to recover health through attacking enemies. Thus, he was the most suitable candidate for the heroic trial. Prior to the trial, Fang Yuan instructed Shui to don the celestial armor set and equipped him with healing potions acquired from the underground crypt. Additionally, to alleviate his concerns, he entrusted Shui with his own explosive magic ring and the Blessing of the Tides. Fully armed, Fang Yuan retrieved a heroic badge from the Ring of Arcane and handed it to Shui, solemnly advising, "If you find yourself in mortal peril, do not hesitate to forfeit the trial, even if it means wasting this heroic badge. Your life is paramount." Although Fang Yuan was uncertain if one could relinquish the hero trial within the heroic space, he felt it prudent to convey such sentiments beforehand. Shui smiled, assuring, "Fear not, my lord. I shall complete the challenge and become a hero, living up to your expectations." For this inaugural transition into a hero, Fang Yuan had made thorough preparations. Not only was Shui fully equipped, but the Fallen Angels were also on standby. should Shui inadvertently fail the challenge. The fallen angels were ready to utilize their resurrection spells to restore him. Of course, the prerequisite for casting resurrection was the presence of an intact body. Clutching a steel spear, adorned in celestial armor, with the explosive magic ring on his left index finger and the blessing of the tides around his neck, Shui also carried several vials of healing potions in a pouch at his waist. Despite his weapon being of lesser quality, a white great iron spear, his other equipment was of dark gold grade. Such an impressive array of gear surpassed even that of the chieftains of the northern wastelands. With the heroic badge firmly in hand, Shui strode purposefully towards the heroic altar. In that moment, the gaze of all in the territory was fixed upon him. Upon reaching the heroic altar, the heroic badge, as if summoned by some unseen force, began to levitate from Shui's grasp, soaring towards the altar. When the heroic badge made contact with the altar, a golden radiance enveloped the bloodthirsty gunner. As the golden light faded, the bloodthirsty gunner had inexplicably vanished. Fang Yuan then received a notification. A tier 10 unit from your territory, bloodthirsty gunner, has chosen to accept the hero trial. Challenge space activated. Fang Yuan felt a tremor of nervousness. After all, it was the first attempt. He remained uncertain about the trial's difficulty and whether Shui would succeed in completing it and class changing into a hero. These were all variables yet to be determined. 10 minutes later, Fang Yuan received another message. The combat unit from your territory, bloodthirsty gunner, has successfully completed the trial task and has transitioned into a hero unit. The golden light reappeared. The bloodthirsty gunner, now clad in blood-spattered platinum celestial armor and wielding a steel spear, materialized before Fang Yuan once more. Removing his helmet, Shui revealed a mane of crimson short hair, and a mysterious mark had appeared upon his forehead. He approached Fang Yuan, kneeling on one knee, a smile gracing his face. My lord, I have successfully class changed into a hero. I have not failed to meet your expectations. Fang Yuan opened Shui's attribute panel. Bloodthirsty Maniac, Tier 10. Legendary Hero. Stamina, 100. Loyalty, 100. Blessed by the Tower of Glory. Abilities, Combat, Attack, Leadership. Skills, 1. Frenzied Charge. Level 10 Martial Art unleashes a Frenzied Charge, inflicting 3 consecutive stab damages to enemies within a designated area. 2. Heart of Slaughter. Level 10 Passive upon slaying a certain number of enemies. Base damage is augmented. 3. Bloodthirst. Level 10 Passive. The bloodthirsty gunner can heal itself when attacking foes. 4. Bloodthirst Aura. Level 10 Aura allies within the aura's range will convert 80 of the damage dealt to enemy non-structure units into their own health, while also increasing attack speed by 50. The fundamental attributes remain largely unchanged. The name has merely transitioned from the original Bloodthirsty Gunner to the current Bloodthirsty Marauder. An additional category for legendary heroes has been introduced. In terms of abilities, aside from combat and attack, a new capability has been acquired, leadership. As for skills, the modifications are minimal, with the addition of the Bloodthirst Aura skill. This skill is exceptionally potent, not only enhancing attack speed by 50, but, more importantly, enabling allied units within the aura to restore health when they strike enemies. The life regained is equivalent to 80 of the damage inflicted on foes. Thus, the higher the attack power, the greater the health restoration. This is nothing short of divine. The bloodthirsty gunner was already capable of self-healing while attacking adversaries. And now with the Bloodthirst Aura's enhancement, one can only imagine how formidable the bloodthirsty gunner will be under the leadership of Blood E after their promotion to Bloodthirsty Marauder in future battles. They could be likened to an eternal engine of war on the battlefield. If they cannot be instantaneously slain, they will continuously drain health through sustained attacks. Theoretically, the bloodthirsty gunner is an indomitable existence. However, one wonders how Blood Ye's strength has evolved after their transition to Bloodthirsty Marauder. From the attribute panel, it appears Blood E remains at level 10. It is unclear if their power has increased upon becoming a hero. Fang Yuan directly inquired, Blood E, how would you assess your current strength? Blood E chuckled. In response to your lordship, I am now capable of single-handedly defeating 100 level 10 troops. Chapter 66. The Fleeing Orc Chieftain. It seems that the most apparent enhancement when troop units are promoted to hero units is their combat prowess. A level 10 hero can contend with 100 troops of the same tier. Hence, 100 level 10 heroes could potentially vanquish 10,000 troops of equal rank. Fang Yuan envisioned that if he could assemble a legion composed entirely of heroes, it would sweep across the entire chaotic continent. Currently, he possesses 99 hero badges, indicating that he can promote up to 99 heroes. According to Blood E, the challenges associated with the hero altar possess a certain level of difficulty. In the trial space, he encountered a mirror monster with identical skills and levels to his own. Fortunately, the mirror monster could only replicate strength and skills, not weapons or armor. Armed with a full set of dark gold-grade equipment, Blood E easily overwhelmed his adversary, defeating the mirror monster in less than 10 minutes. Battling an opponent with identical power is no trivial feat. Having the same level and skills is akin to fighting oneself. To conquer a mirror monster that mirrors oneself, One must surpass their own limits in combat or possess extensive battle experience. Blood Yi's victory over the mirror monster felt somewhat like cheating. With his exquisite equipment, he successfully dominated the trial space's mirror and subsequently transitioned into a hero. Upon his promotion, the statue at the hero altar transformed to resemble Blood Yi. Fang Yuan checked the attributes of the hero altar once more. Hero altar, legendary level. Contract hero, bloodthirsty marauder. Requirements for reviving heroes. 1 heroic soul, 500 gold, 500 silver. 100 rubies, 100 sapphires, 100 emeralds, 100 topazes. Beyond promoting heroes, the hero altar also enables the revival of heroes if the necessary materials are gathered. Upon learning that the hero altar could revive heroes, Fang Yuan suddenly recalled a matter. He turned to inquire of Yi, who lurked in the shadows. Is the orc tribe's chieftain a hero? Yi slowly emerged from the shadows, respectfully responding, in answer to your esteemed lordship, indeed. The orc tribe's chieftain is a hero, and a level 7 stormsword saint at that. Fang Yuan nodded thoughtfully and continued, when you plundered the orc tribe, did you come across their hero altar? Yi replied, we found no such structure as a hero altar. Upon hearing this response, Fang Yuan finally comprehended why. Despite having wiped out the entire orc tribe, he had not received a prompt indicating the completion of the challenge task. The creatures of the chaotic continent are not mindless NPCs from computer games. The orc chieftain is a level 7 orc, which, in the terms of the chaotic continent, is considered a high-level orc. While low-level orcs may be brainless, high-level orcs possess intelligence comparable to that of ordinary humans. If Fang Yuan were to possess an item capable of reviving himself, it would undoubtedly be hidden in the most secure location. The absence of a hero altar capable of reviving the orc chieftain within the orc tribe signifies that the orc hero altar must be concealed in an exceedingly secretive location. After Yi eliminated the orc chieftain, although it appeared that the chieftain had perished, he had actually been successfully revived through the orc hero altar. As a result, Fang Yuan's challenge task remained incomplete. Originally, Fang Yuan's challenge task merely required him to fend off the vengeful force of 5,000 orcs. He had annihilated the entirety of the 30,000 strong orc tribe, which should have been considered an overcompletion of the challenge task. However, it was solely due to allowing one orc chieftain to escape that the task remained unfulfilled. Fang Yuan felt as though he was being put to a test, and this was not the first instance. The previous ambush by the water elementals was still fresh in his memory. Confronted by the mysterious voice that had caused their entire population to traverse to another world, even though Fang Yuan knew they were targeting him, he felt utterly powerless. This recent oversight stemmed primarily from his lack of understanding regarding hero units. Fang Yuan was unaware that hero units could indeed be revived through the contract hero altar. Otherwise, such a situation would not have arisen. What was almost within his grasp in terms of challenge rewards had slipped away. After a moment of anguish, Fang Yuan soon regained his composure. Regardless, the rewards for this challenge task were already lost. The orc chieftain, having narrowly escaped, must have long since fled the Forgotten Lands. If he were not foolish, he would likely not return to meet his demise. It is best for one to live in the present. Although the rewards for the challenge task were lost, the skeletal hero within the cursed mines still awaited him. Fang Yuan's greatsword was already eager for action, having gained an understanding of the hero altar and the nature of the so-called challenge space. It was now time for him to facilitate the promotion of others within his territory to heroes. Utilizing the Lord's Book, Fang Yuan constructed an additional 20 hero altars adjacent to the already established one. To construct the hero altar, one requires 500 stone bricks, 100 gold, 100 silver, 100 iron blocks, and 1 glory charm. As for gold and silver, Fang Yuan has unearthed over 30,000 gold and more than 40,000 silver from a buried treasure in the eastern mountains. He is not at all lacking in these resources for the altar's construction. Rather, the most crucial component for building the hero altar remains the glory charm. Currently, Fang Yuan has only encountered this charm while opening treasure chests, and he is unaware of any other means to acquire it. In pursuit of his future aspirations for a heroic legion, Fang Yuan plans to inquire with the traveling merchant upon their arrival in a few days. Within his territory, any ordinary soldiers wishing to ascend to the rank of hero may register with Fang Yuan to receive a hero badge. He does not intend to transform all 100 hero altars into heroes at once. While the strength of heroes is formidable and forming a legion of heroes is indeed his dream, Fang Yuan deduces from his own experience, having transformed from blood to bloodthirsty berserker, that the primary function of heroes is to command troops. A diverse array of unit types, combined with the might of powerful heroes, is essential to maximize the combat potential of their synergy. Naturally, Fang Yuan will not hinder any individual aspiring to become a hero, regardless of who wishes to take on this mantle. Fang Yuan will bestow upon them a hero badge and lend them his equipment to facilitate their success in the heroic trials. He plans to initially construct 20 hero altars, and once these are utilized, he will continue building until he exhausts all remaining glory charms and hero badges. As for Chapter 67, Soul Abode and Beast Pen, The candidates for hero transformation include Ce, Hei, Duo E, and Ini, as they are the first units Fang Yuan recruited. It is only fitting that he appoints them as squad leaders. Their choice to become heroes serves dual purposes, to enhance their strength and to better manage their team. It would be somewhat awkward for them, as captains, to remain ordinary soldiers while their subordinates advance to hero status. Fang Yuan does not allow them to simultaneously face the trial space. Instead, he has them enter one by one. The rationale behind this approach is that Fang Yuan possesses only one set of the explosive magic ring and the title blessing. To ensure his subordinates utterly dominate the trial space, he insists they enter fully armed, as if ready for battle. He has ample time at his disposal, and there is no rush to confront the skeletal hero in the cursed mine. He can deal with that later in the afternoon. During their trials, Fang Yuan casually peruses the Lord's book, exploring the blueprints available for construction. The number of blueprints recorded in his Lord's book has nearly reached 3 digits, many of which are dark gold level but remain beyond his reach due to a lack of materials. Among them, the blueprint that piques Fang Yuan's interest the most is the special building blueprint Soul Abode, obtained from the Orc tribe. Soul Abode, 500 stone, 500 wood, 10 beast blood, 10 beast meat, 10 beast bones, 50 soul sand, 1 soul crystal. The functionality of the Soul Abode is fascinating. It can collect the souls of soldiers who perish under your command and, for a significant resource investment, allow their resurrection. However, the cost of resurrection is exorbitant, making it unaffordable for ordinary tribes. The resources required to revive a third-tier orc infantryman could instead procure 50 such soldiers from a slave trader. Only significant figures within the orc tribe, such as the chieftain's son, would merit such revival. Common orc warriors lack the qualifications for the Soul Abode's benefits. The Soul Abode is a structure found in most orc tribes, typically reserved for dire circumstances where the tribe faces annihilation. During the battle with Fang Yuan, although the orc tribe sought to utilize the Soul Abode for reviving their warriors, it is a capability controlled solely by the tribe as high priest. Others lack the knowledge to resurrect allies through the Soul Abode. Moreover, the high priest of the Northern Wilderness orc tribe had been assassinated by the Shadow Walker that very night, rendering one of the tribe's most unique structures useless. Even if the high priest were alive, the ability to use the Soul Abode to resurrect orc warriors would merely yield another soul gem for Fang Yuan. In addition to the Soul Abode, the orc tribe possesses another notable building blueprint, the Beast Pen. Beast Pen, 500 wood, 500 stone, 50 iron, 1 beast soul. The purpose of the Beast Pen is to nurture any mount-type magical beasts. By raising young magical beasts within the pen, they will mature into the finest steeds, obedient to their master's commands. The orc cavalry's giant wolves are reared in such a manner. Previously, in the goblin camp within the western forest, Fang Yuan encountered a similar structure, albeit a poor imitation of the orc's beast pen. It lacked any special effects apart from resembling the original in appearance. Upon dismantling the orc tribe's beast pen, Fang Yuan acquired several beast souls, which he can utilize to construct a few beast pens in his territory. In the future, when he captures magical beast cubs and raises them in the pens, they will become the best mounts once they reach adulthood. Additionally, Fang Yuan procured 2 item blueprints yesterday, the brewing barrel and the honey box. Brewing barrel, capable of fermenting fruits or grains into fine wine. Honey box, allows for periodic collection of honey. The materials required for crafting these items are basic and easily obtainable. Fang Yuan promptly manufactured 10 brewing barrels and honey boxes each. He placed the honey boxes near the farm and situated the brewing barrels in the living area, close to the cooking area. Subsequently, Fang Yuan constructed several other buildings and items, such as magic stone lamps, granite floor tiles, wooden tables, and wooden chairs. These blueprints were obtained through a meat trade with others before the commencement of the previous challenge. The materials needed to manufacture the magic stone lamp consist of 1 unit of glowstone and 2 units of wood. Fang Yuan's territory does not naturally produce glowstone. Yet one should not forget that the underground tombs are adorned with numerous glowstones embedded high above for illumination. The day before, while clearing the orcs in the northern wilderness, Fang Yuan dispatched titans to the underground tombs to retrieve all valuables within. One cannot help but ponder the intentions of those who originally constructed the underground crypt. Lavishly adorning it with such rare resources, it is nothing short of extravagant. Throughout his life, Fang Yuan has been particularly averse to wastefulness. With the monsters and treasures of the crypt now thoroughly cleared away by him, the subterranean tomb has lost its purpose. The resources once deemed decorative have become a sheer waste. It would be far more prudent to relocate them and utilize them in the construction of his own domain. With the magic stone lanterns, there will be no need to light torches when night falls. Fang Yuan has laid an extensive expanse of granite tiles within his territory, placing a magic stone lantern every 10 meters. Such planning has transformed the previously chaotic territory into a far more aesthetically pleasing environment. Additionally, he has constructed numerous wooden tables and chairs, allowing everyone to dine comfortably seated instead of on the ground. As Fang Yuan diligently undertook the transformation of his realm, A graceful fox maiden approached, her voice soft as she conveyed, "Master, Sir C.E. and the others have successfully transitioned into heroes." Fang Yuan replied gently, "Very well. I understand. I shall attend to them shortly." At that moment, his gaze fell upon the rudimentary garments worn by the fox maiden. These fox women were still clad in attire that left much to the imagination. While Fang Yuan found it somewhat appealing, he recognized that the fox maidens were his subjects. The fact that they lacked even a semblance of proper clothing was indeed unacceptable. He decided to first check on C.E. and the others, intending to address the clothing issue for the fox maidens later. Chapter 68. The Sigh of the Reaper, the Shadow of Black Rock, the Fallen Angel Governor. The Tyrant of Shadows. Upon their class transitions, each individual exhibited subtle changes in both demeanor and appearance. Without further ado, Fang Yuan examined their post-transition status panels. The Sigh of the Reaper, 10th tier. Legendary Hero. Stamina, 100. Loyalty, 100. Blessing of the Glory Tower. Abilities, Combat, Defense, Leadership. Skills, 1. Murderous Sword Chi, 10th level martial skill releases Sword Chi, inflicting damage on struck enemies. 2. Shield Bash, 10th level martial skill swings the shield to deal damage and stun opponents. 3. Guardian Halo, 10th level Halo enhances the base defense of nearby allies designated as Reaper Guardians. The more Reaper Guardians present, the stronger the defense. 4. The Sigh of the Reaper, 10th level martial skill summons the Sword of the Sigh of the Reaper to slay enemies, with a 10 chance of instant kill. CE's first 3 skills remained unchanged, with the addition of a new 10th level martial skill called the Sigh of the Reaper, which can summon the Sword of the Sigh of the Reaper to potentially deliver an instant kill, although the chance is merely 10%. Should Fang Yuan manage to transition 10 Reaper heroes, the probability of instant kills would effectively rise to 100%. In future encounters with formidable foes, he could send forth the Reapers, each wielding a sword, and perhaps they could vanquish powerful adversaries in a single blow. The Shadow of Black Rock, 10th tier. Legendary Hero. Stamina, 100. Loyalty, 100. Blessing of the Glory Tower. Abilities, Combat, Shooting, Leadership. Skills, 1. Machine Gun Mode, 10th level passive increases attack speed, gains piercing effect, and extends range. 2. Azure Feather Arrow, 10th level magic after charging for 15 seconds. Launches a magical arrow in the target direction, dealing substantial magical damage to the struck unit. 3. Ethereal Shadow, 10th level martial skill maximizes agility, rendering the user undetectable to enemies while enhancing movement speed. 4. Shadowy Halo, 10th level Halo increases the range of all ranged units within the Halo by 100. The transformation of Hei-E was the most pronounced among all heroes. Previously, the Blackrock Archer could only be described as possessing legs capable of captivating attention for a year. Now, as Hei-E transitions to the Shadow of Blackrock, her long, fair legs have become even more alluring. Fang Yuan could admire them for 3 whole years without tiring. It is evident that Hei-E's appearance has undergone a significant transformation since becoming a hero. Her first 3 skills remained unchanged, with the addition of a skill known as the Shadowy Halo, which doubles the range of all allied ranged units. Truly, within the range of this halo lies profound truth. Hei-E's Halo skill is formidable. If utilized wisely, the enemy may find themselves obliterated before they even draw near. The Fallen Angel Governor, 10th tier. Legendary Hero. Stamina, 100. Loyalty, 100. Blessing of the Glory Tower. Abilities, Combat, Resurrection, Leadership. Skills, 1. Shadow Clone. 10th level martial skill creates 2 shadow clones based on the user, each possessing 85 of the original strength and able to absorb 150 damage. 2. Fallen Swordsmanship. 10th level martial skill, a powerful martial art mastered by the Fallen Angel lineage. 3. Healing Spell. 10th level divine art restores all life to the target, healing all injuries and ailments. 4. Fallen Holy Light. 10th level divine art revives the corpses of 6 allied units within range. 1 day cooldown. Duo Yi's first 2 skills remained unchanged, with the 3rd skill evolving into Healing Spell, capable of fully healing all injuries and ailments of the target. His 4th skill transitioned from Resurrection to Fallen Holy Light. Although the cooldown remains a day, the number of allies that can be revived has increased from 1 to 6. Fang Yuan is quite pleased with the effectiveness of the 2 new skills introduced upon Duo Yi's transition to hero. The Tyrant of Shadows, 10th tier. Legendary Hero. Stamina, 100. Loyalty, 100. Blessing of the Glory Tower. Abilities, Combat, Stealth, Assassination. Skills, 1. Destructive Shadow. 10th level magic manipulates shadows to unleash shadow energy in the targeted area, inflicting damage on enemies within. 2. Shadow Binding. 10th level magic binds the target enemy's shadow, immobilizing them for 10 seconds. 3. Shadow Trickery. 10th level magic allows the user to merge into and conceal themselves within shadows. 4. Shadow Descent. 10th level magic drags enemies into the shadow realm and seals all of their skills. The first 3 skills of E remained unchanged, with the addition of a magical skill called Shadow Descent. This skill allows enemies to be pulled into the shadow realm, effectively sealing all of their abilities. Once ensnared in the shadow world, it becomes In Yi's domain, rendering enemies powerless, like fish on a chopping board, ready for slaughter. With the shadow descent skill at his disposal, In Yi will find assassination missions even more manageable. Overall, Fang Yuan is thoroughly satisfied with the results of everyone's transition to heroes. With the inclusion of heroes in his territory, its overall strength has significantly increased. Now, Fang Yuan's domain boasts not only formidable 3-meter-high walls, but also an array of essential infrastructure, effectively resembling a small city. Currently, the territory of Fang Yuan is comprised of 5 heroes, 800 combat units, 50 production units, 40 logistical units, and 20 fox maidens. At present, Fang Yuan finds himself troubled by a certain inadequacy in productivity. Initially, in order to withstand the onslaught of the orc tribes, he opted to rapidly expand his military force. The population of his domain has surged significantly, which has imposed a considerable burden on the territory, with daily food consumption representing a substantial expenditure. It has only been 8 days since the entire populace traversed into this world. In contrast, most other lords in the realm have territories with a total population not exceeding 10 individuals. Yet, Fang Yuan's domain boasts over 1,000 inhabitants, the majority of whom are combat units, while the number of production units remains below 100, resulting in a lag in productivity. This predicament is unavoidable. At present, the main city can only recruit 10 farmers per day. The only way to increase this number is to upgrade the main city once the blueprint for hardwood planks is acquired. The morning swiftly passed, and before long, noon arrived. After lunch, Fang Yuan prepared to lead his troops to the cursed mine to slay the skeletal hero deep within its recesses. This time, he intended to bring all 5 heroes along, eager to witness their combat prowess firsthand in the heat of battle. In addition to the 5 heroes, Fang Yuan also assembled 50 death guards, 50 bloodthirsty gunmen, 50 blackstone archers, 30 fallen angels, and 20 shadow walkers, culminating in a formidable force of 200. As they prepared to depart, Fang Yuan appointed Blood 2 to oversee the hunting team, instructing them to not only hunt magical beasts, but also to keep a vigilant eye out for magical beast cubs. The territory's breeding farm and beast pens require a substantial number of these cubs. Thus, Fang Yuan emphasized to Blood 2 the importance of capturing any cubs they find unharmed and bringing them back to the territory. If they could find mounts among the magical beasts, that would be even better. After giving his directives, Fang Yuan led his troops through the prepared city gate, embarking on their journey towards the eastern mountains. 3 hours later, they finally arrived at the entrance of the cursed mine. Due to the presence of a 10th-tier skeletal hero deep within, the entire mine was suffused with an aura of death. Creatures below the 10th tier entering the mine would succumb to this malevolent atmosphere. Fortunately, beings of the 10th tier and above could resist the encroachment of death's essence due to their robust physiques. Despite possessing several pieces of dark gold equipment, Fang Yuan remained fundamentally an ordinary human. Entering the mine would surely spell his doom. Therefore, he decided to allow the 5 heroes, led by Death 1, to proceed with 100 combat units to confront the skeletal hero. Once inside the mine, Death 1 would take command. Based on the intelligence gathered by the Shadow Walkers during their previous reconnaissance, it was confirmed that only one 10th-tier skeletal hero resided deep within the mine. With no other monsters present, the 5 10th-tier heroes were more than capable of vanquishing the skeletal hero, while the accompanying 100 combat units would merely serve to bolster their ranks. Fang Yuan wore a dark gold ring on his left index finger, which possessed a level 9 reconnaissance spell known as the Eye of Darkness. By employing this skill, he could share vision with the eye, allowing him to observe the mine's interior without needing to enter it himself. As Death 1 and the others ventured into the cursed mine, Fang Yuan extended his index finger, tracing a black triangle composed entirely of dark mist in the air. In an instant, the triangle solidified into a crystalline form, with the center transforming into an abyssal void from which a dark red eye slowly emerged, controlling the Eye of Darkness. Fang Yuan followed Death 1 and the others into the mine, sharing their perspective and witnessing the unfolding scene in real time. The cursed mine was dark and profound, filled with numerous winding paths that could easily lead one astray. Fortunately, the previous reconnaissance by the Shadow Walkers had mapped out the general layout of the mine. For an ordinary person, navigating such a labyrinthine environment would be perilous, as the uniformity of the surroundings could easily disorient them. However, such deceptions held no sway over the residents of the Shadow World. Leading the way, Shadow 1 guided the group along a narrow path directly toward the location of the skeletal hero, with Death 1 and the others closely following, torches in hand. Fang Yuan, through the Eye of Darkness, observed everything within the mine with clarity. One could not help but marvel at the mine's vastness. While some areas were quite cramped, there were others as expansive as a basketball court. Not only was it spacious, but it was also rich in mineral resources. He could see a plethora of iron, gold, silver, and copper scattered throughout. Once Death 1 and the others eliminated the skeletal creature, they could then send the Titans into the mine to commence mining operations. Before long, Death 1 and the others arrived at the deepest part of the mine. As they proceeded further, they approached the lair of the skeletal monster. Seizing this moment, Fang Yuan began to scrutinize the surroundings through the eye of darkness. The depths of the cursed mine revealed an expansive chamber, nearly the size of an open-air stadium. Towering stone pillars, cloaked in darkness, supported a profusion of mushrooms and moss. Among them, a striking white mushroom emitted a soft glow akin to that of fireflies. These mushrooms, roughly the size of a fist, illuminated a radius of about 2 feet. Clusters of these fungi thrived together, and as Fang Yuan maneuvered around a stone pillar, he noticed a patch of these mushrooms growing over an area of at least 100 square meters, casting a notable radiance. The moss emitted a verdant glow, intertwining with the white light to create a surreal ambience that filled the surroundings with a chilling aura. The luminescence from the phosphorescent moss and mushrooms was sufficient to illuminate the entire area of the mine's depths. Death 1 and the others extinguished their torches and, following closely behind Shadow 1, advanced toward the 10th tier skeletal hero. As they drew near, Death 1 unsheathed his iron sword and readied his iron shield, preparing for battle. The others also assumed their combat stances, remaining vigilant despite their numerical superiority. This approach was precisely why Fang Yuan placed his trust in Death 1. As they neared the skeletal hero's lair, Fang Yuan, through the eye of darkness, discerned several unusual features within the mine. It appeared that the mine was naturally formed. However, the traces of human architecture were unmistakable, including many walls constructed from intricately carved granite bricks. Fang Yuan beheld several stone-carved tables, chairs, and benches, along with stone cups and other artifacts. Had there once been inhabitants here? Or was this place a subterranean city in times of yore? As he drew nearer to the skeletal hero, the traces of human habitation became increasingly apparent. Numerous relatively intact edifices emerged, alongside a plethora of discarded domestic items. Fang Yuan's conviction strengthened that this locale had indeed once supported life. Yet, who could have dwelled so deep within the bowels of the mine? In the depths of the cursed mine, within a palace now reduced to ruins, Fang Yuan beheld the 10th tier skeletal hero, adorned with a crown and wielding a rusted sword. It was clad in tattered armor and draped in a ragged cloak. The skeletal hero sat as regal as a king upon the sole remaining throne in the desolate palace, ensnared in slumber. It was only when the first intruder approached that the vacant sockets of its eyes ignited with 2 icy flames of soul fire. Chapter 70. Vanquishing. The skeletal hero gradually roused from its slumber. It dragged its somewhat stiffened form and slowly rose from the throne. Upon encountering the sudden appearance of several individuals, the skeletal hero did not exhibit alarm. Instead, it grasped the worn iron sword and lumbered forward, step by ponderous step, towards the intruders. It was evident that although this skeletal creature possessed the prowess of a 10th tier hero, it lacked any semblance of intelligence, relying solely on the instincts retained from its former life to engage in combat. This was fortuitous, as it provided an ideal opportunity for the new hero of Fang Yuan's domain to practice. The skeletal hero wielded a massive 2-handed greatsword, dragging it along the ground, its dull blade scraping against the earth with an ear-splitting sound. The first of the intruders, equipped with sword and shield, advanced unflinchingly to meet it. Far outside the mine, Fang Yuan focused intently on this unfolding battle, for it was his inaugural glimpse of a clash between heroes. As the two parties drew closer, the skeletal hero's pace quickened from a brisk walk to a jog, and ultimately to a sprint. It charged towards the intruder, the friction between the blade and the ground producing sparks. It halted abruptly 3 meters from the intruder and raised its greatsword high, bringing it down with force. The intruder, calm and collected, raised his shield to block the skeletal hero's strike. The clang of iron upon iron resonated, an ear-piercing noise echoing through the chamber. The skeletal hero, undeterred, unleashed a flurry of 3 successive strikes against the intruder's shield. It was uncertain what quality the greatsword possessed, but it was evident that it surpassed the white-quality shield wielded by the intruder. Although the skeletal hero's blows did not shatter the shield, it was clear that the shield was nearing the brink of destruction. Observing the now warped shield in his grasp, the intruder furrowed his brow. The skeletal hero, wielding its greatsword once more, launched another attack. The intruder knew that his iron shield could not withstand this blow. A single strike would surely render it useless. Acknowledging this reality, he began to prepare his counterattack. With a flourish, the blood-red glow of a killing sword aura appeared upon his iron blade as he swung it forth. A crimson wave of energy surged towards the skeletal hero. The skeletal hero, using its toes to propel itself, hoisted the greatsword onto its shoulder and leapt back, effortlessly evading the intruder's attack. Despite its lack of intelligence, the skeletal hero's combat experience from its former life made it no easy foe to defeat. Clearly, this skeletal hero was formidable. Fang Yuan was keenly interested in the identity it had possessed before its transformation into an undead creature. The hidden underground palace within the depths of the mine piqued his curiosity further. Regrettably, Fang Yuan could only discern the happenings within the mine through the eye of darkness, rendering him unable to access the skeletal hero's attribute panel or ascertain its skills. As the skeletal hero evaded the intruder's assault, it thrust its greatsword forcefully into the ground. unleashing a surge of netherfire that surged toward the intruder. Choosing not to withstand the attack, the intruder opted for evasion. The prowess of a 10th tier hero's skills was not to be underestimated, especially as the skeletal hero had nearly rendered his white quality shield inoperative. A further strike would surely result in complete destruction. Suddenly, a layer of ghostly green netherfire enveloped the skeletal hero's blade as it charged at the intruder with renewed vigor. As the skeletal hero approached, the intruder remained remarkably composed. Just as the skeletal hero was about to strike, he swung his shield towards its waist. The shield collided with force. The skeletal hero, taken aback by this unexpected maneuver, could not evade in time and found its skill interrupted, succumbing to a state of daze. The intruder seized this golden opportunity, launching a killing sword aura in succession. As the skeletal hero lay entranced, it could only watch helplessly as the killing sword aura struck true, inflicting significant damage. Enduring the brunt of two of the intruder's skills, the skeletal hero was gravely wounded. A single application of the Death Sai skill would suffice to vanquish it. However, the intruder refrained from doing so, opting instead to withdraw. He remembered that Fang Yuan had brought them here with a purpose, to hone their skills against the formidable 10th tier skeletal hero. Next in line was Blood One, who had been eagerly awaiting his turn. Armed with a spear, he approached with enthusiasm. Unlike the others, Blood One did not take advantage of the skeletal hero's moment of weakness. Instead, he waited for it to regain its composure before engaging in combat. Blood One's attacks were swifter and more perilous than those of the intruder, who favored a defensive strategy. Blood One was adept at offense, unleashing ferocious onslaughts with remarkable regenerative capabilities, akin to an indomitable cockroach. In a matter of exchanges, Blood One felled the skeletal hero to the ground. Observing the fallen creature, he licked his lips in disappointment, displaying a tinge of regret. He longed for a worthy opponent with whom to engage in a truly exhilarating battle. Alas, the skeletal hero proved too fragile. It had barely withstood any of his skills before succumbing. Next came the fallen angel. All 5 heroes had now engaged the skeletal hero in combat, save for Black One, who, as a ranged unit, would face considerable disadvantage against such a melee adversary. Thus, Black One merely needed to demonstrate her exceptional range and formidable power to Fang Yuan. The skeletal hero was knocked down repeatedly, yet it resembled a soulless puppet, rising time and again to attack, akin to a marionette animated by unseen strings. This, indeed, epitomized the tragic fate of the undead. The vast majority of undead creatures are mere puppet-like beings devoid of any intelligence. They endlessly wander in place, attacking any living beings that dare to approach them. Only a select few among the undead possess wisdom, such as Death Knights, Banshees, and Liches, who are endowed with immense intellect and eternal life. They are often referred to as the nobility of the undead. Ultimately, it was Death One who ended the life of the skeletal hero. Upon his demise, a black crown fell from him. Without needing a command from Fang Yuan, Death One and his companions instinctively dispersed, beginning their search for traces of treasure nearby. It is only natural that a place inhabited by a 10th tier hero would conceal some treasure or treasure chest. Chapter 71, The Pale Crown. The group conducted a meticulous search, leaving no corner unexamined in hopes of discovering a chest or treasure. Eventually, behind the throne in the dilapidated palace, they uncovered a golden chest, which could only be opened by heroes and lords. Having undergone trials to become heroes, Death One and his companions were now able to unlock the chest. Before entering the cave, Fang Yuan had specifically instructed Death One and the others that if they encountered any chests within, regardless of their quality, they must not open them on their own, but instead bring them back to the territory for Fang Yuan to open personally. Given that it was the Lord's command, Death One and his companions were naturally compelled to adhere strictly to it. No one dared to defy Fang Yuan's instructions by opening the chest prematurely. In addition to the chest, Death One also discovered a weathered diary at the throne's location, bearing the black crown that had fallen from the skeletal hero. Along with the notebook and the golden chest found near the throne, Death One and his companions retraced their steps and exited the cursed cave. Upon witnessing this, Fang Yuan voluntarily dispelled the Dark Eye skill. This outing not only resolved the mysterious curse of the cursed cave, but also yielded a golden chest, marking a successful return that left Fang Yuan quite satisfied. More importantly, with the skeletal hero slain, the death curse plaguing the cave would likely dissipate. With the death curse lifted, Fang Yuan could confidently allow the Titans to enter the cave and extract ore. Although the pervasive deathly aura within the cave posed a lethal threat only to beings below the 10th tier, it inflicted minimal harm on 10th tier beings. The Titans, possessing formidable physiques as 10th tier units, could withstand the corrosive effects of the deathly aura. However, prolonged exposure to such a high concentration of deathly energy would undoubtedly lead to complications over time. Thus, eliminating the mysterious curse was a significant step in averting a potential disaster. Fang Yuan decided to construct a mining site at the entrance of the cave today. Then, he would allocate half of the Titans responsible for logging from the western forest to come and mine in the eastern mountains the following day. At the entrance of the cursed cave, there was an orc-built mining site and some rudimentary fences. Fang Yuan could not utilize the mining site constructed by the orcs. So he instructed the death guards and bloodthirsty gunmen to dismantle it with brute force. Subsequently, Fang Yuan erected a new mining site at the location of the former orc structure. Just as Fang Yuan completed the construction of the mining site, Death One and his companions emerged from the cursed cave. Death One approached Fang Yuan directly and respectfully announced, "My lord, we have slain the 10th tier skeletal hero deep within the cursed cave, and the pervasive deathly aura is beginning to dissipate. I believe that within a single evening, the remnants of the deathly aura in the cave will completely vanish." Fang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, praising, "You have all done exceptionally well." Through the dark eye, Fang Yuan had witnessed the battle among heroes and gained a rough understanding of their combat capabilities. Death One continued, "Upon defeating the skeletal hero, we acquired a crown, a treasure chest, and an old diary." The three death guards stepped forward, presenting the items they held before Fang Yuan. Rather than immediately opening the chest, Fang Yuan first picked up the diary discovered on the throne within the ruined palace. He preferred to save the exhilarating act of opening the chest for last, much like savoring the most delectable dish at the end of a meal. Fang Yuan was filled with curiosity regarding everything he had encountered in the depths of the cursed cave. Why were there so many dilapidated structures within the cave? And what evidence was there of past habitation? Had someone once lived in the depths of the cursed cave? And if so, why would they choose to dwell in such lightless depths rather than on the surface? These questions deeply troubled Fang Yuan. Perhaps he could find some clues within this old diary. The cover of the weathered diary was crafted from a peculiar dark red leather that felt oddly textured to the touch. The cover bore no inscriptions, remaining entirely blank. Upon opening the diary, he found it filled with bizarrely twisted script that he could not decipher. As a traveler from another world, it was only natural that he would be unable to comprehend the language of this realm. The diary contained many pages adorned with strange patterns formed from intricate lines, alongside numerous peculiar mathematical formulas. After perusing it for a while, Fang Yuan stored the tattered diary within his arcane ring, intending to present it to someone capable of reading it for translation in the future. Next, Fang Yuan lifted the crown dropped by the skeletal hero. The crown appeared to be forged from white bone, embellished with 13 skulls carved from black gemstones, each the size of a pearl. His first action upon acquiring the crown was to inspect its attributes. Pale crown, dark gold quality, pale set, 1-3. Attributes, level 9 mental enhancement, level 9 mental protection, skills, 1. Death aura, level 9 aura. Enemies within the aura's radius will continuously succumb to the corrosive effects of deathly energy, ultimately leading to their demise. 2. Control corpse, level 9 magic. Command up to 6 deceased units to fight on your behalf. The controlled units are invulnerable and cannot be dispelled, lasting for 30 minutes. It appeared that this equipment was the source of the overwhelming deathly energy pervading the cursed cave. The two skills associated with the pale crown were quite impressive. The death aura could be classified as a large-scale lethal skill. Once activated, all beings below the 10th tier would be doomed. Had Fang Yuan acquired this equipment sooner, he could have avoided losing units in battles against the orc tribes simply by activating the death aura. All orcs belong to the 10th tier or lower, and none could withstand the corrosive impact of the death aura, no matter how numerous the orc forces. As long as Fang Yuan stood before them and unleashed the death aura, even if 30,000 orcs were amassed, they would all perish. The control corpse skill allowed him to manipulate not only the corpses of allied units, but also those of enemies. Most importantly, the controlled corpses would be in an invulnerable state. Alas, the duration for the control corpse skill was only half an hour. If it could last longer, it would have been perfect. The pale crown was part of an equipment set, yet the whereabouts of the other items in the pale set remained unknown. If he could gather the entire pale set, the set bonuses would undoubtedly be formidable. Fang Yuan effortlessly placed the pale crown upon his head, adorned with the archaic pale crown and clad in the exquisitely ornate black abyss armor, complemented by Fang Yuan's handsome visage. He appeared as though he were a noble emperor of the empire. Chapter 72, The Orc Merchant. Next came the main event. Fang Yuan took a deep breath and directly opened the golden treasure chest. Acquired architectural blueprint, skeleton hut, triggering 100-fold amplification, dark gold architectural blueprint, undead tombstone. Acquired rare resource, undead gem x10, triggering 100-fold amplification, undead gem x1000. Acquired rare resource, bone soul x10, triggering 100-fold amplification, bone soul x1000. From the golden treasure chest emerged an architectural blueprint alongside two rare resources, undead tombstone, stone brick x100, undead gem x10, bone soul x10. Coincidentally, the two rare resources obtained were precisely what was needed to construct the undead tombstone, which Fang Yuan planned to erect upon his return to his territory. The time was approximately 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and having completed the tasks at hand, it was time to return to the territory. Before departing, Fang Yuan left behind a small squad of 10 to guard the mining site, ensuring that any monstrous beasts passing by at night would not damage the quarry structures. He provided the squad with ample food, fresh water, and flint. With that, Fang Yuan and his companions departed from the eastern mountain range, heading back to their domain. As they passed the ruins of the orc tribe, Fang Yuan suddenly noticed a group of individuals appearing near the orc settlement. Could it be the fleeing orc chieftain had returned? Contemplating this, Fang Yuan moved towards the suddenly appeared group. To avoid alarming them, he brought only 5 heroes along, leaving the remaining troops on standby in the eastern mountain range. Before Fang Yuan could approach, the group noticed him and came forward to greet him. Among them was an orc, but unlike any he had previously encountered. This orc appeared to belong to the Pigman clan, standing around 1.60 meters tall. With a corpulent physique, draped in a wide robe resembling silk, with golden thread embroidered at the cuffs and collar. The Pigman's hands bore only 3 fingers, each adorned with a large gemstone ring, totaling 6 rings. Around its neck hung 3 gleaming golden chains, each as thick as an infant's arm. The Pigman exuded an air of ostentation, its jewelry nearly blinding Fang Yuan's eyes. The image of this Pigman completely contradicted Fang Yuan's perception of orcs. In his mind, orcs were brutal, bloodthirsty warriors, an embodiment of savagery. He had never encountered an orc of such flamboyant nature. The Pigman was exceedingly polite, bowing to Fang Yuan in greeting. It spoke in fluent common tongue. Good afternoon, esteemed sir. Might you know the whereabouts of the Battle Axe tribe that once resided here? The Battle Axe tribe? You mean the orc tribe that once inhabited this place? Fang Yuan inquired. The Pigman grunted in affirmation, eager to know. Indeed, sir. Do you know where they have gone? Fang Yuan casually replied. They incurred my wrath and were consequently annihilated. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's declaration, a glimmer of shock flickered in the Pigman's small eyes. It had not anticipated that this rather unattractive man possessed such formidable power. Prior to Fang Yuan's arrival, the Pigman had attempted to reach out multiple times to the chieftain of the Battle Axe tribe, but all efforts had been in vain. Such circumstances typically indicated dire straits for the orc tribe. The orcs were a race fond of battle and plunder, yet this did not render them invincible. The success of raiding other tribes hinged on their ability to overpower their opponents. The continent was rife with powerful races, many of which surpassed the orcs in strength. Raiding expeditions were not guaranteed success. Encountering a formidable force could spell disaster for the orc raiders, leading to potential annihilation or even retaliation that could ravage their own tribe. Such reversals were commonplace in the orc empire, and the Pigman had long since grown accustomed to them. However, it had not anticipated encountering a force capable of vanquishing the Battle Axe tribe in a place as forsaken as this. It was well known that the Battle Axe tribe had rapidly developed over the years, likely to evolve from a small tribe to a medium-sized one within a decade. With its formidable strength, the Battle Axe tribe could easily dominate the entire Forsaken land. The Pigman's face revealed a hint of regret. It was not for the fate of the Battle Axe tribe, but rather for its own fruitless journey. The Pigman had traveled to the Forsaken land at the behest of the Battle Axe tribe's chieftain, who, through a special secret method, had contacted the Pigman to propose a trade. After venturing a great distance and enduring hardships to arrive at the Forsaken land, only to discover that the Battle Axe tribe had been annihilated, it realized that its journey had been in vain. With a frustrated grunt, the Pigman quickly regained composure. Since the Battle Axe tribe was no more and the trade was impossible, surely there were others in the Forsaken land. Perhaps this individual before it would be interested in its wares. A conciliatory smile spread across the Pigman's face as it said, I am Tam, a merchant. Might I ask your name, sir? My name is Fang Yuan, he replied after a brief pause. As a merchant, you must have goods for sale? Indeed. Would you like to take a look at my merchandise? Upon hearing Fang Yuan's inquiry into the trade, a smile graced Tam's face as he responded. My goods are highly regarded throughout the Orc Empire, fair and honest, and many tribes specifically seek me out for trade. Fang Yuan expressed his skepticism. I have annihilated the Orc tribe and slaughtered all its members. Would you still engage in trade with me? In Fang Yuan's eyes, Tam was still an orc. And although he exhibited politeness, he had nonetheless killed its kin. Tam chuckled heartily, replying, Mr. Fang Yuan, we orcs respect strength. Your ability to obliterate the Battle Axe tribe is a testament to your might and highlights the tribe's weakness. In the struggle for survival, only the strong are worthy of existence. For the Pigman, the Battle Axe tribe was insignificant. In the chaotic continent, countless lives were lost daily, while new ones were born. The Orc Empire boasted a population in the billions. A mere 30,000-member tribe was trivial in the face of such magnitude. Fang Yuan nodded thoughtfully and said, Then let us see what goods you have. Rest assured, esteemed guest, my merchandise will undoubtedly satisfy your needs. Chapter 73, The Orc Maiden. Tam's cargo-laden cart was vastly larger than those of typical traveling merchants. Its cart was nearly the size of a train car. Such a massive vehicle required an extraordinary beast of burden, specifically a gigantic gray lizard measuring 2 meters in length. The carriage's compartment was crafted from sturdy black iron, draped with a layer of black burlap, and lined up in a neat row were dozens of such carriages. Surrounding the black iron carts stood several pig-headed beings clad in leather armor and wielding weapons, tasked with guarding the transport. As Fang Yuan approached, he was immediately met with a faint metallic scent of blood and the faint sound of weeping. His brow furrowed, and before he could utter a word, He witnessed one of the pig-headed beings forcefully pull down the black burlap, revealing a prison cage forged from black iron, within which were more than 30 orcs. Their expressions numb and their bodies marred with scars. The pig-headed being enthusiastically introduced, "Esteemed guest, the slaves before you are all orcs aged between 15 and 35. In good health, with an average strength around the 3rd tier. They are the finest laborers, ready to work upon purchase, and the price is remarkably low." It was at this moment that Fang Yuan comprehended that Tam was not an ordinary merchant, but rather a slave trader. The orcs in the black iron cage had fallen into slavery due to the defeat of their tribe in battle. Orc tribes were known not only for raiding other races, but also for pillaging fellow orc clans. Friction frequently arose between orc tribes, and if not handled properly, it could escalate into warfare. Once conflict erupted between two tribes, the vanquished would lose all their possessions to the victors, and every orc, regardless of age or gender, would become a laborer. Furthermore, orc tribes often relegated criminals to slavery. Many tribes, unable to utilize all their laborers, would sell surplus orcs to slave traders, who would then resell them to other tribes in need of labor. In the Orc Empire, the most prevalent types of merchants were those dealing in weapons and slaves. Slave traders not only acquired slaves from other tribes, but also actively attacked weaker clans to capture all healthy orcs for sale elsewhere. These traders typically commanded powerful slave-catching teams. Although orc merchants appeared more courteous than the average orc, their inherent brutality and predatory instincts remained unchanged. A slave trader would adopt a demeanor of civility when faced with a formidable force, yet would transform into a ruthless marauder when confronting the weak. Tam's capability as a merchant indicated his cunning. He had quickly discerned the formidable aura emanating from the individuals behind Fang Yuan, reminiscent of a powerful orc chieftain from a large tribe he had encountered before. Thus, he refrained from rash actions and maintained a low profile. With fervor, Tam continued to present the slaves in the cage to Fang Yuan, explaining that these were intended for the Axe tribe, which had unfortunately been annihilated by Fang Yuan. Tam had traveled a great distance from the Orc Empire only to return empty-handed, incurring substantial expenses along the way, including the wages for his mercenary guards, amounting to several black crystal coins. Though the slave trade was notoriously lucrative, the costs of sustaining slaves, providing food to prevent starvation and medical care in the event of illness, could be significant. Hence, Tam was eager to sell a few of his slaves to mitigate his losses. However, Fang Yuan displayed no interest in the orc slaves in the cage. Having traversed from a civilized society, he harbored an aversion to the institution of slavery. Additionally, the orc race was known for its penchant for trouble and defiance. Bringing these orcs into his territory would undoubtedly lead to complications. Observing Fang Yuan's disinterest, Tam did not readily concede defeat. In the desolate land of the Forgotten Realm, aside from the defeated Axe tribe, Fang Yuan was the only one with the means to purchase his slaves and offset his losses. After a moment of contemplation, Tam resolved to present his finest slaves, believing no man could resist such an offer. With a knowing grin, he said, "Mr. Fang Yuan, it is evident that you do not require these laboring orcs. Might I inquire if you have any interest in the beautiful maidens of our orc race?" "Oh, beautiful orc maidens. Now, if that is the case, I am indeed very interested." Tam's smile broadened, one that any man would understand. "Please, follow me. I shall show you the most exquisite orc maidens we possess." There was a time when the chieftain of the Razor tribe offered 100 black crystal coins for one, but I could not bear to part with her. Upon hearing Tam's words, Fang Yuan became increasingly intrigued by the orc maiden he claimed to possess. Could she possibly surpass the beauty of Sakura, the foxwoman? Tam led Fang Yuan to the rear of the merchant caravan, where a compartment twice the size of the others awaited, guarded by a greater number of mercenaries, indicating Tam's high regard for this particular carriage. "Mr. Fang Yuan, prepare yourself. In my experience, many orcs have gone wild with excitement upon seeing the orc maidens within." Tam approached and personally pulled aside the black cloth covering the compartment. Upon glimpsing the orc maiden inside the iron cage, Fang Yuan gasped in shock. What in the world was this? Before him stood a staggering figure, a grotesque entity. Nearly 2 meters tall, with a face marred by excess flesh, a hulking frame, and muscles bulging from every limb, covered in a dense coat of black hair. Fang Yuan had expected a beauty akin to Sakura, perhaps even a bit less than that, and had held on to a sliver of anticipation. However, he was utterly unprepared for the reality before him. This was a woman. She seemed more akin to a berserker than any maiden he had envisioned. Yet, astonishingly, this very creature held an irresistible allure for the surrounding orc guards. As the black cloth vanished from the rear compartment, the pig-headed guards became entranced, their gazes fixated on the beastly maiden within the cage. Several of them were breathing heavily, visibly agitated, on the verge of fainting. Even the caravan leader, Tam, was no exception. Had he not feared that claiming this captivating creature for himself would incite jealousy and retribution from others, he would have long since made her his own. After a prolonged moment, Tam regained his composure, pride swelling in his voice as he queried, "Well, Mr. Fang Yuan, did her beauty not captivate you from the very first glance?" Fang Yuan cast a disillusioned gaze at Tam, rendered speechless by the orc's warped sense of aesthetics. Unperturbed, Tam continued, oblivious to Fang Yuan's disdain. It is well known that every man who has laid eyes upon her has been driven to madness by her beauty. If you genuinely wish to procure her, I would not part with her for less than 200 black crystal coins. No need, Fang Yuan hastily declined. I just remembered that the gate to my territory has not been closed. I must take my leave. With that, Fang Yuan hurriedly prepared to depart. Tam gazed in astonishment at the swiftly retreating figure of Fang Yuan, perplexed as to why he seemed unmoved by the sight of such a delicate and charming maiden. Could it be that he felt unworthy of such exquisite beauty, leading to his sense of inferiority? Tam pondered thoughtfully. As he was about to exit, Fang Yuan suddenly discerned a familiar whimpering sound emanating from a cage within the merchant caravan. That voice. Could it be? Fang Yuan approached the carriage from which the cries were coming and forcefully pulled aside the black cloth, revealing an iron cage containing over 100 foxgirl captives. Suddenly exposed to the sunlight, the frightened foxgirls huddled together, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at Fang Yuan outside the cage. Fang Yuan inquired in a grave tone, "Are they also slaves?" The nearby slave trader sauntered over, responding with an indifferent tone, "Indeed. We encountered a fox tribe devastated by beasts on our way to the land of oblivion. Many foxes were fleeing in all directions, and I casually captured a few of the fox maidens, intending to sell them cheaply to the Axe tribe. However, it seems you, Mr. Fang Yuan, have obliterated the Axe tribe." With that, Tam sighed heavily. Previously, for reasons unknown, the Axe tribe had a surging demand for orc laborers, even seeking out the most ineffectual foxes. Tam had intended to make a small profit by capturing these fleeing foxes. Otherwise, he would have never bothered with them. They were not only weak and timid but also unattractive, rendering them entirely worthless. It was perplexing why such a race as the foxes even existed. They brought shame to the orc lineage. Most orc tribes would never purchase fox slaves unless under extraordinary circumstances. As Tam mentioned, the foxes lacked physical prowess, with their labor efficiency being woefully inadequate. A single orc laborer could accomplish the work of 3 foxes. Furthermore, the female foxes were simply not to the orc's aesthetic standards, making it impossible to sell fox slaves. Tam was at a loss regarding how to dispose of these fox slaves. Selling them was out of the question, and they had consumed several days' worth of his provisions. It seemed a pity to simply release them. "I will take every last one of these foxes," Fang Yuan stated nonchalantly. Tam continued to murmur complaints about his considerable losses during this venture, failing to hear Fang Yuan's declaration. With no other option, Fang Yuan reiterated himself. This time, Tam finally grasped what Fang Yuan had said. He had expressed a desire to purchase these seemingly worthless foxes. Tam was initially taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, his face lighting up with excitement. "Mr. Fang Yuan, are you truly interested in buying these foxes?" "Indeed. How many foxes does your caravan have?" "I shall take them all." "What is the total cost?" Tam replied without hesitation. "All the foxes are in this carriage." Since the male foxes fled quickly, we only managed to capture some of the female foxes. As for the price, you need only give me 1 black crystal coin. "Are you saying you will sell the entire carriage of foxes for just 1 black crystal coin?" Fang Yuan asked, astonished. Tam, thinking Fang Yuan found the price too steep, quickly added, "If you wish to buy these foxes, I am willing to throw in a complimentary gift." Fang Yuan was not concerned about the price. He was merely taken aback by how inexpensive the foxes were. 1 black crystal coin could buy over 100 fox maidens, and there was even a bonus. He retrieved a black crystal coin from his arcane ring and handed it to Tam. After inspecting the coin carefully, Tam accepted it with satisfaction. He gestured to his pig-headed bodyguard to release all the fox maidens from the iron cage. Now, all these fox maidens belonged to Fang Yuan. Tam produced a black beast hide scroll from within his silken robe and handed it to Fang Yuan. "Haha, Mr. Fang Yuan, this is your complimentary gift," Tam chuckled. Fang Yuan took the scroll, examining it in his hands. "What is this? What purpose does it serve?" Tam blinked his small eyes and replied, "This is a communication scroll. With it, you can contact me anytime, anywhere. If you wish to buy or sell slaves, I am at your beck and call. Just remember, the scroll can only be used once a day and is exclusively for contacting me." Indeed, merchants are shrewd by nature. Even an orc with a seemingly simple mind becomes astute once they embrace the merchant's trade. The complimentary gift Tam offered Fang Yuan was merely a tool for him to reach out again. Aside from that, it served no other purpose. Fang Yuan did not mind, as acquiring over 100 fox maidens for just 1 black crystal coin was an exceptionally good deal in his eyes. Once the transaction was complete, Tam prepared to depart from the land of oblivion. Remaining in such a desolate place offered no benefits, and keeping the slaves in the cage would only waste more provisions. He was eager to return to the Orc Empire and find a way to sell these fox slaves quickly, though he lost several black crystal coins on this trip. Selling the unwanted fox maidens provided him with a small profit. Tam's caravan soon readied itself for departure, heading toward the Orc Empire, leaving behind 100 tearful fox maidens and Fang Yuan standing in place. Chapter 75, The Gentle Sheep. At present, Fang Yuan's territory was in dire need of labor. Daily tasks such as cooking, cleaning, and waste disposal were managed by the industrious titans. The Death Knights and bloodthirsty gunmen, being combat units, naturally did not engage in such mundane chores. Preparing meals for over 1,000 individuals each day was still too slow with just the titans. Moreover, the titans had to gather resources outside daily and return to cook, which proved to be excessively taxing. As a benevolent lord who cared for his subjects, Fang Yuan could not bear to witness the titans toiling so hard every day. Thus, he decided to spend one black crystal coin to acquire a large number of fox maidens to supplement his territory's workforce. Additionally, the fox race was characterized by their timid nature, exhibiting complete obedience to their master's commands, unlike the savage and bloodthirsty orc slaves who thrived on chaos. Moreover, the foxes were exceptionally intelligent, which was the aspect Fang Yuan valued the most. As Fang Yuan's territory expanded and its population grew in the future, it would undoubtedly become unmanageable for him alone. If he could properly train the foxes, he would be able to delegate the various trivial matters of governance to them. After all, he could not expect to personally organize warehouses, tally loot, and meticulously plan the entire territory. That would surely lead to his exhaustion, leaving no room for enjoyment in life. The fox girl maidens, clad in rudimentary garments fashioned from fibers, barely managed to cover their ample bosoms and pert posteriors. With the slightest movement, their modesty was at risk of being compromised. As members of the beast folk, the fox clan possessed an understanding of shyness. Yet they were indifferent to the sight of their own bodies being exposed to others, while the beast folk exhibited no interest whatsoever in the fox girl maidens, hardly sparing them a glance. Referring to them as maidens was a misnomer. Many among them were slightly older fox women. Tam had deceitfully claimed that these foxes were youthful maidens in order to command a better price. The fox clan did not show signs of aging. Even the older fox women appeared untouched by the passage of time, retaining a beauty akin to that of 18-year-olds, exuding a unique allure reminiscent of ripe peaches. Fang Yuan spoke gently. Do any of you speak the common tongue? Having encountered the fox maidens in the eastern mountain range, he had begun to grasp the nuances of interacting with them. Aware of their timid nature, he adopted a soft tone to avoid startling them. The aesthetic preferences of the fox clan were similar to those of humans, unlike the warped tastes of the beast folk. Upon seeing this handsome, striking youth conversing with them in a gentle manner, the foxes immediately developed a fondness for him, chattering excitedly in response to Fang Yuan's inquiries. Yes, master, we all speak the common tongue. With this shared understanding, Fang Yuan continued, I hereby declare that from this day forth, you are all free, no longer slaves, but rather qualified citizens of my domain. By working for me each day, you shall receive comfortable housing and delectable food. The numerous fox maidens comprehended Fang Yuan's words, and upon hearing of the promise of delicious sustenance, their faces lit up with joyful smiles as they knelt in gratitude for his generosity. Accompanied by the fox maidens, Fang Yuan and his entourage rejoined the soldiers from the eastern mountain range, making their way towards the territory. As they approached the domain, night had already fallen. Before they even neared the gates, Fang Yuan could see from a distance the imposing black walls of his city rising in the center of the forsaken plains. The 2-meter-wide walls were patrolled by several dark rock archers, vigilant for any approaching enemies, ready to pierce them with arrows. At the city entrance, over 20 Death Guard soldiers stood sentinel, safeguarding the gates. Although Fang Yuan had the blueprints for the walls, he lacked those for the gates. The so-called entrance was simply a narrow opening for passage, appearing somewhat unrefined, but there was no remedy for that. Leading the group back to his domain, all the citizens gathered at the gates to welcome Fang Yuan's return. The Titan, responsible for gathering resources, and the bloodthirsty gunner, tasked with hunting, had already returned to the territory. Tai Yi and Shui Er stood at the forefront, reporting the day's harvest to Fang Yuan. While felling trees in the forest, the Titan inadvertently discovered a cave blocked by a massive boulder. After moving the stone aside, he found 3 wooden treasure chests inside, a fortuitous find indeed. Shui Er's hunting party had successfully captured 183 large magical beasts. After butchering them, Fang Yuan triggered a hundredfold amplification, yielding a substantial amount of meat sufficient to sustain the territory for some time. Additionally, the hunting team had located over 120 magical beast cubs, successfully completing the task Fang Yuan had assigned. He praised the Titan and the hunting team before personally inspecting the magical beast cubs raised in the breeding grounds. The magical beast cubs were categorized into 2 types, those suitable for breeding and those unsuitable. The breedable cubs were generally of a gentler disposition and easy to raise, capable of producing various agricultural byproducts. In contrast, the non-breedable cubs were characterized by their bloodthirsty and savage nature. Most of the cubs found by the hunting team were of a species known as the woolly sheep, which possessed a mild temperament. Upon maturation, their wool grew at an impressive rate, allowing for regular shearing that would yield copious amounts of high-quality fleece. Besides the woolly sheep, there were also dairy cows, flame chickens, and boar beasts among the cubs, all of which were highly suitable for farming. As for the beasts suitable for training in the stables, the hunting team had not made any discoveries. After all, the types of beasts appropriate for riding were exceedingly rare. Over the years, the beast folk tribe had only identified one type of wolf suitable as a mount. Fang Yuan felt no urgency. If they were not found, then so be it. The development of the territory was not a race. Suitable magical beasts would eventually present themselves. After leaving the breeding grounds, Fang Yuan returned to the Lord's manor, where Sakura excitedly wagged her tail and leapt into his arms, seeking affection. Fang Yuan gently patted her head and said, "Sakura, I have a task for you." "Master, what is the task?" Sakura inquired, looking up at him with her large, doe-like eyes. Fang Yuan gestured towards the nearby foxes and softly stated, "They shall become the new citizens of the territory. Please inform them of the rules and let them know that the daily cooking tasks will be entrusted to you." Sakura's eyes sparkled as she replied, "Rest assured, Master, we shall ensure the completion of the tasks you have assigned to us." Chapter 76, Nightmare Beasts. After settling the foxes, Fang Yuan proceeded to the residential area to begin constructing dwellings. 100 foxes could not be left to sleep outdoors, in addition to the homes. Fang Yuan built over 100 wooden beds. He also retrieved a substantial quantity of animal skin blankets, wooden cups, bowls, chopsticks, and other essentials from the warehouse, providing each fox maiden with a complete set. With ample resources at his disposal, Fang Yuan had no intention of depriving the citizens of his domain. After completing the construction of the dwellings, Fang Yuan consulted the Lord's book to locate the section for building the necromancer's tombstone. Necromancer's tombstone: 100 stone bricks, 10 necromantic gems, 10 souls of the deceased. Based on the description of the effects of the necromancer's tombstone, it appeared to belong to the military category. Fang Yuan decided to place the necromancer's tombstone in the military camp area, which currently housed barracks, a holy light altar, and a ranger's lodge, along with a spacious area yet to be utilized. After selecting an appropriate location, he confirmed the construction in the Lord's book. A dark golden light materialized, lasting for nearly 10 minutes before dissipating, revealing a shattered, shadowy gray stone tablet before Fang Yuan. Necromancer's tombstone: dark gold level building. Effect: capable of converting the corpses of any deceased creatures into undead beings. Transmutable undead beings, 0-10. After studying the necromancer's tombstone for a while, Fang Yuan grasped its function. Regardless of whether the corpses belonged to enemies or allies, the necromancer's tombstone could transform them into undead beings. Each tombstone could convert a maximum of 10 undead beings. To transform a greater number, multiple necromancer's tombstones would need to be constructed. With a spirit of experimentation, Fang Yuan instructed his men to retrieve the corpse of a magical beast from the warehouse. He intended to use the necromancer's tombstone to convert the magical beast's body into an undead creature. Soon, the Death Guard brought forth the carcass of a first-tier magical beast. The Nighthorn horse, with a single hand. The night unicorn measures 3 meters in length and 2 meters in height. Its entire body enveloped in a layer reminiscent of armor-like scales, exceptionally resilient. Atop its head protrudes a 1-foot-long horn. The night unicorn roams the boundary between the western forest and the Forgotten Plains, preferring nocturnal activities. It is quite rare to glimpse this magical beast during daylight. One wonders how the hunting team managed to capture it. They placed the night unicorn's lifeless body on the ground before the necromantic tombstone and commenced the process of necromantic transformation. Suddenly, the soil in front of the tombstone morphed into something akin to a marsh. The massive carcass of the night unicorn began to sink gradually. In a short span, the body was entirely swallowed by the earth before the necromantic tombstone, vanishing from sight. After approximately 5 minutes, peculiar and distorted text emerged on the once blank stone, glowing with a faint green luminescence. Concurrently, Fang Yuan received a notification from the system. Transforming undead creature, night unicorn, triggering a 100-fold amplification to nightmare beast. Immediately, the soil before the necromantic tombstone trembled, and a colossal figure erupted from the ground. It was a skeletal form, devoid of flesh and blood, with a ghastly green soul flame replacing where its brain once resided. Its deep, hollow eye sockets harbored a flame of undying spirit. Bone spikes protruded from its body, and the forehooves burned with eternal hellfire. It howled silently a few times, then obediently remained still. It's surprisingly docile. I wonder about its attributes, Fang Yuan mused. He promptly examined the attributes of this undead creature. Nightmare Beast, Tier 10. Undead creature. Abilities: immunity to toxins, fear, and illusions. Skills: 1. Nightmare. Level 10 magic forces a unit into a sleep state. Attacks can awaken the sleeping unit. 2. Hellfire. Level 10 magic calls forth a hellfire to strike down, inflicting significant damage and 10 seconds of dizziness on nearby enemies upon impact. Fang Yuan did not anticipate that transforming an undead creature could also trigger the 100-fold amplification system. A mere Tier 1 magical beast, the Night Unicorn, had transformed into a Tier 10 undead creature, the Nightmare Beast. What Fang Yuan lacked most in his territory was a mount. After all, he was a lord, the most formidable force in the Forgotten Lands, the most illustrious man in the regional channel. Every time he ventured out, he had to rely on his own 2 legs, which felt rather demeaning. Have you ever seen a grand lord who travels solely on foot, walking for 3 or 4 hours at a stretch. Fang Yuan desperately hoped for a mount in his territory, yet such things do not simply materialize by mere desire. Mountable magical beasts have always been scarce, and nurturing a suitable mount typically takes 2 or 3 years. Among the various races and empires in the chaotic continent, the most precious and difficult to train units, apart from magical types, are cavalry units. Now that he possessed the necromantic tombstone, Fang Yuan saw a glimmer of hope. The nightmare beast still retained the appearance of the former night unicorn, albeit with a more fearsome visage. Moreover, the nightmare beast was remarkably obedient. With a little training, it might well become an excellent mount. The only lingering concern was how to manage the sharp skeletal spikes upon its back. Fang Yuan certainly did not wish to sit down only to be impaled. He wondered if the nightmare beast could retract its skeletal spikes. Can you retract the spikes on your back? Fang Yuan gestured, uncertain if the nightmare beast understood. Of course, my master, replied the nightmare beast with a serious tone. Fang Yuan exclaimed, goodness, you can talk. Prior to its transformation, the nightmare beast was merely a weak, low-intelligence magical beast. To his surprise, its transformation into an undead creature not only enhanced its power, but also significantly improved its intellect, allowing it to speak. Since you can talk, this makes things easier. Retract the spikes on your back. I wish to ride you. As soon as he uttered these words, he realized they sounded somewhat improper. The nightmare beast, with utmost sincerity, assured him, fear not, my master. My body is quite robust, ensuring your utmost comfort and pleasure. Enough. If you continue, this book will be banned. Fang Yuan hastily interrupted the nightmare beast. The creature wore a look of grievance, merely stating facts. The skeletal structure of the nightmare beast was capable of adjusting itself freely, transforming its form to become more suitable for riding. Subsequently, the nightmare beast knelt down, facilitating Fang Yuan's ascent. Chapter 77, Fine Iron. The nightmare beast manipulated its skeletal frame to create a seat upon its back. Sitting atop it, Fang Yuan found it surprisingly comfortable, devoid of discomfort. As an undead creature, the nightmare beast could roam indefinitely as long as its spirit flame remained alight, truly a perpetual motion machine. Riding the nightmare beast, Fang Yuan prepared to venture outside for a breezy ride. Night had fully descended, and mounted on the nightmare beast, he sped through the night, the cool evening breeze brushing against his face. For reasons unknown, Fang Yuan suddenly felt an urge to shout at the top of his lungs. With hellfire igniting its hooves, the nightmare beast left a trail of scorched hoofprints in its wake. After galloping around the territory for 3 laps, Fang Yuan commanded the nightmare beast to halt and return to the domain. The use of the nightmare beast as a mount proved to be an excellent choice. Fang Yuan resolved to construct several more necromantic tombstones and transform the magical beasts he had hunted today, which had yet to be dissected, into undead creatures. Typically, after each hunt, the hunting team would have to carry the magical beast corpses back to the territory from a considerable distance. With the nightmare beast as a mount, he could have the lavasmith craft a few wooden carts, allowing the nightmare beast to pull them, making the transport of the magical beast corpses much more efficient. Having a mount would also greatly facilitate his travels outside the territory. It was undeniably faster than relying solely on 2 legs. While awaiting the transformation of the undead, Fang Yuan decided to open the 3 wooden chests he had discovered in the cave with Titan. Wooden chests were considered the most basic quality among all types of chests. Fang Yuan opened all 3 chests in one breath. Acquired rare resource, Nature Gem 1, triggering a 100-fold amplification for rare resource, Nature Gem 100. Acquired rare resource, Nature Gem 10, triggering a 100-fold amplification for rare resource, Nature Gem 1000. Acquired white item blueprint, Silkworm Rearing House, triggering a 100-fold amplification for dark gold item blueprint. Magical silk manufacturing machine. In total, there were 3 wooden chests. 2 of them yielded nature gems, amounting to a total of 1,100 nature gems. The remaining chest revealed a dark gold quality item blueprint, the magical silk manufacturing machine. Magical silk manufacturing machine. 100 green magic stones, 100 fine iron, 100 secret silver, 100 gold. Effect, can produce 1 unit of magical silk daily. The effect of this item is to fabricate silk. Currently, the majority of garments in Fang Yuan's territory are fashioned from beast hides, including even the undergarments worn by Fang Yuan himself. While clothing made from beast hides offers commendable warmth, it is undeniably coarse and uncomfortable to wear. In the territory, only Fang Yuan and a few others, such as Titans, Death Guards, Blood-Crazed Gunmen, and Fallen Angels, don armor and undergarments made from beast hides. Conversely, the Blackrock Archers and the Foxgirl Maidens disdain the unsightly armor and the roughness of the beast hide undergarments, opting instead to forego undergarments altogether and fight in the nude. The Blackrock Archer, clad in her black bustier and matching shorts, flaunts her long, fair legs, captivating all who gaze upon her. The Foxgirls, not being combatants and thus not required to engage in battle, continue to wear their burlap garments, which are prone to accidental exposure. In response, Fang Yuan expresses his desire to respect the wishes of his subjects. If they prefer not to wear such garments, they need not do so. Nonetheless, he is entirely in favor of acquiring more comfortable fabrics for clothing. The materials needed for the magical silk manufacturing machine include a rare iron, which can only be produced by refining iron blocks in a smelting furnace. Fortunately, during the last visit from a traveling merchant, Fang Yuan managed to procure the blueprints for the smelting furnace. Having constructed several smelting furnaces in the manufacturing area that had remained unused until now, he finally finds them to be of great use. Upon arriving at the manufacturing area, he observes the lava forgers and spirit seamstresses diligently repairing a multitude of weapons and armor seized from the orc tribes, which had sustained significant damage during battle. Fang Yuan's subordinates, unimpressed by these weapons, find it wasteful to discard them. Thus, he sought out the lava forgers and spirit seamstresses to inquire about the possibility of mending these items, and thankfully, they confirmed that they could be restored. Over the past 2 days, Fang Yuan has urged the lava forgers and spirit seamstresses to expedite their work in repairing all the equipment. Although his territory has no immediate use for these items, he plans to sell them to other lords through the regional channel. With the 7-day protection period now concluded, many lords are in dire need of self-defense capabilities. In addition to recruiting militias, they require weapons and armor to equip their forces. A soldier lacking appropriate weaponry will experience a significant decline in combat effectiveness. Fang Yuan estimates that these orc weapons and armor should fetch a handsome price in the regional market. 5 units of iron and 1 unit of coal can yield 1 unit of refined iron. While Fang Yuan's territory currently lacks coal, he can also produce 1 unit of refined iron using 5 units of iron and 3 units of wood. However, the refining process using wood is considerably slower than that with coal, requiring approximately 20 minutes to produce refined iron. The magical silk manufacturing machine necessitates 100 units of refined iron. To enhance efficiency, Fang Yuan constructs over 10 additional smelting furnaces to commence simultaneous refining of iron. After addressing these matters, a voluptuous foxgirl approaches Fang Yuan and softly announces, "Master, dinner is ready." Fang Yuan instructs the lava forgers and spirit seamstresses to pause their work and join him for a meal, after which they can rest and resume their tasks the following day. The evening's dinner is prepared by the foxgirls themselves. Known for their intelligence, foxgirls can master cooking with just a glance, resulting in dishes that are visually appealing and delectable. While the Titans' culinary skills are commendable, they pale in comparison to those of the foxgirls. The main courses include roasted breadfruit, black mushroom meat soup, and peppered steak, complemented by post-dinner fruits such as cherries, strawberries, and crystal mangoes, all cultivated from the local farm. Fang Yuan also procured various seasonings, such as sea salt, pepper, and chili from other lords via the regional channel. With these seasonings, even simple dishes become rich in flavor. As Fang Yuan savors a bite of peppered steak, takes a sip of mushroom soup, and pops a few cherries and strawberries into his mouth, he cannot help but sigh. Noticing Fang Yuan's sigh, the concerned Sakura rushes to his side and inquires, "What is it, master? Is today's dinner not to your liking? If it does not meet your taste, I shall immediately prepare something anew." Sakura responds, her anxiety palpable. Fang Yuan shakes his head and smiles. "My sigh is not due to your cooking. Your food is delightful. I merely find myself yearning for the culinary delights of earth." After all these days, Fang Yuan longs to savor dishes such as spicy shredded pork, sweet and sour tenderloin, and boiled fish once more. Regrettably, given the current level of development, it will be some time before he can enjoy exquisite Chinese cuisine again. Sakura does not comprehend the concept of Earth, having only heard fleeting references from her master, which seemed to indicate it was once his homeland. Although she does not understand why he cannot return, she wishes to see him happy. Biting her lip, she asks, "Master, would you like to see Sakura dance?" "Oh," Fang Yuan replies, intrigued. "You can dance, Sakura?" Sakura blinks her large, captivating eyes and states, "Of course. Our fox tribe venerates the fox deity, also known as the god of moonlight and dance. Every full moon night, we foxfolk dance under the moonlight to please the goddess. Thus, every member of our tribe knows how to dance." Hearing that the fox girl can dance piques Fang Yuan's interest. This world is indeed pleasant, yet it lacks in entertainment. Life without smartphones, TikTok, or battle royale games is exceedingly dreary. Each day, aside from occasionally admiring the Blackrock archer's beautiful legs and exquisite bare feet, or caressing the fox girl's exceptionally soft bodies, there are no other forms of amusement. Fang Yuan's life is monotonous and dull. Sakura moves to an open space not far from Fang Yuan and begins to gracefully sway her body, dancing like a natural sprite in the woods. Her movements reminiscent of elegant willow branches, captivating all who behold her. The others, still at the table, turn their attention to Sakura's enchanting performance. In her original tribe, Sakura was renowned as the most beautiful dancer among the fox girls. During the annual Fox Deity Festival, the tribe's elder would always specifically request her to perform. Such exquisite choreography is too beautiful to keep to oneself. Fang Yuan retrieves the Lord's tome, activates the camera function, and captures a series of photographs, posting them to the regional channel. Unfortunately, the Lord's tome lacks video functionality. Otherwise, he would have surely recorded this dance. As night falls, everyone, exhausted from a long day, lies in bed, scrolling through the regional channel to pass the time. Suddenly, they come across the series of images posted by Fang Yuan featuring Sakura's dance. Instantly, the regional channel is engulfed in a wave of envy. Damn it. I've worked myself to the bone today, barely managing to fill my stomach. And here, Fang Yuan gets to watch a beautiful girl dance. Jealousy drives me mad. I envy Fang Yuan so much. That beautiful fox girl is simply adorable. She is truly my goddess. To witness the enchanting dance of the beast-eared maiden with my own eyes would render my life complete. Not only have I been granted this privilege, but from the photographs shared by the esteemed Fang Yuan, it is evident that their relationship transcends the ordinary. The fox deity you speak of likely rises from Fang Yuan's bed each morning. Why does your remark only heighten my excitement? You up there? You seem rather unusual. Casting a glance at the messages flooding the regional channel, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. His diligent efforts in capturing photographs and sharing them in the regional channel were merely for the sake of ostentation. With his purpose fulfilled, Fang Yuan contentedly exited the regional channel. As Sakura concluded her performance, her body glistening with fragrant sweat, a lovely blush adorned her pure and innocent face. She flung herself into Fang Yuan's embrace, her sultry eyes shimmering as she asked, "Master, did Sakura dance beautifully?" Gazing at Sakura's alluring demeanor, Fang Yuan found it difficult to maintain his composure. Indeed, Sakura danced exquisitely. With her sensuous lips brushing against Fang Yuan's ear, she whispered enticingly, "Then, master, may I dance for you every night in your room?" Gasp. Fang Yuan inhaled sharply. He finally comprehended the joy experienced by King Zhou in ancient times. Beside him, he let out a displeased huff, harboring a vague animosity towards the little fox who was too close to her lord. The newly purchased fox maidens were blissfully savoring delectable peppered steaks, relishing the first taste of such exquisite cuisine in their lives. In Fang Yuan's domain, although there may not be an abundance of other provisions, the meat supply was ample. As long as one did not overindulge, they could feast to their heart's content. The Fox clan of the chaotic continent lived in similar conditions across various tribes, often going an entire year without tasting meat. Being able to consume berries and white mushrooms was already considered a delicacy. Many fox maidens reflected on their remarkable fortune, initially believing that becoming slaves was the most unfortunate event of their lives. Yet, unexpectedly, they encountered such a benevolent master who refrained from wielding a whip and generously provided them with delicious food. This place was truly a paradise for the Fox clan. After dinner, Fang Yuan returned to the Lord's chamber accompanied by Hei and Sakura. Do not misconstrue this. There was nothing inappropriate intended. As a lord, it is only natural to have a personal maid to attend to him. Thus, it was perfectly reasonable for Fang Yuan to have the fox maid Sakura by his side while he slept. Additionally, as a lord, it was prudent to have a personal guard to safeguard against any potential ambush. Therefore, it was equally logical for Fang Yuan to have the heroic Hei with him during the night. After all, he was a perfectly normal man. If he were to sleep surrounded by dozens of Reaper guards, that would indeed be abnormal. Besides the Reaper guards responsible for the night watch, the others returned to their respective quarters. As a special privilege for heroes, those who were originally housed 5 to a room, upon becoming heroes, were granted individual quarters. Moreover, all heroic units were entitled to a unique nightmare steed. Fang Yuan constructed 20 necromantic tombstones, transforming a total of 200 nightmare steeds. Over the past 2 days, the hunting team had converted the magical beasts they captured into undead creatures. With these mounts, Fang Yuan found transporting goods and traveling significantly more convenient. Before retiring for the night, Fang Yuan reminded the Reaper guards on watch to keep an eye on the refining furnace, ensuring that they would replace any completed iron blocks. He aimed to have all the refined iron required for the magical silk manufacturing machine ready by morning. Chapter 79. The Magical Silk Manufacturing Machine. The next morning, Fang Yuan awoke from his slumber, feeling the satin-smooth, soft body nestled beside him. Upon opening his eyes, he found Hei and Sakura, one on each side, sound asleep next to him. Hei's long, fair leg rested on Fang Yuan, her delicate arm draped across his chest, while the charming Sakura curled up in his embrace. Fang Yuan vaguely recalled that last night. His intentions were purely innocent and virtuous when he allowed Sakura and Hei to stay in the Lord's residence as personal maid and guard. He distinctly remembered that before sleeping, he had instructed them to rest on the bed in the guest room. But why, upon waking, did both Sakura and Hei find themselves in his bed, and without clothing? Why did you not mention this sooner? If you desired to sleep without clothes, you could have simply informed me. Do you think I am the type to dismiss even the slightest requests of my subjects? Taking a deep breath, Fang Yuan could distinctly feel a natural reaction occurring within him. To avoid any awkwardness, he resolved to rise promptly. Observing that Sakura and Hei were still peacefully asleep, he hesitated to disturb their rest. Gently, he moved Hei's beautiful leg and arm aside, cautiously pushing Sakura away from his embrace. Once he had descended from the bed, he quickly donned his attire and exited the master chamber. After freshening up in the bathroom, Fang Yuan stepped out of the Lord's residence. The time was now 8 in the morning. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the sun shone radiantly. The weather was splendid, and most of the inhabitants of the territory had risen. After the Reaper guards on duty completed their shift, they returned to their quarters for rest. Tai approached Fang Yuan and inquired, "My lord, shall we head to the western forest to gather wood today?" Without hesitation, Fang Yuan replied, "The mysterious curse within the cursed mine of the eastern mountains has been lifted. Today, half of you will gather wood, while the other half will mine in the cursed cave." Tai nodded in understanding and said, "I comprehend, my lord." Subsequently, Fang Yuan opened the Lord's book and navigated to the recruitment page. Today, he could recruit 10 new farmers. A golden light flashed as 10 newly recruited titans appeared beside Fang Yuan. He entrusted these titans to Tai, instructing him to oversee their management and educate them on the rules of the territory. The regulations of Fang Yuan's domain were not extensive. Thanks to the Glory Tower, the loyalty of all recruited troops and incoming subjects towards Fang Yuan was at maximum capacity. Every word from him was an absolute command to be fulfilled. No one would betray Fang Yuan, nor would anyone contravene his orders. The territory's rules boiled down to the basics: daily meals and the completion of routine tasks. Entrusting this to Tai, Fang Yuan felt assured. He then proceeded to the manufacturing area, where, through the night, the 20 refining furnaces had continuously produced a total of 600 units of refined iron. The Reaper guards overseeing the furnaces changed shifts every 3 hours, working from the night until dawn when the sun rose in the east, resulting in the creation of these 600 units of refined iron. Fang Yuan, of course, did not forget to commend the Reaper guards responsible for the iron production. He then opened the Lord's book and confirmed the manufacturing of the magical silk manufacturing machine. As the light dissipated, an extraordinary metallic machine resembling a piano materialized before Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan scrutinized the machine before him, murmuring to himself, "Is this the magical silk manufacturing device? How does one operate it?" To the left of the machine, a lever protruded, accompanied by a control panel adorned with an array of vibrantly colored buttons. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yuan deduced that this panel was likely for selecting the hue of the silk to be produced. He pressed the red button and then forcefully pulled the lever beside the machine. The magical silk manufacturing device began to hum with life. After a brief interval, a strip of red silk emerged from the machine's outlet, slowly unfurling. Fang Yuan ceased pulling the lever, and the silk's procession halted. As its name suggests, magical silk is crafted using the power of sorcery. Garments fashioned from this silk not only provide warmth in winter and coolness in summer, but are also exceptionally comfortable against the skin. The machine has the capacity to produce 1 bolt of silk each day, with each bolt measuring 2 meters in width and 33 meters in length. With a population exceeding 1,000 in the territory, the silk produced by a single magical silk manufacturing device is far from sufficient. However, with abundant resources at his disposal and a wealth of finances, Fang Yuan proceeded to construct 2 additional machines. Subsequently, he visited the tailor shop, instructing the skilled seamstress, Ling Luo, to utilize the magical silk in crafting garments for all the inhabitants of the territory. During combat, every warrior must don protective beast-hide armor. Yet such attire can be cumbersome in daily life, necessitating the creation of more casual clothing. Ling Luo's tailoring abilities are truly remarkable, with a few deft cuts and stitches. She fashioned a striking ensemble of a top and trousers. Her craftsmanship rivals that of the most elite designers on earth. With a simple outfit of top and trousers, she was capable of designing and tailoring 7 or 8 distinct styles. Should all the inhabitants wear identical garments, it would surely lead to a dreary and monotonous atmosphere. Fortunately, Ling Luo has the talent to create diverse styles and designs, ensuring that even the simplest of clothing appears exquisitely refined. In addition to outerwear, she also produced a variety of men's undergarments, allowing Fang Yuan and the men of the territory to bid farewell to the coarse beast-hide underpants of yore. When tailoring the outfits for the Blackrock sharpshooters and the Foxgirl maidens, Ling Luo sought Fang Yuan's opinion. It must be noted that Fang Yuan is a man of iron will, as steadfast as steel. Joking aside, he had little knowledge of women's attire, having never paid attention to such matters during his time on Earth. Garments such as sailor suits, maid outfits, kipayos, nurse uniforms, flight attendant ensembles, miniskirts, hot pants, Lolita dresses, shrine maiden costumes, bunny girl outfits, knee-high socks, thigh-high stockings, bikinis, and school swimsuits were merely names he had overheard in passing, and he had no desire to delve into the details. However, he did possess a mental catalog of these styles and designs, which he decided to share with Ling Luo. Albeit merely as a slight suggestion, he certainly had no intention of imposing upon the Blackrock sharpshooters and Foxgirl maids any of the aforementioned outfits for his own amusement.